Thieves are the most despicable profession in the world. In this world, as long as one studies diligently, one can obtain a corresponding profession on one's personal system panel. Yet certain professions such as thief are indeed widely disliked. Their proficiency increases by stealing, and this single cold logic has entrenched a deep-rooted prejudice against them in most people's minds. It is not mere prejudice. People deem it a hateful profession that purely undermines public security. Yet for the Empire, thief is the entry-level class of the stealth-based profession system. It is a profession that cannot simply be discarded, or else adventurer parties would lack scouts and similar roles, and any attempt by professionals to clear dungeons would all but grind to a halt. In Tianling City, within the eastern province dominated by Easterners, Knight Shuang, a reincarnator, walked along the school corridor protesting to his deskmate Song Yingxue because his profession truly was thief. The girl's chestnut brown hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her Jake-style uniform had been heavily altered. The once demure pleated skirt was lifted higher, its hem precariously lingering at the upper thighs, yet an invisible boundary seemed to exist, hiding the truth beneath from any prying gaze. Her legs were wrapped in black mid-length socks outlining long and slender lines. The shirt fabric was drawn taut and faintly shining over the curve of her chest. The top two buttons hung open, and her ribbon tie was loosely knotted, completing the image of an unapologetically delinquent JK. You thieves are all scum. If you dare refuse to team up with me after I awaken some trash talent, Song Yingxue turned her head, her tone flat, yet every word crystal clear, I will kill you. If you drag those clingy pests who are chasing me into the team just to disgust me, I will definitely kill you as well. The two of them were on their way to the Academy's training field to participate in the talent awakening ceremony that every adult must undergo. You don't need to say kill me twice. Knight Shuang felt the weight of her affection. Why don't you go to your girlfriend? Those two idiots already formed their team with others while I wasn't around, the girl replied in the same murderously calm tone. The friendships between girls were truly terrifying. Knight Shuang sincerely found them frightening. The training field was already packed with Sunta graduate students. Whispers, laughter, and nervous breaths mingled with the faintly restless air of the afternoon. On the outskirts, seniors from various higher academies scanned the crowd like eagles hunting for prey, their gazes sweeping over the students, ready at any moment to shamelessly swoop in and seize talent. At the center of the ceremonial platform, a massive pale blue crystal floated in silence. That was the talent awakening stone. Song Yingxue casually brushed a hand through her hair, her face wearing its usual mask of impatience, yet the slight tightening and relaxing of her fingers betrayed a sliver of tension that was hard to catch. The instructor recited names, and students stepped forward one after another. Light flared and faded, most results were ordinary. Uniform C and grade talents met with knowing sighs or forced words of consolation. Then a burly boy stepped onto the platform. At a glance, he was clearly a warrior or fighter type. Lai, famed at the academy for his muscles, was also the most persistent, and in Song Yingxue's own words, the most annoying among her many pursuers. He grinned, letting his gaze sweep deliberately or not across the direction where Song Yingxue stood below the stage, then pressed his large hand firmly onto the awakening stone. The crystal suddenly burst into a dazzling red radiance. A wave of heat erupted from the stone platform and rolled outward, drawing a chorus of low exclamations from the nearby crowd. The red light converged, forming two blazing characters above the crystal, a grade explosive flame. A grade. It's an grade talent. One of the top combat-oriented talents. He's going to soar straight to the top now. The entire field erupted, waves of astonishment and envy exploding in an instant. Lai himself was stunned for a heartbeat before wild joy flooded his features. He whipped his head around, his gaze locking unerringly onto Song Yingxue in the crowd. He raised his thumb without hesitation, bearing a smile filled with raw ferocity and certainty, even waving vigorously at her. In that instant, Song Yingxue did not feel embarrassed. Instead, every hair on her body stood on end like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. In a blur faster than the eye could follow, she darted behind Knight Shuang, clutching the fabric of his back with both hands, desperate to hide her entire self. Hey, don't use a thief to draw aggro. Knight Shuang had no leisure to savor the soft touch of feminine fingers through his clothes. All he felt was Lai's burning gaze trying to kill him on the spot. As a reincarnated knight, Shuang knew the people of this world were not particularly bright, and with martial artists brimming with blood and qi during adolescence, it felt as though the average intelligence barely reached 50. Please, Lord Knight Shuang, came Song Yingxue's voice from behind him, now tinged with formal respect. I really can't handle him. It's a complete physical level, absolutely impossible, sort of can't. Having a man reject other men on your behalf is the true scum move. Go refuse him yourself. Such an annoying truth. I've already rejected him countless times. I'm not even sure we're speaking the same language anymore. Song Yingxue said, her eyes going dull at the mention of lofty principles. Her gaze seemed lifeless as those righteous words reached her ears. Lei Lai basked in a few seconds of attention and cheering on the platform, then suddenly jumped down, shouldering his way through the crowd with long strides toward Knight Shuang, or rather toward the Song Yingxue hiding behind him. A faint heat seemed to radiate from his body as though his talent were subtly activating, carrying a pressing sense of force. Yingxue. Lei Lai's voice boomed with unconcealed excitement. Did you see it? A great, explosive flame. My party will be absolutely top tier from now on. If you team up with me, any resources, any safety you want, I can give it all to you. His gaze swept like a searchlight, trying to peer past Knight Shuang to lock onto the hidden figure, completely ignoring the boy in front of him, as though Knight Shuang were nothing more than an eyesore ornament. He's ignoring me. Perfect. Knight Shuang silently thanked the man's blindness and tried to slip away, only to feel Song Yingshue's hands clamp hard onto his shoulders from behind. Hey, you low-life thief. Lei Lai finally deigned to cast a sliver of attention toward Knight Shuang, his brows knotted, his expression brimming with undisguised contempt. Get lost. I'm talking to Yingxue. The air around them tightened at once. The murmurs subsided, many gazes converging on the scene, some gleaming with the thrill of impending drama, others holding a subtle sympathy for Knight Shuang's plight. Huh, you're looking down on me. At those words, Knight Shuang snapped his head around to stare at Lei Lai's face. His usually calm features twisted, the corners of his mouth pulling downward in clear displeasure. Song Yingxue immediately released her grip on his shoulders. Perfect plan, she murmured inwardly. She had successfully guided Lei Lai into stepping squarely onto one of Knight Shuang's landmines. This was someone who utterly loathed being looked down upon. Lei Lai let out a derisive snort, stepped closer, and looked down at Knight Shuang, who was half a head shorter, his gaze treating him like roadside weeds. Of course. What talent do you think you can awaken, grade? Or will you fail to awaken anything at all? Trash profession, trash aptitude. Get out of the way, stop being. There was no warning, not even the slightest sign of gathering strength. Yi Shuang moved so swiftly that he surpassed the dynamic visual limits of most students present, like a blurred phantom tearing open the congealed air in an instant. Lei Lai only felt his vision ripple, and a hand with long slender fingers, yet containing astonishing strength, was already there, rising from below and clamping his entire jaw like an iron vice. His 5 fingers closed, digging deep into the flesh and bone of Lei Lai's cheekbones and jaw, and the immense force twisted his aceton-formed expression of astonishment into a grotesque contortion. A short, terrified groan was strangled in Lei Lai's throat. The next instant the world spun violently around him. Yi Shuang twisted at the waist, his arm erupting with a terrifying power utterly at odds with his thin frame. Taking advantage of Lei Lai's forward-leaning posture, he seized the latter's face and slammed it downward with savage force. The burly body that had just been bathed in awakening crimson light and hailed as a future powerhouse now looked like a worn-out rag doll, utterly unable to resist, hurled toward the ground by a brutal, overwhelming force. A heavy thud exploded, so dull and forceful that every onlooker felt their hearts constrict. The back of Lei Lai's head smashed fiercely against the granite-paved ground. Dust mixed with a few blades of grass sprang up on impact. Lei Lai did not even have time to scream. His limbs convulsed under the pressure pinning him down, his helpless body forced into a posture of utter humiliation. But this was not the end. Despicable. Yi Shuang's voice remained calm, devoid of anger, yet in this situation it sent a chill down everyone's spine. Maintaining a slight bend in one knee, he kept one hand clamped hard around Lei Lai's chin, and then lifted, smashed down. Lifted again, then slammed once more. Bang, bang, bang. Not once, but 3 times in succession. The muffled impacts came with a clear rhythm, each one solid and heavy with force. The sound was not deafening, yet it was like a heavy hammer pounding again and again on everyone's nerves. At first Lei Lai's limbs still jerked as he tried to struggle, but after the merciless second and third slam, his faint resistance was swiftly extinguished. His body went completely limp, reduced to nothing but unconscious minute spasms. The wild, triumphant grin that had once been on his face had vanished, leaving only a slack, idiotic expression, eyes rolled white, and drool trailing from his lips. A deathly silence fell. All the exclamations, cheers, and whispered discussions from before were now frozen solid, as if swept away by an invisible wave of cold. The students' mouths hung open, pupils dilated, as though they were witnessing something beyond their understanding. Even the captains from the various academies, whose gazes had been as sharp as hawks, were momentarily struck dumb. An ranked talent was indeed a fine prospect, but his combat response was far too poor. Even under a surprise attack, he showed no instinct to protect the back of his head or counterattack. Even with his talent newly awakened, his body had failed to instinctively employ it. He hadn't produced a single decent response. The dungeons were not places judged solely by talent rank, unless one's talent was rank or higher. Still, that boy's strike had been decisively clean. There had not been a single wasted motion. His technique was excellent, using his whole body to generate force and pressing his momentary advantage all the way to the end. Most likely he had experienced real slaughter in actual combat, and his level was probably not low. Ordinary students usually raise their class level to LV2 through safe, mutual training before cautiously forming parties to enter the dungeons. Yet there was always a group who did not know the meaning of death, daring to step into the dungeons at LV1, gambling with their lives on the edge between survival and annihilation for the sake of leveling up. Several teachers finally broke free from their petrified shock faces ashen as they rushed forward. Stop! Stop at once, Shuang. Shuang, like a good student suddenly called upon by name, immediately released his grip. He himself felt he was already a good student. Lai collapsed like a heap of mud lying on his back, utterly still, only the faint rise and fall of his chest proving that he was still alive. Dark red blood slowly seeped from the back of his head, spreading into a small stain on the pale granite floor. Shuang, you. Several teachers finally snapped out of their stone-like stupor and rushed over, their faces drained of color. The leading instructor's lips trembled as he pointed at Shuang, scolding words rising to his tongue, only to choke and die there when his gaze met those calm, unruffled, even faintly innocent eyes. After all, in a vocational academy, strength was what truly spoke, and there was little he could justly say against it. He glanced at the unconscious Lai on the ground, then at the surrounding eyes, deadly silent, yet burning hot. In the end his face darkened and he forced out an order through clenched teeth: send him to the infirmary immediately. Hurry! A teacher with the healer class crouched down in haste, fumbling as he cast the most basic healing spell to stabilize the injury. Logistics staff lifted the stretcher and hurriedly carried Lai off the field. Throughout the process the playground remained shrouded in a strange silence, broken only by rough breathing and suppressed gasps. Shuang patted at the non-existent dust on his clothes, then under countless focused gazes turned and walked back to his previous spot, unhurried and composed. Wherever he passed the crowd parted of its own accord like the sea before Moses opening a clear path. The students' eyes upon him were filled with fear, disbelief, and a faintly hidden awe for sheer absolute violence. Several boys who had been standing close by, and who had perhaps worn mocking expressions earlier, now simultaneously avoided his gaze, their throats gone dry. Tisk, that was ruthless, someone whispered among the students. Lai just awakened a rank. Is the rogue class really that strong? Around them the captains from the various academies also emerged from their brief silence, exchanging glances that had grown deeper and more contemplative. Their standards of evaluation were clearly different from those of ordinary students. Their combat awareness is worlds apart. He crippled him in a single exchange. Level suppression, experience crushing. That power-generating technique. This rogue class is truly troublesome, far too fond of surprise attacks. We still need to see how his talent awakening turns out. Without sufficient talent to support him, mere physical skill will leave him lacking in the later stages. None of these whispers reached Shuang's ears, and even if they had he would not have cared. This world was garbage. Ever since his reincarnation, Shuang had held that belief. If the dungeons were not cleared on a regular basis, monsters would spill out and attack the cities. To eradicate the threat, one had to conquer those labyrinthine final bosses that were never truly meant for humans to defeat. In a sense, the dungeons themselves were living, ceaselessly regenerating monsters. And that was without even considering the extinction-level crises that descended at random without pattern. Yet against such a backdrop, the intelligent humanoid races still harbored their own schemes, vying for the position of world overlord. What bothered Shuang most was that the adolescents around him were like monkeys in heat, each one overflowing with energy and constantly jumping out to disgust him. The last taunt might have seemed trivial, yet it truly repulsed him. It was like someone asking whether he would donate 10 million, Shuang would say he would. But if asked whether donating 50 would be acceptable, then the answer was no, because he actually had 50. Why did such a trashy world even exist? The answer was this world was the very colossal adult game RPG he had played before his reincarnation, Jianwu Dala, the continent of sword dance. Hence the abundance of fools. No, this was really his friend's fault. After calmly analyzing everything, he finally assigned original sin to Song Yingxue. All because that person insisted on dressing herself up flamboyantly under such a world setting, constantly attracting trouble. Shuang walked back to Song Yingxue's side. The girl's chestnut brown hair fluttered gently in the breeze. The little smugness of a plan well executed still lingered on her face. She said nothing, only silently mouthed well done at him, her eyes sparkling. Next, Song Yingxue. The instructor's voice sounded somewhat dry as he read out the next name. Song Yingxue threw Shuang a flirtatious glance, then drew a deep breath. The expression on her face tightened slightly, and deep in her eyes flashed a barely perceptible tension. She stepped forward, long legs wrapped in black stockings alternating gracefully as she ascended the ritual platform. Standing before the massive pale blue crystal, she did not hesitate. She extended a fair hand and gently pressed it against the surface. At first nothing happened. The crystal remained tranquil, runes flowing as usual. Light rose steadily as energy coalesced into words upon the crystal surface. A rank, all attributes enhancement. Another a rank. It's all attributes enhancement. A top-tier general purpose strengthening talent. Good heavens, what is with today? After a brief pause, an uproar far more violent than before erupted. If Lei Lai's explosive flame had ignited envy and aspiration, then Song Yingshue's all attributes enhancement stirred far deeper tremors of calculation and weighing of possibilities. All attributes enhancement meant that strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and even magical perception and recovery would all receive comprehensive stable boosts. Unlike explosive flame, it lacked the momentary battlefield flipping burst, yet it ranked among the most coveted talents for top-tier parties. Its wielder would become an exceedingly versatile all-rounder and, more importantly, would grant invisible omnidirectional reinforcement to the entire team, a rare talent capable of making any tactical system more stable and enduring. All the more so because the Awakener was her. Song Yingxue, widely acknowledged as one of the Academy's. In that moment, milky white radiance bathed her delicate profile, coating her in a halo at once sacred and awe-inspiring, forming a striking contrast with her modified uniform thick with delinquent undertones. Many boys stared in a daze, unconsciously softening their breathing. The girls' moods were more complex, a knot of envy and jealousy intertwined. Below the stage, the captains from the various academies had their gazes sharpened in an instant. All prior laxness or mere inspection vanished. They exchanged looks at high speed, conversing in low, urgent tones. A rank, all attributes enhancement has immense strategic value. Her talents, top-tier publicity and potential, are both first-rate. And she's adorable moreover as a girl. We must secure her, no matter the cost. Such a trash talent. Yi Shuang watched Song Yingxue walk toward her friends and silently offered her evaluation. In the game setting of Sword Dance Continent, the fixed effect of all attribute enhancement is a 20% increase to all attributes. In this realistic world, it must be no different. A percentage increase sounds promising, especially in the later stages where base attributes are significantly high. However, the problem is that in the realm of grade talents, it is essentially the domain of mechanism monsters. In comparison, the purely numerical all-attribute enhancement seems as plain as a brick in the grade circle. In actual combat, it is likely that one may not be able to defeat some powerful grade talents with special mechanisms. Moreover, it cannot be considered a pure numerical monster. Because in the early stages when the basic attributes are low, a 20 increase is virtually negligible and may not be as practical as some lower grade talents that directly increase fixed values of all attributes. As the game progresses, the base attributes become massive, and while 20 is indeed impressive, this world is filled with various extraordinary equipment, with powerful items and gear that can increase percentage attributes scattered throughout the game. The effect of this talent can largely be replaced by equipment at will. However, for a background character who never even appeared in the original game, simply awakening a grade talent is sufficient for her to stand out among ordinary people. How was it? Song Yingxue bounced back to Yi Shuang's side, her chestnut-colored hair swaying lightly with her movements, her face radiating an unreserved expression of awaiting praise. So strong. A friendly smile appeared on Yi Shuang's usually expressionless face, and even gave a thumbs up in affirmation. Song Yingxue fixed her gaze on his unusual smile, her beautiful brows furrowing as she displayed an unmistakable expression of disdain. I can't shake the feeling that you're lying. Yet her mood was evidently quite good at this moment, and this slight sense of discomfort did not dampen her enthusiasm. She let out a soft hum, immediately turning around like a proud peacock heading towards her two best friends not far away. Clearly she was going to show off. Next, Yi Shuang. After a while, the mentor who had finished dealing with Lei Lai's subsequent matters and still had an unsightly expression read out the next name on the list. In an instant, at least half of the gaze in the room focused squarely on Yi Shuang. Curiosity, scrutiny, apprehension, anticipation. Various emotions mingled in their stares. Everyone wanted to know what kind of talent this thief could awaken who had just taken down the newly promoted grade genius flame burst. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Yi Shuang calmly walked up to the ritual platform. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, even seeming a bit casual. Standing before the massive light blue crystal, he did not press his hand solemnly like the others, but casually raised his right hand, placing his palm against the cool surface of the crystal. Buzz! The awakening stone emitted a faint sound. A somewhat dim, flickering gray-blue light began to spread upward from the point of contact with his palm. The light rose at a gentle pace, ultimately stabilizing within the crystal and forming two clear, yet unremarkable characters: D-grade Link. D-grade. Just a grade talent. Link. Sounds like a supportive type. that skill was actually just grade. Psi talents are innate after all, no amount of effort later can change the ceiling. A thief with a support-type talent. It doesn't seem promising. After a brief silence, low murmurs of disappointment and realization mixed in the air. Many who had originally held him in higher regard for his earlier fierce actions now had their eyes dull, even displaying a hint of concealed disdain. In this world where talents reign supreme, a grade talent, especially one that does not sound directly combat-oriented, has almost clearly delineated a limited ceiling for a person's future. Captains from several top academies lost the last glimmers of interest in their eyes, shifting their gazes away to seek more valuable targets among the crowd. A thief with decent skills but poor talent might make for a useful tool, but certainly not worthy of core. Shuang seemed oblivious to the commotion below, quietly focusing on the words on the crystal. What luck, wasn't this the strongest grade talent? At the same time, a translucent light screen visible only to him quietly unfolded in his view. This is the character panel that everyone in the world of Sword Dance Continent possesses. This game is inexplicably hardcore. Nearly everything has detailed background settings. Conceptually, this is an electronic ID issued by the God of Order to every sentient being to manage the rules of this world. Shuang, gender male, race, human, title, none, level thief, LV, 3 talent, skill link, grade, establishes a temporary magical connection through palm contact. Activates and connects both parties' magical circuits with one's own magic power, enabling a cycle to form within the circuit. In this state, both parties temporarily receive a 10 increase to all attributes. Status: healthy, health 100, magic power 150, strength 10, agility 20, magic 10, 5, awaken magical talent, slight permanent increase in base magic power, spirit 17. Although it is a grade trash talent, it is because this thing is a turn-based system during the game period, and this talent is basically considered grade, albeit one of the more useful ones. As the saying goes, flowing hands and iron legs. In Shuang's view, he is at least stronger than Song Yingshu's talent. After all, it is support type. Giving to others and giving to oneself are not the same. This can provide teammates with a noble percentage increase in all attributes. If he touches a mage with an SS grade talent, it can elevate their all attributes by 10, potentially increasing damage output by at least 10 of the high damage dealt under an SS grade talent. However, Shuang felt somewhat regretful deep down, as the conditions are quite strict, requiring physical contact. He certainly wanted a super powerful talent that would make life easier, but to be honest, how much talent matters to him is really inconsequential. Thanks to, or perhaps blame, his ex-girlfriend. Or was she his girlfriend? After all, he just died, and then was reincarnated in this world. It wasn't a formal breakup, or perhaps it could be considered widowed. But they weren't married, and he was the one who died. He didn't even know how to define that relationship. In any case, it was all thanks to, or all blame on, that person who kept pestering him to help gather all character strategy CGs, leading him to challenge all endings. His brain loaded with a complete set of detailed strategies, he was reincarnated here. Sword Dance Continent is not purely a male-oriented game. Rather than promoting diversity, it is more accurate to say that the audacious game company aims to create the Baldur's Gate 3 of the adult game industry, piling up content madly, allowing both male and female protagonists to be pursued, attempting to satisfy everyone's XP, even allowing the third brother to find true love. This also resulted in the personal storylines of most game characters being of varying quality, leaving Shuang tormented while watching the plot. However, its combat system was simply exhilarating. The combination of various professions, talents, skills, equipment, items, and buffs led to an explosion of builds with the corresponding monster strength and mechanics, providing considerable challenges. Perhaps because the production company of Sword Dance Continent originated from making hardcore male-oriented RPGs, their numerical planners had no intention of catering to casual players. They made no changes to the hardcore turn-based combat that their core fans loved, not even providing difficulty options, causing most newcomers and female players to struggle even in the tutorial levels. The result was that Shuang, as a hardcore player, had an enjoyable experience at that time. He thoroughly explored the entire game map, knowing where to find cheat-level items that could disrupt game balance, and where the ultimate weapons for the version's endgame were hidden. So talents, they don't matter. He doesn't need such things to grow stronger. Shuang closed the panel that only he could see, his expression unchanged as he stepped down from the ritual platform. The gazes cast upon him had already thinned considerably. Among the lingering glances, most carried faint pity or a lackluster disinterest. A drank thief. No matter how startling his momentary burst of power had been, in a world where talent almost determined one's future, sealing his path seemed already set in stone. Hey Xiaoxue, are you still going to team up with him? That's a drank. Its rarity is almost on par with its rank. One of Song Yingshu's close friends, the tall and slender girl named Lu Yin, bent down and whispered into Song Yingshu's ear, her gaze deliberately flicking toward Shuang as he walked back. Yes, so what? Song Yingxue raised an eyebrow answering, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as though the other had asked a stupid question. Ah, love-struck fool. Another girl slightly shorter than Song Yingxue, with a sweet-faced Tian Curson, immediately covered her mouth and let out a teasing whisper. Don't say that about me. Upon hearing this, Song Yingxue almost instinctively reached out and precisely pinched Tian Curson's soft, slightly chubby cheek. Amidst the other's yelp of wah, she used her newly amplified strength to effortlessly lift the girl off the ground. It hurts. It hurts, you know. Let go. As it turned out, the rank talent all attributes boost with its 20 increase was quite substantial. We're not in that kind of relationship. We just get along well. Song Yingxue, as if completely oblivious to the agonized struggles of the person in her grip, calmly explained, we just happened to run into each other when skipping class, and after enough times we became friends. Yet the fair skin at the base of her ears involuntarily flushed a faint pink. An rank talent is amazing. You've turned into a total gorilla. And nobody asked for those details. Besides, we all know you've said it several times. Lu Yan watched her other close friend, who was flailing her legs uselessly like a cat scruffed by the neck, on the verge of rolling her eyes, and calmly retorted. And why are you blushing? She kept the crucial thought to herself. She was afraid she'd be lifted into the air too. Seriously, it hurts. Put me down already. Tian Curson finally roared, drawing a few curious glances from around them. Only then did Song Yingxue click her tongue as if annoyed by the trouble and release her grip. After landing, Tian Curson rubbed her reddened cheek, glaring angrily at Song Yingxue. Lu Yan leaned in again, her voice a near-demonic whisper, and quickly said into Song Yingxue's ear, but now really is a good time to win him over. Take advantage of his low spirits and show your tenderness and resolve. Ah yeah. Indeed, exploiting vulnerability is a strategy. Song Yingxue nodded, subconsciously tapping her chin as she genuinely pondered for half a second, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Lu Yan a fierce glare. What nonsense are you talking about? Sweet, sweet, sweet. Tian Curson, clearly having learned nothing, dared to chime in again beside them. Just then Shuang had already walked back and out of habit stood in the shadows. Song Yingxue immediately dropped her playful demeanor with her friends and quickly strode over. She opened her mouth as if to offer some words of comfort or encouragement, but the usual platitudes swirled on her tongue, each one feeling awkward and insincere when directed at him. In the end, she just pursed her lips and said in an almost arrogant tone, just a drink, huh? Looks like when we go into the dungeon, you'll still need me to look after you. Shuang glanced at her and replied casually, yes, all thanks to you, Miss Song. By the way, what exactly does Link do? Song Yingxue asked, curiously, momentarily forgetting the earlier awkwardness. If we team up, I suppose it's fine to tell you. Shuang pulled up his system panel and shared the talent description. Wow, a percentage boost. Song Yingxue exclaimed softly upon seeing it. A percentage increase. Are you sure this is a drank talent? It's probably judged as drank because of its restrictions. The effective range is 0, it requires continuous physical contact, and takes up one hand. Melee classes can barely get the full benefit, it's only decent for backline ranged or mage types. Shuang commented seriously, though in reality as a turn-based strategy, it was quite difficult to use. In actual combat, it probably wasn't that useless. You can analyze so calmly even after getting a drank talent. By the way, can I get this buff? Song Yingxue's eyes widened. Her class was the frontline spearman, as melee as it gets. You can, but like I said, maintaining contact while fighting seems really troublesome. However, Shuang paused, his tone flat. This talent is actually pretty good. I'm already satisfied. He truly was satisfied. A stable 10 all-attribute boost was a rare buff. Just as he finished speaking and casually swept his gaze over the ritual platform, the instructor called out the next name. Shen Qingwei. It was a name that sounded cool and aloof. Then a young girl stepped out from the crowd. She wore the same standard uniform as everyone else, but on her it seemed oddly neat, crisp, and immaculate. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist. Her delicate features seemed covered in a thin layer of ice, exuding an air of unapproachable detachment. The highly anticipated female lead had arrived. Shuang watched her perfectly proportioned silhouette. She calmly stepped onto the platform, extending her slender pale hand to press it against the awakening stone. For the first few seconds nothing happened. Then, just as some thought this would be another ordinary awakening. Crack. A strange subtle sound like the slow cracking of polar ice came from within the crystal. Then instead of light, a bizarre phenomenon of color being drained occurred. Centered on her palm, a layer of pure, transparent, soul-freezing ice blue rapidly dyed the pale blue crystal. Where the ice blue passed, the runes flowing inside the crystal seemed instantly frozen, ceasing their motion. The temperature began to plummet sharply. Students near the ritual platform involuntarily shivered, their breath turning to white mist. Centered on the crystal, a thin layer of frost visibly spread across the granite floor. Thighs is The instructor's voice trembled with disbelief. The ice blue consumed the entire crystal, and then an indescribable chilling aura, as if from the depths of an ancient glacier, exploded outward. There was no blazing light, no warm energy, only a silent absolute cold. Above the crystal, three massive characters seemingly forged from the purest ice, radiating a faint blue chill that warped the very space around them, slowly materialized SS rank. Ice Age. Dead silence. A silence deeper and longer than when Shuang struck down Lei Lai. Everyone was stunned, including the seasoned academy team leaders. The composure, scrutiny, and calculation on their faces all froze, replaced by sheer shock, even a hint of terror. An SS rank talent, of force that could reshape the world. The legendary SS grade talent. Only a handful existed across the entire continent, each one a pinnacle of power. The mere name Ice Age evoked a terrifying vision of frozen worlds and the end of an era. The chill did not merely affect the surface of the body, it seemed to seep directly into the depths of everyone's spirit, instilling an instinctive awe and trembling. The young woman on the stage slowly withdrew her hand. The ice blue hue on the crystal receded like a tide, and the frost on the ground silently melted away, as if it had all been an illusion. She remained expressionless, as if awakening such an astonishing talent was not her own doing. She merely cast a faint glance at the slowly dissipating words in the air, then turned and walked calmly off the stage under the gaze of countless eyes mixed with shock, fervor, jealousy, and fear. Not until her figure disappeared towards the rest area did the playground erupt with an unprecedented uproar. SS grade. Am I seeing things? Ice Age. What kind of talent is that? Goddess. From today she's my goddess. This is crazy. Our academy is going to make a name. No, it spawned a monster. Quick. Report to headquarters at the highest level immediately. Spare no expense to recruit her. The captains of various academies completely lost their composure, shouting into their communicators, their faces flushed with excitement. Then they swarmed forward, pushing through the crowd, tugging at each other's pants, scrambling to stand before Xinqinghua. Join our Iron Rock squad at Tianwu Academy. We have 2 A-grade defensive classes. Get lost with your A-grade. Our squad at Lingtian Academy has an S-grade talent, immovable, with a high-level class of paladin. The ugly side of humanity was fully on display. Yet amidst this boiling clamor, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly dumbfounded once again. The SS grade genius who had just awakened and should have headed to the special rest area for attention, Xinqinghua, completely ignored the crowd, using magic to push them aside. Her face as cold as frost, she moved with clear purpose towards a corner. Then, under countless stares of shock that almost materialized, she grabbed the wrist of Shuang, who had just returned to the crowd. Huh. The first incredulous gasp came from Song Yingxue, who was standing right next to Shuang. Her beautiful eyes flew wide, darting rapidly between Shen Xingyu's cold face and Shuang's captured wrist. Instantly, an uproar, even more chaotic than when the SS grade talent was revealed, erupted around them, filled with heartbreak, wails, and murmurs. W8. Who did Xinqinghua grab? That grade thief. Why? My goddess. I'm sorry, I hate attracting attention. Besides, if a thief class gets noticed, experience gain is halved. Shuang, being pulled, tried to break free, but found her grip unusually strong. Shouldn't her class be made? Why did you put so many points into strength? Who taught you? Merlin or Gandalf? Thieves don't have that kind of setup. I need to talk to you. Come with me. You talk as if you know more about thieves than I do. But this is a classic trope, being dragged off by the school beauty, then your suitors challenging me. Shuang was forcefully dragged along, complaining. I hate this kind of development because I'm the one who gets into If you truly feared trouble, Xinqinghua replied without stopping or looking back, you wouldn't have come to me 2 months ago and given me that thing. Shuang was instantly silenced. Song Yingxu's brain short-circuited. What? Xinqinghua pulled him along straight into the teaching building under the mournful gazes of the students. No one dared to follow, even if they couldn't team up with the SS grade talent, they couldn't afford to lower her favor. Xinqinghua stopped in a secluded corner and finally released her grip. She completely ignored Shuang's rambling and the murderous stares around them. Song Yingxu's arms crossed followed and stood nearby, her gaze complex as she watched the two. This should be far enough. Xinqinghua halted, her gaze sweeping over Song Yingxue before fixing on Shuang. Your friend? Need her to leave? No need. Shuang finally pulled his wrist free. Looking down, a clear red mark was already imprinted on his pale skin. He flexed his wrist, his tone resigned. Xinqinghua nodded, her icy gaze locking onto Shuang again. Without any pleasantries, she cut straight to the core. How did you know I would definitely awaken an SS grade talent? Her voice was low but carried a biting cold that pierced the air. 2 months ago you approached me and gave me that heavenly spirit fruit. Though it's an A-grade exotic fruit that gently enhances magical affinity and stabilizes the mind, I don't believe it alone could upgrade my talent to SS grade. She tilted her head slightly, a few strands of black hair sliding over her shoulder, her eyes sharp as ice shards. Besides, if that fruit truly had such an effect, why didn't you use it yourself? Shuang made a face of disgust halfway through her words and sighed. I've discovered today that I don't just hate idiots, I hate people smarter than me too. Couldn't you just conveniently owe me this favor? 2 months ago, Shuang had indeed stopped Shun Qingyue, the top student known as an ice queen. He casually tossed her a strange fruit with a faint blue glow and a refreshing fragrance, telling her that eating it would help her talent reach SS grade. At the time, he thought that thing was undocumented and the academy library wouldn't have records on it, but he was wrong. After all, Shuang knew she was the future mage goddess. Making her acquaintance wouldn't hurt. But a favor. We'll give you a chance. Will you team up with me for the graduation exam in the Dark Labyrinth? Teaming up with me should mean you owe me a favor, but I'll allow it. You're lucky. Under Song Yingshu's displeased glare, Shuang nodded his tone, as if he were the one in charge. He'll decide the leader's position and how we explore. For loot distribution, if there's a boss fight, I get priority on 2 items, then we rotate. Those are outrageous demands, but fine. Our equipment needs don't conflict. How many people do you want in the team? Too many will split the ranking points. I need to secure first place in the graduation rankings. Shen Qingyue was a bit surprised at his confidence, making such bold demands as if he were the one with the SS grade talent. How interesting. What level is your mage class? Shuang asked her. LV4. Huh. How can it be that high? Song Yingshu's eyes widened. Before graduation, most students were LV2, and only top-tier honor students could barely reach LV3. That's enough higher than I expected. They'll form a standard 5-person team. Don't worry, I know a hidden boss room. That boss will be enough to secure first place. Shuang spoke with great confidence. The graduation test wasn't about clearing the labyrinth, but randomly killing monsters inside for school-assigned points. Killing a hidden boss would definitely make the school award first place. The first place reward was a magical weapon, which Shuang also wanted. But this girl being LV4 at this stage, with her SS grade talent Ice Age, they could probably defeat a higher level boss. Ice Age ice magic automatically freezes targets upon hit. All ice magic power increased by 500. Chance of inflicting frostbite and freeze with ice magic increased by 100. Although Shun Qingyue hadn't told him her talent's effect, Shuang had played her plenty in his gaming days. An ice mage with control was essential for taking down higher level bosses. A hidden boss. You never cease to amaze me. Shun Qingyue instinctively touched her chin, surprised that he knew the location of such a thing. I was planning to pick 2 muscle-brained idiots from that hot-tempered JK's simps, but she said she'd kill me if I did that. Yeah, I definitely would kill you. And am not hot-tempered at all. Song Yingshu snapped out of her shock and nodded firmly, a bit unhappy about teaming up with Shun Qingyue, but willing to accept it for Shuang's sake. So do you have any simps? Preferably a shield-wielding class. Simps have higher defense. Please pick 2. Shuang then made a very rude request. The way you speak is surprisingly annoying. Shen Qingyue nodded, her tone still icy. Shall I leave the recruitment? I understand. But I warn you, what I want is the top team in the academy. If you can't achieve that. She paused, pondering, but seemed she had nothing to hold against Shuang. He'll let those pursuers trouble you. She intended to retort, but was momentarily thrown off by Shuang's wording. Quickly correcting herself, she continued coldly. It's fine, don't worry. Shuang said, laughing, the students at this school are quite weak. It will be very easy to obtain the first place. The timeline of the game's Sword Dance Continent begins when entering the higher vocational academy, and in the vocational academy, where Shuang is, there is only one main character level role, Shen Qingyue. How arrogant. Don't let me down, Shun Qingyue said before turning around and leaving without looking back. Are you really going to team up with that woman? Song Yingshu crossed her arms, inadvertently accentuating certain impressive attributes, her tone clearly displeased. Isn't it good? I brought in the academy's strongest combat power. In a class heiress, you're the lucky one. Shuang glanced at her. I'm going to resupply. Wanna come? Shopping Street. Song Yingshu's eyes brightened instantly, and the earlier displeasure was immediately forgotten. Let's go. Who is Shun Qingyue anyway? Irrelevant. The commercial street outside the academy was as lively as ever. The clang of hammers from the weapon shop, the smell of leather from the armor store, the strange medicinal aromas wafting from the alchemy workshop, and the warmth from the food stalls. As soon as Song Yingshu entered, she was like a bird returning to the woods. Her steps lightened. Her eyes sparkled, and she moved briskly, lingering at the shop windows, displaying exquisite accessories and fashionable armor. Look at that hairpin. Enchanted with glimmer spell? It can be used as a night light in the dungeons. How cute. Shuang thought for a moment after hearing this. Isn't that really a taunting item to make monsters attack the head? Isn't the design of this corset particularly beautiful? I want to buy it. Wow, a new dessert shop. Let's try that magical strawberry tart. Shuang followed behind, hands in his pockets, grateful that Song Yingshu helped him avoid the junk shops, ensuring he wouldn't fall into any traps. He walked steadily towards his usual old shop. Indeed, bringing her here was the right choice. Hey, good for nothing. Are you even listening to me? Song Yingxue puffed up, chasing after him. He knew that good for nothing wasn't beyond Yi Shuang's threshold of annoyance. I am listening, and if you want to buy it yourself. Yi Shuang stopped in front of a crooked sign emanating a strange herbal smell from a grocery store. Cheapskate, you're obviously loaded. It has nothing to do with how much money I have. Once you enter the dungeon, you'll know that every time you spend money, it feels painful. Just like the principle of work, he didn't know why spending his own earned money was so painful. Yi Shuang pushed open the creaking wooden door and walked in. I've gone with you before. Song Yingxue pouted. Inside, the shop was even more cramped and crowded than it appeared from the outside, with shelves piled high, with jars, dried plants, strange minerals, and some old items of unclear use. The shopkeeper was an old man with thick glasses, dozing off. Yi Shuang's gaze swept over the shelves like he didn't need the shopkeeper to introduce anything. He was well aware of every store's inventory cost-performance ratio, and even the hidden treasures. Boss: 10 bottles of standard healing potions, 5 bottles of advanced detoxification potions, 5 explosive vials, 5 freezing vials. The old man slowly lifted his eyelids and said 17 gold coins. Here. Yi Shuang paid straightforwardly, the coins clattering on the table, creating a delightful sound. Rich person. Song Yingxue pinched her nose, unable to endure the strange smell in the shop, watching Yi Shuang fill the vials with potions, and couldn't believe he bought advanced detoxification potions, which are rarely used. Let's head back, Yi Shuang said as he turned around. Aren't you buying anything else? Is that it? What about torches? Food? Song Yingxue's eyes widened. Why do you finish shopping as soon as you enter a store? A department store is meant to buy everything in one go, right? And I have stock. It's not my first time in the dungeon. I want to check out the weapon shop. Come with me. Song Yingxue grabbed Yi Shuang's arm. You're not buying anything anyway, right? Yi Shuang complained as he was dragged along. How do you know if you don't go? As a result, until the sun set, both physically and mentally drained, Yi Shuang still couldn't satisfy the desires of the great Song Yingxue. 10 days later, the day of the graduation assessment. Many student teams had already gathered here, the sounds of chatter, the clinking of equipment checks, and the final reminders from instructors blending into one. A massive arched stone door that seemed to lead deep underground was embedded in the mountain wall. This was the entrance to the dark maze exclusive to Tianwu Vocational School, as the monsters' levels at this entrance were relatively low, making it very suitable for student trials. Yi Shuang spotted Shen Qinghua at a glance. This time she wore a witch's robe topped with a blue wizard hat, standing out coldly and distinctly in the dark crowd, especially her impressive attributes. 2 boys stood beside her. One was extremely tall and muscular, almost broader than Lai, carrying a giant tower shield nearly as tall as he was, like a moving wall. He had a square face with an honest but nervous expression, his gaze towards Shen Qinghua revealing unabashed admiration and awe. His profession was advanced class heavy shield guardian. The other was relatively fit with a balanced build, holding a metal round shield in his left hand and a short sword. He had a handsome face, but his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. When he saw Yi Shuang and Song Yingxue approaching, his gaze lingered on Yi Shuang for a moment, filled with scrutiny. His profession should be shield warrior. Shen Qinghua also noticed them and nodded slightly. Yi Shuang and Song Yingxue walked over. Let me introduce. Shen Qingyu's voice was calm and steady, as if stating a fact. Wang Shua, heavy shield guardian, level LV3, talent A-class Iron Wall. Li Ming, shield warrior, level LV3, talent A-class Roar. They are willing to join the team. The tall Wang Shua, seeing Song Yingxue, who was carrying a long spear and showcasing her figure in leather armor, felt a bit awkward and scratched the back of his head, chuckling nervously. Li Ming merely nodded, his gaze sweeping over Yi Shuang, initially attracted by the longbow slung behind him. Although he could not discern its metal composition, it was evident it was no ordinary item. However, when his gaze lingered for a moment on the few cheap daggers at his waist and the seemingly shabby backpack, his brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. This is Yi Shuang, thief, our team leader. Shen Qinghua continued the introduction, her tone devoid of any fluctuation, yet causing both Wang Shua and Li Ming to be momentarily stunned. Team leader. Wang Shua's eyes widened. Li Ming's brow furrowed completely. After all, class talents are as rare as class talents. Yi Shuang was somewhat well known, especially since he had defeated someone who had just awakened in a class talent. He looked at Shen Qinghua, his tone restrained with dissatisfaction. Classmate Shen, are you sure? Shouldn't the team leader be the strongest or the most qualified person? His meaning was obvious. How could a class talent thief have such merit? What are you talking about? Song Yingxue slightly opened her mouth, displaying an expression of disbelief. The responsibilities of the team leader include managing members, assigning tasks, and have nothing to do with personal strength, right? Isn't that common sense? The reason Song Yingxue wanted to team up with Yi Shuang was partly because he would handle these tasks while also managing logistics, which would make leading the team into the dungeon quite easy. Another reason was that Yi Shuang excelled as a scout, hardly ever getting lost. These are your conditions for teaming, Shen Qinghua said flatly, providing no further explanation. Yi Shuang seemingly ignored Li Ming's questioning tone, saying, I am Yi Shuang. He pointed at the girl beside him, Song Yingxue Lancer LV3. For the graduation assessment, our goal is to obtain high points by defeating the hidden boss in the deep area. During combat, follow my orders. Hidden boss. Li Ming finally couldn't hold back. Level LV3 monsters are already lurking in the second layer of the dark maze. The deeper areas could be above LV5. You say deep. Our team. His gaze swept over Yi Shuang again, the implication clear. Then Yi Shuang pointed at Shen Qinghua, suggesting, do you think this one is useless? And the two shield bearers, as Shen Qinghua's foremost admirers, immediately changed their stance. You are quite perceptive, knowing who the real powerhouse is. You need to lead well, understand? Yes, yes. Yi Shuang replied perfunctorily. I am aiming to take on the D-player LV100 boss directly, and once mentioned you would definitely run away. It's not easy to have someone like Shen Qinghua as a fighter. I don't want to lose the opportunity to obtain high-level equipment that can only be obtained at higher levels at LV3. Yi Shuang did not want to tell the truth. This person was only thinking of himself. So you all better do a good job with the defense. Specific tactics will be arranged according to the situation once we enter. Also, since I don't trust you, sign a magical agreement before we go in. Yi Shuang spoke as she pulled out a piece of parchment covered in blue inscriptions, causing several people to widen their eyes in astonishment. Wow, you really went all out. Song Yingxue was the first to comment on this item. A magic contract worth 1,000 gold coins bought just like that. The main issue was that this was a one-time use item. With that money, one could buy an epic-level piece of equipment to use for a lifetime. After 3 years at the academy, how much money had this guy made while spending every day in the underground city? I didn't expect you to prepare this. Shen Qinghua rested her chin on her hand, slightly pursing her lips as she carefully examined the terms of. Even coming from a family of magic practitioners, she would not easily use such an expensive contract, as these were typically only used for significant alliances between large trading groups or powers. Using this within an adventurer team generally meant multiple large high-level adventuring groups were jointly tackling the dungeon. In addition to the previous loot distribution issues, there were numerous detailed clauses, such as prohibiting attacks on teammates and forbidding disobedience to the captain's commands when provoking monsters to engage in battle. This made Shen Qinghua feel that the person might as well be a mage, as it was a waste of their talent for manipulating rules. However, the last clause was a bit harsh. Fleeing mid-battle would cause a magical explosion. Aside from some unscrupulous clauses, there's no problem. After finishing, Shen Qinghua nodded and confidently pressed her thumbprint on the contract. After all, I won't flee. Why would you sign when you know it's an unscrupulous contract? Song Yingxue retorted. Of course, I really like classmate Yi Shuang. Huh. Song Yingxue reacted instinctively, starting to huff. Wang Shuo and Li Ming's faces went pale, nearly causing them to faint. Eyes. Shen Qinghua went from smiling to looking speechless, wishing they wouldn't interrupt her at such moments, making it seem as if she truly liked this ill-tempered person with zero trust in others and a harsh tone. How could there possibly be humans who like such beings? Like a wild dog, am part of the dog faction. How am I like? Song Yingxue shouted in displeasure, drawing the attention of many around them. Hearing this made Yi Shuang somewhat touched. Sometimes this person unexpectedly defended her. It looks more like a cat. I'm sorry, I'm human. Yi Shuang returned to her usual self, her brief feeling of touch dissipating. In any case, you all need to press your handprints here too. As Wang Shuo and Li Ming had come for Shen Qinghua, they were basically foolishly watching as Shen Qinghua pressed her fingerprint without looking at the content, reluctantly doing the same. Then Yi Shuang directed the magic contract towards Song Yingxue, leaving the girl stunned with wide eyes. Do I have to sign too? Of course. The affection points have dropped to 0. The affection points have dropped to 0. The girl shouted, then pressed her thumb onto the contract. The magic contract instantly burned to ashes, and the contract was established. Yes, so it doesn't need to be said twice. Now everyone confirm your gear and supplies. Yi Shuang said as she took out a pocket watch. We will enter the maze in 5.5 minutes. Why 5.5? Won't that fall behind? Li Ming immediately questioned Yi Shuang with urgency in his tone. Teams were already continuously entering the maze, and the easier monsters would soon be taken. Of course, it's to let them clear the way for me. And no undermining the captain's authority. Yi Shuang stared at the pocket watch without looking up. Just then a steel dagger silently pressed against Li Ming's neck. It was only when the cold sensation reached him that Li Ming realized in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat. This person was not just an archer rogue. Didn't you read the contract carefully? When a teammate talks back, the captain has the right to use force for education. While this was only part of the reason the timing for monster respawns in the dungeon had its own rules, as long as the timing was right, they wouldn't encounter monsters. This way they could reach the boss room in full condition and decide the outcome. However, this couldn't rely solely on knowledge from gaming. At most it had some use. In reality, Shuang had spent 3 whole years just scouting this place. 5 minutes passed in silence, each person lost in their thoughts. When Shuang closed the pocket watch with a crisp click, the bustling entrance was already much emptier, as most teams had disappeared into the dark archway. Let's go. Shuang stepped forward first, her figure disappearing into the shadows behind the stone door. Song Yingxue closely followed him. Shen Qinghue walked calmly in the middle, while Wang Shuo took a deep breath and jogged ahead of Shen Qinghue with his massive shield. Li Ming, wearing a serious expression, brought up the rear with his shield. The light suddenly dimmed the air, filled with the scent of earth mildew and a faint hint of blood. The maze's passage was made of rough rock with walls embedded with moss, emitting a dim glow, providing barely enough light to see. Faint sounds of commotion and clashing weapons from other teams could be heard ahead, gradually fading away. Shuang's footsteps showed no hesitation. She seemed to be walking in her own backyard. At the first fork in the road, she chose a path that was distinctly quieter and narrower than the mainstream teams. This path. Li Ming couldn't help but speak up. He remembered that the map indicated this fork led to an area with higher-level monsters and complex terrain. Keep close or stay quiet, watch your step, and overhead. Shuang didn't turn her head, her voice low. She seemed capable of piercing through the dimness, accurately avoiding the occasional loose stones on the ground. Upon reaching a crossroads, Shuang suddenly raised her hand, signaling to stop. In the next instant, her left-hand dagger struck like a venomous snake, abruptly lunging toward the shadow on the left. A black lizardman, just peeking around the corner, was precisely stabbed in the neck. The lizardman cried out in pain, instinctively swinging its claws. Shuang had already crouched down, delivering a fierce kick to its lower limb joint. The massive body lost its balance and staggered, and the long dagger in her other hand was thrust upward into its abdomen, yanking horizontally. The left-hand dagger was then pulled out, accurately piercing its skull 3 times. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The heavy body of the black lizard man lay motionless. As expected, your skills are impressive. I didn't misjudge you. Shen Qinghue joked. All right, now we need to run. Shuang flicked the viscous liquid off her dagger, calmly stating this, and in the astonished gazes of the 2 shield warriors charged ahead. That was a LV6 black-scaled lizardman, an elite monster that randomly appeared on this floor. The usual response from a normal student team encountering it would undoubtedly be to turn and flee. However, Song Yingxue had long since become accustomed to such monsters and followed Shuang out, appearing like a seasoned veteran as she reminded the 3. Hurry up, not letting you collect loot means you shouldn't want that loot. During the subsequent half-hour of marching, even Shen Qingyu's usually calm and placid eyes flickered with a faint trace of surprise. They encountered only 3 monsters. In the dungeon, this was an almost unimaginably low frequency. Each encounter seemed to precisely align with Shuang's preset script. The monsters appeared without warning, and he dispatched them with lightning speed, his movements clean and devoid of any superfluous actions. A corrupted bat lunging from the shadows was pinned to the rock wall by a thrown dagger. A stone-shelled beetle encountered around a corner had its dagger tip precisely pierce the fine crevice between its carapace before it could retreat into its shell. The 3rd time, a shadow leopard darting out from the darkness was pierced through the skull by an arrow before it could even let out a roar. Shuang then swiftly stepped forward, and with a single stroke of his blade completely ended its life. Then, without hesitation, he casually discarded the fine steel dagger in his hand onto the gradually stiffening corpse of the shadow leopard. Shen Qingyu's gaze lingered on the dagger for a moment. Clearly its durability should still be considerable. Every action of his exuded a familiarity and purposefulness, as if repeated countless times. We're here. No need to rush now. Shuang stopped before an ordinary-looking rock wall and took out a scroll emanating a faint magical fluctuation from his pack. Mage Hand. I can cast this first-strength spell. Do you need it? Shen Qinghue inquired. Even a first-strength magic scroll was worth over 20 gold coins. No need, conserve your mana. As Shuang spoke, he unfurled the scroll. The parchment instantly ignited, and a translucent hand formed of pale blue mana coalesced before him. The first-rank spell Mage Hand could manipulate the mana-formed hand for simple interactions at a distance through mental command. Though only a first-rank spell, it was quite practical for exploration. Under the puzzled gazes of the group, Shuang directed the mana hand straight toward the rock wall on the left. The hand flattened like a piece of paper and embedded itself into the wall without any hindrance. Only then did everyone notice a barely perceptible straight crack on the rough rock surface, almost blending in with the stone's texture. Click! A faint sound of a mechanism came from within, and the rock wall silently slid inward, revealing a deep, narrow passage behind it, clearly bearing traces of chisel and repair. Let's go. We're almost there. Get ready. Shuang said, manipulating the mana hand to release the internal lever before entering first. After proceeding a short distance, the path abruptly ended at a bottomless chasm, and the mana hand reached downward. We're not jumping down, are we? Li Ming stared at the pitch-black pit, a chill running down his spine. How could that be? We're taking the elevator down, of course. As Shuang's words faded, a dull rumbling and the whirring of machinery echoed from beneath the chasm. The sound approached, and about a minute later a crude exposed platform with a single control lever at its center slowly rose before them. Here, white giant potion. Shuang began distributing items from his backpack. 3 large glass bottles filled with a milky white viscous liquid. Huh. The 4 of them were taken aback. White giant potion. Wasn't that the epic grade potion that temporarily boosted strength to 50 points? Its market price was at least 500 gold coins per bottle. 3 bottles would be 1,500 gold plus the magic contract and scrolls from before. Just who was he? Drink up quickly, Shuang urged, finally being generous. Song Yingxue took the lead, gulped it down, then turned her face, which had contorted into a mask of pain, toward the wall, hiding it from view. The taste was akin to soaking in the unwashed toe of a giant for years. Wang Shuo and Li Ming exchanged a glance, then braced themselves and took the bottles, drinking the potion. Here, super mana potion and mana grade enhancement potion. Shuang handed 3 small glass vials to Shen Xinghua. She accepted them, her gaze sharpening. Super mana potion duration 3 hours, increases mana by 300 points. Mana grade enhancement potion doubles the damage of the next magic attack. The former was a legendary grade potion, unlike the known white giant potion, which fixed the boost to 50 points. This one added upon the user's base. Her current mana was 72, so after consumption it would reach 372, a value she likely wouldn't achieve until around LV 60. The latter was also an extremely rare epic grade potion worth about 600 gold coins on the market. Let me ask, Shen Xinghua raised her eyes to Shuang. What exactly are we fighting? Hidden boss. No, I know that. Shen Xinghua parted her lips and drank the potion. The cool liquid slid down her throat, yet she felt a subtle dizziness. Although Shuang's preparation seemed thorough to the point of obsession, and the plan was interlocking no matter how she thought about it, this seemed like a first-time operation. After all, these potions were exorbitantly expensive. It was like betting his entire fortune. Had she boarded the wrong ship? Yet from a pure adventurer's perspective, it seemed she had boarded an extraordinary vessel. Then she saw Shuang pull out his own potion, a liquid as crimson as condensed blood gently swaying in the vial. The sharp-eyed mage instantly recognized it. Divine Power Potion. Legendary grade. Effect temporarily increases strength to 200 points. Alright, let's begin. Shuang took a longbow from his back and stepped onto the crude platform. Once everyone was aboard, he pulled the central lever. The platform began to descend steadily. 20 seconds. Start maximum charge for your skill, Ice Age. Shuang's voice remained clear amidst the wind of descent. Skill A. The other 3 were startled. Among adventurer team members, unless familiar, they usually didn't casually reveal the details of their trump card skills. You know this too? Shen Xinghua raised an eyebrow slightly, then nodded. I understand. But I must clarify, my maximum charge time is 15 seconds, beyond that I can hardly maintain the spell structure. If the front is still rock, by then my ice won't be able to penetrate such thick earth. We'll be buried together. Talon Ice Age comes with the ultimate magic Ice Age. My ice frees the world. Consumes all mana, instantly generating an ice river ahead, dealing massive ice damage based on mana 0. 8 spirit charge time. Don't worry, I've calculated everything. Shuang's tone was eerily calm. Also, I'm going to touch you. Don't call it sexual harassment, my fragile heart will get hurt. As he spoke, his hand had already rested on Shen Xingyu's shoulder. Link activated. An invisible mana circuit instantly connected the two. Shen Xinghua let out an involuntary. The sensation on her shoulder wasn't physical, but a peculiar swelling feeling of the mana circuit being abruptly stretched open and forcibly linked, as if another surging torrent of mana had instantly merged into her own circulation. Her blood seemed to quicken, and an uncontrollable faint blush crept onto her cheeks. So this is the effect of Link. On her status panel, mana jumped from 372 to 409, and spirit from 51 to 56. Such a powerful talent, why does the system only rate it drank? Shen Xinghua murmured as she began her mental countdown for the charge. Did you hack the system to pretend to be a weakling? Oh, how could that be? Shuang stared at the bottom, now increasingly visible and faintly glowing with dark red light. Even I can't do something like that. 10 seconds, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Charge complete. Ice Age. Shen Xingyu's clear voice carried an unprecedented resolute determination. The tip of her staff erupted with an extreme devouring blue that consumed all light and heat. The accumulated glacial mana surged forward as a silent roaring ice river. At the very instant the spell was unleashed, the crude platform broke through the final vertical shaft, and the view opened up. A vast, empty underground space thick with the ancient scent of sulfur and metal came into sight. And at the center of the space, kneeling on one knee as if sleeping since time immemorial, a towering knight clad in pitch-black armor. The icy river with no finesse slammed heaving into it. Crack, boom. Amidst the thunderous clash of extreme cold and an intangible oppressive aura, the Black Knight, along with the vast area around it, was instantly sealed within a gigantic crystal-clear coffin radiating absolute zero. Yet, even frozen solid, the terrifying tangible aura emanating from within the black armor caused everyone, including Shuang, to feel an uncontrollable trembling in their arms and even their fingertips. Even Shun Qingyue, who had been confident and calm moments before, now looked at Shuang with completely changed eyes. Her usually cool eyes clearly reflected shock and disbelief. What the hell did you bring us to fight? LV-100, corrupted Dark Light Knight Shiro. How terrifying. Shuang released her hand from Shun Qingyue's shoulder, her tone as calm as if commenting on the weather. He leisurely took out a bottle of azure magical potion and handed it to her, then raised his hand to pat his own cheek. Indeed, the oppressive feeling in real combat was entirely different from the gaming experience before the screen. He drew an arrow from the quiver behind his waist. The arrowhead shimmered with a silvery luster engraved with intricate runes faintly emanating the tightly compressed magical fluctuations. Hey, my ice layer can trigger a secondary explosion for area damage. Quickly give me a buff. Shun Qingyue took the potion and downed it, feeling her drained magical energy surge back instantly. Indeed, it was a legendary potion, a super magical recovery elixir. It instantly restored all her magical energy. She spoke hurriedly as her staff lit up again with a faint glow. Warrior team, move forward. At this moment, Wang Shuo and Li Ming, who had been shaken by the terrifying pressure, seemed to awaken from a nightmare. Don't steal the command. Besides, I don't have time to maintain this connection. Shuang slowly drew the bowstring, her gaze locked onto the shadow, gradually awakening within the ice coffin. But it's right to let the warriors take the front. If we don't go up, we will all die. As long as there's contact, right? Shun Qingyue quickly grasped the key through a single connection, immediately switching to a one-handed grip on her staff, her left hand confidently gripping Shuang's right hand, pulling the bow. The magical circuit was reconnected. Can it be used this way? Unexpected. Shuang did not expect to enjoy a buff and launched her attack. He steadied his breath, drawing the bowstring to its full moon. How should I attack? Song Yinxue took a deep breath, her spear carving a silver arc at her side as she stepped forward. At this moment her heart was resolute. After defeating this thing, she would immediately go home to be a comfortable rich second generation, never setting foot in a dungeon again. Just don't die. Just hold them off a little. One more second. Shun Qingyue announced the final countdown. Inside the ice coffin, the pitch-black armor emitted a chilling, creaking sound, fine cracks spreading at an astonishing speed. Shuang released her finger from the bowstring. The moment the arrow left the bow, Shun Qingyue tightly grasped Shuang's right wrist to maintain the connection, while her right hand suddenly pressed down on the staff. Ice coffin gather explosion. The enormous ice crystals sealing the Dark Knight suddenly collapsed inward, fiercely compressing it into a high-density dark blue ice ball. Boom. The deafening explosion and the biting ice crystal storm swept through the entire space. Almost at the same moment, the silver arrow, like a meteor tearing through the storm, accurately penetrated the exploding icy mist, fiercely embedding itself in the core of the ice ball, right at the center of the dark helmet. The shockwave of the explosion and the destructive power of the enchanted arrow combined to create a terrifying secondary energy annihilation. The Black Knight, just breaking free from the ice, was violently thrown backward, its helmet emitting a mournful metallic wail under the strain. However, the arrow was ultimately blocked and failed to penetrate completely. Immediately after, Shuang and Shun Qingyue, in perfect synchronization, held hands and rushed out of the elevator platform. At this moment, the Dark Knight had completely broken free from its ice prison. Its 3-meter-high pitch-black figure resembled a moving fortress, the armor not merely matte, but engraved with dark golden thorns and crescent patterns at key positions, as if recording the twilight of some lost civilization. The heavily built shoulder armor was fierce in shape, and beneath the helmet's faceplate lay an unfathomable darkness, with only 2 points of needle-like crimson light slowly brightening, staring at the intruders. In its hand, the pitch-black great sword, comparable to a door panel, carried a low pressure and struck down toward Li Ming with seemingly teleportation-like speed. Li Ming raised his shield to withstand it, but was struck by an unstoppable massive force, sending both him and the shield flying backward, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Shuang seized this opportunity, swiftly shooting another arrow at the head, while Shun Qingyue simultaneously threw several sharp ice spikes. Thanks to the top-tier frost erosion from the talent of the Ice Age, the Dark Knight's movements had significantly slowed down. All attacks hit blooming ice flowers on the armor. Although they did not cause fatal damage, they prolonged the freezing debuff effect on the opponent. In the next moment, the pitch-black great sword was raised again, about to cleave down toward the fully shielded Wang Shuang. Shuang suddenly tossed the longbow to the ground, pulled Shen Xingyu's hand, and dashed forward simultaneously, pulling out a brand new scroll. Is that a 7th-tier magic scroll? Shen Xingyue was even more shocked upon recognizing it. Did they have such a trump card? If so, they could win. Proclamation. Lay down your weapons. Shuang tore open the scroll and shouted sternly. The scroll ignited with pure white flames, transforming into a decree containing the power of rules. Ding! A crisp metallic sound rang out, and the pitch-black great sword in the Dark Knight's hand, seemingly fused with the armor, actually slipped from his grip, crashing heavily to the ground with its tip embedded in the rock. This fatal blow was thus wasted, giving Wang Shuang valuable reaction time. He roared, and seizing the opportunity, slammed his shield, knocking the slightly sluggish knight back a few steps. Taking the potion indeed worked, and Shen Xingyue was already dumbfounded. So wasteful. You use a 7th-tier Great Word Scroll as a disarmament spell. At that moment, Shuang had already leaped out like a leopard, aiming for the pitch-black great sword that had fallen to the ground. She gripped the hilt with both hands, straining to lift it from the earth. For the Dark Knight, this was a one-handed sword, but for Shuang, with her standard human physique, it felt more like a giant sword requiring 2 hands to wield with all her strength. It was entirely black. If it could be called a sword, it was too heavy, and if it could be called a tombstone, it was too flimsy. Then in Shuang's line of sight, the long-lost system notification popped up. System prompt detected: heirloom, Dark Light. Item name: Dark Light. Quality: legendary. Type: two-handed sword, great sword. Equipment requirement: base strength 100, possess dark affinity or light dark balance traits. Physical attack power 1700. Magical attack power 1700. Attributes: Shadow Devour. Your normal attacks and skill attacks will convert to dark attribute physical damage, with additional penetration effects against armor and magical resistance. Twilight Echo. Each time you successfully hit a target, an additional light attribute magical slash based on the user's current strength magic value will be added. This slash is considered an independent attack and enjoys critical and hit determinations. Proof of inheritance. This sword is the token of inheritance for the Dark Light Knight profession. Detected that the holder meets the hidden profession employment conditions. Professional conditions met. Do you wish to take on the legendary profession, Dark Light Knight? Take on. Shuang silently thought in her heart, without hesitation. Although one can obtain the corresponding profession through diligent study, that is basically just a basic profession. Even the basic profession of a mage, not including subsequent learning costs, would already eliminate most people just by having magical energy. As for rare professions, one must either use profession acquisition scrolls or venture forth to gain an confirmation of employment. With darkness as the body, with light as the blade. We need no redemption, we only need to move forward. Employment successful. Shuang. Gender male. Race human. Title none. Level thief LV. 3 Dark Light Knight LV. 1 total level 4. Talent skill link D rank. Status healthy. Health 100. Magic 920,920. Strength 40 10 30. Divine power potion legendary. Effect temporarily increases strength attribute to 200 points. Agility 50 20 30. Magic 45 15 30. Spirit 47 17 30. Skill Dark Light slash cost 50 magic. After your slash, an additional dark attribute magical slash based on user's current strength magic value will be added. This slash is considered an independent attack, adding a light attribute magical slash based on user's current strength magic value. Enjoys critical and hit determinations. Enjoys critical and hit determinations. At last it was finally in his hands. One of the acknowledged T0 classes in the later versions, the Dark Light Knight, whose basic attacks carried an additional strike. Even the initial skill at LV 150 MP Dark Light slash could deliver 4 basic attacks in a single sequence when combined with the passive. Dark Light slash. Shuang gripped the pitch-black greatsword named Dark Light with both hands, sinking his waist and stepping forward in a simple unadorned motion. He merged the surging power within his body with the immense weight of the blade itself, swinging upward into a dark beam that tore through the air. With the most brutal posture, he struck down again viciously at the helmet of the Dark Light Knight. Shuang. Clang. A metallic explosion like a great bell rang out, stinging the eardrums as sparks wildly burst at the junction of blade and helmet. Yet this was merely the prelude. The instant the greatsword's body landed, the class trait and weapon effect triggered simultaneously. The first segment was a heavy dark shadow sword aura carried by the solid blade, as if devouring all light, laden with the quality of erosion. Almost as the shadow sword aura vanished into the armor's fissure, the second strike followed a phantom blade of pure blazing light, perfectly overlapping the sword's trajectory, burst forth from the shadow, like a suppressed eruption, imprinting itself repeatedly on the same wound. Light and darkness, two utterly opposing forces, collided, annihilated each other, and unleashed even more fearsome destruction. But this was not the end. After that phantom blade, the air rippled eerily again. A third, slightly dimmer, yet still solid and sharp small light slash like a clinging curse followed, relentlessly, precisely striking once more into that crack. Bang! Thump! Boom! 3 consecutive soul-shaking dull impacts accompanied by a faint crack, like bone shattering. The Darklight Knight's mountain-like body was struck by this sword laden with terrifying brute force and peculiar attribute damage, its feet lifting slightly off the ground as it staggered backward uncontrollably. The fissure in its battered helmet widened further, and it was knocked flying, revealing a bizarre entity within that writhed continuously, seemingly formed of pure shadow. An opportunity. Song Yingxue, who had been lurking on the flank seeking a chance, gripped her long spear tightly as her pupils suddenly contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed her strength and speed to the limit. Her silver spear transformed into a lightning bolt, seizing the moment of its imbalance, thrusting like a venomous dragon straight at the shadow head. Yet the shadow entity's reaction defied physical laws. The arm clad in heavy armor bent back at an angle that violated joint structure, its 5 fingers like forged steel clamps gripping the blade tightly at the critical instant just before the spear tip struck. Damn! Song Yingxue's heart sank. She tried to pull back the spear, but found it welded in the opponent's grip, immovable. Then a tremendous force transmitted through the shaft, threatening to lift her along with the weapon. Just then, crack! Crack! The subtle sound of ice crystals forming arose. On the Darklight Knight's arm joints and shoulder armor connections, a patch of translucent ice spread, without warning, causing its frenzied movements to freeze for an instant. Trivial, yet enough to turn the tide. The next moment, a sharp ice spear howled in from the side, not aimed at the armor, but cunningly piercing through the head to stab deep into the writhing shadow within. Shen Xingyue stood in the distance, gradually regaining her usual aloof demeanor. Then the ice spear exploded violently, sending countless fine sharp ice shards bursting in all directions within the confined space. Another precious stun. Without any need for communication, Shuang's figure had already closed in like a ghost. He stomped the ground hard, leveraging the force to leap. His two-handed greatsword raised high above his head, dark aura and faint light furiously converging on the blade. With the force to split mountains, he swung down mightily at the shadowy head. Darklight slash. The jet-black blade followed by the blazing white phantom strike, black and white intertwined, directly hammered into the shadow entity itself. At that moment, Li Ming, who had just scrambled up from being knocked away with blood at the corner of his mouth, let out a deafening roar with bloodshot eyes. A great talent roar activated. For 10 seconds, all allies within range had their attack power increased by 10. He might not be the strongest shield, but his buffs were indeed handy. Once the can was open, the meat inside was easy to handle. Several slashes struck the shadow head, directly forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Shuang seized the moment of its stiffness, continuously unleashing darklight slashes to maximize damage output. Song Yingxue also grabbed this fleeting chance, kicking hard at the opponent's wrist, numbed by the ice, to finally reclaim her long spear. Then with a nimble step forward, her spear turned into a cold star, aiming precisely through the gap in the helmet's top along the crack Shuang had carved, thrusting deep. Unfortunately, the spear tip only penetrated a small way before being caught by tougher material within the shadow. Just as the shadow in pain was about to launch an even fiercer counterattack. Your opponent is me. Look here, Wang Shuo roared, activating the shield guard's core skill taunt. His huge tower shield clanged thunderously as he slapped it, and a compulsory rule-based force enveloped the Darklight Knight. The Crimson Gaze had to shift from the immediate threat, turning furiously toward this tin can holder. As Shuang's final light slash sank into the shadow, his left hand flashed like a phantom from his waist. Between his fingers were 5 alchemical flasks glowing with unstable red light. He precisely tossed them along the sword-opened crack into the writhing shadow. Without any lingering, not even to check the results, Shuang retreated swiftly while biting open a bottle of milky white potion. Boom! A duller yet more soul-shaking roar than any previous explosion erupted from within the heavy black armor. The entire armor trembled violently, black smoke billowing from within. He tilted his head and downed the milky white potion in one gulp. That's level disappearance potion. Shen Xingyue, who had been observing calmly, felt her ice-blue pupils contract sharply. Why drink such a self-harming thing in the middle of battle? More importantly, why would anyone carry and actually consume this taboo potion, theoretically only considered by those in utter despair, who wanted to reset and start over. Could it be an achievement? System notification: consumed level disappearance potion. Clearing class thief experience. Thief level decreasing LV. 3 LV. 2 thief level decreasing LV. 2 LV. 1 class thief has been removed. Current class Darklight Knight LV. 1 total level 1. A sudden wave of weakness washed over him instantly. A slight drop in attributes and a strange unfamiliarity in technique and feel. Such was the cost of deleveling. However, Shuang's thieving skills had been learned over years, muscle memory remained, and a few minutes of review would bring them back. But now there was no time to dwell on this loss. It was time to end it. The kill threshold had been reached. Shuang's eyes sharpened as he pulled out a final fresh parchment scroll from his waist. The moment the scroll unfurled, an aura of holiness, majesty, and inviolability spread, as if phantom angels were chanting around it. In the name of Lady Eris' 7th Order decree. His voice was calm, yet vividly echoed through the empty underground divine judgment. The scroll burned, transforming into the purest light. A massive cylinder of holy light over 5 meters in diameter descended from the void, completely enveloping the Darklight Knight. Shuang, who had just endured internal explosions, smoke billowing and movement sluggish, along with the rapidly dimming shadow within. Sizzle, like hot oil on snow, the shadow let out a silent, piercing shriek, twisting and evaporating violently in the holy light. Then the empty black armor crashed to the ground. The battle was over. The 4 of them slumped or leaned against the rock walls, their hearts a tumult of complex emotions. Relief at surviving, awe at overcoming a mighty foe, and wild anticipation for the coming rewards churned within them. Yet 2 thoughts stood out unanimously. First, they were rich. Second, they desperately wanted to punch that bastard Shuang. Where the hell had he brought them? Achievement system activated. Achievement: earn Challenger of Levels. Condition met: defeated a powerful enemy over 10 levels higher. Effect: Prestige 1. Achievement: earn Slayer of the Mighty. Condition met: defeated a powerful enemy over 20 levels higher. Effect: Prestige 2. Achievement: earned Crosser of Chasms. Condition met: defeated a powerful enemy over 30 levels higher. Effect: Prestige 3. Achievement: earned Proof of Defiance. Condition met: defeated a legendary creature lord over 50 levels higher. Effect: Prestige 5. Achievement: earned Mark of the Abyss. Condition met: defeated a legendary creature lord over 80 levels higher. Effect: Prestige 10. Achievement: earned Miracle. Condition met: dealt the final blow to a legendary creature lord over 99 levels higher. Achieved an absolutely impossible victory in an inconceivable manner. Effect: Prestige 30. All skill level proficiency caps 1. Obtain skill: inherent skill, Miracle LV. 1. Since ancient times, human martial arts equipment techniques, wisdom. Even miracles themselves. All are irrationalities born of the weak to overcome the overwhelmingly strong. This is the proof of humanity. Any of your attacks or actions have a very low probability of triggering a miracle. Effect: the outcome exceeds the theoretical limit. Critical damage breaks the cap. Healing amount increases. Control duration extends. Skill effect mutates, etc. When in dire straits, the greater the gap between enemies and the stronger the will, the trigger probability slightly increases. Cooldown none. Cost none. Shuang was still admiring her system panel, watching the numbers in the experience section soar, when she was suddenly embraced by Song Yingxue, who exclaimed, "My lady Shuang, it truly is not a mistake to follow you." 21 points of dominance. 21 points of dominance. The girl shouted excitedly, completely forgetting her previous thoughts of never returning to the underground city for retirement. Shuang listened, knowing that the few of them had only obtained the title of Tianyuan's Trace, and not the final title of Miracle. However, it wasn't that Shuang didn't remind them that the title Miracle was different from other titles. It was the final blow, and only one person could take it. Dominance is a property that can enhance one's imposing aura, making negotiations easier, and in battle it can convert an intangible aura into real damage. It is an extremely rare and precious attribute to acquire. Of course, to put it simply, this setting is a blatant plagiarism of a certain famous comic. Alright, thank me already. Shuang shook her body. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghua looked at the achievements continuously popping up, along with the substantial amount of experience sufficient for her to level up her mage to LV 15 and obtain the intermediate mage class before leveling up to a high-tier mage. She stepped forward and said, "I knew I wasn't mistaken. You really are an impressive man. But what are you? A follower of the goddess Eris. How did you get your hands on such things?" A 7th-tier magic scroll might be explained by a sky-high price, but the 7th-tier divine judgment decree could never be easily released by the temple. This guy is a devout follower of the goddess of fortune, tossing a stack of bills into the coin box every year. I really hope he understands that it's meant for gold coins. Song Yingxue released Shuang and bounced over to pick up her beloved spear, which had broken in two. Even though she had just bought that fine-quality spear with her annual pocket money, it was hard for her to suppress her disappointment. But that kind of thing doesn't matter. Hurry up and share the loot. She leaned closely to the suit of armor, carefully poking inside with the broken spear. And soon you will experience the troublesome aspects of being a follower of the goddess Eris. After finally defeating such a creature, she was eager, but she knew she still had to wait a bit longer. The boss room in the underground city is bound to have treasures produced by the dungeon as bait for intelligent beings. Naturally, the higher the boss's strength, the better the treasures produced by the dungeon. Goddess of Fortune, I didn't expect you to believe in her. Shen Qingyue glanced at Shuang, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible mockery. But this isn't surprising. The thief profession is either a follower of the shadow goddess or the goddess of fortune. Although this guy has already washed away his thief level in exchange for a hidden class that looks ridiculously strong. The gods of this world truly exist. Becoming a believer under certain specific circumstances, such as encountering the whispers of ancient gods or spiritual erosion, the deity you worship may indeed cast a glance upon you. After all, to the gods, outer gods are like filth that must be cleared away. Rather than saying the gods are here to save believers, it is more accurate to say that believers act as probes to detect ancient gods, and this attention can sometimes be life-saving. Therefore, Shuang, as a reincarnator, is also a true believer. Moreover, during the game period, this belief indeed has attribute bonuses. Furthermore, the most important thing is that the goddess of fortune Eris is quite beautiful. Although she is just a background character with only one illustration during the game, her powerful luck bonus made her quite popular. After all, players are all about strength. Shut up, heretic. Shuang casually stabbed the dark light greatsword into the ground beside her, walked over, and picked up the black helmet that had been knocked away, feeling its heavy and cold weight. He examined it. Dark Moon Oath Helmet. Quality Epic. Type Head Heavy Armor. Equipment requirement: Strength 80, Dark Affinity 20. Physical Defense 220. Magic Resistance 220, Dark Resistance 50. Attribute Bonus: Strength 35, Spirit 35. Special Effects: Dark Moon Protection at night or in dimly lit environments. Gain a Shadow Shield equivalent to 15 of maximum health, cooldown 5 minutes. While the shield exists, it slightly enhances stealth effects and dark spell resistance. 2. Unfinished Oath. Any guard or support skills activated by the wearer are enhanced by 20. When a teammate's health drops below 30, the next healing or shielding effect cast on them is enhanced by an additional 50. 3. Ancient Echo. When looking directly at an opponent, there is a probability of applying the weakened or fear status to the attacker based on the difference in mental attributes and dominance between the two. The ancient knights once swore under the moonlight. This helmet carries oaths and shadows as well as an unfinished mission. Wow, it's my first time hearing a follower of Eris call someone a heretic. Shen Qingyue raised an eyebrow, slightly finding it rather novel. Followers of the goddess of fortune in the brutal wars of faith among the gods belong to the most harmless kind. Although primarily they have won thoroughly, and the human empire belongs to the largest mainstream faith. These followers never study doctrine and only consider how to mystically increase dungeon drop rates and pursue doctoral degrees. However, she redirected the topic, glancing at the helmet in Shuang's hand and the giant sword stuck in the ground. According to the agreement, do you want to prioritize choosing these two items? Then for the remaining items, shouldn't it be our turn? At this moment, Wang Shuo and Li Ming looked at Shuang with eyes that had long lost their initial skepticism and disdain, leaving only awe and a burning desire for the big boss to take them under his wing. This person's planning operations and trump cards had already reached a level that made them feel that even being part of this battle was a miracle. They had obtained the legendary achievement of Tianyuan's Trace. A full 21 points of dominance. That is dominance. As a shield guardian, Wang Shuo was staring at the dark moon armor on the ground, which radiated a heavy pressure even when collapsed, with eyes that almost sparkled. If he could wear that, how strong and cool would it be? What are you talking about? Shuang looked at the two. Here we go. Song Ingshu sighed. The contract states in black and white. Shuang's tone was as flat as if he were reciting common knowledge. In battle, any equipment obtained from disarming or knocking down enemies directly belongs to the individual who acquires it, and does not count towards team loot distribution. The sword was obtained after I was disarmed, and the helmet was knocked away by my final blow. The armor and helmet are counted as one piece of equipment. He paused and summarized. In simple terms, after taking the sword and helmet along with the armor, I still have 2 priority choices for boss drops granted by the contract. Please, you should have read the contract carefully before signing. Shen Qingyue twitched her mouth. The intense battle had made her forget the various unimportant clauses of that extremely complicated contract, while Wang Shuo and Li Ming were wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if they had heard some kind of absurd tale. It's precisely because of this that you have no fixed teammates. Song Yingxue finally pulled out from within the armor a black crystal. The contract is too exploitative. Shadow crystal. Quality legendary. Type energy crystal. Description: a solid crystal formed from highly concentrated pure shadow energy condensed over a long period in a special environment. Typically found within powerful shadow creatures or in extremely dark places. The crystal structure is stable and is an extremely precious magical material. Oh, legendary level. Song Yingshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Legendary level. Shen Xinghua looked at this material feeling tempted to use the substantial experience she had just gained to level up her mage to the max and switch to a dark attribute mage, but unfortunately, she couldn't change her talent. Do you want this thing? Song Yingxue shook the heavy crystal in her hand, and then impatiently urged, by the way, hurry up and find the treasure chest location. Open the chest quickly. I want to open the chest. Let's see how it goes. Shuang casually placed the helmet on her head, dragging the greatsword toward the towering throne, and then swung her sword down, shattering the throne. A massive treasure chest embedded within the base and radiating soft golden light slowly rose beneath it. Countless jingling shimmering gold coins and gems surged forth, instantly forming a small hill. Then, under everyone's gaze, Shuang solemnly pulled out a palm-sized, intricately carved statue of the goddess of fortune from the space that should have been filled with life-saving items. She placed it properly in front of the treasure chest, then stepped back 2 paces, closed her eyes, and pressed her hand. About 10 minutes later, Shen Xinghua began to understand why Song Yingxue said that followers of the goddess of fortune are troublesome. She asked Song Yingxue beside her, how much longer will that ritual, which looks like something from an evil god, take? It depends on his mood and the value of the treasure chest, Song Yingxue replied, without looking up, focused on rolling the crystal along a specific trajectory on the ground. Generally, a treasure chest takes just a few minutes. For precious ones, the longest time was 27 minutes. Although she admitted in her heart that Shuang was an impeccable leader in exploration, command, and breaking through situations, it did not mean he was perfect. For instance, his ability to handle interpersonal relationships was a mess no one could endure for too long under his exploitative contract besides himself. And for example, every time they defeated a BOSS, he had to personally open the chest, and always took a long time to complete his chest opening ritual, just like now. Shuang whispered a prayer, completing the last set of intricate hand gestures, and finally pressed her hands firmly against the edge of the massive golden treasure chest. Under the sudden breath-holding gaze of everyone, he forcefully lifted the lid of the chest. A warm golden glow, not blinding, but exceptionally rich, overflowed from the chest, like flowing liquid gold, illuminating the entire underground space with grandeur. The brilliance lasted for several seconds before slowly retracting, revealing the true contents of the treasure. Shuang was the first to see what was inside, uttering 2 simple words, and directly reached out to grasp a silver-gray necklace with an ancient style from the most radiant part of the golden glow. Without even examining it closely, he nonchalantly put it around his neck. The silver chain felt slightly cool to the touch, with a pendant that was a simple, deep, gray gemstone seemingly containing swirling nebulae within, resting against his skin before the light completely faded. Star of Growth. Quality legendary. Type accessory necklace. Equipment requirement none. Attribute bonus none. Special effect growth mark. Each time the wearer levels up, they gain an additional 1 point to all attributes. Description: stars are not eternally unchanged. They also grow, shine, and evolve within chaos. This item carries the essence of the concept of growth. Brave one, can you still grow from here? May the path of the wearer be forever unbound, reaching the starry dome. Shuang felt the cold texture of the necklace. He had suppressed his level just for this item. In the game, this was initially a second playthrough item, or something that required a high price to reset levels. Each level grants 1 to all attributes. Basic attributes include strength, agility, constitution, magic, and spirit, meaning at level 100 there would be an additional 500 points. Moreover, the game has a plethora of hidden classes that can activate hidden attributes, such as spell power and soul power. Hey, what effect does it have? Song Yingxue immediately leaned in, her eyes shining. For Shuang to instinctively utter the word out, it must be top-tier loot randomly generated from this hidden boss treasury, possibly even surpassing the usual regular drop list. Although the people of this world possess basic identification abilities granted by the system, enabling them to sense item quality and effects, to fully understand specific attributes and special effects, it is best to touch the item and concentrate to examine it. As for others, equipping it, their consent is required to view it. Since Shuang directly wore it, they naturally could not see the detailed data, and could only judge from the immense aura of rules contained within and the momentary vanishing phenomenon. It was definitely of legendary quality, perhaps even a particularly special accessory among them. All attributes 1. Shuang touched the pendant of the necklace, his tone calm. He was not lying. Song Yingxue blinked. How is that possible? Shen Xingyue almost immediately responded, a hint of displeasure at being brushed off evident in her voice. Please, if you're going to lie, make it a decent one. A legendary necklace, and it only grants one to all attributes. Can you not treat us like fools? Shen Xingyue, who had been tricked by a shady contract, was clearly a bit exasperated, losing her usual. She paused, her icy blue eyes sharply fixed on Shuang. You have already exercised your first choice. Hurry and select the second item. Then, according to the rules of contribution in battle, it would be my turn next. I'm the last one. Song Yingxue shifted her gaze, the contract in effect. They all knew their contribution levels in this battle. As in a great talent, she felt like crying, hoping the fifth item wouldn't already lack legendary gear. Everyone's gaze refocused on the interior of the treasure chest. The top layer revealed 3 pieces of equipment radiating distinctly, yet equally intense legendary fluctuations, quietly lying atop a pile of jewels. One was a light and misty mage robe shimmering with the luster of water waves and ice crystals. Another was a menacing metal gauntlet covered in dark red scales with claw-like fingertips. And a magnificent spear entirely silver-white, its body entwined with storm and lightning patterns with a sharp tip that seemed capable of piercing through the void. In a corner, several high-grade magic gems of various colors were piled up, along with a few scrolls exuding an ancient aura and a small bag of obviously valuable magic gems. Shen Xingyue gazed at the neatly folded light and misty mage robe shimmering with the luster of water. Shen Xingyue gazed at the neatly folded light and misty mage robe shimmering with the luster of water waves and ice crystals. The icy aura could be clearly felt even from a distance. If Shuang chose this to annoy her once they left the dungeon, she would activate a bounty, sending her sycophant. No, rather her pursuer, to annoy him. Shuang rummaged through, casually tossing aside any obstructive items onto the chest lid, which infuriated Shen Xingyue, making her grip her staff tightly. Oh! Shuang suddenly felt something at the bottom of the chest, and pulled it out. It was a black-handled dagger with a white blade emitting a faint glow. It was a powerful dagger from the game era. Whisper of the Dark Moon. Quality legendary. Type weapon dagger. Equipment requirement agility 60, a dark affinity 15. Physical attack power 135-180. Magical attack power 90-120. Attribute bonus agility 40, dark affinity 25, attack speed 20. Special effect. Moon Scar. Your attack leaves a moon scar on the target after hitting. After accumulating 3 layers of moon scars, all layers can be consumed to trigger an additional shadow damage based on the target's lost health. Damage cap is affected by the user's magic and spirit attributes. Shadow synchronization. In shadows or dim light, the holder's stealth skills are enhanced by 30, and the sound made while moving is reduced by 50. Active activation allows the holder to temporarily merge with surrounding shadows for a short time, 10 seconds, making it difficult to detect by conventional means. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Moon Shadow Assassination. The first attack launched from a stealth state will definitely be a critical hit and will have armor break and silence effects lasting 2 seconds. If this attack is a successful backstab, it additionally inflicts true damage equal to 50 of the original attack's damage. Whisper Echo. Passive triggered when successfully killing an elite or higher level enemy. The dagger will tremble slightly, emitting a sound only the holder can hear, resembling an ancient whisper from the shadows under the moonlight, slightly enhancing the holder's nerve reaction speed and shadow perception for a short time, 30 seconds. Description. When moonlight is obscured by clouds, darkness is not void, but rather a different form of embrace. Whisper and silence traverse through shadows and deliver judgment where no one knows. Shuang gazed at the seemingly sentient whisper of the Dark Moon in his hand. Although he had removed the thief class, he would have to add it back later. This one will do. Shuang flipped his wrist, and Whisper of the Dark Moon nimbly rotated half a circle between his fingers before settling steadily into the sheath at his waist. The second item selection is confirmed. Now it's my turn. Shen Xingyu's tone returned to its usual calmness, but she no longer displayed her usual aloof demeanor. Shen Xingyue stepped forward and stood before the treasure chest, bathed in golden afterglow. The light blue legendary robe was within reach, as thin as the mist of dawn, its crystalline sheen flowing with a pure chill that was a deadly temptation for any ice mage. However, she did not reach out immediately. Why not simply empty the chest? Wouldn't that be more straightforward? After all, this fellow had managed to deceive her with the contract. There was no guarantee he wouldn't play tricks with the chest, such as hiding the truly best items in the most inconspicuous corners, even if Yefrist was merely pursuing a sense of ritual. She furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her ice blue eyes. Instead of touching the most conspicuous robe first, she bent down, her slender fingers probing into the chest, carefully feeling every corner of the padding, pushing aside the scattered epic gems and scrolls, even extending her hand toward the deeper bottom of the chest to confirm if there were any buried items. Her movements were meticulous and patient, bearing the caution unique to a researcher. However, apart from the crisp sound of coins and gems clashing, she found nothing. Everything in the chest was laid bare under the light, with no hidden spatial fluctuations or illusions. It seemed she had overthought it. Shen Xingyue fleetingly entertained this thought before fully redirecting her attention to the light blue robe that had captivated her heart and mind. The sensation at her fingertips was icy and smooth, as if she were not touching fabric, but the purest morning dew crystallized on a spider's web. Just the contact seemed to lower the surrounding air temperature slightly, as several tiny transparent, hexagonal ice crystals formed on the surface of the robe only to dissipate quietly. No longer hesitating, she took a deep breath and lifted the robe from the chest, cradling it in her hands. The robe was astonishingly light, akin to holding a handful of flowing moonlight and cold currents. She gazed at it, her mind focused as the systematic appraisal information unfolded in her consciousness. Eternal Frost, Praise, Winter Veil, Robe Quality, Legendary Type, Cloth Armor, Equipment Requirement, Intelligence, 100 Ice Affinity, 40 Mage Class. Base Attributes, Physical Defense, 180 Magic Resistance, 450 Ice Resistance, 150 Health Points, 800 Mana Points, 1200 Attribute Bonuses, Intelligence, 55 Spirit, 50 Ice Affinity, 35 Spell Casting Speed, 25 Special Effect, Winter Veil Protection Passive. Permanently gains a shield equivalent to 15 of maximum mana. The shield has a cooldown of 30 seconds after being broken and automatically regenerates after the cooldown. While the shield exists, it slightly increases resistance to fire and burning effects. Cold of Praise increases all ice spell damage by 30. When you successfully deal damage to an enemy with an ice spell, there is a 20 chance to apply a frostbite effect, reducing movement speed and attack speed by 10, stackable up to 3 layers. Ice Heart Focus. After activation, enter the Ice Heart state for 12 seconds. During this period, your mana consumption is reduced by 40, a critical hit rate for ice spells is increased by 20, and you are immune to all mental control effects, fear, confusion, sleep, etc. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Eternal Frost Mark. After defeating an elite or higher level enemy, an Eternal Frost Mark will remain at their location. Standing within the mark's range, your mana recovery speed is increased by 300. And ice spells have a chance to trigger. Double casting releases the spell in additional time, dealing 50 of the original damage. The mark lasts for 15 seconds, and a maximum of 1 mark can exist at the same time. Absolute Zero Set Effect 12. This is one of the components of the Eternal Frost Praise set. When combined with the Eternal Frost Praise Snowgrave Ring, the ultimate skill Pseudo-Classic 0 Degree Nova is unlocked. Skill description requires the full set to display description. Not all cold signifies deathly silence. Beneath the winter veil where all things slumber lies the most profound and tranquil praise. Only those who truly understand cold and can wield its dual nature of tranquility and destruction are worthy of donning it. Upon seeing the information, she instantly donned the robe, realizing that this piece of equipment was worth its weight in gold. Shen Xingyue felt somewhat conflicted, as the value of this clothing could likely surpass her entire family, perhaps not even enough for a corner of the garment. Just from the achievement alone, she gained 21 points of dominance. The opponent had deliberately cleared the level likely to earn another achievement. Defeating a boss at level 99. Such a dreamlike achievement does not exist in professional literature. One must seek it in legendary tales. What background does this man have? She suppressed the tumult of her emotions, directing her gaze back at the chest, her tone regaining calmness, but laced with undeniable authority. It's your turn. In order of contribution, Wang, Shua, Li Ming. Wang Shua had been anxiously waiting, and upon hearing this, he immediately strode forward, his eyes fixated on the 2 remaining legendary items in the chest that emanated strong fluctuations: the grotesque crimson-scaled gauntlets and the glamorous silver-white spear entwined with wind and thunder. He instinctively wanted the gauntlets, which appeared to have incredible defensive power, but his gaze swept over the pitch-black, dark moon oath armor on the ground, and the helmet being held by Yefrist. He would love to have that if possible. A hint of envy crept onto his face. But soon he grinned at his rival Li Ming. Meanwhile, Li Ming's face turned pale as he watched Wang Shua pick up the legendary gauntlet. Dragon Blood Roar, Shattered Rock, Gauntlet Quality Legendary. Sorry, brother. As a defense-type player, I need this. I'm also a defense-type player. Li Ming thought of killing him, then looked at the last legendary item. As soon as he picked it up, he felt a piercing gaze and promptly set the spear down. The oppressive feeling vanished in an instant, but as he picked it up again, he felt he was being watched, as if his hand were about to be chopped off, causing him to put the weapon down once more. His mind began racing. A flash of brilliant wisdom struck him. He quickly bent down, somewhat humbly whispering to Song Yingxue. Song Yingxue, are you and Yefrist a couple? He cautiously inquired of the person who had just shot him. No, that's not the case. Song Yingxue's face flushed instantly, And then as if triggered by some defensive mechanism, her muscle memory kicked in, speaking rapidly. I'm sorry. You are not my type. We could never be. Her swift rejection was painfully familiar. Li Ming's eyes widened, feeling as if he had been shot in the chest. I didn't confess. And why was I rejected in front of my goddess Shen Qinghua? No, you misunderstood. Li Ming quickly waved his hands, his voice dropping, even lower, sincerity lacing his tone. I meant you and Yefrist look very well matched together. So I was just asking. Edge. Song Yingxue suddenly turned her head, her blush still lingering, but her eyes brightened a bit as she mumbled softly, well, maybe. The slight pride in her tone was nearly impossible to conceal. This is it. Li Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart, as if he had seized his destiny. Wang Shuo, oh Wang Shuo, do you think you can win just by grabbing a legendary gauntlet? Song Yingxue, he immediately got to the point, his voice low enough for only the two to hear. Do you really want that? He gestured toward the silver-white spear in the treasure chest. Song Yingxue nodded, but her expression turned cold, the blush fading from her face as she warned. If you dare to say something like, give me the spear, and it'll be your girlfriend, I swear, I will kill you right now. Why? Li Ming almost cried out, feeling as if his face were unreasonably grotesque. What I mean, he hurriedly clarified. If I don't choose that spear, can I give it up? When you all form a fixed team later, can I am very useful. My talent increases attack power by 10, and it's a range aura. I'm sorry. Song Yingxue paused for a moment, a smile of politeness mixed with embarrassment appearing on her face. This person unexpectedly understood the situation quite well. It's okay. She patted Li Ming's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up, and beaming, leave it to me. Team buffs. Li Ming felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, his face breaking into a relieved smile. This was not a loss. He grinned at Wang Shuo, returning to the side of the treasure chest. Yefrist and Shen Qinghua were boringly organizing the remaining items in the chest, categorizing them neatly. You are too slow. Do you know how much time you wasted for the other four? Yefrist remarked disdainfully. I think you are not qualified to say that, Shen Qinghua retorted, referencing someone who had prayed to the goddess of luck for over 10 minutes. Li Ming chuckled awkwardly, then happily snagged the small pouch of high-value magical gems from the corner of the treasure chest, stuffing it into his own pocket. The moment he took the gems, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back and instinctively looked towards Shen Qinghua. There stood the girl who had just donned the legendary ice robe, her temperament now appearing even more cold and ethereal with her head lowered. He had the unsettling feeling that Shen Qinghua's favorability towards him had dropped by 50 points. However, Song Yingxue's voice pulled him back to reality as she walked over and picked up the resplendent silver-white spear, adding with a smile, after graduation, you must attend the same school as us. This is not a problem. Li Ming confidently patted his chest. With his rank talent roar and this legendary achievement from the Tianyuan Rift graduation assessment, top-tier academies would surely be vying for him. After the final division of remaining artifacts, a spectacle that laid bare humanity's unvarnished, Shuang calmly secured the helm of the Obsidian Moon Oath upon his head, then methodically donned each piece of the heavy jet black armor, the Obsidian Moon Oath armor. As the last clasp clicked shut and the cold metal settled seamlessly against his frame, his very presence seemed to deepen, gaining gravity, stillness, and the solemn weight of an ancient covenant. The group stepped onto the crude elevator platform, ascending toward the surface with a low grinding hum of machines. Meanwhile, the plaza outside the entrance to the abyssal labyrinth had erupted into utter pandemonium, chaotic, disbelieving, and deafening. A colossal magical crystal screen designed to display real-time rankings of graduating assessment teams flickered ominously. At the top of the leaderboard, the team, name read simply unnamed. Shuang had never bothered to assign one, while the score field overflowed with an endless cascade of crimson 9s 9999999999999, so dense they crowded every pixel, spilling beyond the display's capacity until the interface itself overloaded, edges pulsing with dangerous red ripples and crackling arcs of static electricity. What in the blazes is that? Is the system glitching? All nines. How many points is that? Impossible. Utterly impossible. Even clearing every single monster across the first 3 layers of the abyssal labyrinth wouldn't yield so much as a fraction of this figure. Who is this unnamed team? Shuang's squad. That drank thief's team. Preposterous. Students clustered beneath the screen, pointing, shouting, questioning, mocking, and staring blankly. All voices tangled into a single cacophony. Many wore expressions of absolute certainty. This must be a system failure. Faculty members and assessment officials paced frantically, their faces growing steadily paler and more strained. Quickly, inspect the linking array. Is it geomantic interference? A senior instructor barked at the maintenance staff, sweat beading on his brow. We've checked it thrice, Master. The circuitry is intact, the mana flow stable. No external anomalies detected. Pleaded a junior mage, face ashen. Then the display core's runic inscription must have corrupted. Activate the backup calculation crystal. Resync immediately. The backup crystal is already running master. Look for yourself. Beside the main screen, an emergency auxiliary display flared to life. After a brief data stream refresh, its header displayed the same team name and the same despair-inducing string of 9s. Several instructors exchanged stunned glances, each seeing raw disbelief reflected in the even if that team included Shen Qinghua, freshly awakened with the SS Steer Talent Ice Age. Even if her potential defied reason, she remained merely a novice mage level 4, her power barely kindled. Monsters of levels 2 through 4 in the upper labyrinth, even standing motionless while she unleashed her ultimate spell, could never generate such an astronomical score, not even if she drained her mana completely. This transcended excellence, or record-breaking. It felt as though someone had hacked the Academy's scoring system with a cheat engine. Immediately contact the resident mages stationed at the internal surveillance arrays. Demand status and coordinates for the unnamed team. The chief examiner, a stern middle-aged man, issued the order in a low, taut voice, trembling ever so slightly. A chill of foreboding coiled in his gut. Yet the reply came swiftly. No strong energy signatures or prolonged dwellings had been detected within the standard layers 1 through 3. They had seemingly vanished shortly after entering, slipping into a blind spot along the periphery of the surveillance network. Vanished. The examiner narrowed his eyes. Did they deploy a high-tier concealment ward? Or did they venture into the anomalous zones, areas beyond the array's coverage? Anomalous zones. A fellow instructor blinked in shock. You mean those uncharted corridors, where spatial distortions may linger? But those zones are strictly forbidden for graduation assessments. He trailed off. The unspoken truth hanging heavy to enter them was tantamount to suicide. Time crawled forward, measured in mounting anxiety, frantic speculation, repeated diagnostics, and failed connection attempts. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5, 8. Most assessment teams had already returned. They emerged battered, weary, some relieved by completion, others weighed down by disappointment, but all bearing the physical toll of their trials. Yet without exception, upon stepping through the labyrinth's archway and gazing up at the screen, where the unnamed team dominated the summit, its score column blazing crimson with infinite 9s, they froze, then erupted into even fiercer debate. Lei, his head wrapped in bandages and leaning on companions, staggered forth, and at the sight of the screen his pupils contracted violently, his expression darkening like storm-racked skies. Humiliation surged anew, the memory of being effortlessly felled by Shuang, now compounded by this absurd score. Cheating, he seethed. Beneath contempt, Lu Yin and Tian Kursin, Song Yingshue's 2 closest friends, had completed their assessment early and stood chattering animatedly, only to gape mouths agape when the screen caught their eye. Did Xiao Shue's team cause this commotion? Tian Kursin pressed a hand to her lips. Do you think they hacked the system, or slaughtered the labyrinth itself? Lu Yin squinted thoughtfully. Probably the former. Even our beloved Shuang, formidable as he is, couldn't possibly rack up that many points. Tian Kursin teased, then sighed. Say that to his face, and you'll be airborne. I agree, it's likely the former. She exhaled, then grinned mischievously. Either way, the show has just begun. 10 hours into the exam's conclusion, Shuang's team advanced slowly, Shen Qinghua and Shuang trading sharp accusations as they trudged forward. It was your idea to assault the labyrinth Hedon, and when the potion effect expired on layer 7, Shen Qinghua, who had served as bodyguard, yet looked the most relaxed, shouted at the black-armored walking vault. It wasn't my fault. You insisted on testing the new gear. Shuang's voice rasped, strained and punctuated by the grating screech of metal dragging across stone. Each step bore crushing weight. The obsidian moon oath armor now felt like 10,000 gene of forged iron, while in his grip dragged the obsidian light, a colossal black greatsword whose sheer mass defied belief. Having acquired in-game equipment and an elite class far too early, they'd grown overconfident, returning to Layer 1 to casually dominate lower-tier dungeons, forgetting the gear's activation required temporary potions. You're the team leader. You were supposed to track the timer. And didn't you test the new sword? Why deny me the chance to clear the field with Ice Age? Don't rely blindly on the leader. Leaders make mistakes too. And do you know how much mana your spells cost? You want to drink my mana recovery elixir now? That one's expensive. I've spent my entire 18 years savings, everything I own, on this mission. All I have left are those few precious vials. So you admit you made a mistake. Yi Xuansima. Song Yingshue's voice trembled thin and tear-choked. Please, help me hold my rifle. I can't lift it anymore. Wang Shua's arms were encased in the grotesque dragon blood, roar shatterrock bracers, once radiating raw power, now resembling twin manacles of lead pinning his limbs so rigidly he could barely wipe sweat from his brow, shuffling like a stiff-limbed revenant. Li Ming, unburdened by heavy gear, bore the dubious honor of carrying all their loot, his frame draped with bulging leather sacks and overstuffed packs brimming with gold coins, gemstones, and raw materials looted from boss chambers. Every step rang with clinking metal and jostling cargo. He moved like a living general store bent double under the load. Thus this unlikely quintet, clamoring, stumbling, utterly devoid of heroic grandeur bordering on farcical, finally crossed the threshold of the abyssal labyrinth. Silence fell, absolute, instantaneous. Every shout, every argument, every clang of diagnostic tools ceased, as if severed mid-breath. Hundreds, thousands, of eyes locked onto the 5 figures emerging from the labyrinth, their appearance so bizarre it defied comprehension. All gazes fixed first upon Shuang. His full set of armor, the obsidian moon oath armor, gleamed with a deep liquid darkness, its surface etched with ancient thorn and crescent motifs. Its visor concealed his features entirely, leaving only 2 narrow shadowed slits for observation. Merely standing still, he exuded an aura of immense, unshakable weight, an abyssal stillness that could only belong to legendary-grade defensive gear. And the weapon he dragged behind him, the obsidian light, was a monstrous greatsword broad as a door panel. Though burdened by its own heft, faint pulses of somber light rippled across its blade, light itself seeming to dim in its wake, radiating an unsettling primordial energy. That aura brooked no doubt a relic of mythic provenance. Next it was Xinqinghua. The light blue sheer robe she wore, known as the Eternal Frost Tribute Winter Veil robe, did not merely reflect sunlight, it seemed to emit a soft glow of its own, flowing with the translucent sheen of rippling water and ice crystals. Centered around her, the air temperature was noticeably lower than elsewhere, with even several small perfect hexagonal ice crystals forming and falling from her hair tips and shoulders. All those with even a slight sensitivity felt a shiver of coldness in their souls. This robe was of a higher grade than the Night Frost's armor. Although Song Yingshu's small face was pale from exhaustion, making it hard for her to lift her weapon, the silver-long spear she dragged along the ground, known as the Oath of the Wind Chaser, shimmered with fleeting sparks of lightning-like radiance under the light, and the cold gleam at the spear tip was sharp enough to seem capable of piercing the eyes of anyone who dared to gaze upon it. There was no need for authentication, and anyone could see this was also a legendary weapon. On Wang Shua's arm were the grotesque, dark red dragon's blood roar shattered rock armors. Even though they appeared somewhat dull due to their owner's weakness, the unique scale design, the hook-like glint at the fingertips, and the faint aura emanating from them marked them as the 4th piece of legendary equipment. And finally, everyone's gaze uncontrollably fixed upon Li Ming. More precisely on the countless bulging bags hanging from him, which seemed on the verge of bursting, making a constant clink-clank sound with his arduous steps. That sound was gold coins. An immense quantity of gold coins. The crisp sound of gems clinking. One could even see the dazzling light of various attribute magic gems spilling out from the gaps in some of the packages. What exactly had they carried away? The legendary dragon's treasury. In this suffocating silence, as if time itself had frozen, someone using all their strength made a faint yet audible sound. Gurgle. This subtle sound was like the first drop of water falling into a still pot of oil. In an instant, it ignited the entire scene. A roar 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than before erupted like a long-dormant volcano, or a tsunami stirred by a hurricane, crashing forth with an unstoppable ferocity, sweeping up and devouring the entire square, surging toward the dome. Legends. All legends. 4 pieces. 5 pieces. That dagger too. My eyes. Are my eyes really okay? That robe, that light. Those bags they carry, how much money is that? A mountain of gold. Points, those points, full 9 points. Is it real? What on earth did they do? Did they slay the Lord of the Maze? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. The Academy must investigate. Investigate? How do you investigate someone who walks out with 5 pieces of legendary equipment, carrying treasures heavy enough to crush a cow? Xinqinghua is so beautiful. Song Yingshu's spear is so cool. Night Frost's armor and sword, what on earth? Gasps, screams, questions, sharp intakes of breath, incoherent shouts, and cries of shock mixed together, forming a chaotic storm of sound. Almost everyone lost their composure, the people in the front row instinctively pushing forward, while those in the back desperately stood on their toes, each person wanting to see more clearly, eager to confirm this surreal scene before them. The mentors and examiners were equally engulfed in shock and confusion. The stern chief examiner's expression fluctuated, intently staring at the complete epic armor and legendary great sword on Night Frost, then looking at Shun Qingyu's robe, Song Yingshu's spear, Wang Shua's armors, and finally at the treasures on Li Ming. His mind raced, trying to derive a reasonable explanation from the scene before him, but every deduction seemed utterly absurd. Lei Lai's expression shifted from grim to ashen, then from ashen to a deep shade of purple. He stared at Night Frost, surrounded by the attention of the crowd, unable to hide her luxurious armor's brilliance despite her disheveled appearance. He then looked at the goddess Shen Qingwei and Song Yingxue. Beside her jealousy, anger, humiliation, and a hint of shock he himself was unwilling to admit gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. The little brothers beside him were equally dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Lu Yin and Tian Kersen were also stunned. Tian Kersen's small mouth formed an O shape, unable to close for a long time. Lu Yin squinted her eyes, her gaze sweeping back and forth over the 5 members of Night Frost's team, especially the armor, and Sword of Night Frost quietly, saying, "It seems we guessed wrong. Did they not black out the system? Did they black out the boss?" Tian Kersen instinctively replied, "Yes, they blacked out the boss." Lu Yin took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, her face displaying a mixed expression of shock, realization, and extreme excitement. They exploded it. Moreover, it was a super explosion. Damn, I shouldn't have been an inappropriate third wheel during her romance. I didn't team up with them. Tian Kersen exaggeratedly lay on the ground. In the end, she didn't even form a 2-person team. There were 3 third wheels, and 1 woman who definitely couldn't win regardless. Saying she definitely couldn't win is too much. Lu Yin, the designated commentator, responded, "But she did win a bit, for example in the front." But Lu Yin couldn't think of any other places where they could win. Amidst this uproar that could topple roofs, the Night Frost team at the center of all this chaos was utterly powerless. "It's so noisy." Night Frost's muffled voice came from beneath the helmet, laden with exhaustion and irritation. "I just want to go home. I can't move anymore." Song Yingxu's voice quivered, and with a clang the silver spear fell from her hand while her legs weakened, threatening to collapse. Wang Shuang maintained a zombie-like posture, trying to support her, but the heavy armors caused him to stagger as well. Li Ming had long reached his limit. Upon hearing Night Frost's words, it felt like a reprieve. He used his last ounce of strength to stagger toward a slightly more open area, and then, clang, clang, clang. He unfastened all the ropes and straps binding him. Like a mountain collapsing or a cascade of gold pouring down. Countless gleaming coins, colorful magic gems, various metallic ingots glimmering with soft light, rare minerals, scrolls, and unknown magical materials surged out like a flood from those bulging bags, instantly forming a small hill nearly a person's height, over 3 meters in diameter, radiating a suffocating pearlescent luster. Under the setting sun, the gold coins reflected a dazzling, alluring light, the gems refracted a dreamlike iridescence, and the magical materials emitted various hues of mist. This small hill, purely composed of wealth and treasure, struck with a visual impact even more direct and violent than those few pieces of legendary equipment, bombarding the nerves of everyone present. Ah, money. So much money. Those gems. Those are high-grade fire element crystals, worth 500 gold each. Deep sea sunken silver. So much. And star-patterned steel. Did they really empty a treasury? Just when the slightly calm tumult erupted once more with an even more frenzied momentum. Many students' eyes turned red, their breaths heavy. If it weren't for the last shred of rationality and the mentors present, someone might have already lost control and rushed forward. Shuang glanced coldly through the observation slit of her mask at the spoils displayed on the mountain, which she had allocated and which Li Ming was responsible for transporting. She then scanned the surrounding area where scorching gazes seemed almost tangible and spoke to Shen Qingyue, who appeared the most relaxed. "It's all your fault for not helping him carry even a little. Although she clearly had tremendous strength. I have to act as a guard for you burdened warriors, always ready to respond to sudden dangers. How could I increase my burden to carry things?" Shen Qingyue shot him a glance, her tone regaining some of her usual coolness, yet if one listened closely, there was a hint of barely perceptible weakness. "I am a mage. Copper thin back row, understand? A mage." This guy, after getting familiar, was becoming increasingly irritating, Shuang thought. She truly wished she could see her usual aloof and cold demeanor again. It was the same during the game period. Once her affection level surpassed 70, her hidden battle-crazy nature would emerge, often disregarding commands to unleash her ultimate abilities, causing her to suffer numerous self-respawn incidents. She was truly an annoying character. The assessment officer looked at the gold mountain, and then at the 5 students who seemed to have just crawled out of an epic dungeon clad in divine gear, yet appearing disheveled. Finally, he managed to squeeze out the only command he could think of with great difficulty and an exceedingly dry throat silence. His voice, infused with magical energy, thundered, temporarily suppressing some of the noise. "All students step back. Maintain order. Guard step forward." His gaze, sharp as an eagle, swept over the 5, finally landing on Shuang, clad in an oppressive black armor. "Immediately come here. Now, at once." His voice carried an undeniable authority with a hidden undercurrent of turbulent waves. "I need an explanation." Hearing this, Shuang promptly raised her heavy gauntlet hands, slightly stiff in motion, and without hesitation pointed at Shen Qingyue beside her. "Please, I beg you." It was succinct, fully shifting the trouble away. Shen Qingyue shot Shuang a sidelong glance, with her icy blue eyes barely curling, her lips in a silent scoff, and quickly spat out. TCH, just know how to command others. However, she did not refuse. She clearly understood that Shuang had truly reached her limit, that epic armor and legendary greatsword were terrifying burdens for her level 1 body. Just standing, without collapsing, was already a miracle. This made her want to launch a surprise attack. However, she was unsure if she could defeat her opponent with a sneak attack. Though he said he had only a potion left to regain mana, who knew if he would pull out a power potion or something to restore his combat ability. The profession of thief was like this: 9 out of 10 statements were lies, and the remaining truth was to cover up the other 9, making the 10 statements a confusing mix of truth and falsehood. However, there was another method, which was to level up. Xinxingyue was indeed curious as to why her opponent had a massive amount of experience, but did not level up or enhance their attributes. She had already leveled up her mage to level 15, the maximum for a basic profession. However, at this moment she was indeed the most suitable person to step up and explain, both in status and in her relatively decent condition. She took a deep breath, and the eternal frost praise winter mantle she wore shimmered with icy brilliance, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a little more. When she raised her head again, facing the assessment officer, and the countless gazes filled with suspicion, jealousy, or fervor, her face had regained the usual icy calmness, as if no matter what happened it would not disturb her. Instructor. She slightly nodded, her voice clear, not loud, yet oddly cutting through the gradually subsiding noise reaching everyone's ears. We merely defeated a boss that was slightly challenging. That's all, no need to pay attention. She paused, her calm gaze sweeping over the leaderboard where a string of Scarlet 9 was displayed. She then glanced at the mantle she wore and her teammates' eye-catching gear, as if stating a trivial matter. That leaderboard is showing no errors. The gear we wear and the items we carry are merely spoils of... She turned, slightly gesturing with her eyes towards the dazzling gold mountain and her companion's radiant equipment, her tone as flat as if she were discussing picking up some junk after defeating a monster. Exuding an overwhelming presence. Too ostentatious. Shuang mused about this person, feeling as if a mage could not survive without showing off. Did they consider this a professional illness? The entire venue fell into a brief silence again. However, this time the silence was filled not with pure shock, but with an absurd kind of bewilderment. You guys defeated a slightly challenging boss. That's all. Countless students' expressions froze, their mouths twitching. They looked at the points at the few legendary epic items at the Gold Mountain, and then back at Xinxingyue's stunningly beautiful icy face, which seemed to say, this is normal, what's the problem? A strong wave of emotion, named "Are you fucking kidding me?" spread through the crowd like a virus. The assessment officer's facial muscles also twitched uncontrollably. He stared fixedly at Xinxingyue, trying to discern even the slightest hint of a joke or embarrassment from her ice blue, seemingly emotionless eyes. But he failed. Those eyes were clear, calm, even carrying a hint of faint impatience at being disturbed. However, it was this natural calmness that caused the assessment officer's heart to sink. If she were lying or exaggerating, she could not possibly be so composed. But if what she said was true, what would that mean? Would it imply that deep within the maze of darkness there lurked an elite creature that could drop legendary equipment, epic sets, vast treasures, and upon defeat, grant nearly infinite points? Was this reasonable? Did it align with the ecological and power structure of the maze? There had never been such records in the Academy's exploration history. The greater possibility was that they had encountered a terrifying existence completely beyond the design scope of the graduation assessment and had emerged victorious. This thought instantly drenched the assessment officer's back in cold sweat. He looked at the 5 students before him, especially Shuang, who stood quietly like a black iron tower, and Xinxingyue, who had casually said, "That's all." Could the deterrent power of an SS-level talent reach such a level right after awakening? Countless questions and horrifying speculations swirled in his mind. But he knew that with so many eyes on them in the square, it was not the time for in-depth questioning. The priority was to control the situation, take these problematic students and their problematic gains away for isolation, examination, and detailed reporting. Very well, Amir, that's all. The assessment officer finally regained his voice, albeit somewhat hoarse. He forced himself to calm down, sweeping his gaze over the entire venue, announcing in an even more authoritative voice, "All students, the assessment is hereby concluded. Instructors of all classes, immediately organize your students to exit in an orderly manner, return to your classrooms, and await the final score calculation and announcement. Guards, seal off this area. No one is allowed to approach without permission. As for you few," his gaze returned to Shuang, and the others, his tone serious, "bring your spoils and come with me to the principal's office. The principal and several elders of the academy need to hear your detailed report in person." He deliberately emphasized the word detailed. "Now follow me." Then he'll head back first. Shuang dragged the heavy great sword, turning to blend into the crowd, moving with a practiced ease, as if rehearsed 1,000 times in a skipping class routine. "A celebration banquet. I'm going to." Beside her, Song Yingxue struggled to rise, hands resting on the silver-white spear, the oath of the windbreaker, her slender legs wrapped in leather armor, trembling slightly from severe fatigue. Yet upon hearing the words go back, her eyes instantly lit up, as if she saw a warm bed and delicious food beckoning her. No, I'm telling you to come with me to report. Report? Why did you all misunderstand it as dismissed? Just as he turned around and had taken a couple of steps, the chief examiner suddenly whipped around, veins throbbing at his temple. His gaze was like lightning, accurately locking onto the two of them. He recognized these two faces, habitual offenders of skipping classes registered at the academy. Hey, I'm really... Yi Shuang's voice came muffled from beneath the helmet. Even as a self-proclaimed good student, he began to complain, and look at my state, I'm severely overloaded. I'm not feeling well either. Important details will be missed in the report. Yi Shuang casually remarked, anyway, we won mainly thanks to classmate Shun Qingyu's SS-level talent. Isn't it enough to have her represent us for the detailed report? She hasn't used up much energy and isn't tired. Then Wang Shuo and Li Ming exchanged glances, feeling that no one would believe it. Yi Shuang with level talent was the main contributor, while the campus first goddess Shen Qingyue only provided initial support before switching to control. A personal favor. Shen Qingyu's cool voice spoke from beside them, her chin slightly raised, icy blue eyes gazing at Yi Shuang. Having suffered from that unscrupulous contract earlier, she still hadn't recovered her breath. The profession of a mage feels unwell if they face losses in a contract. No. Yi Shuang rejected without hesitation, his tone crisp and full of disdain. What a joke, this person is going to join the brave team that saves the world and confronts the Demon King. What if I use this favor to put myself in danger against the Demon King? Shen Qingyue seemed not too surprised by his refusal. She lightly tapped her chin with her slender fingers, adopting a thoughtful pose, then proposed. Then tell me, which higher academy are you planning to apply for? As long as you tell me, I'll help you take over this glory and attention for leading the team. How about that? She knew very well that the profession of a thief generally avoids standing in the spotlight, preferring to hide in the shadows. Taking on this inevitable attention and the ensuing troubles on his behalf should be a good bargaining chip. Meanwhile, Song Yingxue almost instantly perked up her ears at Shen Qingyu's words, subtly leaning closer. Central City, Shengwu Academy. Yi Shuang seemed to hesitate little before giving the answer, continuing to drag the great sword towards the edge of the crowd. To him, it was just a place name, saying it didn't matter. Besides, they were bound to meet eventually, since the other party was Central City, Shengwu Academy. Shen Qingyue repeated a hint of an elusive smile, crossing her icy blue eyes, the corners of her lips curving into an attractive arc. Is it a coincidence or a fascinating twist of fate? It just so happens that it's my choice too. She paused, her gaze landing on Yi Shuang's black armor, subtly implying, it seems we will have plenty of time to get to know each other slowly afterwards. Bitch. Song Yingxue muttered almost inaudibly through clenched teeth, quickly and angrily hissing. During the earlier boss fight, this woman actively reached out to shake Yi Shuang's hand to maintain the link, and now upon hearing Yi Shuang mention going to Shengwu Academy, she immediately claimed she was going too. What a coincidence. What a lie. Calculating. So calculating. This woman is definitely a high-level green tea. No, she's an iceberg green tea. The chief examiner listened as these few began bargaining and arranging follow-ups right in front of him, feeling as if they didn't regard him as a person. He suppressed the urge to roar with all his might, squeezing out the command through clenched teeth. Yi Shuang. Song Yingxue. No whispering. And you too, Shen Qingyue. Now everyone immediately follow me. To the dean's office. This is an order. Delay any longer, and all of you will lose discipline points and your results will be void. He realized that reasoning with these few problem students who had just created a miracle was useless. He had to use the ultimate weapon, nullifying their results. Yi Shuang and Song Yingxue exchanged a glance, a tacit understanding passing between them, and decided to escape directly. They had just shattered the Academy's record. How could the Academy expel them for the greatest achievement since its founding? Would the Academy really dare to expel them? Did they think this was a novel where school rules were above all and the protagonist could be expelled at any moment? Yi Shuang silently contemplated for 0.1 seconds. In the game text of Sword Dance Continent, there seemed to be segments catering to the female readership, filled with all sorts of magical, tormenting love stories. However, he would still escape from the report, as wasting his life on such matters was something he never did. Shen Qingyue regained her cold and composed demeanor, as an exemplary student, stepping forward first under the tutor's gaze, heading towards the main building of the academy, though her slightly raised chin revealed a hint of subtle joy. Wang Shuo and Li Ming exchanged confused glances and hurried to catch up. Li Ming glanced at the pile of gold mountains on the ground, then at the departing crowd, anxious and jumping in place. Wait. Tutor, what about this money and these materials? The chief examiner looked at the treasure mountain, pressing his temple in frustration. Security team. Immediately secure the scene count. No, first apply 3 layers of protection and alert barriers on site. After the report, Invincible will be dealt with jointly by the Academy's Asset Department and Academic Affairs Office. He cast a glance at the 5 distinct yet equally eye-catching figures gradually walking away, his heart filled with mixed feelings. This year's graduation assessment will likely be recorded in the history of Tianwu Vocational Academy in such an unpredictable manner, perhaps even shaking the higher-ups. And these few people, especially Yi Shuang and Shen Xingyue, when they arrive at the Empire's top academy, Xingwu Academy, filled with geniuses, monsters, and complex backgrounds, they have no idea how much chaos they will stir up there. Although the entrance threshold of Xingwu Academy is terrifyingly high, only nobles or super geniuses can enter. Looking at their achievements and equipment, that threshold probably means nothing to them. The figure of Yi Shuang, encased in heavy armor, boldly turned a corner under the watchful gaze of the instructor, heading towards the academy's main gate. Seeing the other party sneak away so brazenly, Song Yingxue dropped her pretense and moved alongside, Yi Shuang clutching her oath of the wind chaser. "Did you not hear what I said?" As the chief examiner approached, an ice wall suddenly rose before him. "This time it's a favor owed." "I'm sorry, master, but I cannot control this equipment too freely yet," Shen Xingyue interjected, clearly fixated on making Yi Shuang owe her a favor. "Thus my favor is not so worthless." "Yi Shuang," the chief examiner shouted in both shock and anger, demanding, "Stop him." He had never anticipated that Shen Xingyue could become an accomplice. Several nearby guards instinctively moved to block their path, only to be trapped in an ice prison in an instant. "Yi Shuang, Song Yingxue." The chief examiner's furious roar echoed across the square, his face turning pale with anger. They actually dared to completely disregard him in front of all the instructors and students. "Ahaha, my apologies, master. My captain called for me." Song Yingxue's crisp voice rang out playfully, placing all the blame on Yi Shuang. "You too." The chief examiner trembled with rage, pointing in the direction they had disappeared, his fingers quivering. He suddenly turned to look at Shen Xingyue, Wang Shuo, and Li Ming, who remained behind. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue stood calmly in place, her ice-blue robe gently swaying in the breeze, her stunning face devoid of surprise or panic, only exuding a serene coolness. Wang Shuo and Li Ming were both bewildered and terrified, wondering what was their concern. Why was the chief examiner venting his anger on them? They had barely spoken. The shield profession was not meant for venting emotions. "Shen Xingyue, classmate." The chief examiner pronounced each word slowly, almost grinding them out through clenched teeth. "It seems the only ones left to report to the dean and the elder council are you 3. Wasn't that the condition we agreed upon?" "Master, no need to repeat it, let's go now." Shen Xingyue nodded slightly, her tone still calm and unshaken. The instructor nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Both good and bad students have their ways of provoking teachers. One boldly confronts the instructor, while the other inexplicably disappears. He realized that these individuals truly were a bad influence on each other. Humph. The chief examiner snorted heavily, knowing that entangling with the 2 who had escaped was futile. The immediate priority was to control the remaining individuals and the spoils of war. Equipment obtained from the underground city would not be handed over, but 30% of the gold gained must be submitted as a fee for using the Academy's exclusive underground city entrance. "You 3 come with me. Immediately. To the dean's office." "Yes." The chief examiner with a dark expression led Shen Xingyue and the other 2, along with a large group of tense and vigilant guards, towards the main building of the Academy. In the square, only the Golden Mountain, still emitting an alluring glow, lay quietly within multiple protective barriers, surrounded by countless students who were yet to recover from the series of shocks. The 2 of them leisurely walked into the crowd, which parted automatically. The aura of dominance surrounding them caused unfamiliar faces to feel an inexplicable sense of high pressure. Especially Yi Shuang, clad in black armor, dragging a massive sword. Huh, I can't take it anymore. Really, I can't move at all." Song Yingxue leaned against Yi Shuang, gasping heavily, sweat soaking her chestnut hair, sticking it tightly to her pale, flushed cheeks. The silver-white spear, Oath of the Wind Chaser, was planted into the ground beside her feet. "Oh, isn't this our great hero of the Tianwu, Miss Song Yingxue?" A sweetly mischievous female voice came from the other end of the shaded path. Song Yingxue looked up happily. The black slaves had arrived. Seeing 2 familiar figures walking gracefully towards her, they were none other than her close friends Lu Yin and Tian Kersen. Lu Yin was tall and wore a well-fitted modified uniform, her lips curled into a habitual teasing. Tian Kersen was slightly shorter with a sweet appearance, her curious eyes wide open, scanning back and forth between Song Yingxue and the silver-white spear at her feet. "Lu Yin, Kersen." Song Yingxue sighed in relief, then somewhat sheepishly got off Yi Shuang's armor. "Tisk, this is quite impressive." Lu Yin approached, her gaze first meaningfully sweeping over the knight, in pitch-black armor, kneeling on the ground before finally landing on Song Yingxue, especially lingering on the long spear in her hand that even when held casually could not conceal its grandeur. Our little Shuai has certainly made quite a splash this time. Just look at these points, look at this outfit, this spear. Did it drop from that slightly troublesome elite monster? That's not what I said. Song Yingxue immediately retorted loudly, her cheeks reddening further from excitement and fatigue. It was that pretentious woman Shin Qingyue who said it. Why are you repeating her lines in front of me? Hurry up, don't just stand there, help me hold the spear. It's so heavy I really can't hold it anymore. While she complained, her eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to show off, and wishing to immediately share the attributes of Oath of the Wind Chaser with her two best friends, tantalizing them. Lu Yin did not immediately reach for the spear, even stopping Tian Kursen for a moment. Instead, she crossed her arms leisurely, watching Song Yingxue, then glanced at the still silent Shuang, and slowly asked, "Help you hold the spear?" "Sure. But before that, shouldn't you explain well to your two abandoned friends what the story behind this graduation assessment is, eh? And that one?" She gestured towards Shuang. "What's the deal? Are you really planning to just stand there like I'm waiting for you to finish? Right now I'm seriously considering whether to go to a restaurant to replenish my strength or return to the dormitory to rest." Shuang thought that these two would help him carry the spear, and that Song Yingxue, who had a level talent that increased attributes, could lift him up a bit. Tian Kursen, who had come to her senses, nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Hurry up and tell us." Song Yingxue's beautiful face visibly reddened, her eyes clearly telling them not to mess around. All right, stop staring, or your eyeballs will fall out." Lu Yin, feeling generous, waved her hand, signaling that Tian Kursen could go ahead and touch the spear to test its might. Tian Kursen had long been eager to try it. Upon hearing this, she immediately reached out her little hand, carefully gripping the icy wind-and thunder-patterned spear. As her spiritual energy touched the weapon, rough identification information flooded into her mind. Hiss! She gasped sharply as if the cold northern wind had penetrated her lungs, her eyes widening in surprise, her mouth forming a cute O shape, and she froze in place. Oath of the Wind Chaser. Quality legendary. Type weapon lance. Equipment requirements: strength 75, agility 60. Physical attack power 155, 210. Magical attack power 105, 140. Wind thunder attributes. Attribute bonuses: strength 45, agility 40, attack speed 25, wind affinity 20, thunder affinity 20. Special effects. Wind and thunder -30, chance to add wind blade or thunderstrike effects when attacking, dealing additional wind or thunder damage with a chance to apply slow or paralyzed status. Oath of the Wind, upon activation, gain a wind chaser state lasting 15 seconds, increasing movement speed by 50 and attack speed by 30, while all attacks ignore 20 of the target's physical defense. Cooldown time 2 minutes. Breaking the formation, Thunder Lance. After charging for 1 second, unleash a super long distance thrust, dealing massive physical damage, thunder damage to all enemies in the path, with a high chance to knock back and launch non-heavy targets. If at least 3 enemies are successfully hit, the damage of this attack increases by 20. Cooldown time 3. Eye of the Storm passive. When health is below 50, automatically generate a small storm domain around oneself lasting for 8 seconds. Within the domain, gain 20 damage reduction and ignore movement restrictions like slowing or immobilization. Enemies entering the domain will suffer continuous wind blade cutting damage and have slightly reduced accuracy. Description: we once vowed to be as free as the wind, as swift as thunder, piercing through all obstacles and gloom. Legendary. Truly, it is legendary level. My heavens. This attack power, this attribute bonus, and these special effects. Wind and thunder - Oath of the Wind, breaking the formation, Thunder Lance, Eye of the Storm. It's just too outrageous. Tian Kursen spoke incoherently, her gaze towards Song Yingxue, filled with immense envy and jealousy. The students around who heard the confirmation were utterly stunned. This is legendary level equipment, it's really exaggerated. Lu Yin also touched the gun body, unable to restrain her astonishment. Xiaoxue, I hate you. We were supposed to team up together for the dungeon. This gun should be mine. No. You guys found a fixed team first and abandoned me, okay? You didn't bring me along. How can you blame me? Song Yingxue thought the two were purely deserving of their fate for prioritizing romance over friendship. What are you talking about? Lu Yin said each word, clearly observing Song Yingxue's momentarily dazed expression, and leisurely added, "Don't you really have a clue as to why we insisted on not teaming up with you? Do we really have to explain here why we didn't team up with you? It was clearly an opportunity, yet it would have been better if the two of us had followed you instead." Song Yingxue's brain short-circuited for 2 seconds, then, as if suddenly pressed by some hidden switch, her beautiful face flushed red at a visible speed. This time her cheeks turned crimson all the way to her neck. "You guys. Not She opened her mouth, but could only produce a few meaningless syllables, her eyes frantically glancing at the still silent Shuang beside her, though she could see nothing behind the faceplate. She quickly looked away, ultimately glaring indignantly at her two friends who were grinning like foxes. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Yin, seeing Song Yingxue nearly steaming with embarrassment, patted Tian Kersen on the shoulder. Kersen helped Xiaoxue hold the gun. Oh, alright, Tian Kersen snapped out of it quickly using both hands, and along with Lu Yin, somewhat strenuously lifted the hefty Oath of the Wind chaser from the ground, carrying it on their shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. Wow, it's really heavy. Xiaoxue, how did you manage to lift it just now? That talent really turned you into a strong gorilla. Don't call me that nickname. At that moment, Shuang's deep voice resounded again, still standing motionless, just slightly turning his helmet. The observation slit on the faceplate seemingly aimed at Song Yingxue. Please help me out. I move. Song Yingxue smiled mischievously under the sweet gaze of the two black slaves. She draped Shuang's arm over her shoulder, although she felt nothing through the armor. Then I want to eat the Starlight Sturgeon feast at the Lioli Dome. She raised her face, proposing her reward to the nearby pitch-black faceplate. I don't want that. Shuang disdainfully rejected. The chef at that place has changed, and it's terrible now. Also, the portion is too small. I don't want to go to such a place to eat fish after just coming out of the underground city. Why is it that you a guy are more picky and particular about food than us girls? Song Yingxue couldn't help but retort, yet she didn't loosen her grip on his arm. Then where do you want to go? At this time we should eat fried food. You really don't understand. Shuang answered without hesitation. However, at that moment, an angry voice, seemingly suppressing a volcano, broke the brief and subtle relaxed atmosphere. Causing such a big ruckus and still wanting to eat fried chicken and burgers. Scum is scum, eating such The crowd automatically parted to the sides. A man with bandages wrapped around his head and a face so dark it seemed ready to drip with water, Lei Lai, walked over aggressively with four similarly grim-faced and robust-looking followers. His gaze was like a poisoned knife, first viciously raking over Shuang's black armor and giant sword filled with jealousy and hatred, then it fixed on Song Yingxue's face, finally sweeping over the shimmering silver lance on Lu Yin and Tian Kersen's shoulders. Oh, the villain has arrived. Tian Kersen nearly burst into applause. If she wasn't carrying the gun. Song Yingxue, and you, this trickster. Lei Lai pointed at Shuang, his voice twisted with anger. What despicable means did you use in the assessment? Cheating? Or colluding with outside forces? With your capabilities, how could you possibly obtain these? And you, he glanced at Song Yingxue, his tone filled with jealousy, as if feeling betrayed. What future can you have following this useless trash? Turn back now, return what you shouldn't have taken, and go with me to the instructor to clarify things. Maybe you can still get a lighter punishment. His henchmen echoed in agreement, their tone unfriendly, forming a subtle encirclement. The surrounding students instantly fell silent, watching this scene nervously. Many knew that Lei Lai was pursuing Song Yingxue, and were aware of the past conflict between him and Shuang. It was clear that Lei Lai was provoked to lose his rationality by the astonishing gains of Shuang's team planning to take advantage of the situation to strike, and more importantly, he wanted to completely trample on Shuang in front of Song Yingxue. The flush on Song Yingxue's face instantly faded, replaced by a cold fury. She stood in front of the still immobilized Shuang, though her body was still slightly trembling. Her gaze was sharp as a blade. Lei Lai. Watch your words. The loot we obtained through our strength has nothing to do with you. Who gave you the right to shout here? Step aside. Strength. Huh. Lei Lai seemingly heard the greatest joke, pointing at Shuang, and mocked. With this useless trash that still can't get up. Or with you who just awakened as in a level. Without cheating or underhanded means, how could you possibly rack up such points? How could you drop legendary equipment? You must be joking. Song Yingxue, I see you must have been fooled by this guy. If we don't clarify things today, no one gets to leave. One of his henchmen arrogantly stepped forward, reaching out as if to shove aside Song Yingxue, blocking the way. Brother Lai is being nice to you, that's a favor. Don't overestimate yourself. However, before he could finish his words, the usually silent Shuang, the observation slit beneath his faceplate, seemed to move slightly. His tongue gently touched a tiny vial of medication hidden along the side of his mouth, the divine power potion, although its effects would only last for a minute. He despises delicate work. At the moment when Shuang wanted to crush the medicine bottle, a crisp and neat sound echoed. The robust arm reaching towards Song Yingxue's shoulder was swiftly slapped away by her delicate right hand wrapped in a soft leather glove. The movement was casual, like brushing away a speck of dust. In the next moment, before anyone could react, Song Yingxue's 5 fingers came together. On her fist, a layer of pale purple lightning visible to the naked eye suddenly erupted. The energy was not lightning, but a deeper, more restrained force, seemingly containing a certain rule's pressure. It then precisely struck the twisted face of the henchman, distorted by a sinister grin. a dull crashing sound mixed with the unusual sound of energy entering flesh. The man's expression instantly froze, turning to extreme terror. His body convulsed violently, as if struck hard. Then he was lifted off the ground, thrown back like a broken sack. The scream and the crash erupted almost simultaneously. He flew over 7 or 8 meters, knocking down 2 bystanders who couldn't dodge, before crashing heavily onto the stone ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. He lay there limp as if made of mud, emitting faint blue smoke, his skin charred black, frothing at the mouth, completely unconscious. The scream and the crash erupted almost simultaneously. He flew over 7 or 8 meters, knocking down 2 bystanders who couldn't dodge, before crashing heavily onto the stone ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. He lay there limp as if made of mud, emitting faint blue smoke, his skin charred black, frothing at the mouth, completely unconscious. A dead silence followed. Everyone's gaze froze on Song Yingshu's right hand, which had just retracted and seemed to still hold a few strands of faint purple lightning, before turning sharply to the grotesquely deformed figure in the distance, and finally back to Song Yingshu's beautiful face, which bore a hint of confusion but was quickly shrouded in coldness. How is this possible? That was Haki. Only by achieving feats beyond ordinary reach can one awaken Haki. And it was externalized. A tangible aggressive Haki. The color is purple. My textbook said that to externalize and have color in Haki, one needs at least 20 points of Haki to achieve. How long has it been since she awakened her talent? With just one strike. Merely a palm, without using a weapon, and without seeing how she exerted force, she just took down an LV2 fighter. After a brief pause, a wave of shock and disbelief erupted. If legendary equipment is a shock of external objects, then Haki is the blessing granted by the world's rules for completing great feats. It is the true mark of a strong person. How could a freshly graduated student possess at least 20 points of Haki? Song Yingshu herself was slightly stunned, looking down at her fist. An indescribable feeling of power, as if it could easily tear apart all obstacles in front of her, surged through her body along the trajectory of her fist. So exhilarating. She clenched her fist. It was a feeling that seemed capable of easily tearing through obstacles in front of her. Is this the power of Haki? Moreover, it could also complement her talent. Song Yingshu's all-attribute enhancement could also benefit from Haki. Her exact Haki value was 24. Then she slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes now filled with a cold sharpness, replacing the last trait. She no longer looked at the incapacitated henchman, her gaze like a drawn blade piercing straight towards Lei Lai, who was just a few steps away, his face shifting from sullen to shocked, then quickly turning pale, with a hint of barely perceptible fear. She said nothing, merely stepped forward, approaching Lei Lai. Her pace was not fast, even slightly unsteady due to her earlier exertion, but each step seemed to carry an invisible pressure, causing the surrounding crowd to instinctively retreat a little. Lei Lai's pupils constricted violently, not expecting that the other party actually possessed Haki. Song Yingshu, he shouted loudly. Then a blazing red flame surged in his hand, his talent exploding flame fully activated, causing the temperature around to rise sharply, the air distorting. Don't think that a bit of brute strength is impressive. I am now adept at controlling my grade talent, exploding flame. Whether in the past or present, I am always at an advantage. However, Song Yingshu seemed not to hear her steps, unbroken, her right fist tightening once more, the pale purple heart-pounding Haki light reappearing at the peak of her fist. A fierce snarl flashed across Lei Lai's face. Knowing he couldn't sit idle, he roared, exploding flame punch. His right fist enveloped in scorching flames shot forward like a cannonball towards Song Yingshu's weld. The scorching wind from the punch even made students a few steps away feel their cheeks burning. Song Yingshu's gaze sharpened, unfaltering and unyielding. Her right fist, wrapped in pale purple Haki, met the attack heat without any embellishment. Bang! A dull thunderous crash reverberated, accompanied by the violent clash and annihilation of red and purple energies. The shockwave erupted from the point where their fists met, stirring up dust and fallen leaves on the ground. Ugh! A short grunt of pain escaped Lei Lai, and the ferocity on his face was instantly replaced by agony, his entire body flying out like the henchman. The Haki attained through great feats could not be matched by mere grade talent. The remaining 3 henchmen stared dumbfounded, their bodies chilled, not daring to step forward again. A grade talent, exploding flame, and Lei Lai, who relied on his talent to quickly level up to LV3 in the underground city, was the captain, ranked second in the academy team. Lei Lai. At this moment he lay crumpled like a dead dog in a corner several meters away, his entire right arm unnaturally twisted, his fist charred black, faintly, emitting wisps of smoke mixed with the scent of burnt flesh. His eyes rolled back, already losing consciousness. Was he defeated by Song Yingshu with just one punch? Is this what Haki is? Meanwhile, Shuang silently released the medicine bottle from between her teeth. She had saved her few remaining trump cards. But would Song Yingxue upon gaining power become someone who no longer eats beef? A bit terrifying. Who else? Song Yingxue took a step forward, scaring the surrounding people to retreat hurriedly. The battle ended abruptly, but its aftershocks lingered in the air. Song Yingxue stood in place, breathing slightly heavier, the intimidating pale purple glow at the peak of her fist gradually fading. She looked down at her gloves, then glanced at the two unconscious individuals in the distance, her face devoid of expression, simply shaking her wrist lightly, as if she had just swatted away two annoying flies. Then she turned around. The layer of coldness and murderous aura on her face dissipated like spring snow melting the moment she faced Shuang. The corner of her mouth even curled up slightly, carrying a hint of pride. She jumped a few steps to stand in front of Shuang, almost bumping into his armor, tilting her face upward, her eyes sparkling. "How was that?" she asked, her voice lowered, laced with a hint of breathlessness from exertion and unabashed anticipation. "Did I control it well? I didn't actually kill anyone." Shuang looked down, gazing at her from within the shadow of his helmet. I didn't see you controlling it at all. Did you just suddenly figure out how to use hockey and treated the other person as a lab rat?" The girl still had a hint of rosy hue on her cheeks from exercise, then said, "You should have just gone along with what the girl said here. All right, please carry me, miss, and take me away. I really have no choice." Song Yingxue said this, yet she effortlessly stepped forward, bracing against his heavy shoulder armor, steadily taking his weight. "Why didn't you say you couldn't get out of this iron can earlier?" Song Yingxue huffed, collapsing onto the sturdy bench in the corner of the adventurer's bar, the oak barrel. She had just exerted immense effort to help Shuang remove the heavy armor. After struggling for a long time, she realized that the other party simply couldn't take it off by herself. Shuang was sitting beside her, bending down to deal with her leg armor. Although magical equipment automatically adapts to the user's physique when one's own attributes are insufficient and cannot control the equipment, while wearing it especially heavy armor, it must be removed manually. Clang! A piece of metallic leg armor was removed by Shuang, the boot hitting the floor with a muffled sound. Song Yingxue placed her hands on her hips, her small face flushed from the weight she had carried along the way, a few strands of chestnut hair messily sticking to her sweaty forehead and neck. "I carried you from the academy's side door all the way here, panting and sweating. And now you tell me you can't take this thing off by yourself? Then why were you acting so mysterious back at the academy?" She grew increasingly angry, unable to resist reaching out to knock on the helmet on Shuang's table. "Could you not have taken it off sooner and stored the equipment?" Her gaze flickered over the semi-transparent attribute panel that appeared beside the helmet, a truly exaggerated thing. "I just feel like there was never an opportunity to admit in front of the whole school that I couldn't take off my armor. It's a bit embarrassing." Shuang sighed. "We're not doing much better carrying this ancestral spear either." Tian Kursin and Lu Yin slumped on the chairs beside them, the gleaming spear of the Oath of the Windrunners, casually leaning against the wall by Song Yingxue's feet. After they exited the labyrinth, they had completed an exhausting strength training session and were now at their limit. "That's a legendary weapon. How could it be stored?" Song Yingxue firmly rejected. "I need to hold on to it while I sleep in the future. I also have a collection of epic and legendary items here." Shuang commented on her double standards. Tian Kursin's fair forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat, her hair sticking to her flushed cheeks, as she looked at Song Yingxue, with a resentful expression, weakly accusing. "Xiaoshu, you two foolish lovers are just the same. Since you thought of storing your equipment, why didn't you find a place to store it from the very beginning?" Saying this, she slammed her fist on the table, the wooden table, making a pitiful thud. Lu Yin had somewhat caught her breath. She hadn't joined in on the childish argument, but turned her gaze toward Shuang, who had already removed most of her armor, revealing the leather armor underneath. The young man was focused on adjusting the fastenings of his wrist guards, his profile appearing serene under the dim, flickering lights of the bar, even somewhat indifferent and removed. Lu Yin sighed gently, her voice slightly hoarse from exertion, yet her tone was gentle and direct. "Shuang, don't you plan to say something?" Shuang raised her eyes, her gaze calmly sweeping over the panting Song Yingxue, then glancing at the slumped Tian Kursin, and Lu Yin, finally using a tone that revealed no hint of turmoil, as she clearly stated, "We are not that kind of relationship, although we do get along quite well." The moment those words fell, that corner of the bar fell into a subtle silence. Only the distant muffled sounds of chatter and the occasional crackling of candle flames could be heard. Tian Kursin and Lu Yin turned their heads almost simultaneously, their movements extremely slow, exchanging a glance filled with helplessness. They had always thought these two were playing a game of who confesses first loses, but was it really a case of being dull-witted? Then with a hint of sympathy, they slowly shifted their gaze to Song Yingxue, their eyes conveying, "You've raised a useless brother." Song Yingxue opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but her facial muscles were engaged in a painful struggle for control. "Waiter over here." Shuang seemed completely unaware of the subtle atmosphere, or if she did notice, she didn't care at all. She casually raised her hand, signaling to a server in a leather apron passing by not far away. This calm call was like a needle gently piercing through the tense air. Coming. The young server hurriedly jogged over, her gaze sweeping over the conspicuous pile of metallic armor and a magnificent spear leaning against the wall, then glancing at the slumped girls, and the only one sitting upright, Shuang, her professional smile, tinged with a barely perceptible curiosity. What can I get for you ladies? Our honey brewed ale and roasted rock pig ribs are on special today. Many customers just finishing their quests recommend them. Song Yingxue finally seemed to be released from a spell, taking a deep breath and exhaling heavily. She shot a fierce glare at the back of Shuang's head, then grabbed a glass of ice water from the table and gulped down more than half, slamming the glass down onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Turning her head to the server, her voice still carrying a hint of the hard edge from her earlier emotions, but now restored to her usual sharpness. Bring us 2 portions of your signature meat, the kind that fills you up. No, make it 3, and 4 large glasses of honey brewed ale. She needed food and alcohol to soothe her nerves, which had just suffered an invisible blow along with her exhausted strength. All right. The server quickly noted down the order. I'll have a portion of ribs of vegetable soup and extra bread, Lu Yin added gently, trying to steer the atmosphere back to a normal dining vibe. I'll have the same as her. Tian Kursen weakly raised her hand, then quietly elbowed Lu Yin beside her. I want fried pork chops and rice. After placing the order, the server quickly left. After a brief commotion, the corner returned to a certain quiet, with only the flickering shadows of candlelight remaining. Song Yingxue crossed her arms, staring at the wood grain on the table, then stood up and walked towards the restroom. Shuang picked up the water jug and refilled her empty glass. Then Lu Yin spoke, asking the Shuang sitting opposite her. Shuang, could it be that you're a bit slow on the up? Tian Kursen couldn't hold back, leaning over the table, turning her face to Shuang, her eyes sparkling with gossip and mischief. Getting along well. Shuang, what do you mean by getting along? Is it that you both coordinate well in fighting monsters and sharing loot, or is it something else? The two of them had flames of gossip in their eyes. What are you trying to say? Shuang found eating with people she wasn't very familiar with quite troublesome. Do you like xiaoxue? Is this a love topic? Well, liking or disliking, I like, Shuang remarked. Please be honest, or remove the prefixes. Lu Yin continued to press with a serious expression. Well, I like, Shuang said with difficulty. But that girl probably has someone she likes, right? Every time she turns someone down, she says she has someone she likes. Shuang felt a deep fear of Song Yingxue's constant refusals, believing her fragile heart couldn't withstand it. That's quite honest. And isn't that person you? Have you ever seen any males around xiaoxue? I don't have such an inflated self-awareness. Yet Shuang pondered for a moment, seemingly realizing there weren't any, and then suddenly recalled, there's an uncle with a handlebar mustache, his beard looks quite prickly. That person often appears you. I really dislike that person. No, that's her father. Tian Kursen immediately slid off her chair to retort. If you figured it out as a man, hurry up and confess, Lu Yin said with a commanding tone. Why must I be the one to confess? Shuang's face was filled with disdain. Wasn't it said that whoever confesses first in a relationship always loses? But I'll consider it, she added, shifting her gaze. Lu Yin and Tian Kursen clapped their hands upon hearing Shuang's words. It seems they must rely on the two of them. Hey Shuang, shouldn't you thank us, the cupids who pointed out the path to love for you? Exactly. Tian Kursen nodded vigorously beside her. Well, you haven't achieved anything yet. Shuang corrected their wording. And what if your suggestion leads to my confession failing? The rejections from experienced individuals can really leave psychological scars. If it succeeds, take us to the underground city next time. Our team's ranking in this exam is 9th. That could work. I also plan to challenge the dark maze again before graduation using the school's entrance. What are your professions? By the way, that's a team ranking, right? Shuang asked the two of them. It's hard to tell individual skill levels. Lu Yin sighed and then sent her profession information to Shuang. I'm a LV2 sorcerer with grade talent explosion. Tian Kursen did the same, sending her profession information to Shuang, a LV2 warrior also with grade talent, but her attribute type is agility boost. You're actually a rare profession like sorcerer. Shuang was somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had heard that there were sorcerers at their school. Although sorcerers and mages both utilize magical power, mages focus their own magical energy to create a magic array externally. Sorcerers share the title of spellcasters with common mages, but the principles are entirely different. Mages guide magical energy using their mental strength, constructing a magic array outside to release spells. In contrast, sorcerers rely more on the inherited power within their bloodline, forming spell models directly within their bodies and projecting them outward. Mages and sorcerers both require a natural magical attribute to learn, but sorcerers also need a specific bloodline, making it a rather rare profession. It's just that you've shown no interest in us at all. Lu Yen teased with a hint of helplessness, then, as if remembering something, she narrowed her eyes and said, "By the way, Yi Shuang, let me ask you this, do you know our names?" "Of course," Yi Shuang replied stiffly. He wasn't good at remembering others' names. "Hey, is that true?" Tian Kursin widened her eyes in disbelief. After all, they had been in the same class for 3 years. "So tell us, what are our names?" Lu Yen smiled, even more gently yet, with an undeniable inquiry. Yi Shuang's gaze drifted aside. Just then Song Yingxue returned from the restroom, adjusting her mood, as she took her seat next to him again. The slightly dusty leather armor she wore accentuated her nimble posture. The blush on her cheeks seemed to fade somewhat, yet her gaze would quickly dart away whenever it inadvertently met Yi Shuang's. "Ah, you're back," Yi Shuang said to Song Yingxue, trying to change the subject. "Don't think you can get away with this." Tian Kursin immediately exposed him. "Quick, tell us. Who am I and who is she?" "Song Yingxue," Yi Shuang pointed at the person next to him. "You don't need to say that. It's us." Tian Kursin slapped the table. Song Yingxue looked confused at this suddenly heated scene. "What were you names?" "This guy." Tian Kursin pointed at Yi Shuang, accusing. "He probably doesn't even know our—" "Unbelievable." Song Yingxue also widened her eyes slightly, looking at Yi Shuang. Was he really human? Yi Shuang was silent for a moment, and under Lu Yan's gentle yet persistent gaze he finally gave in. "I'm sorry." Lu Yan sighed as if facing an incorrigible student, and clearly and slowly repeated, "I am Lu Yan. She is Tian Kursin. Yi Shuang, if you forget again, next time I will be mad, you know." "Okay." Yi Shuang responded unusually honestly this time. At this moment, a waiter broke the delicate atmosphere with a huge wooden tray. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. Grilled rock boar ribs, fried pork chop set, creamy vegetable soup, and honey-brewed beer." The rich aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of malt instantly filled the air, captivating everyone. The glossy, crispy, large ribs, golden and crunchy fried pork chops, steaming creamy soup, and 4 large cups of amber beer, with delicate foam, were placed on the table. Simple food radiated unparalleled allure at this moment. Taking girls to eat things like this is really unqualified. Song Yingxue was the first to grab a rib, not caring about the heat, and took a fierce bite, as if venting all her previous frustrations on the food. The meat was juicy and tender, making her squint her eyes in satisfaction. Tian Kursin and Lu Yan also temporarily let Yi Shuang off, immersing themselves in the embrace of food. "I didn't see anything unqualified in your performance," Yi Shuang commented, picking up chopsticks to grab a piece of fried pork chop. The outer layer was crispy, while the inside was juicy, and the seasoning was just right. With his other hand, he summoned the system panel that only he could see. Free experience 917-8221, a vast amount of experience sufficient to level up 2 conventional professions to max level lay quietly. He chose not to level up directly in the underground city because he believed that the brain loses its ability to judge correctly when lacking energy. He continued chewing on the meat chop. Now he was still weighing whether to downgrade. If he could later obtain a more powerful hidden profession that unlocks new attributes, the benefits from leveling up again from scratch combined with the effective star of growth would be greater. Although it was just a compulsion, the means to permanently increase attributes were few but not non-existent. The experience not being refunded upon downgrading was a minor issue. The key point was that the special potion capable of lowering levels was extremely difficult to obtain in this real world. No one even sold it in the black market. That thing was a special item used by players to reset points in the game, but here it was purely a special poison for annoying people, almost only obtainable through dungeon drops. As his thoughts flowed, he made a preliminary operation. Consuming experience, he activated 3 basic professions that he unlocked prerequisites for Rogue Swordsman Knight. Rogue activated, gaining class bonuses, Strength 1, Agility 2. Swordsman activated, gaining class bonuses, Strength 2, Agility 1. Knight activated, gaining class bonuses, Strength 3. These bonuses not only represented attribute enhancements, but also marked growth points, influencing the attribute growth rate during future level-ups. Next, he focused on the greatest reward of this journey, the Darklight Knight. This was a legendary advanced profession, which, unlike the LV-15 cap of basic professions, usually has a max level of only LV-5. Occupying fewer level slots, it could provide strength far exceeding that of a maxed basic profession. Consuming the corresponding experience, the level of Darklight Knight began to fluctuate. Darklight Knight LV-1, LV-2. Gain skill Shadow Step, consumes 20 points of magic power, instantly shifts to a target's shadow within a short distance, cooldown time 15 seconds. Gained all attributes 30. Under the influence of Star of Growth, actual all attributes 31. Darklight Knight LV-2, LV-3. Gain skill Light Dark Resonance passive skill. When you successfully deal dark or light attribute damage, the next time you deal damage of the other attribute, it is increased by 15 for 5 seconds, cannot stack. Gained all attributes 30. Under the influence of Star of Growth Actual All Attributes 31. Darklight Knight LV3 LV4. Gain skill Darklight Binding consumes 40 points of magic power, releases a chain of mixed light and dark energy to bind a single target for 2 seconds, duration shortened based on the target's spirit and skill resistance. During the binding period, the target receives a 20 increase in light and dark attribute damage. Gained all attributes 30. Under the influence of Star of Growth Actual All Attributes 31. Darklight Knight LV4 LV5. Gained ultimate skill Light Dark Judgment, consumes 150 points of magic power after 1 second of guidance, unleashes a devastating light dark energy shock in a fan-shaped area ahead, dealing strength 2. 0 magic power 2. 5. Mixed attribute damage with a high probability of applying armor break and magic turbulence status to hit enemies, lasting 8 seconds. Cooldown time 300 seconds. Gained all attributes 30. Under the influence of Star of Growth Actual All Attributes 31. The light of leveling up silently flowed across the panel. Each level increase of the Darklight Knight provides up to 30 points of all attribute bonuses. Considering the legendary equipment Star of Growth, the actual all attributes increase by 31 per level. At max level 5, it totals. All attributes increase 124 points strength, 167 agility, 171 magic power, 169 spirit, 171. A warm and solid feeling of power flowed through him as the numbers on the attribute panel rose. Shuang put down his chopsticks, gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging new power within him. This was just the beginning. The optimal allocation plan required more detailed planning. Seeing the experience turn into the hundreds, he felt that experience could really be used up casually. It's all the game developers' fault for insisting on selling experience DLC. Who did they learn this from? LV1 managed to defeat a level 100 boss, but couldn't level up much. It was truly outrageous. However, he still used up all the experience, believing that to prevent the brain from making erroneous judgments due to lack of energy, it was better to level up properly in the underground city, before coming out, at least not needing to carry overloaded gear all the way. Night Frost touched each piece of armor at the table, and those heavy metal plates transformed into shimmering blue magical light, silently merging into his body. Finally, he picked up the Darklight Greatsword, which also vanished. When the magical gear's attributes are sufficient for the wearer, it can enter a magical space during non-combat, and can be donned instantly during battle. Have you leveled up? Are your attributes sufficient to support this heavy armor? Song Yingxue looked at the process of the armor disappearing, and immediately pouted in displeasure. Then why didn't you level up in the dungeon? No, because at that time I lost the effect of the potion and got tired. When the brain is low on energy, it is prone to making erroneous judgments. This is basic common sense for adventurers, right? Nightfrost said. Song Yingxue nearly choked on her ale, putting down her cup and glaring at him. There's no such common sense. And you should consider my thoughts on carrying this iron can from the academy to the bar all the way. Especially, so you have no right to speak. You two are the same. Tian Kursin and Lu Yin simultaneously tapped the table in discontent. It's this guy who wouldn't let me level up. Song Yingxue pointed at Night Frost, who not only wouldn't level up himself, but wouldn't let others do so either. Isn't that common sense? Slightly surprised, he had developed the habit of making silly mistakes when his brain was low on sugar. Here, take it. Night Frost swept his fingers across his neck, unclasping the necklace that shimmered with faint starlight, and naturally handed it to Song Yingxue. Is this a gift for me? Song Yingxue pondered. A confession? A token of love? Could it be? No way. Night Frost answered very firmly. Oh, I see. That's your flaw. Song Yingxue's expression instantly returned to calmness, even a bit too. She extended her hand and steadily took the necklace, looking down to examine the attributes of the growth star. What does it mean that the wearer gains 1 to all attributes every time they level up? This effect was shockingly straightforward, yet incredibly precious. She suddenly raised her head to look at Night Frost. You have to give it back to me after you level up. It's definitely not a gift for you, I'm just lending it to you. Night Frost added very resolutely. Song Yingxue stared at him for 2 seconds, but her lips couldn't help but curl upwards. That smile seemed to emerge secretly, and her eyes brightened again. This effect made it impossible for her to suppress her laughter, especially with the boost in base attributes that synergized perfectly with her talent for all attribute enhancement. Fine, since it's like this, I'll forgive you this time. But that effect is really exaggerated. Hey, you two, can you stop showing off your affection in front of us? Tian Kursin leaned forward from her seat, her not very tall stature straining as she stretched her arm, her face clearly saying, show me too. What are the attributes? Let me see. She had already made up her mind to interrogate Song Yingxue later, demanding to know just what good things Night Frost had dropped. Besides that conspicuous armor and weapon, there were even legendary level accessories. There must be a detailed list. Song Yingxue immediately shot her a warning glance, signaling her not to say anything reckless though her cheeks were slightly flushed. Tian Kersen and Lu Yin didn't care. They curiously leaned in their fingers, gently brushing the necklace. When that brief attribute description registered in their minds, their expressions instantly froze, becoming extremely peculiar. They were incredibly envious, yet they silently exchanged glances, quietly returning to their seats without making a sound. In the world of adventurers, casually revealing the specific effects of another's powerful equipment is quite taboo and can easily lead to enmity. Not exclaiming loudly is also a sign of a lattice cultivation, even though the two of them were not exactly ladies. In school they were the pure and spicy JK group. Moreover, more importantly, can't they borrow from Song Yingxue when they level up in the future? Both of them thought that if Night Frost and Song Yingxue were to marry in the future, they would be unable to attend the wedding ceremony, even if they were late. Just looking at Night Frost and Song Yingxue, their gazes became even more meaningful. This effect, being able to confidently show it to each other and entrust it to one another, truly had a grand air. What to do should I fully level up the spearman? Song Yingxue swayed her delicate white neck, dangling the necklace, and asking, or perhaps showing off to her two best friends. Go die. Tian Kersen spat somewhat sourly. Everyone had worked hard for 18 years to reach LV2, while this guy was going to charge past LV15 with an unconfirmed boyfriend and an accessory that felt like a cheat. Hey Night Frost, how should I allocate my level and profession? Song Yingxue gently nudged Night Frost with, From a purely recommendation standpoint, Night Frost put down his chopsticks, sharing his valuable experience from his gaming days, leveling the spearman to the max, then taking the swordsman can allow for dual wielding. If aiming for extreme output, learning the cavalry specialty is also good. However, prioritizing the advancement of the spearman is key, and I think both Shadow Strike and Swift Lancer are excellent choices. Swift Lancer emphasizes speed and mobility, excelling in ambushes and rapid strikes. Shadow Strike focuses on deception and precision, skilled in stealth kills and targeting weaknesses. Unexpectedly sound advice, but does the dual-wielding brute understand this? Lu Yin nodded after listening. How many times have I said it? Do not call me the dual-wielding brute. I do not have such a nickname. My talent is all attribute enhancement, not strength enhancement. Song Yingxue immediately exploded. Do you want me to teach you Xiaoxue? Although I'm not very good at it, I do have qualifications to take the swordsman profession. No need. I'm a genius at techniques. Song Yingxue huffed, not saying more, and immersing herself. She moved swiftly, quickly leveling the spearman profession to LV15, then learning and mastering the advanced profession Swift Lancer, followed by selecting the swordsman profession and bringing it to LV5. Next, she reset the Swift Lancer to LV1 due to its advancement and immediately leveled it to LV7, completing everything in one go, exhausting all her experience. She moved swiftly, quickly leveling the spearman profession to LV15, then learning and mastering the advanced profession. Night Frost's main profession, no matter how it changed, would definitely be the thief. It wouldn't do for positions to overlap in an adventurer's team. She thought of her attributes being sufficient and couldn't wait to equip her Oath of the Windrider, then magically. Having two roles in the Shadow Assassin system would not do, as she had to choose a different route. However, hiding in the shadows was also quite good. Song Yingxue's thoughts drifted, and unconsciously the corners of her mouth curled into a somewhat silly arc. After dinner, the night deepened. As the four left the oak barrel, the street was illuminated by faint lights, and the evening breeze carried a chill. Song Yingxue had personally helped Shuang put on the necklace once again. On the way back to the academy, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Tian Kersen and Lu Yin walked ahead, quietly exchanging whispers and occasionally bursting into light laughter. Shuang and Song Yingxue lagged a few steps behind. Thank you, Song Yingxue said, looking at the moonlight reflecting on the stone path, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't mention it comes at no cost anyway, Shuang replied casually. The Star of Growth wasn't bound, and he could even use it to make money like a bus. However, he had a cleanliness obsession, so he let it go. Got it, Song Yingxue pouted, slightly murmuring under her breath, but the involuntary upward curve at the corner of her mouth never faded. As they approached the side gate of the academy, the brightly lit scene gradually became clearer. Even at night, the training grounds and some classrooms were still lit. They could faintly hear shouts and the sounds of weapons clashing from afar. It was the graduates who were more diligent or anxious, practicing hard. Oh, the chips at that supermarket are half price. Tian Kersen, walking in front, suddenly stopped, pointing at a small supermarket, still shining with lights at the street corner, her voice laced with exaggerated excitement. That's not a valid reason. Lu Yin said this, but naturally raised her hand and elbowed Tian Kersen's abdomen. Tian Kersen immediately bent down, clutching her stomach, feeling that this person was either too gentle or too rough, and she ended up gagging a couple of times. In any case, we need to go to the supermarket. You two just enjoy the rest of the journey. Lu Yin grabbed Tian Kersen's arm, turning to Shuang and Song Yingxue, her tone gentle, yet commanding, placing emphasis on the word enjoy. Hurry up, you two. Stop dawdling. Song Yingxue's face flushed suddenly as she waved her hand, as if trying to shoo away some annoying little insect. Lu Yin finally chuckled, nodding, see you tomorrow, Yi Shuang. And you too, Xiao Shui, good night. After saying this, she unceremoniously pulled Tian Kursin, who was still rubbing her stomach, and quickly walked to Song Yingxue's ear, speaking in a very low voice. As long as you confess, you can win. I confirmed it for you. Good luck, girl. She smiled slightly. That SS class gifted guy is on your team. If you don't take action, he might run away. Then under Song Yingxue's warm gaze, she walked toward the street corner. The streetlights stretched their shadows long, sometimes intertwining, sometimes separating. Song Yingxue felt the heat on her face hadn't subsided, so she directed her gaze towards the distant outline of the academy's wall, clearing her throat to feign calmness. They always like this. Well, tomorrow. She didn't finish her sentence, stopping to look at Yi Shuang. Forget it today, they'll go first. Song Yingxue spoke quickly, even a bit incoherently, but every word was articulated clearly. Listen well. If you dare to mock me, I'll kill you. If you refuse me, I'll cry. I mean what I say. I feel like the latter threat is scarier, Yi Shuang said after a brief silence. He suddenly realized that Lu Yin was probably betting on both sides. No matter who spoke first, they could see the drama they wanted. It was terrifying. For Lu Yin and the others, it didn't matter who confessed first, they just wanted to ship the couple. Listen to me. Song Yingxue's face was almost dripping with blood under the streetlight, but she stubbornly tilted her head, staring directly at Yi Shuang's eyes hidden in the shadows, her voice low, yet exceptionally clear, trembling with undeniable determination. Be my boyfriend. Yi Shuang quietly looked at her. The girl's eyelashes trembled nervously under the light, her tightly pressed lips revealed stubbornness, and her clenched fist trembled slightly, yet she stubbornly kept her gaze fixed. If I say something unnecessary, will I get hit? Yi Shuang asked cautiously, his voice as calm as ever, as if he were teasing her. Song Yingxue nodded vigorously, her eyes fierce and serious. Then please let me be happy, Yi Shuang said, naturally extending his hand. That's a bit backward. How can a boy say to a girl, let me make you happy? Song Yingxue was caught off guard by this completely unexpected response, her brain instantly overloaded. After a brief daze, an uncontrollable laughter mixed with immense shyness and relief surged within her, making her laugh out loud, quickly covering her mouth. She extended her hand with a hint of playful retaliatory strength, tightly grasping Yi Shuang's outstretched hand. The palm was warm with a hint of sweat. You said you'd make me happy. She corrected him, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach. She didn't even notice. All right, Yi Shuang replied casually, realizing that a girl would actually make a request, and then felt the cold texture on his lips. Song Yingxue released her tiptoes quickly, creating a bit of distance, turning her face away, leaving only a flushed ear and a slightly rising profile for Yi Shuang. It seemed as if she was trying to disguise something or emphasize something. She lightly huffed into the air, a sound both soft and forceful. In the shadows of the distant street corner, two figures tightly embraced, wildly twisting their bodies, emitting silent screams and breathy gasps. So sweet. I just want to see this. Lu Yin excitedly pinched Tian Kursin's arm. I want a boyfriend too. Tian Kursin looked at the two figures in the distance, holding hands under the streetlight, their atmosphere subtle, murmuring with envy. Then go find one, Lu Yin laughed, poking her forehead. The class is full of monkeys who haven't matured yet. I like the cool type, like Yi Shuang, and I prefer handsome guys. Yi Shuang's level is just about right. Tian Kursin rested her chin on her hand. Then just go for him, isn't it a sure field? I want to see that. And he seems to rank third in the beauty rankings, right? If you're too picky, you won't find anyone. I like the cool type, like Yi Shuang, and I prefer handsome guys. Yi Shuang's level is just about right. Tian Kursin rested her chin on her hand. Even though it was a beauty ranking, the voting wasn't that strict. Good social connections were certainly a plus. After all, beauty alone isn't much use, but pairing it with a card is a winning hand. But Yi Shuang, whose social connections were basically zero, managed to rank third. No way, that person has a terrible character. It's like Greek yogurt and dark chocolate. Although they're nutritious, they're not something ordinary humans can consume. So many requirements, but over there is just a gorilla with a peculiar taste for Greek yogurt and dark chocolate. Lu Yin continued to enjoy her drama. After all, it's a gorilla, Tian Kursin echoed. Is that it? How pure. Lu Yin clicked her tongue with a hint. Suddenly, she let out a light gasp, meeting Yi Shuang's gaze just as he casually glanced in this direction. He was merely sweeping his gaze across the street corner, his focus not even fixed, yet it made Lu Yin hold her breath instantly. Caught. Tian Kursin stiffened as well. He saw through the invisibility technique. Tisk, what a monster. Lu Yin continued to maintain the spell, mumbling softly. The perception ability of a thief was truly too out. Although the combat effectiveness of stealth-type professions may not be as high as others, their functionality in preventing ambushes and counter-detection is indeed frustratingly high. However, the opponent's thief level was only LV1 when they discussed team levels earlier. Even with the boost of advanced profession attributes, he could see through her invisibility technique. Stealth-type professions have lower combat power than others, but relatively their functionality is very high, especially in preventing ambushes. Under the streetlight, Shuang looked at the girl who turned her face away, but refused to let go of his hand. I still have something to attend to. Delivering Song Yingxue to the school gate, Shuang gently released the hand he had been holding all along and murmured softly. Deducting points. Song Yingxue immediately puffed out her cheeks and evaluated without mercy. Do I even have any points left? Let me ask, what's my score? Shuang followed her lead and asked. Not telling you. Song Yingxue turned her head, her shoulder-length hair tracing a small arc, and walked toward the brightly lit campus without looking back, her voice drifting back. Well, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Shuang waved his hand, watching her figure merge into the halo of the school gate before turning around. He took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, speaking calmly to the empty shadow of a lamppost beside him. You two should head back too. Stingy, what are you up to? Tian Kursen's voice, tinged with the chagrin of being caught, emerged from the void. Immediately after her and Lu Yan's figures rippled like water and gradually materialized in the air, clearly having dispelled some form of concealment magic. Dealing with some stalkers other than you two. Shuang said succinctly, his gaze fixed on the deeper fragmented darkness of the alleys beyond the school gate, dissected by the buildings. Lu Yan paused for a moment, then it dawned on her, her expression shifting from teasing to a hint of seriousness. I see. Unexpectedly manly of you. By the way, we're not stalkers. She paused, her tone growing more earnest. Word travels fast. Though I can only report to the school guard for you. Given the underground structure of Tianling City, those who'd target a fat cat, like you, are mostly from the Black Flame Society or the Tiger Claw Gang, with leaders at LV50. What happens when a fledgling with a total level barely reaching 10, yet adorned with legendary and epic gear, leaves the safe zone to act alone at night? In the game era, this was the standard trigger for a highway robbery quest. In this real world, far from perfect in terms of law and order, it was an unshakable law of the dark. It's fine. Shuang's tone betrayed no tension, only an almost matter-of-fact calm. I will win. The moment he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Azure magical flames rose without warning from his feet, like living tides rapidly spreading upward, outlining and solidifying. Heavy black armor components materialized and clicked into place within the flames, emitting low-textured metallic clangs, and in an instant enveloped his entire body. Finally, a great sword of ancient design flowing with profound dark light silently appeared in his raised right hand. He gripped it with both hands, the tip angled toward the ground. The entire sequence was fluid and silent, yet carried a pressure as heavy as a mountain and sharp. Whoa! Tian Kursen instinctively shrank her neck. Though she knew his gear was extravagant, witnessing the instantaneous arming process firsthand was still a different level of impact. So confident. Or should I say arrogant? Lu Yan shook her head, but stepped forward, gently patting Shuang's armored shoulder, her face once again showing that knowing smile. All right then, well, head back, without worry. With our current meager strength, we really can't handle that kind of situation. Us staying would only make us burdens. So it's fine. Shuang repeated, his voice slightly muffled under the helmet, yet still steady. See you tomorrow. Lu Yan patted his shoulder once more, and a red light flickered. Basic physical enhancement attached. Then pulling the still-dazed Tian Kursen, she turned and walked briskly back into the school. Oh. Tian Kursen snapped back to reality, and quickly shouted back at Shuang, her tone unusually serious. Don't die out there. See you tomorrow. Shuang didn't turn back. Only the wrist holding dark light moved almost imperceptibly as a gesture of acknowledgement. The azure embers at his feet died out completely. The figure, clad in heavy black armor and wielding a greatsword like melting shadows, slowly stepped into the thick darkness beyond the school gate. It was deeper and more winding than it appeared from the outside. The stench of rotting garbage, damp mold, and cheap tobacco mingled together. A few broken streetlights flickered weakly, casting large, swaying, and unsettling shadows. Shuang's pace was unhurried. His metal boots struck the potholed ground with a regular crisp clack-clack that echoed through the silent alley as if deliberately beating a rhythm. After walking about 50 meters, he stopped in the middle of the deserted street. Shadows, writhed figures emerged silently, sealing both his path ahead and behind, encircling him. Knowing something was wrong, yet you still swagger in alone, kid. Are you that stupid, or do you think wielding a legendary weapon makes you invincible? A hoarse voice sounded from the shadows ahead. Then 3 figures emerged from behind abandoned crates and the roof of a low building, forming a triangle that hemmed Shuang into the middle of the alley. The leader was a bald, burly man with a vicious scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth. He was bare-chested, his muscles knotted, and he carried a heavy spiked mace. His eyes roamed over Shuang's armor and greatsword like a predator, sizing up its prey, undisguised greed flickering within. The other two, one was tall and thin as a bamboo pole, twirling a pair of daggers coated with an azure gleam, his gaze cold. The other was short and stocky, carrying a heavy metal tower shield, clearly the defensive role. Black Flame Society collecting a night toll. The scarred bald man grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow by tobacco. Kid, that getup of yours looks pretty good. Legendary gear. Haha, don't know how you lucked out. But if you're smart, hand over everything valuable, including that greatsword. We're reasonable folks. We'll leave you your underwear, so you can crawl back to school crying. The tall thin man let out a shrill chuckle. Boss, why waste words on a schoolyard brat like this? The stocky man remained silent, simply slamming his tower shield heavily onto the ground again. Thud. The dull sound echoed through the alley like a war drum, a stark intimidation. The faintly visible underlings around them also joined in with low laughter and crude remarks, their greedy eyes licking over Shuang's equipment. By common sense, when you see an enemy has confirmed an ambush and still walks openly into the trap, shouldn't you immediately reassess their strength and consider retreating? Shuang sighed. There were too many fools in this world, he couldn't stand it. His voice remained steady yet carried an icy weight that clearly overpowered all the noise reaching the ears of every besieger. Let me make this clear. You are the challengers. Shuang's calm, almost polite declaration fell like a spark into a pool of boiling oil. After a brief silence, an eruption of furious and mocking laughter exploded. Ha! A challenger. You. A greenhorn fresh out of the beginner's village. The scarred bald man laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, his ferocious scar scrunching up as he doubled over. Kid, have you lost your damn mind? The tall thin man's laughter was shrill. Boss, this kid's brains have been rattled by that tin can of his. The stocky man finally let out a disdainful snort from his nose, his gaze behind the tower shield growing even more menacing. Ungrateful bastard. The scarred bald man's laughter cut off abruptly, his face turning as dark as water, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. I was going to let you keep some dignity, but since you're asking for death, don't blame the Black Flame Association for being ruthless. Brothers, cripple him. Strip him clean. The first to move weren't the three leaders, but the underlings who could no longer contain their greed. 4 or 5 thugs wielding machetes and iron bars howled as they charged from the shadows on both sides, attacking Shuang from different directions. Their attacks were crude, but carried the vicious, cunning nature of street brawls, sealing off any space to dodge. Shuang stood still, his gaze beneath the helmet calmly sweeping over the approaching figures, not even. The moment the machete was deflected and its wielder froze in shock, the pitch-black armored figure seemed to be swallowed by the shadows on the ground, vanishing from his spot with abrupt, uncanny suddenness. It wasn't an afterimage left by high-speed movement, but a true instantaneous disappearance. Shadow Step consumes 20 mana to instantly teleport a short distance to the shadow of a target. In the next instant, the dark shadow appeared beside the 3 leaders. The tall, thin man's cold smile was still frozen on his face, his pupils contracting to pinpricks from sheer terror. Before he could even react, he only saw a black sword light deep as night, silently and vertically slicing before his eyes. Then a searing, blinding white flash, as if capable of purifying everything, bloomed in overlapping brilliance along the same trajectory. The dull thud of a blade cutting through flesh mingled with the faint sizzle of something being instantly scorched and vaporized by intense heat. The tall, thin man's expression froze. An extremely fine line of blood traced straight down from his brow, across his nose bridge, lips, and chin. He tried to look down to see what had happened, but with a bewildered, incredulous expression, he collapsed to either side. Before his entrails and hot blood could fully spill out, they were licked and mostly evaporated by the white flames that followed, producing a sizzling sound. The air filled with a strange odor of burning and blood. Second brother. The scarred bald man's roar cracked with fury and a hint of unprepared fear. It had all happened too fast for his brain to process. Roar. The stocky man reacted faster than the bald one, almost instinctively letting out a beastly bellow. He thrust his heavy tower shield forward, a faint yellow light glowing on its surface. Taunting roar. A mental wave of forced attention mixed with the sound wave spread out. At the same time, his muscles bulged as he pressed the tower shield firmly before him, assuming the most perfect defensive stance to buy time for his boss and protect himself. Yet Shuang's gaze didn't linger on him for even a moment. The instant after slaying the tall, thin man, and pausing slightly from the skill's momentum, he brought down the blood-stained darklight greatsword with a force as heavy as a collapsing mountain straight onto the thick metal tower shield. No technique, no feint. Just the simplest, crudest vertical chop. The stocky man's eyes flickered with a savage grin and confidence. He had absolute faith in his tower shield and strength. Even a high-level monster's charge couldn't break him. Clang! It was no longer the crisp sound of metal meeting metal, but a teeth-grinding, terrifying roar of metal being forcibly torn, twisted, and shattered by immense force. The moment the black sword light touched the shield, the heavy tower shield, inscribed with simple defensive runes, cracked like a cookie struck by an invisible giant hammer. Spiderweb-like fissures spread across the entire surface at an alarming speed. Then, as if an explosion had been triggered from within, the shield burst apart. Countless metal fragments mixed with shattered yellow magical light shot backward. Behind the shield, the stocky man's savage grin and confidence transformed into utter shock and bewilderment. His shield, his lifeline, couldn't even hold for a single moment. The black sword light barely paused, cleaving through the shield and continuing downward. Then came that pure white flash, as if from the celestial realm, blooming once again. Squelch! The stocky man's sturdy rock-like body was neatly split by a smooth diagonal line from his right shoulder to his left waist. The upper half slid off with a dazed expression, while the lower half stood for half a second before crashing to the ground. Blood burst out like a ruptured water pouch, instantly staining the pitted ground. From Shuang's disappearance to the death of the two leaders, the entire process took no more than 2 breaths. The next moment, Shuang's black gauntlet grabbed the bald man's head and slammed it onto the blade. The bald man attacked the dark light greatsword with his head, and the sword emerged unscathed while he instantly perished. Monster! Bald Brother was a level 52 powerhouse, and he couldn't even fight back. What the hell? I'm out of this. I quit. Someone screamed first, and the remaining 7 or 8 underlings instantly broke down, dropping their weapons in terror and turning to flee toward both ends of the alley. Legendary equipment wealth. All became laughable illusions in the face of absolute power and death. They only wanted to get as far away from this Reaper in human skin as possible. But just as they turned to flee under the stunned, terrified, and incredulous gazes of the crowd, the ferocious black armor on Shuang suddenly ignited with ghostly blue magical flames once more. The flames gently licked over the armor plates, and wherever they passed, the heavy armor components, just as they had appeared, quickly dissolved into streaks of light and vanished into the air. In an instant, the fearsome heavy armor disappeared, revealing the simple black leather armor beneath, and Shuang's lean but upright figure. Even the dark light greatsword, which had just slain 2 powerful foes and instilled dread, turned into a shadow and silently vanished from his hand. The surviving underlings paused mid-step, a ridiculous, unrealistic hope surging in their hearts. Could it be that this god of death in his magnanimity was letting them go since they were running away? Yes, he had taken off his armor and sheathed his weapon. That must be it. A big shot from the academy might disdain killing small fry like them. This flicker of hope ignited a pathetic glimmer of expectation in their despairing hearts, even slowing their escape by a beat. But the next second, that glimmer was utterly crushed, replaced by deeper despair. Shuang's empty right hand reached behind his back with natural ease. A dagger with a black hilt and white blade glowing faintly, Dark Moon Whisper. He didn't use Shadow Step. The moment the short blade entered his hand, his figure moved. Not teleportation, but pure speed. So fast that in the dim light, it left behind a trail of blurred, continuous afterimages. The leather armor whispered against the air with a faint whoosh. Like a ghost merging with the night wind, he lunged at the nearest underling, the one fleeing fastest, in a dizzying trajectory. That thug felt only a chill at his neck, as if a breeze had brushed past. Then his vision spun wildly, and he saw his own headless body stagger forward a few more steps before collapsing. He didn't even feel pain. Shuang's figure didn't pause moving, as if dancing a dance of death through the alley. The dagger Dark Moon Whisper turned into a series of cunning, precise, and lethal purple arcs in his hands. Each flash struck from an impossible angle, plunging into a fleeing man's throat, heart, nape, or temple. No unnecessary slashes, no flashy moves. Every attack was stripped to its essence, deadly to the extreme. Blood splattered like ink, blooming into brief, poignant flowers on walls, ground, and air. Screams, grunts, and the thuds of falling bodies rang out like a chaotic drumbeat, rising sharply and then abruptly ceasing. In an instant, the only ones left standing in the alley besides Shuang were the last man. He was a young thug, barely 20, slumped in a pool of blood among the corpses, his pants soaked and reeking. His dagger had long since fallen somewhere. He futilely pushed himself backward with his hands, his face a mess of tears, and snot utterly broken by fear, staring at the youth walking toward him. A youth holding a blood-dripping dagger, his face and leather armor spattered with blood, yet still expressionless. WWHY. The young thug's voice was hoarse and broken, filled with confusion and despair. The stuff. Take it back. The money too. What? Did you have to kill us all? We were just following orders. Shuang stopped before him, tilting his head slightly, as if pondering this worth. The cold blood on his face was uncomfortable. He casually wiped his cheek with the back of his hand, only smearing the blood further. He uttered a flat syllable, as if genuinely puzzled why the other would ask such a question. Then with the same calm tone one might use to discuss what's for dinner, he deigned to explain, "You talk as if you're innocent. How many lives are on your hands? Don't you know? Joining an organization like this is unquestionably evil. But honestly, there's no particular reason. If I had to say, it's probably because if you want most people to live in an orderly world, one that isn't too terrible, then eradicating evil and cleaning up crime is one of the necessary things to do. I suppose I want to live in a world full of order." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the bodies, and continued in that same academic tone. "You might say evil is like weeds. Cut one batch and new ones will quickly take its place. But that's just an excuse for laziness and compromise. It's like having cockroaches at home. Knowing you might not get rid of them all, does that mean you let them overrun the kitchen and say, well, we can't kill them all, so forget it? A house still needs to be cleaned. I hate killing too, it leaves psychological scars. But the God I believe in is a benevolent one, and doing this dirty work is a necessary part of it. What's our creed again?" Shuang paused, thought for a moment, and said, "When ghosts appear, slay all evil ghosts. When evil appears, cut off all wickedness." Let me just say thank you. It makes me feel lighter. The young thug stared blankly, unable to comprehend the logic behind these calm words, shaking his head unconsciously as the fear of death completely seized him. Shuang took a step and vanished, activating Shadow Step. Dark Moon Whisper flashed, and the last body fell limply, splashing a few drops of blood. Shuang's figure slowly solidified in the shadows behind where the young thug had stood. He flicked the Dark Moon Whisper dagger, shaking off the remaining blood droplets from the blade. The alley fell back into silence, with only the thick, pervasive smell of blood slowly spreading through the night. Do we have such doctrine? Deep within the Church of Eris, in a tranquil side hall adorned with star patterns and lucky clover reliefs, a girl with her white hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in neat adventurer leather armor, stood on tiptoe, stretching her neck to steal a glance at a translucent crystal ball hovering over an ancient wooden platform. The light and shadows within the sphere flowed, projecting a brief and bloody scene from a distant alley. The girl's azure eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with astonishment. Before she could finish speaking, a slender, fair hand with distinct knuckles reached over the index and middle fingers, coming together to gently tap her smooth forehead without any hesitation. Ouch! The white-haired girl winced in pain, covering her forehead and retracting her neck. No, standing beside her was a woman dressed in a pure white bishop's robe, intricately embroidered with golden lucky patterns, who retracted her hand and flatly, yet firmly denied. She was dignified and beautiful, with silver hair cascading like a waterfall, her demeanor exuding a gentle wisdom born of worldly experience. At that moment, she let out a barely perceptible sigh, a familiar helplessness etched between her brows. At least there is no such bloodthirsty rhetoric in the 7 chapters of the Gospel of Eris. That person really enjoys fabricating doctrines. Furthermore, Iris, I have told you many times you are not a priest. Do not casually use the eye of fate of the church to spy on the city's movements. That is a rule. Is that so? I believe that Lord Eris, as a benevolent god, might have said such things, the girl replied. Do not casually speak such words. Upon hearing the heretical remarks, the archbishop grabbed the white-haired girl's head with one hand, as anyone else in the church would have been executed for such words. That hurts, it hurts. The Archbishop Marian released her, and then a complex and enigmatic emotion flickered in her deep eyes, a mix of appreciation and a deeper worry. This child of ours, she softly repeated, her voice as light as a sigh, is quite frightening. There was little fear in this statement, but rather a profound sense of understanding. The followers of Eris generally do not concern themselves with the development of the Eris Church, but that does not mean the priests they serve do not care. They go to the community every week to distribute eggs. It was rare to find one who was not constantly obsessed with small steel balls. A talent with exceptional aptitude, character, and drive ended up being the type that enjoyed fabricating doctrines with a heavy bloodthirst. Are you going out? Iris asked curiously as she watched Archbishop Marian turn and walk toward the oak door carved with star and river patterns in the side hall. Of course, Marian replied without looking back, her voice still gentle, but carrying an undeniable tone. I need to clean up a bit. If our followers dirty the streets outside and the church does not clean it up, we will be complained about by our peers, and it will affect the overall community rating. The next day, Night Frost woke up in the student dormitory, touching her lips, feeling quite nice. Although she was not one of the popular female protagonists from the gaming era, and did not compare to those beautifully illustrated and modeled characters, she was certainly not lacking. But those people were not troubled by a tragic backstory, nor were they characters with personalities so troublesome that they made one wish to eliminate them. That person was quite cute, just this point alone, one over too many. Moreover, she developed well earlier on all stats. The unlovable troublesome one has. As Night Frost finished washing up and walked out of the dormitory building, she saw Shen Qinghua leaning against a tree in her school uniform. She wore a neatly pressed school uniform, a dark coat and knee-length skirt, and a white shirt with a meticulously arranged collar. The morning light flowed over her black long hair, reflecting an icy snow-like glow. She stood not far from the dormitory entrance beneath a phoenix tree, her posture upright, her demeanor cool and aloof, as if she carried an invisible realm of frost. She silently kept all the boys around who attempted to flirt, observe, or simply admire her at several meters away. They gathered nearby, whispering, their gazes fervent, yet none dared to approach. Do you want to argue early in the morning? Although I don't want to be evaluated as cute or not. But theoretically this face of mine is only cute, right? Shen Qinghua confidently replied. And beautiful. No, saying such things is already quite uncute, Night Frost retorted. Was this person really like that? Where did your aloofness go? I really hope you can return to that. I still prefer your rebellious self. I bore all the credit on my shoulders yesterday. For others it might be seizing credit, but for you it should be quite pleasing, right? Thank me sincerely. Thanks, then goodbye. Night Frost nodded, and just as she was about to leave she was suddenly pulled back. Wait, why are you so eager to leave? Shen Qinghua complained, then asked. Do you want to form a fixed team, Night Frost? Buzz. The moment the words fell it was as if an invisible bomb exploded within a few meters centered around Shen Qinghua. Not a sound, but the sudden freeze followed by a frenzied surge of emotional shockwaves. Not far away, those boys who were still whispering and sneaking glances at the goddess collectively seemed to have pressed the pause button, all movements and sounds freezing in that moment. Time seemed to halt for a second. Immediately after, hiss. Someone gasped loudly. The sound in the suddenly silent morning air was like a leaking bellows. Is there something wrong with my ears? Shen Qinghua took the initiative to invite someone to form a team. A fixed team? That Night Frost. The Night Frost who awoke with a D rank yesterday. What kind of international joke is this? An SSS level genius inviting a D level? Has the world gone mad? Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Oh, you really pinched me. A fixed team is tantamount to binding future adventure partners. How could Shen Qinghua? She has always been a lone wolf, even ignoring the earlier invitation from Lai, an A-level genius, directly. Wait, could it be because of what happened in the maze yesterday? But even if Night Frost had a stroke of luck and helped a bit, it shouldn't lead to this. Looks. It must be about looks. Damn it. Being handsome allows you to do whatever you want. Impossible. Senior Shun is not such a superficial person. There must be some deeper reason. It's a conspiracy. Surely that Night Frost used some despicable means to coerce the senior. The discussions quickly transformed from an initial silence to an uncontrollable wave of gasps, doubts, screams, and various absurd speculations. Every gaze directed at Night Frost was filled with extreme shock, disbelief, scrutiny, and an almost palpable mix of envy, jealousy, and even a hint of anger. As if he had committed some unforgivable act, desecrating the divine. Shen Qinghua seemed oblivious to the sudden surge of voices around her. Her gaze remained calmly fixed on Night Frost's face, as if awaiting a response that was nothing out of the ordinary rather than a decision capable of creating waves within the academy. In the midst of countless scorching gazes that seemed ready to pierce him, Night Frost's expression showed no change. He even had the leisure to glance at a boy who had just shouted about looks, and was then silenced by his peers before returning his attention to Shen Qingyu's face. He pondered for about 3 seconds, calculating the benefits. Then under the breathless gaze of everyone, Night Frost spoke in his characteristic calm tone, clearly stating, Honestly, I don't want to, but it's not bad. Are you Tsundere? Even after agreeing, you still have to reject it a bit, Shen Qinghua said with a smile. Don't use that kind of term to describe me. Night Frost replied with disdain. That's like signing a magical contract. However, before Night Frost could finish, he was instantly interrupted. I will never sign any contract with you in my lifetime. Shen Qingyu's rare smile returned to her usual icy demeanor, her expression serious, having been tricked by a thief in a contract, an incident that would hang over her as a shame for life. Yesterday, the more she thought about this matter after closing her eyes, the angrier she became. Cut. Shuang noticed the displeasure in the other party's tone about not wanting to sign the contract, but quickly regained composure and said, As the captain of my team, I have the first choice of loot after each boss battle, followed by selection based on contribution. Are you stupid? In the first round you're asking me to select loot based on contribution. As this is a long-term team, how could anyone accept such a thing? I'm in charge of the team's logistics. According to contribution, I am first no matter how you calculate it. And besides, Shuang said. Who? Shen Qinghua almost immediately asked, her eyebrows slightly raised. Which sage? Or is it a phantom teammate you imagined who is completely obedient? Friend, she said with a hint of sarcasm. I suggest you go ask the Leshan giant Buddha to stand up and let that sage take a seat. No, she's my girlfriend. You're surprisingly harsh with your words. That's a trait of someone with a romantic brain. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? She paused the air, seemingly pressing the pause button at that moment. She let out a barely audible hum, a sound laced with a hint of complex emotions. Stop lying. With your terrible personality, your rude speech, and your utter lack of gentlemanly demeanor, how could any girl genuinely like someone whose mind is only on himself, who constantly calculates benefits in secret? Even if there were, she would leave once she sees your true nature. Is this a curse based on jealousy? Shuang retorted calmly, and my personality is not bad at all. Besides, how long have we known each other? Less than 24 hours at most. On what basis do you claim to understand my personality and make such an absolute judgment that no girl would like me? Some essential traits do not require a long time to verify. Just one day is enough for me to see what kind of person you truly are. Her gaze was sharp as an icicle, self-interest above all, an unhealthy level of vigilance, a lack of basic team trust, a habitual tendency to suspect others with the worst malice, and an unabashed selfishness. Perhaps in the perilous depths of a dungeon, such a personality might help you survive longer, but in normal social interactions, especially in romantic relationships. She paused for a moment, then with a tone resembling an announcement of a theorem clearly stated, someone with your personality will never have a girl who genuinely likes them. Even if there were, she would leave eventually. Don't say it twice. Shuang remarked, clearly annoyed by this person. So who is it? Song Yingxue. Her tone carried 7 parts skepticism, and 3 parts are you joking? Romance shouldn't affect the team, it's really unlucky. I rarely feel a connection with teammates. Shin Xinghua sighed, feeling that in an adventurer's team the unluckiest thing is when someone mentions the last trip into the dungeon, and the second unluckiest is having a couple in the team. However, quitting often comes from the high death rates due to the difficulty of tasks, and falls within the realm of the latter is purely based on experience. When one party is injured or in danger, it easily leads to the other party's emotional collapse and judgment errors, dragging the entire team down, which is a pure negative debuff. Indeed, it's unlucky. Shuang nodded in agreement, as if discussing the weather for the next day. As a follower of the goddess of luck, she was somewhat affected by metaphysics. The crowd, who were straining their ears eager to analyze the lip movements of the two, collectively froze. One of the 3 campus beauties, Song Yingxue. Although those two have always had a good relationship, now it has actually been confirmed. The surrounding boys, after a brief moment, finally erupted into an even more intense, more chaotic, and more emotionally charged uproar. If Shun Xingyue inviting a team was like dropping a bomb, then Shuang's words were like detonating a nuclear. No way. Is it true? Drank, Shuang has gotten together with Song Yingxue. It must have happened yesterday in the maze. Surviving in peril. I get it. Impossible. Senior Song is so strong and so cool. How could she like? Although the face is fine, but he's just a drank talent. My goddess. Both of my goddesses. One invites him to form a team, and the other is actually his girlfriend. Is there any justice left in this world? Whispers turned into unabashed exclamations, shrieks, wails, and excited discussions. Countless gazes darted back and forth between Shuang and Shun Xingyue, trying to find more clues on their faces. The amount of information is overwhelming. Drank Shuang not only seemingly has a secret collaboration with SS rank genius Shin Xingyue, but also has a romantic relationship with another newly emerged genius beauty, Song Yingxue. I dislike you. You have so many people around you, even more than the flies around Song Yingxue. I need to reconsider teaming up with you. Shuang sighed, feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of the crowd. Shin Xingyue seemed oblivious to the chaos around her, as if the exclamations and gazes were merely unimportant background noise. Hearing Shuang's words, the corner of her mouth even curved slightly, a smile, so faint, yet carrying an air of self-assuredness almost Versailles in nature. After all, I am beautiful, and my background and talent are both excellent. Being the center of attention is the norm. She stated calmly, then inquired, so what are your thoughts? About the fixed team. In any case, while at school, please don't talk to me. Shuang proposed a compromise, or rather an evasive solution. I understand. Shin Xingyue nodded, then very naturally added, then let's go to class, Shuang. You didn't listen to me at all, Shuang said, speechlessly looking at her. And I'm in class 7 while you're the top student in class 1, right? The classrooms aren't even in the same building. Don't be shy. Shin Xingyue had already taken a step toward the teaching, building her pace leisurely, as if it was only natural for Shuang to follow. The morning breeze fluttered her black hair and skirt, and under the focus of countless gazes, she seemed to walk down a personal runway. Anyway, going to the teaching area is on the way. And she slightly turned her head, casting a glance at Shuang with her ice blue eyes, her tone carrying a hint of elusive meaning. If I'm not by your side, are you sure you can quietly walk to the classroom without being surrounded and interrogated by these flies, say? Shuang paused, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding boys who were eagerly waiting to ambush him for an interview, and perhaps a few girls with bright eyes, and fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he said nothing, but took a step forward, matching Shen Qingyu's pace, maintaining about half a step of distance. Neither side by side, nor lagging too far behind a subtle position. The corner of Shen Qingyu's mouth seemed to curve upward barely perceptibly by a millimeter. Thus, on the tree-lined path of the academy in the morning, an astonishing scene unfolded that left countless students wide-eyed, and would go down in the annals of campus gossip. The SS-rank genius girl, the ice goddess, Shen Qingyue, walked gracefully ahead, like a ship breaking the ice. Meanwhile, the newly admitted drank student Shuang, who had just been revealed as the boyfriend of another campus beauty, Song Yingxue, wore an expression of forced to perform as he followed half a step behind her. There was almost no communication between the two, but the invisible aura difficult for outsiders to intrude upon, and Shuang's cold demeanor of "don't ask me, I know nothing" only intensified the crowd's boundless imaginations. Wherever they passed, the crowd parted automatically, the murmurings muted as if the volume had been turned down, leaving behind countless hot, shocked, envious, and jealous gazes like searchlights following the two until they disappeared in the direction of the teaching building. "Tisk, cheating on the first day, you playboy." As Shuang just settled into her seat at the back of the classroom, a voice intentionally lowered, yet tinged with evident frustration, reached her ears. She turned her head and saw her deskmate Song Yingxue with her arms crossed over her chest. This posture accentuated her already striking curves, making them hard to ignore. She slightly tilted her body, her left cheek unconsciously puffing up chestnut hair, cascading down her shoulders, her gaze sidelong at him filled with the message. "I am very displeased. Explain yourself. You've got quite a nerve, Shuang. This is just the first day, isn't it?" She punctuated each word, as if squeezing them out from between her gritted teeth. "How impressive." The legendary SS-grade talent senior sister, Shen Qingyue. Lu Yan sat at the corner of Song Yingxue's desk, swinging her legs and speaking in an exaggerated sing-song tone, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "What a desirable start to campus life," Tian Kursin remarked from the other side, propping her chin with her hand, her tone dripping with irony. "No," Shuang denied expressionlessly, trying to put an end to the topic. "As your formal fixed teammate, I hope you will take good care of me, Song Yingxue." A clear, calm voice came from beside Shuang. Standing next to Shuang, Shen Qingyue, oblivious to the countless gazes focused on them in the classroom, nodded towards Song Yingxue and spoke in a businesslike manner. "However, I hope you won't hold back the team." Song Yingxue's displeasure instantly transformed into a polite, yet forced smile. She lowered her arms and also nodded at Shen Qingyue, declaring in a firm, unyielding tone, "All right. As the vice-captain of this team, I hereby formally announce that you, Shen Qingyue, have been kicked out of the team." "Shen Qingyue? Our team doesn't have the position of vice-captain," Shuang corrected Song Yingxue. "What do you mean, no?" Shen Qingyue, who had just been kicked out of the team, was more concerned about this issue than being ousted by an irrelevant connection, her ice blue eyes suddenly turning to Shuang. "You're not trying to set up a vice-captain just so you can have absolute authority over loot distribution, are you? That's severely irregular in a proper adventurer team structure." She stepped forward slightly, her mind, a representative of wisdom, could only come up with this reasoning. Having no vice-captain had no benefits at all, and her tone turned serious. What if the captain gets injured, goes missing, or cannot command during a battle? Without a clear vice-captain to take over the command, it poses a deadly risk to the entire team. That's basic risk management. That's your malicious guess, although you're right. But I won't set one up anyway. After all, I won't give you that title, and you'll still seize command at a critical moment. Shuang glanced at her and stated in a flat tone, "If you want to call yourself vice-captain, go ahead. Am I not the vice-captain?" Song Yingxue grabbed Shuang's collar, seemingly betraying herself. "This girl sometimes takes my command. You definitely can't control her." Shuang soothed her girlfriend. "Remove the self-proclaimed part." Shen Qingyue immediately corrected her. Regardless of the two's bickering, she suddenly remembered, "You mentioned going to the Dark Labyrinth tomorrow. How many days will the expedition take? Don't we have advanced monster ecology and basic alchemy practice classes tomorrow? Aren't you about to graduate? Do you still care about those credits?" Song Yingxue immediately took over the conversation with a look of a good student that conveyed boredom. "If you're going, just behave, and if not, don't nag. We're not a delinquent group here." She emphasized the word delinquent. "Probably around 3 days. With you around, we should be able to push down to about level 70, right? And I'm not a delinquent boy." Shuang calmly corrected the most important point. "I'm a good student who follows school rules." "How can a truant be a good student?" "Truant," Shen Qingyue repeated thoughtfully, a rare flicker of contemplation appearing on her usually icy face. The issue wasn't the level 70, which was utterly unrealistic for students who could only operate on the first floor, but the act of skipping class. "I haven't tried it yet. It sounds quite appealing, but is the first time skipping class really just 3 days? Alright, what time do we meet? At the entrance of the school. 5 in the morning. Shuang nodded, stating the time. Xinxinghua nodded in response. For a lengthy dungeon strategy, the best time to enter was indeed early morning. Oh. Song Yingxue suddenly remembered something, clapping her hands and looking at Shuang. Speaking of which, that Li Ming from last time, the shield warrior who gave me the qualification for the Oath of the Wind Chaser, said, if we go to the dungeon, next time, could we take him along? And his defensive profession should be helpful, she added. I think he was quite sincere. I owe him a favor from last. What do you think? Does that mean we need a 6-person team? That's great. The issue of Yin overpowering Yang is resolved. However, I still need to prepare enough supplies for one more person. Shuang calculated. Great, they would have a laborer to carry food, possibly allowing them to delve deeper. Is it time for class? Can you go back? Aren't you a student from our class? Shuang looked at the doorway blocked by people and glanced at Xinxinghua. Even if I leave now, Xinxinghua followed his gaze, calmly scanning the excited crowd outside, and stated the facts in a tranquil manner. You will be the focus of everyone today, and for a long time to come. This trouble isn't caused by me, but something you announced yourself. So don't place the responsibility of being watched entirely on me. After speaking, she slightly nodded at Shuang and Song Yingxue as a farewell, then turned and left the classroom of Class 7, her steps still composed amidst the hushed gasps and whispers around her. What an annoying person. Song Yingxue gave Xinxinghua, who was leaving, an internationally recognized gesture. Then she wrapped her arms around Shuang's neck, giving a thumbs down to the students outside, who made way for Xinxinghua, shouting, what are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out for you. Get lost. Her voice carried an unmistakable fierceness and a sense of newly acquired strength, combined with the lingering impact of her punch that sent Lai flying the day before producing a striking effect. The students at the door scattered like startled sparrows, clearing out in an instant, moving faster than rabbits. Shuang felt an unprecedented softness on his face, but he confirmed a fact: Song Yingxue was indeed developing into the type who, after gaining power, would not eat beef. Graduation season is like this. Those cowards who have been hiding their feelings and never daring to confess finally can't hold it in anymore, turning the academy into a chaotic mess with the density of couples skyrocketing. The young male homeroom teacher glanced disdainfully at the several pairs of students who were noticeably sitting too close together, then leisurely strolled to the podium, placing his lesson plan on the desk with a measured thud. Is that just the projection of your resentment from being single too long, teacher? A couple from the front row, who had just recently gone public, pointed out cheerfully, showing no fear. Nonsense. The homeroom teacher shot them a glare that held little force. Don't think just because graduation is near and exams are over I can't do anything to you. Believe me, I can assign you 20 pages of an overview of the modern magical history of the continent right now. If you don't finish it, don't even think about getting your graduation recommendation letter. After his threat, his gaze swept across the classroom and finally landed precisely on a figure in the back row who seemed somewhat constrained while being half embraced by a chestnut-haired girl. By the way, Shuang. The homeroom teacher pushed up his glasses, a glint of gossip. No concern, shining in his eyes behind the lenses. I heard you're forming a fixed adventuring team with our school's SS rank genius, Xinxinghua. Is it true or false? The entire class gaze instantly focused again. Even the couple teasing the teacher pricked up their ears. The person being addressed was still adjusting to the soft constraint against his cheek. Under Song Yingxue's embrace, which carried a faint fragrance and a clear sense of possessiveness, Shuang nodded slightly and uttered a flat syllable. Huh. The homeroom teacher raised an eyebrow, letting out a meaningful sigh. Really, I knew you had something going for you, but I didn't expect you'd reach this level. He stroked his chin as if recalling something, then asked, what about the other rumor? That you're applying to St. Martial Academy. Is that true too? Shuang nodded again, still brief. The atmosphere in the classroom subtly shifted. The 4 words St. Martial Academy seemed to carry a certain weight, dimming the earlier gossip and teasing. I see. The teasing expression on the homeroom teacher's face faded considerably as he looked at Shuang, his tone tinged with complex emotion. I thought you had no interest in the so-called big cities outside Tianling City. I really have no longing for big cities. Don't undermine me. But anyway, these two things together, teaming up with Xinxinghua and applying to St. Martial Academy, will be troublesome. As your homeroom teacher, I'll give you this near-redundant prediction before you graduate. He paused as if feeling he had said enough, then began to talk about something that gave him a headache. Also, the grade will issue a college application form later. You fill it out properly and submit it on time. That's the application form. Not that I don't know you want to apply to St. Martial Academy. This form still has to be submitted. It's procedure. Very important. Put it at the top of your task list. In 3 years, you've never submitted a signed receipt on time. The final was noticeably louder, carrying the resentment of a teacher disappointed in a student echoing through the suddenly quiet classroom. Shuang replied with disdain, I know. He'll sign what needs to be signed. Most of the signing forms issued by the school are unequal treaties that shirk responsibility, which is why I usually don't sign them. It's not intentional non-submission. Song Yingxue buried her face behind his shoulder, her shoulders shaking suspiciously, as if suppressing laughter. That is intentional non-submission. You idiot couple separate. And you two delinquent girls over there get back to your seats. Left speechless by the retort, the homeroom teacher launched a flank attack. That's abuse of power. Tian Kursen was the first to raise her hand in protest. It's abuse of power if I don't discipline you. The homeroom teacher waved his hand irritably, as if shooing flies. All of you sit properly. Class begins. A suppressed wave of laughter rippled through the classroom. The homeroom teacher coughed, forcefully flipped open his lesson plan, and tapped the blackboard. All right. Everyone quiet down. Class begins. Today we'll cover the final chapter of basic alchemy materials. Time slipped by quietly in the mundane campus life, especially during the evenings. The next day dawned. The sky had not yet brightened, and the academy was shrouded in a deep blue stillness. The square leading to the exclusive dungeon entrance was empty. Shuang was the first to arrive, still wearing his unremarkable black, fitted leather armor with a matching windbreaker over it. On his back was a pack that didn't look bulky, but had clearly been magically expanded. He lowered his head, his hand posed in a gripping gesture, as if practicing the dragon claw technique, recalling the feel of yesterday. Apart from the word amazing, he couldn't find any other way to describe it. Not long after, a deliberately lightened, yet still energetic and eager set of footsteps broke the silence. Song Yingxue's figure quickly emerged from the spreading mist. Today she had changed into a dark brown reinforced leather suit more suitable for high-intensity combat, with matte metal plates embedded at key points ensuring both flexibility and protection. The oath of the wind chaser, that ornate and dangerous spear, was carefully wrapped in a specially made wear-resistant cloth cover slanted across her back with the spear tip secure. The oath of the wind chaser, that ornate and dangerous spear, was carefully wrapped in a specially made wear-resistant cloth cover slanted across her back with the spear tip securely fixed in place with leather. Morning. She trotted over, her voice crisp, carrying a slight morning hoarseness and undisguised excitement. She naturally stood beside Shuang, her shoulder affectionately bumping his, bringing a faint refreshing scent of soap mixed with leather and metal. Morning. Shuang opened his eyes and nodded at her, still immersed in the memory of yesterday's feel. His gaze lingered on the spear behind her for a moment, and he said helplessly, "Can't you just put away the magical artifact?" Nonsense. This young lady likes carrying it. Song Yingxue puffed out her chest proudly, then lowered her voice with a hint of smugness. I even secretly applied a thin layer of anti-wear oil to it. Lu Yin recommended it. Supposedly it protects the enchantment layer. Shuang let out an almost imperceptible in acknowledgement, mentally confirming another overpriced product. This person was really easy to use. Soon after, faint sounds came almost simultaneously from two other directions. Lu Yin and Tian Kursen strolled leisurely from behind Song Yingxue. Lu Yin was still in her easy-to-move dark attire, wearing a witch's hat on her head, and holding a wooden staff taller than herself in her left hand. Several daggers of various sizes were tucked into the leather sheaths at her waist and thigh. Tian Kursen, on the other hand, was in light chainmail with leather guards, carrying a small round shield on her back and a long sword at her waist, a standard beginner warrior outfit. Her face showed a mix of excitement and nervous eagerness as she kept tidying her hair, which wasn't actually messy, running off so fast. Cherishing your alone time. Tian Kursen stopped a few steps away, her eyes shifting between Shuang and the Song Yingxue, clinging to him, asking with a grin, "You're being noisy too," Song Yingxue retorted. Shuang glanced at the glowing hand of the magical clock tower at the edge of the square. There were still 5 minutes left until the agreed time of 5 o'clock. Just as the second hand was about to reach the hour mark, in another direction a figure appeared on the broad stone path connecting the square to the main teaching area, as if the timing had been calculated perfectly. Shen Xingwei approached with steady steps, having changed from her usual immaculate academy uniform to a... Her voice was cold and calm, clearly reaching everyone's ears in the empty square. Her gaze swiftly swept over the crowd, assessing everyone's condition and gear, stopping momentarily on Shuang and the almost glued-to him Song Yingxue. Her ice blue eyes betrayed no emotion as she nodded to everyone in acknowledgement. "You're late," Shuang criticized her. "Either check the list or check your brain," Shen Xingwei replied. "One is still missing." Shuang ended the small talk. The lowest-ranked person had arrived last, showing a true lack of social etiquette. As her words fell, a slightly stocky figure with heavy yet hurried footsteps rushed closer. Li Ming ran over, wearing the academy's well-maintained standard light armor, carrying a rather heavy metal tower shield with signs of impact on its edges, and a solid warhammer at his waist, panting slightly, with sweat already forming on his forehead. "Sorry, did I keep everyone waiting? Am I late?" Li Ming skidded to a stop in front of the group, bracing his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath, then stood straight, his gaze anxiously scanning the prominent figures in the academy, his tone full of apology. Yes, you're late. Shuang confirmed again, glancing at the clock tower's hands. No, there are still 4 minutes and 17 seconds until the agreed time. Shun Qingyu's cold voice rang out as she glanced at the magical clock that only she could see, accurately reporting the time, seemingly in defense of this seemingly honest admirer. Phew, that's good, that's good. Li Ming visibly relaxed, wiping away sweat. Now that everyone is here, let's clarify before we set off. Shuang stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the 5 people in front of her. I am the captain. The command is solely mine, and battle orders must be followed and objections can be raised afterward. Song Yingxue pikeman, main attacker, and roamer responsible for high-speed infiltration. Lu Yin sorceress, mid and long-range magical support, battlefield control, and providing buffs or debuffs when necessary. I am a summoner from the support faction, able to summon fire elements. Lu Yin explained her faction, noting how complex the sorcerer's profession was with its various schools. I got it. Tian Kursen, warrior secondary tank, responsible for protecting Lu Yin, addressing gaps and managing flank pressure. Shen Qingyue, mage, main area control. Currently a LV-13 frost mage, and also a spell damage dealer. Shuang smoothly reported the positions of the 4 individuals, ignoring Shen Qingyue, then turned her gaze to Li Ming, pausing for a moment. Li Ming's reaction was almost like that of an old couple, immediately catching on Song Yingxue, stood on her toes, and whispered urgently, Li Ming. He is called Li Ming. Li Ming. Anyway, he is the frontline tank. Shuang couldn't recall his exact profession. Tian Kursen watched Shuang completely forget the other person's name, even too lazy to remember the profession, thinking to herself that he was indeed rather rude. Upon reflection, the other party hadn't even remembered her name. Hello everyone. I am Li Ming from Class 5 of Year 3, main profession advanced shield warrior, currently at LV-14. Although Li Ming looked embarrassed, he immediately introduced himself seriously. That's quite a high level. We are both at LV2 in our beginner professions, feeling the pressure. Lu Yin pretended to sigh, actually revealing her and Tian Kursen's levels. That's quite a high level. We are both at LV2 in our beginner professions, feeling the pressure. Lu Yin pretended to sigh, actually revealing her. Shuang pulled out a silver-white dagger from her waist. This is enough for the upper levels. Now that everyone is so cool, I admire you. Tian Kursen's eyes brightened, thinking that her friend's boyfriend was Shun Qingyu's cold voice rang out as she looked at Shuang. There was no contempt in her ice blue eyes, but rather it seemed more like a statement of an observation. But to be honest, deep down, she didn't find the statement overly exaggerated. It was merely a plain statement based on facts. Finally, check your gear and supplies. Shuang's calm voice echoed. Remember your respective responsibilities. Let's depart. No impassioned mobilization, no blood-boiling slogans. Shuang simply uttered 2 words calmly, then, without hesitation, turned around and took the first step toward the immense stone door that appeared particularly deep in the morning light. Life at the academy would not cease due to the disappearance of a small team. However, when the next morning came and the chief seat in Class A of Year 1, which was always impeccably straight and exuded a cold aura, was notably empty, a subtle sense of unease began to arise in some people's hearts. The professor teaching the course on advanced magical creature ecology, known for his sternness and seriousness, frowned when he called Shun Qingyu's name and received no response. He adjusted his heavy glasses, looked down at the empty seat, and then glanced at the course assistant. The assistant explained in a low voice, Professor, it seems that Shun Qingyue has taken a leave of absence. Leave of absence? The old professor raised his voice slightly. She took a leave. What kind of leave? I never received a formal notification from the academic office. She has never been absent, not even late. Unease began to spread like ripples on water. By the afternoon's basic alchemical practice class, Shun Qingyu's seat remained empty. This time, even the stern female instructor in charge of the practical class noticed something was off. She directly contacted the academic office. The staff at the academic office flipped through the records, also taken aback. Shun Qingyue. There is no leave request from her. There hasn't been any record since she left school yesterday. Wait, didn't she register to use the dungeon entrance with a few students yesterday? What? Shun Qingyue didn't attend class. And we can't reach her. The usually composed old principal could no longer sit still. An SS-level talent, one of the rare treasures since the academy's establishment, had gone missing. This was simply a monumental issue. Investigate. Immediately investigate. Find out her last known location. Who is she with? The principal ordered sternly. Quickly, the investigation results came in yesterday morning at 5 o'clock. Shun Qingyue, along with her classmates, Shuang, Song Yingxue, Lu Yin, Tian Kursen, and Li Ming, a total of 6 people registered at the academy's guard station, forming a temporary team to enter the maze of darkness through the main entrance. Who approved that? Wasn't the entrance to the maze of darkness locked after the exam? How did it open? The principal looked at his teacher's confusion written all over his face. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. The grade director slammed the table in fury. Who let them in? The entrance to the dark labyrinth should have been sealed after the graduation exam. The supervising teacher spoke with embarrassment. It was pried open. Huh. It was pried open, the teacher repeated reluctantly. I heard you clearly. I'm asking why it was pried open. Ah, their captain is a thief. He probably picked the lock. Shuang's homeroom teacher spoke guiltily, then glanced at the record, noting the approval signature that appeared to be forged by the students themselves. He prayed his salary wouldn't be docked. Even Xinxinhua is only LV13. What about the others? That Shuang has a drank talent, right? I told you to have him fill out his level information. That form still hasn't been submitted. Shuang's homeroom teacher lowered his head, silently cursing Shuang. And there are 2 LV2 students. Are they going to their deaths? The principal roared. With 2 ranked top students involved, if anything went wrong he could retire immediately. Silence fell. Activate the labyrinth emergency contact formation immediately. Try to reach them, the principal commanded gravely. Yet all directional communication spells vanished like stones dropped into the sea, yielding no response. After all communication magic failed in the deeper layers, the Academy's emergency response team was hastily mobilized. Several high-level teachers and elite adventurers stationed on campus were assembled ready to enter the labyrinth for a rescue mission if necessary. But given the labyrinth's vastness and complexity, the rescue effort was fraught with extreme difficulty and risk. A heavy pall of gloom hung over the entire Academy's upper echelons. Just as chaos reigned, the magic technology department responsible for monitoring the dungeon core's conquest progress delivered a message that left everyone utterly astounded. Principal, Director, come quick. The technology teacher rushed, in his voice trembling. What? The principal felt a sense of dread as the teacher entered his office. He and the other teachers hurriedly followed the technology teacher to the observation classroom of the dark labyrinth. In the center stood a massive crystal panel displaying the conquest progress percentage of each layer of the enormous number representing total conquest progress was crawling upward at an excruciatingly slow but unmistakable pace. When registered yesterday morning the number was 3, 14, and now 57, 29. Moreover, the tail end of that number was still flickering ever so slowly. 57. The grade director's eyes nearly bulged out. How is this possible? It was just over 3% yesterday. In one day it's risen by over 50 percentage points. That's like clearing over 50 floors. And at this rate, it's Xinxinhua. It must be Xinxinhua, a teacher exclaimed excitedly. Only an SS rank talent could achieve such a miracle. She must have found some highly efficient strategy or awakened a powerful hidden power. But even with her SS rank this is. Another teacher found his throat dry as this defied all his understanding of student capabilities. Advancing over a dozen floors in one day. What did that even mean? Many seasoned silver rank adventurer teams couldn't achieve such efficiency in a month. Keep monitoring. Stay vigilant, the principal ordered, but his brow remained furrowed. The surge in progress was astonishing, but it also meant they had penetrated far deeper than anticipated. If they encountered a danger beyond their capacity. On the third day, when everyone gathered again at the technology department, the number on the crystal panel had become 79. 86. The entire room fell into dead silence, broken only by heavy breathing and the faint hum of magical instruments. Every teacher's face was etched with disbelief, shock, and a trace of bewilderment. Nearly 80. Someone murmured. How many layers have they reached? On the fourth day, the number jumped 47. Then after half a day, everyone noticed the number had stopped moving. It was frozen. Like a high-speed train suddenly braking, the number solidified at 91. 47, with no further change. The unrealistic optimism and excitement that had surged with the rapid progress were doused like ice water, replaced by deeper anxiety and panic. It stopped. Why has it stopped? Have they encountered an insurmountable obstacle? Or has something gone wrong? Layer 91. They've already reached layer 91. My God, what kind of place is that? Even the Imperial Knight Order might not be able to reach layer 91. Xinxinhua truly lives up to her SS rank. This is no time for that. They've lost contact. The progress has been stalled for over 12 hours. Calls for a rescue mission grew louder, even alerting the Tianling City Adventurers Guild and the City Guard. However, given that no human could descend to such depths, no feasible rescue plan could even be formulated. With the news leaking out, the principal's head was nearly shaken loose by a parent with a goatee. On the fifth and sixth days, the number on the crystal panel stubbornly remained at 91. 47. Hope with the passage of time grew ever more faint. The atmosphere in the academy was suffocatingly oppressive. Even ordinary students felt the intangible unease. Various speculations, worries, and even pessimistic comments began spreading on the forums. Shen-senpai, she couldn't really have Don't talk nonsense. Shin-senpai is so strong she's definitely fine. But it's been 6 days with no news at all. It's all that Shuang's fault. He must have persuaded Shin-senpai to go so deep, and Song Yingxue and the others. A bunch of lunatics. On the 7th day, early morning, at 1027 a.m., sounds suddenly came from within the massive stone gate that had been sealed for 7 full days. I told you not to usurp my command in battle. It's all your fault the food supplies were destroyed by the monsters. The ugly sound of quarreling came from the team. We've been over this 67 times. At that point you had lost consciousness from the Banshee's psychic attack, so naturally, I took command. And I've admitted countless times that it was indeed my command error that led to the supplies being destroyed. Can you just shut up? Now can we end this topic? Shin Xingyu's cool, calm voice followed. To the shock of all the teachers and students who had been holding their breath with hearts in their throats, the exchange between the two sounded strangely equal, almost like a bickering old couple. The tragic, desperate post-crisis wailing they had anticipated never materialized. And Shin Xingyue was the one being scolded. Clearly the two had been arguing the entire way. No, you haven't realized your mistake at all. If we had sufficient supplies, we would have taken down the boss on floor 92. It's all your fault. If you're going to put it that way, had you told me about the necklace's effect earlier, my stats would be 30 points higher across the board, and we wouldn't have needed those supplies to win. When Shin Xingyue saw Shuang hand the necklace to Tian Kursen and Lu Yin to upgrade, she discovered its effect, and nearly fainted from anger. Now all she wanted was to buy a batch of level-erasing potions, though such items were hard to find. Just control the monsters well. You don't need to deal damage anyway, Shuang retorted. I'm a magic-based damage dealer, she replied. I'm sorry, it was my fault for not holding the aggro. The true culprit Li Ming stepped forward timidly to mediate. Shut up. Who asked you to speak? The two, both in bad moods, turned and spoke in unison. Li Ming felt as if he were staring into the cold, gleaming eyes of two ferocious beasts trembling in fear despite being a shield-type class with a total level of 39. 6 figures staggered out of the stone gate. In an instant the entire square fell into deathly silence. Everyone's gaze froze on those 6 figures. Their cloth armor was wrapped in tattered strips, and they were covered in bloodstains like revenants returning from hell. Only Shin Xingyu's legendary robe remained relatively clean. TCH, Shuang standing at the front seemed completely unaware, or utterly indifferent, to the shock he had caused. He frowned, sweeping his gaze over the dense stunned crowd, and clearly enunciated from his throat, so many people. Disgusting. Yes, I know. Shuang yawned, responding perfunctorily to the principal who had rushed before him. He had not heard a single word of the 2-minute tirade. His brain had instinctively filtered the other's words as useless noise. As he spoke, he raised his other hand and patted the principal's bald crown gently, like one would pat a watermelon or a pet with 2 crisp light taps. With only 1 step left before graduation, the true nature of this person, long disguised and suppressed, began to surface, especially under the immense pressure from the dungeon. His reckless and willful side emerged. One who could mingle with delinquent girls was hardly a paragon of virtue. Strictly speaking, the graduation ceremony had already taken place. Theoretically, they were graduates, albeit without their diplomas. They were in a delicate state, not yet officially admitted by any higher institution. If Shin Xingyue, blessed with an SS-strength talent and boundless future, had patted the principal so familiarly, he might have twitched, but considering her value and background would have endured it, even forcing a perfect smile of teacher-student harmony. But being patted by Shuang, a man rated only drank in Awakening, universally deemed talentless, and the ringleader, who had broken locks to force entry into the dungeon, led the team into danger, and thrown the academy into chaos for 7 days, was an entirely different matter. In the eyes of the principal and the vast majority of faculty and students present, Shuang was at best the captain of an adventure squad, with decent command talent, incredible luck, and the ability to unite several genius teammates. He might develop in team command or tactical planning, but he was certainly not destined for a long path as a powerhouse. The principal snapped back to reality. The disrespectful patting and Shuang's presumptuous attitude flushed his aged face crimson, his sparse, white hair seeming to bristle. He was about to roar to maintain his last vestige of authority as the head of the school. Slap. Shuang's hand fell again. This time it was no casual tap, but a solid, forceful slap directly onto the center of the principal's bulb. The sound was crisp and loud, echoing across the suddenly silent square. A clear red handprint rapidly emerged on the principal's fair scalp. The principal's head jerked forward, his glasses sliding to the tip of his nose, utterly stunned. He clutched his head, eyes wide with disbelief at the expressionless youth before him. How dare he? How dare he use such force? How dare he humiliate the head of the school so brazenly in public? The surrounding faculty and students were petrified, mouths agape wide enough to hold an egg. What had they just witnessed? Shuang had struck the principal's head and left a handprint. Then Tian Curson tilted her head, unable to hold back, and laughed first, causing other students to break into laughter as well. But the teachers were in a difficult spot, laughing would cost them their jobs. Yet something even more shocking was about to happen. Shuang took a deep, long breath, as if inhaling all the pent-up pressure and exhaustion from 7 days underground. Then with another slap, steady, precise, and fierce, he struck the same spot seemingly with even more force than before. The principal's entire upper body swayed, his hands still frozen over his head, leaving only a look of utter bewilderment and daze. A searing pain radiated from his scalp, reminding him this was no illusion. Every opening ceremony, graduation ceremony, and various celebrations, you stand on stage and drone on, in that slow cadence, repeating meaningless platitudes for at least an hour. Shuang spoke, his voice soft, yet clearly audible across the silent square. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the principal, who was clutching his head with an expression of "Who am I, where am I?" While the pressure gauge exploded, "He's gone berserk," Song Yingxue remarked, stepping back as she watched Shuang, familiar with his behavior. "But didn't you only attend one opening ceremony? You skipped all the others, didn't you?" Shuang paused, his gaze sweeping over the fresh red marks on the principal's head. It felt so good. The sensation after that slap was one of immense relief. He had finally severed the grudges from both his past life and this one. You all," the principal said slowly, each word seeming carefully chosen because he truly had no idea what to say. "Principal, this is outrageous. He has openly assaulted a teacher," the grade director hurriedly exclaimed, eager to display his loyalty. Shen Xingyue watched Shuang, thinking indeed his mental endurance threshold is low, he can't handle pressure well. The irritability on the 4th day had not been an illusion. Though he made no mistakes in command, and said nothing to affect others during rest, he relentlessly pressured himself until his psyche gave way. After returning to the surface and entering a safe zone, the strain became impossible to contain. So this was his flaw, a low tolerance for dungeon pressure, a poor trait especially for a captain. Truly no human is without imperfection. Please don't be too angry with our captain. Shen Xingyue, as the self-appointed vice-captain, naturally stepped forward. She nodded slightly, using polite words, but everyone understood the implication. We are a team. Deep dungeon exploration involves extreme environments, cunning and powerful monsters, and constant mental and physical strain on the brink of exhaustion. It inevitably breeds irritability, anxiety, and other negative emotions, a common phenomenon in an adventurer's career. As captain, he bears far more pressure than us team members. Occasional emotional outbursts leading to some unconventional stress relief behaviors, though debatable in method, are entirely understandable from a psychological and adventure medical perspective. Yet perhaps she had been influenced by Shuang, the principle of one who stays near ink gets stained. She instinctively gave the principal's bald head a gentle pat. 2 soft taps, elegant, even adorned with a hint of frost. The entire square fell into a silence even deeper, more profound and deathly than when Shuang had struck. Everyone, including the grade director who had just caught his breath and was about to rage, the students and teachers still stifling laughter or in shock, and the principal himself clutching his head in a mental void, stood frozen. Then, as previously noted, when someone of Shun Qingyu's SS-rank talent did such a thing, he forced a very natural smile brimming with obsequiousness and humility. Huh. He let out 2 dry laughs, utterly devoid of embarrassment. Helping outstanding students relieve stress and soothe their emotions is exactly what an educator should do. The captain of my captain. A mature, gentle voice imbued with an inexplicable penetrating quality unexpectedly emerged from the edge of the crowd, cutting sharply through the eerie silence. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a peculiar charm, instantly captivating everyone's attention and locking Shen Xingyue, who had been maintaining a cold and aloof demeanor, in place. Her hand grasping the ice-blue staff subtly stiffened, while her usually calm and time-freezing ice-blue eyes flashed a rare hint of minute panic. She did not immediately turn around. The line of her neck appeared somewhat rigid. The crowd seemed to part as if under an invisible force, and a figure slowly approached. It was a tall woman wearing a deep blue mage robe tailored to fit perfectly with a fabric that appeared plain yet shimmered with a dark silver magical sheen. The robe's edges were embroidered with intricate and ancient silver frost patterns that rippled gently like water waves with her steps. Her appearance bore a 6 or 7-point resemblance to Shen Xingyue, but was more mature and dignified. Her silver white hair was not tied up, but casually draped over her shoulders, with the tips nearly reaching her waist. It seemed that time had left little trace on her face, only adding a few layers of accumulated wisdom and her eyes were a deeper ice blue than Shun Qingyu's, now holding a smile that was elusive and difficult to grasp as it slowly swept across the scene. Her gaze momentarily lingered on Shun Qingyue, whose body was slightly stiff and whose eyes were somewhat unfocused, before calmly shifting to the side, where Shuang had just lowered his hands, his expression returning to neutrality. The air seemed to become thicker again. Shen Qinghua finally turned around slowly to face the newcomer. She slightly lowered her head. The previous calm, analytical aura that defended her captain vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost instinctual subservience and a barely perceptible tension. Her lips moved gently, her voice dropping at least 2 tones lower than usual, carrying a hint of barely noticeable restraint as she softly called out, "Mom, why are you here?" These 2 words were like 2 small pebbles thrown into an icy lake, stirring ripples of disbelief in everyone's hearts. Mom. Shen Qingyu's mother. The legendary current head of the Shun family, Shen Binglin, who came from an ancient magical family and was a top-tier ice magic grandmaster, often elusive and rarely seen. How could she be here, especially at this moment? Shen Binglin seemed unfazed by her daughter's low call. She merely withdrew her gaze from Shuang and returned her attention to her daughter. The slight curve at the corners of her lips remained, her voice still gentle, yet it made Shen Qingyu's back seem to straighten a little more. Then this elegant and composed grandmaster casually posed a question in a tone as if discussing, "What should we choose for afternoon tea today? What brings you here?" She tilted her head slightly, her silver hair cascading down as she continued, "Your daughter skipped class and has been missing for 7 days in the underground city. Oh, as a mother, I should come to see if she is still alive." Then she paused for a moment and pointed at Shuang, asking, "Campus romance. Do you like this kind of bad, huh?" Song Yingxue was the first to exhale in surprise at the gazes of the crowd. "This is my boyfriend." The girl pulled Shuang's arm, dragging him to her side, making a strong declaration. "Ah, what a pity, but if you want to be a part of my family, I have no objections. It depends on you," Shen Binglin said to her daughter. Mom. Shen Qinghua finally broke free from the initial stiffness and embarrassment, her voice rising slightly in urgency and annoyance, interrupting her mother's astonishing words. "We are not in that kind of relationship. Besides, I could never like someone so self-centered, with a terrible personality, hard to communicate with, and whose mind is filled only with strange calculations and cold-blooded profit assessments. Please do not have such unrealistic misunderstandings." Shuang, caught in Song Yingshu's grasp, thought to himself, "You want to distance yourself from me, which is fine, but why resort to personal attacks? Is there no more appropriate way to say this?" Shuang added, "I thought you liked this type, or in fact I prefer eyes that look like a wolf." He felt a tightening in his arm, thinking this family really liked to see others as animals. Of course these words remained in his heart, so as not to become the focus again. Then, feeling somewhat bored, Shuang casually heightened his perception and saw the abyss-like blue magical power. What is this woman's magical power? It was exaggerated to the point of making one want to vomit. This is not a metaphor, it was a physiological sense of oppression. The condensed blue magical energy was so dense it made one feel nauseous. Is this what legendary mages at the pinnacle of the game era look like? Don't joke around, this creature is not human at all. Shen Binglin smiled, and said, her blue eyes slightly brightening as they focused on Shuang, as if seeing right through him. Is that so? When I heard you had a great talent, I thought you were suited for a commander-type career. I didn't expect you to be one of the rare few who rely on themselves. Although I want a son-in-law with SS-grade talent, or higher, you are not bad. I agree you should pursue her. Go ahead, and do it, young man. Mom. This time, Shun Qingyu's voice was nearly a scream. She felt her rationality, composure, and dignity as the eldest lady and genius of the Shun family being shattered piece by piece by her mother's nonchalant words, turning to ashes. At this moment, she wanted more than anything to find a crack in the ground to hide in, or to unleash a blizzard and eliminate everyone who heard, including her mother. No, I don't have such thoughts for now, Shuang said seriously under the almost murderous gaze and grip of Song Yingshu. Definitely not, because his arm hurt a bit. Although he did not deny that Shen Qingyu's appearance indeed had a certain value, especially when viewed from a rear perspective. However, Shen Qingyue often made him angry enough that he almost wanted to hit her. He had already gone to charm her during the game period. Oh dear, you've been scorned, Xiaoye. It seems your charm still needs improvement. Shen Qingyu's eyes had completely lost their brilliance, having been thoroughly played with. Meanwhile, Shen Binglin seemed to have had enough fun and finally shifted her attention slightly away from the topic that socially doomed her daughter. She looked back at Shuang, her ice blue eyes narrowing slightly. By the way, your surname is Yi, right? Her tone carried a hint of contemplation. That old man from your family should be from your great-grandfather's generation, quite powerful. What was his name again? I forgot. Is he still alive? Shuang paused, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden shift to his family. He tilted his head, recalling, and spoke in a tone as if discussing a stranger. I don't know. I'm from a collateral line, and the 7th child. There was nothing to inherit, nor any inheritance rights. There were many rules during meals, so I left the family. It's probably been about 10 years since I last went back. The soul of a reincarnator naturally has a certain distance and estrangement towards family affection. If treated well, it might still be possible to be influenced by love. But upon discovering even a slight discomfort, Shuang almost immediately took off without hesitation once he was capable of independence. Family. What is that? Irrelevant. Oh. Shin Binglan's face revealed a smile that was neither surprised nor even slightly mocking, as if to say I knew it. She gently shook her head, her silver hair flowing like a waterfall. Consistently lacking vision, ye family. How many times has it been? Casting out a rough stone that clearly hides its brilliance, treating it as a common rock. No, Shuang corrected, I was not exiled. I left on my own. This was important. It sounded as if he were some unwanted thing discarded by the roadside. Shin Binglan looked at him, her ice blue eyes deep as a cold pond. She slightly curved her lips and clearly stated in a tone as if declaring a universal truth, from the family's perspective this is called exile. After that divine-like mother left behind a scene of dropped jaws and her daughter's complete social demise, she finally waved her hand contentedly and left with an elegance akin to a leisurely stroll. In the square, the suffocating atmosphere, a blend of shock, absurdity, and intense curiosity, finally began to slowly flow like a balloon that had been punctured. However, at the center of the storm, Shin Qinghua seemed to have all her strength and means drained away. She hung her head, her long black hair cascading down to cover much of her face. Her fingers gripped the ice blue staff so tightly that they turned pale, the veins on the back of her hand slightly bulging, as if she could crush the staff with sheer force. She was neither sad nor shy. She was seriously contemplating whether it would be easier to kill everyone around her or to leave this socially dead planet. However, the good news was that she would be going to a big city for school, indeed, leaving this place behind. Don't mind it, life is rarely as we wish it to be. Shuang patted Shin Qinghua on the shoulder, revealing a rare, mocking expression. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound of dislocated bones came from Shuang's shoulder, accompanied by a sharp pain. Ugh. Shuang let out a muffled groan as her body was uncontrollably yanked sideways by a tremendous force. Song Yingxue pulled sharply on her arm, causing Shuang to stumble. She turned in shock, meeting Song Yingshu's dark eyes, which were now blazing with icy anger. The girl's face bore no smile, her beautiful brows knitted together, her gaze sharp as a knife fixed on him. With each word she spoke softly, yet with an undeniable chill. Except during battle, when you must touch with that broken talent of yours. She paused, each word seeming to be drawn from an ice cellar. No allowing you to casually touch other girls. Okay. Shuang nodded, unexpectedly feeling that this person was quite terrifying. Moreover, her strength was immense. Theoretically, he had a level 5 upper-tier profession bonus, so why was he weaker than her? Was the power from the all attributes enhancement really that exaggerated? Oomph. Song Yingxue snorted coldly, finally loosening her grip, though her gaze still remained fixed on him, like a mother leopard wary of all potential threats. You're included in this too, let go of me. A deep voice came from the uncle. Huh. Why are you? Shuang and Song Yingxue instinctively exhaled together. Others might chat casually, but could Fei Yangyang refrain from butting in? However, as Song Yingxue was halfway through her breath, she immediately swallowed the rest. The pair of black eyes that had just been blazing with fury narrowed slightly as they recognized the newcomer. Instinctively, she took half a step back with remarkable agility, like a startled rabbit, before swiftly retreating behind, Shuang peeking out cautiously, with just half her head, to see the direction of the voice. Shuang was taken aback by her reaction, then turned to see the figure approaching. It was a tall and robust middle-aged man dressed in practical deep brown leather hunting gear, with a somewhat worn canvas jacket over it. He had a neatly trimmed, distinctive handlebar mustache, revealing a pair of sharp eyes that resembled an eagle, now narrowed with a scrutinizing and displeased glint. His hair was somewhat disheveled, interspersed with streaks of gray, his skin a sun-kissed wheat color from years of exposure. His large knuckles were rough and calloused, casually tucked into his pockets, exuding a rugged aura and undeniable presence. Handlebar mustache. Lu Yan mentioned that is this Song Yingshu's father. Upon seeing that face, Shuang's mind instinctively began to race. Among the onlooking students and teachers, someone could no longer contain themselves and gasped, recognizing this well-known figure in Tianling City. One of the 3 great protectors of Tianling City, the illustrious Song Yu. That person is Song Yingshu's father. She is a young lady. No way, I always thought that person was a delinquent girl and did not talk to her. A boy who wanted to enjoy the perks shed tears of anguish. Wake up, that person is indeed a delinquent girl, and even if you talk to her she wouldn't care. That person is notorious for handing out good person cards. Meanwhile, Shuang instinctively straightened her previously crooked posture, only feeling a bit uneasy when faced with such a figure. After all, he had done almost everything he needed to do. Holding hands, hugging, kissing, touching. He was basically just one step away. Shuang was fundamentally inclined towards the order of the good camp. He was not the type to boldly park a Ghostfire motorcycle swaggeringly downstairs at his future father-in-law's house, while casually advising, "Hey old man, keep an eye on my bike, don't let anyone scratch it." Facing the parents of the girl. No, the girlfriend, especially such a parent who looked formidable, feeling uneasy was a common human emotion. Song Yu's eagle-like eyes scanned Yi Shuang from head to toe, as if they were searchlights meticulously I see now. Song Yu spoke slowly, his voice still deep, but the previous displeasure seemed to be replaced by a more complex evaluation. Indeed, very strong. Both in spirit and strength, and to have achieved such feats at this age possessing dominance. He stated his observation conclusions in one breath, his tone even carrying a rare acknowledgement of a junior. Yi Shuang and the shy Song Yingxue exchanged awkward smiles. Then Song Yu's eyes, which were usually half-squinted, suddenly widened. "But I do not approve, father. My daughter, who is the most beautiful, adorable, and outstanding in the universe. Why should I let her be with a foul-mouthed unknown brat who looks infuriating and dares to let her stand in front of him?" The voice boomed like thunder exploding in the suddenly silent square. Meanwhile, Song Yingxue, who was hiding behind him, felt her face flush bright red to her ears from her father's earth-shattering declaration and social death-level roar, only to quickly pale again. She painfully closed her eyes, empathizing with Shun Qingyu's feelings, wishing she could just die. Even Song Yingxue couldn't stand this level of social death. On the other hand, Tian Kursin and Lu Yin, who had been laughing with their mouths covered since Shun Qingyu's social death, were now desperately pinching each other's cheeks, their bodies trembling violently, faces turning purple, tears streaming down, trying not to make a sound. Sorry. As long as you're fine." Song Yingxue's mother made her entrance. The crowd turned to look. They saw a woman dressed in an elegant light blue long dress with a moon-white embroidered short coat, who had quietly appeared next to Song Yu. The woman appeared to be around 30, perhaps older in actuality, yet time seemed to have treated her with exceptional gentleness, leaving only the faintest, more alluring traces of fine lines at the corners of her eyes and brows. "Mother." Song Yingxue timidly peeked out from behind, Yi Shuang, her voice soft. In a certain sense, this person was even more terrifying than her own biological father. "We were planning to go deep into the rescue for you. Anyway, it's good that you're out, and it seems you've gained quite a bit." Her temperament formed a stark and peculiar contrast with the thunderously irritable, rugged, and burly Song Yu beside her, yet it was oddly harmonious, like raging fire versus still water, or unyielding rock versus supple vine. "Well, that's enough. Your voice is too loud. We're going back." The woman extended her fair and slender hand, gently tugging at Song Yu's bulging muscular arm, her voice soft. "No, my dear wife. I'm taking my daughter home right now." The burly man's voice cracked with a sob, leaving Yi Shuang feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It's good that the children are back safely. The rest can be discussed slowly, there's no rush." She turned to Yi Shuang, a warm smile in her light brown eyes, as she gave a slight nod. "You're the team leader, Yi Shuang, aren't you?" Yingxue's mother, Su Wan. "These past few days, Yingxue, must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Thank you for taking care of her." Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. "She must have been quite a handful, right? And thank you for looking after her to ensure she returns safely. You've worked hard." She stepped forward, closing the distance, then leaned in slightly. Her voice, soft yet chillingly cold, whispered into his ear, so only he could hear. "No kissing before marriage, and certainly no further actions. Understand? You're going to school in another city, and I'm a little uneasy about it. But I'm even more uneasy about leaving her in just anyone's care." Her voice grew softer, yet each word was crystal clear. "So for now, I'll entrust her to you." Yi Shuang felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end instantly. He nodded immediately, his tone uncharacteristically obedient and swift. "Ah, yes. I understand. Rest assured, Andy. Sorry, Andy, your warning seems to have come just a little too late. We've already kissed. In fact, we kissed right from the start." But he wouldn't dare say that even if his life depended on it. That's good." Su Wan straightened up, a warm and graceful smile blooming on her face again, as if that deadly warning had never been uttered. She gently took the arm of Song Yue, who was still fuming, silently shooting death glares at Yi Shuang. "What a good child he is. Well, let's go. Let the children get some proper rest. Yi Shuang, Yingxue, and all you students, goodbye." Having said that, she pulled Song Yue, who kept turning back with fierce eyes, and walked out of the square without room for argument. Phew. Song Yingxue let out a long sigh of relief, her body almost collapsing as she patted her still flushed cheeks. Yi Shuang rubbed his shoulder, which was still sore from being yanked. "Your dad's got quite a bit of energy." He opted for a relatively neutral comment. "More than just energy." Lu Yin finally released Tian Kursin's face, which was nearly swollen from pinching, panting heavily as she wiped away tears of laughter. Uncle Song's roar almost made me think the square was going to collapse. "Classmate Yi Shuang, when you visit the Song family in the future, I suggest you write your last will and testament beforehand." "Seriously?" Tian Kursin rubbed her pinched red cheek and echoed with a sympathetic tone. "And Aunt Su seems gentle, but her words are terrifying too. Team leader, you're on your own." "Then I'm going back." Shuang nodded, stating something completely irrelevant. Wait. Song Yingxue was quick, grabbing his wrist. What about the victory feast? Where's the promised victory feast? The food during the dungeon exploration was mostly compressed rations necessary for survival, a torment for both taste buds and spirit. And while one could hunt and eat the monsters in the dungeon, most of these creatures, imbued with mana, required tedious preparation to be edible. No one in this team had the subprofession for that. They were all terrible at cooking. Shuang could manage a little, but only with basic monsters. The magical beasts from the deep labyrinth they had conquered were far beyond the capabilities of someone without professional training like him. You all go deal with your family matters. You've been skipping class for 7 days, your parents must be frantic. Shuang tried to change the subject. That's your fault. Shen Qingyue, who had been silent, suddenly remarked. True. My parents are watching from over there too. Even I'm a bit eager to show them my current level now. Victory feast. How about tonight? Luyan asked. Oh, tonight. Right now all I want is meat. Tian Kursen stated her demand. You're not listening to a word I'm saying. I said I'm exhausted and want to go home and rest. Shuang felt a pang of weariness hearing the two of them set the time in unison. Then how about the Tianyue Hotel? A cool voice interjected. Hearing Shuang's reluctance, Shen Qingyue began to perk up. Rather than tormenting herself, it was better to annoy others, the culprit who had caused her social death. That Tianyue Hotel. Tian Kursen's exclamation shot up an octave. As a girl from an ordinary family, the Tianyue Hotel was nothing short of a legendary dreamlike landmark on the city's skyline. That towering, brilliantly lit spire was a symbol of status and wealth. She had only ever gazed up at it from the outside since childhood, never imagining she would one day enter. I can book it. And I have enough money. Shen Qingyue pointed to the pile of jewels Li Ming had carried back. But for something like this, the team leader in charge of logistics should be the one treating us right. Having suffered social death, she began her frenzied retaliation against the unrelated ordinary person as Shuang saw himself. No, why? Shouldn't a victory feast be Dutch treat? And I said I don't want to go today. I'm very tired. Shuang felt no respect from these people for their team leader. Team leader, you're my favorite. You're the best team leader in the world. Tianyue Hotel. I want to go. I want to eat dragon ribs. Tian Kursen's rationality completely evaporated at the words Tianyue Hotel. Letting out an excited shriek, she instantly forgot her earlier sympathy for Shuang. With a flying leap, she wrapped both arms tightly around his other arm, which wasn't being held by Song Yingxue, her eyes blazing like searchlights as she hung from him and shook. Huh, didn't you hear what I just said? You're not allowed to touch my boyfriend either. Song Yingxue's furious roar exploded the instant Tian Kursen touched Shuang. Her chestnut ponytail cut a sharp arc as she whipped her head around, her gaze instantly shifting from anticipation to a fiery glare. Like a flash of lightning, she reached out, not to pull Tian Kursen away, but to precisely grab the back of Tian Kursen's head. As if lifting a disobedient kitten, she effortlessly hoisted the entire girl off Shuang. Ow, 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 ow. Let go. Idiot. You over-muscled gorilla. Do you know how strong you are now? My head is going to shatter. I'm going bald. Tian Kursen, dangling in the air, kicked futilely, letting out a miserable wail. Don't call me by that name. Song Yingxue ground out the words through clenched teeth. On her slender arm, the lines of her muscles were clearly visible, and faint blue veins bulged, slightly revealing the terrifying strength in that casual lift, enough to turn a strength class professional pale. Men have destroyed our long-standing friendship. Lu Yin sighed beside Shuang. No, it's not my fault at all. Don't you know your own group chats? Shuang thought to himself that he really should recruit more boys into the team. These girls were too noisy. Li Ming was useless too, not daring to say a word. Completely unreliable. With 3 people, can't you just private chat with 2? Lu Yin wanted to say something sarcastic, but in a group of 3, kicking one out would indeed turn it into a 2-person chat. Don't ask her how she knew. However, this whole commotion, observed by the principal, who had just calmed down with the red mark still faintly visible on his forehead, sent a different kind of bone-deep chill through him. For the first time, he realized so clearly that Song Yingxue, the chestnut-haired beauty who always hung around Shuang and had a bit of a fiery temper, was the daughter of Song Yu of the Falling Light. Thank goodness he had always ignored the delinquent group that gathered in the school corner and never bothered them. Otherwise his career would be over. If Shen Qingyu's mother Shen Binglin was an uncontrollable walking natural disaster where one's career could end whether or not you offended her, then Song Yu of the Falling Light was an entirely different kind of existence. Though not as powerful as Shen Binglin, he was undeniably one of the city's guardians. More importantly, as a member of the Order faction, he could use legitimate means to utterly destroy one's career. And the most crucial point from the display just now, this guardian was an absolute doting father. His school had nearly lost his precious daughter deep in the 91st level of the dungeon for a full 7 days. No, The principal shook his head violently, casting off this terrifying responsibility. It was their team leader. It was Shuang. That brat was the one leading the team. He was the one who picked the lock. And he dragged Shen Qingyue into it too. If Song Yingxue had met with any accident in the dungeon, the principal couldn't help but shudder, feeling his shirt instantly soaked through with cold sweat sticking unpleasantly to his skin. He couldn't help but feel relieved that these troublesome students would soon be out of his school. Ah, the lights are so nauseating. I hate places like this. A dazzling giant crystal chandelier hung from the dozens of meters high ceiling, refracting countless dazzling halos. The marble floor reflected the figures of well-dressed guests and the surrounding luxurious golden decorations. Everything was exquisitely beautiful, resplendent, and radiant, exuding an aura of wealth and status. Simply put, it was too ostentatious with a low aesthetic and taste. It's just your dark psychology, having long stayed underground, without seeing the sun, suddenly exposed to normal light and social situations, resulting in a stress-induced discomfort. Shen Qingyue walked half a step ahead of him, her posture still upright, as if indifferent to the surrounding luxury. I suggest you take a few deep breaths to adapt to the light and sounds of the environment. If it's really unbearable, I can consider asking the waiter for an eye mask. It's just that my aesthetic is too high, causing you with your low aesthetic to be unable to perceive what's wrong here. If you really want what's best for me, shutting up would be the greatest help. Shuang replied expressionlessly. She decided to find a replacement team to replace Shen Qingyue after arriving at the Xingwu Academy and kick this guy out of the team. And let her experience the feeling of being kicked out so she can join a better team of heroes to save the world in the future. Just then a deliberately lowered voice filled with tension and surprise came from behind them. Hey, why is everyone wearing school uniforms? Everyone turned back at the sound. They saw Tian Kursen standing in the hotel's magnificent revolving door, one hand resting on the shiny brass doorframe, her eyes wide open, her face filled with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Did I walk into the wrong set? She was no longer in the convenient adventure outfit from the day, but had changed into a knee-length light pink dress with lace trim, which was obviously carefully chosen, the skirt fluffy, and a matching ribbon tied around her waist. She wore a brand new pair of low-heeled shoes that looked quite unfamiliar, and her face seemed to have a bit of light makeup, adding a touch of charm to her already delicate features. Her hair was also meticulously styled, no longer haphazardly tied into a ponytail, but elegantly half-down, adorned with a small crystal hairpin. Clearly for this celebration banquet at Tianyue Hotel, she went home, took a shower, and used a hefty sum of her loot from the dungeon to purchase this outfit. In her simple understanding, one must wear formal attire to dine in such a legendary place. Without formal attire, one cannot enter. However, the scene before her eyes was. This group of people had just changed into their school uniforms from the dormitory and came over. Ah, so cute. Song Yingxue covered her mouth, then immediately hugged Tian Kursen and began to pet her like a cat. Idiot, don't touch there. It hurts. Be gentle. Do you have any idea how strong you are? Tian Kursen felt like she was about to be choked to death by a powerful gorilla. Ha ha ha, so cute. Kursen, you're too cute. Lu Yan also immediately came over, circling around Tian Kursen, who was trapped by Song Yingxue, pulling out a phone decorated with numerous useless accessories. Clicking away from various angles, her face was filled with a mischievous and radiant smile. The dress looks quite, but next time, just wear what you feel comfortable in. Shen Qingyue, as the vice-captain self-proclaimed, walked over to comfort the overwhelmed and surrounded Tian Kursen. In the end, there's nothing special about this place. For the young ladies who had seen various luxurious occasions since childhood and regarded Tianyue Hotel as a slightly upscale cafeteria, wearing school uniforms to eat here was nothing unusual. Who would change clothes just for a meal? This hotel is even worthy. Just then Shuang, who had been folding her arms and waiting boredly for everyone to finish their commotion, casually scanned the depths of the hall, suddenly pausing slightly. His gaze fell on a group of young people emerging from the exclusive elevator of the hotel. There were about 7 or 8 of them, appearing to be around the same age as them, perhaps a year or two older. They were wearing well-designed uniforms. With deep blue and silver as the main colors, intricately embroidered thorns and sword emblems adorned the collars and cuffs, a sparkling star-shaped brooch pinned to their chests. The overall style was luxurious, exuding a clear sense of elitism and detachment. The uniform of Xingwu Academy. Shuang recognized it at a glance. After all, the initial outfit from the game period was a color that evoked a lot of nostalgia. But how did they end up here? Oh right, Shuang thought. The dark maze being pushed to the 91st floor by a group of student teams was explosive news that probably spread through various channels long ago. It was only natural for Xingwu Academy, as the highest noble combat academy within the kingdom, to send representatives. During the game period, various academy tasks allowed students to mix work with academic credits, and of course they would come here for a public-funded trip, as such work posed no risk. Places like Tianyue Hotel are simply the best hotels in the area, and it's only reasonable for noble academies to stay here. His gaze swept over that group of people, then precisely landed on the figure at the center surrounded like the moon among the stars. It was a teenager who looked about 18 or 19 tall and handsome with an appearance that even had a hint of androgyny, his skin pale, as if untouched by sunlight. He was also wearing the uniform of Shengwu Academy, but with more exquisite details. The epaulets and brooch were slightly different, signifying a higher status. He had meticulously styled short black hair, and his emerald green eyes resembled the finest jade, carrying an innate sense of aloofness, as if gazing down upon the masses. He was slightly tilting his head, listening to a middle-aged man beside him, who looked like a scholar with glasses, whispering something, the corners of his mouth curling into a perfectly gentle, yet distant smile. The moment Shuang clearly saw that face, a long-buried anger ignited within him. It turned out to be a significant person. The third prince of the empire, Lu Yu. Possessing level talent Dragon Soul, one of the most outstanding heirs among the royal family of this generation. In the numerous plotlines and power struggles during the game period, he was an important NPC that could not be ignored and often caused trouble for players. Just seeing his face was enough to trigger his irritation. To marry the woman he adored, he had severed the marriage alliance with the Duke's family, forcing the most crucial power aiding him to become king into opposition. And there were various other outrageous tricks from the female audience that truly caused him a lot of trouble during the game period. Thinking that this extraordinary person might become the future king of this country, Shuang felt pessimistic about the future. Should I run to the Human Federation or the Human Alliance? However, according to the worldview, the Federation is falling apart, and soon there will be a civil war in the north and south. As Shuang's gaze intertwined with her memories, the subtle fire within her heart began to flicker, drawing the attention of the people from the Shengwu Academy to the somewhat noisy corner of the hall. After all, it was difficult not to attract attention when a few students in ordinary academy uniforms and a girl in an overly cute little dress were playfully frolicking in the elegantly poised hotel lobby. The glances of several Shengwu Academy students swept over with unabashed scrutiny and a hint of superiority, as if evaluating some novelty that was interesting yet not quite impressive. When they saw Shen Qingwei and Song Yingshu's outstanding beauty, a flash of astonishment crossed the eyes of a few boys, but it was quickly suppressed by their good upbringing, causing their gazes to linger only for a moment. However, one boy standing at the edge of the group, seemingly lively with slicked back hair and a playful grin, had his gaze light up as he took in the sight of Tian Kursen, who was being hugged by Song Yingshu, frantically fixing her hair and dress while blushing adorably in her flustered state. It was the kind of glimmer one might see in a hunter spotting an intriguing prey. Clearly the other few were from respectable backgrounds and difficult to approach, but the woman, who looked like a country bumpkin, could be targeted, starting from her to leverage against others, especially that cold woman. Without any hesitation, he quietly said something to his companion, deepening the playful smile on his face, and then detached himself from the small group, striding gracefully past Shuang towards Tian Kursen. His steps appeared casual, yet they carried a certain resonance, attempting to draw everyone's attention. He raised a hand to neatly arrange his already meticulously styled hair, ensuring that every strand was in perfect place, then flashed a smile he deemed charming enough to captivate the majority of common girls, a blend of languor and deep affection. "Good evening, lovely ladies, and this fellow student as well." He stopped a few steps away from them, elegantly bowing slightly in a standard noble greeting, yet his gaze remained firmly locked on Tian Kursen, his emerald green eyes sparkling with keen interest. His voice, deliberately modulated, sounded deep and magnetic. "Forgive my intrusion. I am Roy von Kleist, a third-year student at Shengwu Academy." He stated his name and academy with an air of unabashed pride, as if those two titles alone were powerful passes that guaranteed success. "I happen to notice this young lady seems to be facing a minor predicament. Do you need assistance?" His gaze swept over Tian Kursen's dress, which clashed with the surrounding environment, yet surprisingly accentuated her charming and delicate figure, his interest intensifying. Such an awkward little daisy, trying hard to dress appropriately, yet unable to hide her youthfulness, was precisely the kind of diversion that noble young masters like him enjoyed during their leisure. Tian Kursen, busy smoothing out her wrinkled dress from being tussled by Song Yingshu, was suddenly approached by a strikingly handsome stranger in a lavish uniform, causing her to feel completely dazed. She looked up to meet a pair of smiling emerald eyes that seemed to hold starlight, her face immediately flushing deeper, standing there at a loss, her mind blank, forgetting how to speak. "Shushu, over there." Song Yingshu waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies, her expression one of clear disdain. For her this had become second nature. Then in the next instant the person vanished. A flash of black aura darted past. It was Shuang, extending her fist wrapped in aura from the side, instantly punching him into the wall. "Not good." The tone was a bit disgusting. "It's infuriating, and I acted out." Shuang quickly realized and reflected on herself as this little ruffian had often annoyed her during the gaming era. Male protagonists would typically be ambushed by such nuisances right after emerging from the dungeon. It had already become a daily occurrence for the female protagonist to be harassed by him. Upon seeing him in person, she couldn't hold back. The resentment from her past life erupted in that instant. It's all Song Yingshu's fault. My personality has been corrupted by this wicked woman. If this continues, he'll become a lawless scoundrel. Captain, what are you doing? It's not you who is flirting with your girlfriend, it's me. Finally someone is hitting on me. And he's from Shunwu Academy, which is full of nobles. My dream of entering the aristocracy, my domineering CEO falls in love with me. Tian Kursin placed her hands on her chest, which for a warrior had a value close to 0, revealing a dejected expression. Though it's not my place to say, but the brains of the highborn are all quite abnormal, and their intelligence is considered low, is good enough. Marrying up is very arduous. In a certain sense, I am also a noble. Can I be thrown aside during AoE attacks? And what are you with the surname you talking about? Isn't that one of the 4 great families guarding the royal family? Shen Qinghua frowned. It's precisely because I have been in a big family that I know it's full of fools. Moreover, I've mentioned that I am from the collateral branch, and I am the 7th son. According to inheritance rights, I can only inherit a little from the collateral branch, and a title is even less likely, so I am not a noble. Besides, I have already split from my family. Even if they were to exterminate my entire clan, they wouldn't be able to reach me. Shuang said confidently, as her family barely affected her at all. Just hope for the best for your family, Shen Qinghua replied. The few of them were completely indifferent to the eerie silence around them, engrossed in their conversation. My dream of entering the aristocracy has ended because I offended the noble captain's squad. No one will invite me anymore. Tian Kursin let her hands drop bent down, then looked up at Shuang saying, although the captain's rescue was very cool, really cool, I'm a bit infatuated with you now. No infatuation allowed. Song Yingshu's angry shout exploded like a reflex. She stepped in front of Shuang, her chestnut ponytail swinging violently in the air. She glared at Tian Kursin like a protective lioness, then shot Shuang a fierce look. Greedy. Tian Kursin pouted. Is this something that can be shared? Song Yingshu retorted. Sharing won't kill you. Tian Kursin protested, throwing a punch at Song Yingshu. Do you guys also argue? Shen Qinghua inquired from the side. They used to argue quite often, Lu Yin replied, clearly amused by their ugly antics. Because of the foolish captain, I've attracted unwanted attention. Seriously, isn't this school uniform from Shunwu Academy? Do you really want to attend this school? Shen Qinghua made a sarcastic remark, then suddenly gasped in shock. Roy. She sighed lightly, casually patting Shuang's shoulder. Well then, Flower Guardian and Troublemaker, the following matters are up to you to resolve. After all, it was you who struck first. We all want to follow you to Shunwu Academy for further studies. Lu Yin had somehow also joined in, imitatingly patting Shuang's other shoulder, speaking casually, but her eyes were filled with encouragement for the captain. If you offend a senior from such an academy, what if they make things difficult for us when we fill out applications, and we end up failing? So for the sake of the entire team's future, please handle it properly, Captain. Handle it properly. Are you a public servant there? And I also want to go to Shunwu Academy. Shuang noted the wording, as sorcerers often entered into contracts with various beings, and when they spoke there often seemed to be a peculiar flavor in their words. Shuang watched the several girls quickly retreating from the scene, feeling that these people were truly heartless. Her gaze finally landed on the group of St. Martial Academy students approaching with unfriendly expressions, as well as the hotel manager and security guards rushing in from a distance, their faces pale. The remaining 4 students from St. Martial Academy, 3 boys and 1 girl, quickly surrounded Roy, who was slumped against the wall, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, unconscious. One of the tall boys with short golden hair swiftly checked Roy's condition, and his expression instantly turned extremely grim. He suddenly looked up, his blue eyes burning like ice on fire, staring fiercely at Shuang, filled with shock, anger, and the raging fury of being severely provoked. Fortunately, he just fainted, the golden-haired boy said to his companions. Shuang thought that was because the golden-haired boy then stood up straight, a faint golden aura of battle energy swirling around him, clearly indicating he was a high-level melee profession. Do you know what you have done? Another boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a soft demeanor adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as a snake's, his voice icy. Openly attacking a student of St. Martial Academy, causing severe injury. According to the Special Security Management Regulations of the Kingdom's Higher Education and Article 7 of the Autonomous Charter of St. Martial Academy, we have the right to subdue you on the spot and transfer you to the local security office. Really? Is it still possible to find a time machine now? Shuang felt a bit intimidated when she heard the other party trying to scare her with legal threats. The last girl, petite with a brown bob haircut, although her face also showed surprise and anger, there was more of an examining and serious expression. She did not speak, her fingers subtly glowing with magical light, clearly preparing for something. Meanwhile, the hotel manager, dressed in a crisp black suit with meticulously combed hair, along with 4 sturdy men who exuded a calm aura and were clearly not ordinary security guards, quickly rushed to the scene. The manager looked at the unconscious Roy slumped against the wall, the clear impact marks and cracks on the wall, then glanced at the tense St. Martial students, and Shuang, who stood alone in the middle with an expression that was so calm, it seemed somewhat bored. His face turned ashen, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. This is Tianyue Hotel. The manager forced himself to maintain composure, trying to control the situation, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his panic. On one side were the elite students of St. Martial Academy, on the other side were seemingly ordinary students. It wouldn't matter if they died, could they please not fight inside the hotel? Calm down. My classmate was injured for no reason, how can we calm down? The golden-haired boy roared, taking a step forward, his faint golden battle energy intensifying, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It was merely a preemptive strike to prevent scum from attacking my friend. It was not without reason. Shuang thought about what to do, but could not voice these thoughts. They'll settle the bill first. Shen Qingyu's voice was not loud, but it clearly pierced through the tense atmosphere from the distant counter. The money for the food just ordered, as well as the repair costs for this wall, and possibly the medical expenses for that guy altogether. Why is there someone trying to provoke? Shuang widened her eyes, looking back at Shen Qingyue, wondering if this confrontation was truly necessary. Although she was pleased that Shen Qingyue was paying, did she really have to provoke them? Too much. You are being too excessive. The golden-haired boy could no longer hold back, letting out a low growl, his feet pushing off the ground, his entire being like a cannonball shot out, enveloped in faint golden battle energy. A punch aimed straight at Shuang's face. The force of the punch was fierce, clearly fueled by genuine anger, with no reservations. The momentum of this punch caused the surrounding air to scream, and the hotel manager and security guards' faces changed drastically, instinctively taking a step back. However, Shuang didn't even move her feet. She merely raised her left hand. There was no light, no battle energy, no magical fluctuations. Just a slender hand that looked a bit pale, fingers spread, gently pressing against the faint golden battle energy, fist charging towards her, as if to halt it. How is this possible? Who is he? What level is he? What kind of monstrous strength is this? What defense? Countless questions surged like ice water, extinguishing his fury, leaving only chilling coldness and disbelief. Not just him. Even the third Prince Lu Yu, who had always appeared somewhat indifferent, and as if everything was under control from the shadows on the second floor, showed a clear fluctuation for the first time. He leaned slightly forward, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the railing, his gaze tightly locked onto the slender figure of the boy below, a trace of faint surprise and inquiry flashing through his deep-set eyes. The golden-haired boy was Brian Stokes, a level 19 Sun Knight, and the power of this punch could easily break through an ordinary city wall. In the midst of a stunned silence, Shuang let out a gentle sigh, feeling helpless. She pressed her palm down lightly against Brian Stokes' fist. Crack! Brian's sturdy wrist emitted a crisp sound of bones dislocating that made one's teeth. He let out a muffled groan, his face instantly turning ashen, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his fist uncontrollably drooping. Shuang didn't even glance at Brian, who staggered back in pain and shock, almost unable to stand. Her calm gaze swept over the remaining 3 St. Martial students, who appeared tense, as well as the bewildered hotel staff. Let me just pass through for a moment. In the instant her voice fell, her figure moved like mist scattered by the wind, blurring as it shifted. No, it wasn't just a blur. It was movement. An incredibly fast movement that surpassed the dynamic visual capture limit of ordinary people. The next moment. Bang! Thud! Thump! 3 dull sounds of flesh colliding, almost indistinguishable in sequence, accompanied by short cries of pain and sounds of bodies hitting the ground, rang out almost simultaneously. The soft-spoken boy with glasses didn't even see what happened. He only felt as if his abdomen had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. His internal organs instantly displaced, his vision darkening, collapsing to the ground. Without a sound, his glasses flying far away. The bob-haired girl only caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by before a precise hand chop struck the side of her neck. Her half-formed protective spell instantly dissipated. She felt little pain before her consciousness quickly sank into darkness, her petite body swaying before toppling forward. The last slender boy, who had been standing slightly behind and hadn't said much, didn't even see a shadow. He felt a dull pain at the back of his head, and without any suspense lost consciousness, falling straight forward. Oh, a criminal. Shen Qingyue slowly walked over and patted Shuang on the shoulder. I am a law-abiding citizen, Shuang said somewhat sadly, beginning to seriously contemplate the idea of a livable country. Who are you? A voice clearly displeased, yet as crisp as striking jade and gold, carrying an unquestionable authority, came from the direction of the second-floor corridor. Shuang turned slightly and looked up. He stood tall and straight as a pine, his movements exuding a natural composure of one long accustomed to authority. It was the third Prince Lu Yu who had been observing from the second floor earlier. Now the playful smirk on his face had vanished, replaced by a faint frost. His gaze locked onto Shuang not with fury, but with the indignation of one who felt affronted. He walked to the main hall on the first floor, stopping a few steps away from Shuang. His right hand rested casually on the hilt of the sword at his waist. This simple action seemed to thicken the air in the hall, an invisible pressure radiating from him. Huh. Shuang laughed not at the prince, but at the words Shun Qinghua had spoken while settling the bill. His mind began to race, searching for a way to defuse the situation. Although this man was a fool living in a female-centric world, he was still the third Prince Lu Yu, a strong contender for the throne and a prominent figure at the Holy Martial Academy. He had just disciplined the prince's academy classmate right in front of him, cleanly and humiliatingly. What Shuang feared most was that the prince might block his enrollment. In every sense, the Holy Martial Academy was almost like his own establishment. While becoming a freelance adventurer in the central city could utilize his game-era knowledge, maps of dungeons, monster distributions, it would only lead to becoming a renowned adventurer of the future. But at the Holy Martial Academy, he could leverage his full potential, as many major turning points from the game era took place within its walls. After about 3 seconds, the brilliantly shrewd Shuang organized his next words. Well, yes. It's a bad habit of mine to step on ants whenever I see them. Ants. Lu Yu's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. His icy blue eyes narrowed, and the fingers resting on his sword hilt slowly tightened. Not only did the other party admit to the provocation, but he also compared his classmates, and even himself, to ants. There must be a limit to arrogance. Truly arrogant enough to be laughable. Lu Yu's voice grew colder, as if laced with frost. I will for the time being ask you once more. He took half a step forward, and a sharp, formidable aura began to rise around him. The unique pressure of a powerful figure long accustomed to warfare and high status, a blend of authority and strength. Are you fully aware of who I am? Still choosing to provoke me like this? Shuang seemed completely unaffected by the pressure. He even tilted his head, feigning deep thought before speaking in a calm tone, as if stating an obvious fact. Of course. Before the words faded, a flash of sword light arrived. The blue magical flames in Shuang's hand dissipated instantly, as he equipped the unassuming dagger with a black hilt and white blade. Moonlit whisper. Clang. The dagger precisely parried Lu Yu's sudden sword strike. Then flashes of sword light flickered between them, sparks flew, and the clashing of metal rang out incessantly. The scattered sword pressure forced the ordinary hotel manager back several steps. Is this dagger legendary? Lu Yu's eyes flickered with surprise, his expression growing more serious. To withstand my strikes, you're not bad. You're much weaker than I imagined. Shuang continued casually. Is that so? Lu Yu smirked. Then how about this, Dragon Soul? As the words fell, an emerald energy surged up the steel sword's blade. Shuang immediately pushed the prince away, retreating to create distance. Now Lu Yu's sword was entwined with the phantom image of a cyan dragon. This was the renowned strength talent, Dragon Soul. The soul of a dragon coiled around its wielder. It was called the strongest because Dragon Soul had no growth limit. With enough resources, it could even surpass SS rank. So this is Dragon Soul. If I cut you down, will I earn the title Dragon Slayer? Shuang twirled his dagger. Hey, isn't Dragon Soul that person's talent? No wonder it looked familiar. Shun Qinghua, seeing the prince, immediately realized this was royalty. As a noble of high birth, Shun Qinghua had opportunities to witness grand spectacles in the capital, though she had little interest in them. As a child in the capital, she mostly stayed in the Magic Academy's library, though she didn't care much about him. While she had to be somewhat cautious, she couldn't help but think Shuang really could say such things without flinching, knowing he was a prince. Well, I've changed my mind. Shuang completely ignored Shun Qinghua, drawing out his words. His voice was low but clear to Lu Yu and every eavesdropper. Defeating you here would lack witnesses. He paused, his gaze returning to Lu Yu's face, filled with mischief and anticipation. Too bad the audience is too small. Just a bunch of irrelevant people. Winning would be meaningless. No one would witness your glorious defeat. As if ignoring Lu Yu's ashen face and the fury blazing in his eyes, he continued, his tone growing lighter, even sounding considerate. How about this? Shuang leaned forward slightly, his malicious grin dazzlingly bright. Let's meet again at the academy. At the Holy Martial Academy, during the opening ceremony, in front of everyone. He'll trample you fair and square. Shuang straightened up, his smile fading into a flat expression, but the provocation and anticipation in his eyes remained undiminished. That would be the most interesting, don't you think, third prince? Lu Yu's hand on the sword hilt trembled slightly from extreme rage and an indescribable sense of absurdity. The other party not only set the duel at the Holy Martial Academy, but also aimed to humiliate him in full view of everyone. How arrogant. How utterly insolent. How utterly reckless. Yet at the brink of rage, overwhelming reason Liu Ye's royal elite education, forged temperament, and cunning, forced his fury back down. Then a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Very interesting. Heh. He chuckled, his voice returning to its previous clarity and composure, as if the tension had never occurred. Trample me in front of everyone. He repeated Shuang's words, shaking his head gently, as if hearing a childish joke, yet there was no trace of amusement in his eyes. To trample me underfoot in front of everyone. He repeated Shuang's words, gently shaking his head, as if he had heard a childish joke, yet there was no hint of a smile in his eyes. Very well. I shall remember your invitation. Then, Liu Yu slightly raised his chin, casting a glance at Shuang with a look that seemed to pity and expect, as if looking down on an ant. I shall await you at the Shengwu Academy, to see if you can fulfill this interesting wish. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long, nor will you disappoint me. After saying this, he no longer looked at Shuang, and signaled the hotel staff to attend to his companion. He then turned and walked leisurely towards the door. The hem of his moon-white robe lifted gently with his stride, as if everything just now was merely a trivial and somewhat novel street performance to him. Only after his figure completely vanished through the revolving door did the suffocating frozen atmosphere in the lobby suddenly ease like a bubble that had been popped. The low gasps of relief, the suppressed murmurs, and the hotel manager's almost tearful sigh began to subtly permeate the air. Fortunately, that person is a fool. With just a few provocations he implicitly agreed not to interfere with my admission. Shuang pretended to be very nervous, patting his chest and letting out a sigh of relief. But who would laugh after hearing such words? Is it true? Why do you find it interesting? What was interesting about it? Why did he leave? Shen Qingyue looked at Shuang with a perplexed expression. As a mage, she was someone who focused heavily on logic, and when faced with someone whose actions made no sense in reality, she found it hard to understand. She couldn't comprehend why Liu Yu had left. Even if he knew he was at a disadvantage, he could have at least fought back. Why? It must simply be that the person is a fool. Were you acting just now? What about your agreement? Shen Qingyue continued to observe Shuang, realizing that the thief had not spoken a single truth. Of course I don't want to fight the royal family, whether I win or lose it would be troublesome. Moreover, to trample the royal family underfoot in public, I feel like I would be executed the next day. What do you think of my acting? Acting is also a required course for thieves. It was so, Song Yingxue said, pulling Shuang's arm from behind to keep him away from Shen Qingyue. But what do you plan to do when you get to school? Shen Qingyue ignored Song Yingxue's actions, fully aware of why Song Yingxue wanted her to keep her distance. However, it reminded her of terrifying memories of her mother causing her social death, so she decided not to explain or even think about it. Once I get to school, I won't know him anymore. Who is he? Have we met? Can you stop bringing up future matters that give me a headache? Can we finish our meal first and wrap up the celebration? How unfair. If I were played like that, I would be. By the way, are you still going to eat here? I thought you would switch to another place. Shen Qingyue chuckled, finding this person utterly humorous, still planning to eat here, even after offending someone. You paid for everything, so why wouldn't I eat? This is the only thing I can thank you for. Shuang felt the soft touch on his wrist. Girls really are soft in many places. Even though Song Yingxue's arms that were wrapped around his were muscular, clearly a muscular girl, her body was still. About that, Shen Qingyue added in a calm tone. I paid with the funds from our party's recent dungeon haul that haven't been distributed yet. So it's almost like splitting the bill. Then I really thank you for not using my share to pay. As Shuang spoke, he allowed Song Yingxue to link arms with him, and walked alongside Shen Qingyue towards Tian Kursen and Liu Yin, who were hiding behind a distant pillar peeking out. In any case, when it comes to distributing the spoils, you'll definitely divide them evenly. Shen Qingyue remarked casually, her tone still flat. The outcome will be the same. Shuang nodded, admitting succinctly, you're right. As the three reached the pillar, Tian Kursen and Liu Yin immediately shrank back like moles, then cautiously peeked out. Is it over? Captain, did that super cool guy leave? Tian Kursen asked in a low voice, still a bit frightened, her eyes darting towards the entrance. They didn't fight. That's great. Liu Yin sighed in relief, as well, not wanting to offend the nobility and risk not being able to attend the same school as their captain, or even not being able to go to school at all. After all, following their captain meant there was food to eat. Their desire to attend Shengwu Academy was entirely because Shuang planned to study there. If they couldn't go, they would have to stick with Song Yingxue and form a team, effectively ending their student lives. However, if possible, she still hoped to obtain a higher education certificate. The kingdom is primarily composed of Easterners, and there is significant discrimination against educational background. Without a higher education diploma, one can feel inferior in a society that values success. She then shifted her gaze between Shuang, Song Yingxue, and Shen Qingyue, and a familiar playful smile appeared on her face. But the atmosphere was quite subtle earlier. Captain, are you alright? It was indeed a bit awkward, though I almost got taken out over there. Shuang said, pushing away Lu Yin, who was trying to get close to observe his expression. Can we eat now? Yes, let's eat. Tian Kursen's attention was instantly diverted, her eyes lighting up as she hugged Shin Qingyu's arm, causing the cold girl to freeze for a moment. Tian Kursen excitedly pointed towards the dining area. Qingyue booked the Starlight Hall at Tianyue Hotel. The top floor private room of Tianyue Hotel. The top floor. Don't be so dramatic. If you like, it'll bring you here every day in the future. Song Yingshu sighed, feeling a bit embarrassed by her friend's antics. Miss, really? She shook her head at the naive girl who didn't understand people's hearts. After all, she wouldn't even share with her boyfriend. That's something that can't be shared. As the group walked through the lobby, still filled with a faint tense atmosphere under the watchful gaze of numerous curious, sympathetic, and schadenfreude-filled eyes, they headed towards the luxurious staircase leading to the upstairs private room area. Soon the waiter led them into a spacious room decorated to extreme luxury, as if the starry sky had been moved indoors. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the dazzling night view of Tianling City. The room was softly lit with magical crystal chandeliers emanating warm light. A long dining table was already set with exquisite silver tableware and crystal glasses. Once the door closed, it felt as if the disturbances from the outside world had been temporarily shut out. Tian Kursen let out a suppressed exclamation like a child entering an amusement park for the first time. She spun around the room, touching the velvet curtains, admiring the artistic paintings on the walls, and leaned by the window to gaze at the night view from above. Humans are like garbage, Shuang said as he stood by the window, instinctively uttering a line. Humans are just like trash. Shuang stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city lights that lay as orderly as a circuit board. This abrupt declaration echoed through the luxurious private room. Yes, you are absolutely right. Song Yingshu had already seated herself on the chair beside the host, one hand propping up her cheek, while the other casually flipped through the gilded menu. She didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. So could you, who grew up in a trash heap, please sit down first? Agreed. Shin Qingyue sat down across from Song Yingshu. Her ice blue robe shimmered with a watery luster under the soft lighting, and her gesture, as she opened the menu, was both graceful and precise. Standing up there spouting edgy declarations. Do you want the passers-by to hear and look up to admire your heroic stance? I hate you. I just like that line. Hated by the one he disliked, Shuang turned around, walked over, and sat down beside Song Yingshu. He took the menu she handed him, inwardly resolved to find a suitable substitute to kick her out of the team. But that word itself is pretty cringy. Lu Yin added a jab with a smile as she took her seat beside Shin Qingyue. Anyway, the captain just thinks everyone is a fool, and only he is clear-headed, right? Tian Kursen finally found a balance between Song Yingshu's physical threats and her own curiosity. She obediently sat next to Lu Yin, but her mouth still refused to stay idle. Pretty much. Shuang first gave an ambiguous reply, then nodded seriously. You got it. I wasn't. A gentle knock came at the door of the private room, and a waiter in a crisp uniform pushed a card in. His movements were more cautious than usual, and his gaze flickered noticeably as it swept over Shuang. Clearly the commotion in the lobby had already spread throughout the hotel. Distinguished guests, the dishes you ordered. The waiter struggled to maintain a professional smile, but a faint tremor still lingered in his voice. Shin Qingyue had already placed the order. May I begin serving now? Go ahead. Shin Qingyue gave a slight nod. The waiter, as if granted a pardon, swiftly and neatly arranged the exquisite dishes on the table before practically fleeing the room. Tian Kursen stared at the golden-brown dragon rib steak before her, which exuded an enticing aroma, her eyes wide as saucers. Is this the legendary dragon rib steak? It's actually made from dragon meat. It's from farmed wyverns, strictly speaking not true dragons. Shin Qingyue picked up her knife and fork, her movements as precise as a textbook. But the meat is indeed good. One of the signature dishes at Tianyue Hotel. Try it. Then I want stand on ceremony. Tian Kursen took a deep breath, carefully cut a piece with her knife, and brought it to her lips. Then her expression froze. What's wrong? Not good. Song Yingshu frowned. Tian Kursen covered her mouth, her eyes beginning to redden. Kursen. It's so delicious. Tian Kursen's voice came out choked with sobs, as tears really fell. What have I been eating all this time? Yaya, thank you for bringing us here. You're welcome. It'd be even better if you didn't call me Yaya. Shin Qingyue said with a very sincere smile. If I bring you here again tomorrow, can you stop calling me Yaya? Speaking of which, Yaya, how much is left from those spoils? Shuang ate his own portion. Was this just so-so? Too exaggerated. Her taste wasn't great. You're not allowed to call that. Song Yingshu and Shin Qingyue said in unison. Huh. After deducting the cost of this celebration feast, the wall repairs, and the medical fees for those unlucky St. Martial students. Shen Xingyue set down her knife and fork, tracing a simple calculation array in the air with her finger. A few seconds later she reported a number. About 3,000 gold coins remain. 3,000. Song Yingxue raised an eyebrow. More than I expected. That pile of gold looked intimidating, but its actual value isn't even 1% of those legendary equipment pieces. This haul only consisted of epic-grade equipment. The stark contrast with the previous windfall made Shen Xingyue, who had witnessed great wonders alongside Shuang, somewhat disdainful of such gains. That kind of thing isn't so easy to come by. 500 gold coins for each of us. Shuang made a preliminary judgment. That's exactly my annual living expenses. Indeed, it's more profitable to go deeper into the dungeon. Captain, your living expenses are really high, or rather extravagant. 500 gold coins. That's enough for an ordinary family's entire lifetime. What do you usually eat? About 90% is donated to the Church of Eris, supposedly to maintain his luck stat. Song Yingxue answered on Shuang's behalf. Not that much, about half. Shuang corrected. And another 40% goes to playing your chuch's pachinko. That's no different from a donation. Song Yingxue pointed out. Wait. You're making it sound like I have a gambling habit. I'm collecting the monthly jackpots from the Church of Eris. The monthly jackpot from each regional church is basically a 7th-tier sacred scroll, very useful for going into dungeons. Hey Shen Xingyue, you should know the practicality of 7th-tier scrolls. Hey Shen Xingyue, you should know how practical a 7th-tier scroll is. Shen Xingyue set down her knife and fork, looking at Shuang with a bewildered expression, as if saying, what are you talking about? Unbelievable. Your church gives out 7th-tier edicts as pachinko prizes. Is it the same pachinko I understand? The one from Kaiji the Ultimate Gambler. You actually read manga. Shuang was somewhat surprised by her words. He hadn't known this piece of information even when he was trying to recruit her during his gaming days. Yeah, pachinko is pretty much that sort of thing. Your church has a screw loose, giving away things like that as prizes. Shen Xingyu's worldview was somewhat shattered. As a mage, she had only studied the Chuch's divine magic system, but had never delved into its development. What was the largest human religion doing? That's why I recommend you all believe in the Church of Eris. Luck is the most valuable attribute in the world. Truly a devout believer. But unfortunately, I'll probably sign a contract with a demon in the future. If I step into a church, the priests would beat me to death. I really wish they weren't so violent. Luyan looked at this side of Shuang and helplessly declined. Yes, some people only know how to solve problems with violence. Tian Kursin cast a meaningful glance at, who are you talking about? Song Yingxue set down her glass, forcing a smile. The violent gorilla who carries me around like a piece of gym equipment. That's because you started groping first. I just hugged the captain's arm. It's not like I hugged your boyfriend. Well, he is your boyfriend, but it was just a hug. Not even once. Stingy. Go drink cold water. Why are you two fighting again? Alright. Luyan, acting as a peacemaker, interjected at the right moment. If you keep this up, it'll turn into a grade school argument. Kursin, do you want a second serving of dragon rib steak? Yes. Tian Kursin's attention was instantly diverted. Then eat nicely and don't provoke Xiao Shui. Luyan threatened gently. Tian Kursin opened her mouth, but ultimately yielded to the temptation of food and buried herself back in the deliciousness on her plate. Shen Xingyue watched this scene, a faint smile unconsciously forming at the corner of her mouth. Though she would never admit it, this team was surprisingly not bad. Of course, she had no idea she was already on the verge of being kicked out. Days later, the graduation ceremony of Tianling City Vocational College came to a successful conclusion, and the graduation certificates were handed out to each student one by one. Since then, Shuang has not appeared in school again, or rather he was not allowed in, having been banned from entering the school due to special attention. His daily routine became exceedingly monotonous, facing the small steel ball machine in the hall of the air. The old magic-powered small steel ball machine emitted a delightful clanging sound as the colorful balls rolled, collided, and fell along the track. Shuang reclined lazily in his chair, one hand idly fiddling with the control lever, his gaze vacant, clearly having entered a state of human-machine synergy. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, growing closer with a steady and graceful pace, radiating an elegance cultivated over years of training. Shuang didn't even turn his head, merely tilted his neck back for a glance, then returned to his lazy posture. Isn't that the Archbishop? What's wrong? Archbishop Marian stood behind him, still clad in her signature attire, a pure white bishop's robe, with intricate golden patterns embroidered on the cuffs, and collars softly glimmering under the dim candlelight of the church. However, at this moment the usually gentle archbishop wore a somewhat subtle expression. How many days have you been here? She spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of suppressed helplessness. Shuang pondered seriously for a moment, and then confidently replied, about 5 or 6 days. 5 or 6 days, Marian repeated the number, taking a deep breath. Though I shouldn't interfere in your life, haven't you been a bit too obsessed with this machine lately? Are you very idle? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for school in the central city? It feels like something my mother would say. What do I have to pack living in the school dorm? I can just buy new furniture over there. Shuang mumbled then nodded confidently. Yeah, I'm quite idle, and there's no entertainment. My girlfriend has also gone home to sort out her school supplies. Others are probably the same after all. The central city is quite far. I can understand that. What about the underground city? Haven't you always been eager to go there? I'm not a fanatic for going to the underground city. Oh, I only go there because I have no money. Shuang felt that the other party had a deep misunderstanding of him, thinking he was some kind of battle maniac. Moreover, I have little experience with the upper levels. Grinding there is almost futile, and I have no motivation when I have money. As for the deeper levels, the timing is hard to control. If I miss the admission notification, that would be troublesome. As Shuang spoke, he fiddled with the control lever again, and the balls clattered down. By the way, why hasn't the admission notice from the Holy Martial Academy arrived yet? It seems everyone else in my team has received theirs, but I haven't. Archbishop Marian frowned slightly as she didn't answer immediately, but sat down on the chair beside him. A subtle and indescribable expression emerged on her dignified face, caught between a headache and helplessness. Everyone else has received theirs, but you haven't. She cautiously asked again. Shuang's gaze remained fixed on the small steel ball machine, completely unaware of any issue. The efficiency is really slow. Could it be that I filled in the address incorrectly? He analyzed to himself. It seems not I filled it in right. Due to graduation, he couldn't continue living in the school dorm, and he remembered clearly that he had meticulously written the address of the Heiress Church in the mailing address section. Have you considered a possibility? Marian paused, carefully choosing her words, her tone gentle, as if soothing a child on the verge of crying. What? Is there a possibility that you were not admitted? The cheerful clanging of the small steel ball machine continued. Yet Shuang's hand manipulating the control lever hesitated for a moment in midair. How could that be? His voice remained calm. I was almost the team leader who cleared the maze of darkness. During the graduation exam, I also scored exceptionally well. Moreover, my academic performance is outstanding. I'm a top student with no subject failed. Though I often skip classes, I mainly do it to go to the underground city, which offers makeup classes. Isn't it just beating a bunch of miscellaneous fish? It's impossible for such trivial matters to prevent me from enrolling. It would be impossible for the school's performance, right? Shuang confirmed again. Marian remained silent for a moment, as if hesitating whether to continue disheartening him. What about the written? Of course I participated, and my score was also very good. What about the interview? Shuang's hand finally came to a complete stop. He turned his head, and a hint of genuine pure confusion emerged in his usually emotionless eyes. Interview? What's that? Archbishop Marian closed her eyes and took a deep breath. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through her mind. By the goddess Heiress, there's a fool here. Haven't you ever been interviewed? She suppressed her swirling emotions, trying to keep her tone calm. The Holy Martial Academy requires at least one interview for admission. No. Shuang shook his head slowly, as if confirming something. Then he quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Song Yingxue. Have you ever been interviewed? Yes, why? Was a very despairing instant reply. Did others have it too? We went together. I even asked you if you would come with us, and you said no, you would go by yourself later. You absolutely have one of those faces where I can tell you didn't hear what others said, did you? I've told you many times to correct this flaw. It's entirely your own problem, self-inflicted. Archbishop Marian looked at the content on her phone, confirming that this person had gone crazy again. If you consider other schools now, it's not too late. The Archbishop patted Shuang's shoulders, saying comfortingly, What's wrong? By the way, we took the armored car. I bought the tickets for you. All right. Shuang replied politely, then immediately widened his eyes at the Archbishop. Wait, why are you assuming I've already failed? During the game, he was directly admitted to the Holy Martial Academy as a special recruit, and with knowledge he didn't have during the game coupled with his own lack of attention, he thought it was an easy task to be admitted to the school, completely oblivious of all the processes. He thought it ended after the written exam. What about the Beihua Academy in the royal capital? What do you think? No, wait a minute. He raised his hand, signaling to stop, his face almost overflowing with disdain. And the Royal Capital Academy, isn't that a long-distance relationship with my girlfriend? My girlfriend is all alone at the Holy Martial Academy, surrounded by those self-righteous noble sons. If I get NTR'd in this long-distance relationship, how will you compensate me? I would be depressed. What are you thinking? Are you too untrusting of your girlfriend? Marian couldn't help but interrupt him, feeling the need to speak up for Song Yingxue, who was also a woman. It's better to trust others a little more. This isn't about trusting her. Shuang raised his voice slightly. It's about trusting other humans. Trust humans a bit more, Archbishop Marian said, gazing at the night frost seated before her, unable to suppress a sigh. Is this your first time falling in love? How do you know so much? I often see posts about long-distance relationships ending when I mock those who share their life failures on anonymous forums. Marian's expression froze instantly. She took a deep breath and admonished word by word. When you're on anonymous forums, never say you are a follower of the goddess of fortune. Say you are a follower of the goddess of water, remember. Understood. Night Frost raised his right hand in agreement, then returned to the previous topic, which grew increasingly heavy. Soon she will be going to school. Her social circle will completely change to another group of people. She will meet boys who are more cheerful and romantic than me and discover that there are indeed those in this world who listen well and speak beautifully. You surprisingly have self-awareness. Marian interrupted him, her tone carrying a hint of genuine surprise. Really, after all these years, I only now realize what kind of person you are. You unexpectedly have self-awareness. Then one day she will message me saying, Night Frost, I feel like there's a gap between us. It's growing heavier. Marian rubbed her temples. You should watch fewer stories of this genre and more tales of love and hope. We have plenty in the church library. I can help you borrow a few. Therefore, long-distance relationships are definitely not viable, Night Frost said, with a tone of finality, as if he had reached a conclusion. And no jokes about it. He thought silently, full of confidence, to apply only to be rejected. Was all the effort I put into fooling the third prince at the hotel for nothing? Had I known it would be like this, I might as well have beaten that annoying third prince. At least, then we would both not be accepted. Save me, Archbishop. Night Frost bent over, gripping Marian's embroidered golden cuffs, tightly, looking up with a face that usually bore a hint of nonchalance and world-weariness, now trying hard to muster a pitiful expression. Please save me, Archbishop Marian. It's only at times like this that you use honorifics with me. Please, I must attend that school. Marian looked down at the young man she had watched grow up, this child who was usually calm and rational to the point of being cold, only willing to linger in the church, and the underground city, was now tugging at her sleeve in a manner that could almost be described as a pout. She remained silent for 2 seconds before sincerely stating, It's truly only at times like this that you use honorifics with me. She repeated herself, this time with a hint of helpless amusement in her tone. Even if you plead with me like this, I cannot conjure a spot for you out of thin air. I am merely an archbishop of a regional church, not the principal of the Sacred Martial Academy. Then do I use honorifics normally? Night Frost asked tentatively. Not necessarily, I am not used to it. But I have never seen you so obsessed with something before. I understand. The archbishop felt as though she was selling a secret, her clothes being stripped away by the other. The church does have the ability to get you into the Sacred Martial Academy as a special admission student. As the largest church of humanity, the Eris Church finds it relatively easy to intervene in the admissions of the Sacred Martial Academy. After all, the other party is a congregation member who annually tosses gold coins into the donation box as a wish. Thank you very much. Night Frost immediately let go, turning around to resume playing with the small steel balls, the pitiful expression on his face vanishing in a split second. When others agree to help you, they will immediately change their demeanor, the archbishop observed as Night Frost became engrossed in the machine again. Really, it's not easy for the church to have someone who isn't obsessed with this machine only to be led astray during the break. However, there is one condition. Condition? Night Frost paused, his hand above the joystick, and turned his head. If it's about conquering the underground city or something, no problem. But if you want me to kill the Demon King, I refuse. The Demon King? Such a thing hasn't resurrected for hundreds. Marian felt her blood pressure rising again. What you just said is really ominous. Can you please refrain from mentioning such words? Her gaze fell on Night Frost with neither too light nor heavy a demeanor, as if weighing whether he could handle this task. After a few seconds, she spoke again, her voice returning to its usual gentleness, yet carrying an undeniable certainty. Help me take care of someone. Who? Marian did not answer directly. She raised her hand, the tips igniting a cluster of blue magical flames, tracing a simple path in the air. A magical storage device opened in her palm, and a wanted notice, seemingly freshly printed, floated out, landing steadily in her hand. Here. Night Frost took the paper and looked down. The wanted notice depicted a masked figure, most facial features obscured, but upon closer inspection, one could faintly recognize white hair. He stared at the image for a few seconds, feeling as if he had seen this person somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Alive or dead? He raised his head, asking in a businesslike tone. Marian's expression management cracked noticeably at that. I asked you to take care of her. Oh, when did I say you should kill her? Her voice remained gentle, yet each word felt like it was squeezed from between her teeth. She withdrew her hand, unconsciously brushing her fingertips over the golden patterns on her cuffs, as if calming her emotions. She happens to be going to the central city. If you see such a masked figure, help me take care of her. Remember, I said take care, not attack or arrest. Don't treat the other side as a criminal and take action directly. Night Frost blinked. He looked down at the wanted notice again, confirming the numbers at the bottom. 1,000 gold coins. Know this. He raised the paper, showing the side with the bounty amount to Marian. This is a wanted notice, right? It is a wanted notice. Then it's safe to say it's a criminal, right? He confirmed again. The kingdom's wanted list has nothing to do with our church. Marian replied exceptionally calmly, as if stating an obvious fact. We have our own judgment system. The kingdom's laws are the kingdom's laws. When the kingdom is not just we must act righteously. Nightfrost stared at her for 2 seconds before folding the wanted notice and putting it in his pocket, his tone returning to its usual lazy nonchalance. I understand. I will judge according to the situation. That child is not a bad child. Marian fell silent for a moment, as if weighing her words, her voice rarely carrying a touch of softness. But after all, she has done something to get herself wanted, so, if you see her, please talk to her nicely. She paused, then added, not with a dagger. Understood. Nightfrost raised his right hand once more. The morning at the central station of Tianling City is awakened by the roaring sounds of steam and magic intermingling. A massive ironclad war chariot crouches beside the platform, resembling a steel beast dozing off. The vehicle's body is covered with thick, dark steel armor plates with faint blue protective magical auras shimmering at key joints. This long-distance transport, crafted jointly by dwarven craftsmen and human alchemists, is the safest land transportation tool in this world, especially since traveling from the eastern provinces to the central metropolis requires traversing several unsettled wilds. Over here, Song Yingxue stood on the platform, tiptoeing and waving towards the entrance. She had changed out of her battle leather armor today, donning a relatively normal casual outfit. The light cream short coat paired with a dark pleated skirt, though the hem of the skirt was still cut shorter than the standard length, revealing a pair of long legs wrapped in black knee-high socks. All her luggage was stuffed into the magical storage device, with only the Oath of the Wind Chaser still wrapped in cloth, slung diagonally across her back, the tip of the gun secured tightly with leather, making it particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Xiang squeezed out of the crowd with what looked like a small bag on his back, his face bearing an expression of, why am I here at this time in such a crowded place? Morning. He walked up to Song Yingxue and yawned. Morning, my foot, we're almost late. Song Yingxue poked him on the forehead. How come you're even late to step out? If I hadn't bought the ticket for you in advance, would you have only started packing on the day you planned to take the ironclad chariot? I packed last night. Xiang rubbed the area where he was poked, his tone flat. By the way, can you put away your gun? Do you treat it as an ornament? Mind your own business. Song Yingxue rolled her eyes, then naturally wrapped her arm around his, applying a bit more force than usual, as if afraid he might really get lost in the crowd. Let's go, they're waiting for us in the compartment. The interior of the ironclad war chariot is much more spacious than it appears from the outside. After all, it is a luxury train. Suddenly his steps came to an abrupt halt, as if pinned to the spot by some invisible force. There's actually a slot machine. His face nearly pressed against the glass panel of the slot machine at the entrance to the entertainment room, which was flickering with colorful magical lights. The reels on the screen were slowly spinning, and the colorful light effects cast alternating shadows and highlights across his face. Icons of various rare items lit up in succession, including refining stones, enchantment scrolls, elemental essences, and the grand prize is actually an epic quality ring. Xiang's gaze was firmly locked onto the sparkling little icon at the very top of the prize display, his eyes widening significantly compared to when he was poked on the forehead, the reflection of that ring icon shimmering in his pupils. Breath of the sea god effect, underwater breathing. I really want that. Is it starting again? Song Yingxue tugged at the collar of his shirt, pulling him back with some force. Let's go, that kind of thing is sold everywhere in big cities. When we get to the central metropolis, I'll help you buy it, alright? Why do you suddenly want it just because it's in the machine? That's not the case. Xiang remained motionless, his feet seemingly rooted to the carpet, fingers already skillfully reaching for the coins in his pocket. That underwater breathing effect is quite rare. Last time I used 6 or 7 scrolls, it cost 80 gold coins. How long ago was that? Song Yingxue mercilessly interrupted him. I think it was when I was 10. Let's go. At least let me try it once. I've never played with this kind of machine. You just want to play, right? Not even once. Last time you played with the marbles at the church for 5 days and nights, the archbishop wrote a letter to complain. That person is my mother. How could she care about this, even complaining to you? Xiang complained. Clearly the money spent was lining the church's pockets, yet someone was complaining about his girlfriend to him. That was a special case, and it wasn't 5 days and nights, it was just 5 days, and I slept well at night. I'm not one to stay up late. That scoundrel. A voice came from the other end of the corridor, not loud, but piercingly clear, mixed with shock, fear, and a hint of almost bubbling guilt. Both Xiang and Song Yingxue turned their heads. Song Yingxue thought to herself that everyone's evaluation of this person was indeed unanimous. Standing a few steps away was a girl in a Holy Martial Academy uniform with a neat bob cut and a petite figure. One hand was covering her mouth while the other pointed at Xiang, her fingertip trembling slightly, and her otherwise fair face was now as pale as paper. Xiang looked at her quickly, searching his mind. He recognized that face. They had encountered each other at a hotel before, and he seemed to have given her a chop, causing her to faint. He had seen her during the game period, a senior from Holy Martial Academy, though she was quite ordinary. Hey, senior sister. Shuang greeted her. Who's your senior sister? Why are you here? The Bob girl's voice cracked as she exclaimed, I clearly deleted you from the enrollment list. As she said this, she nearly shouted it out, imbued with a sense of being pushed to a dead end and having to reveal her cards along with a sense of desperation. Then she suddenly bit her lip as if realizing she had accidentally said something she shouldn't have. Huh. Song Yingshua's voice came from behind Shuang. She released her grip on his collar, slowly turning to face the Bob girl. The motion was slow enough to allow one to clearly feel a certain danger gradually coalescing in the air. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the arc at the corners of her lips vanished completely, exuding an aura that suggested that one more step forward could result in a piercing confrontation. What's going on? 3 words delivered in a tone as calm as asking about today's weather. Yet anyone familiar with Song Yingxua knew that the lighter she made her questions, the more serious the consequences would be. You didn't tell me. I'll settle accounts with you later. Song Yingxua turned her head and glared at Shuang softly. Oh, it's nothing. Breaking the silence was Shuang. His tone remained flat, even more casual than before. He then reached into his chest, leisurely pulling out a neatly folded piece of paper. The paper was made of a special material with edges embossed in gold. He unfolded the paper, facing the pale-faced Bob girl. In the center was a line of deep red text, the font solemn and archaic, with a faintly glowing red seal stamped below, irradiating weak magical light. Special admission certificate. The moment the paper unfolded, the bob-haired girl's complexion shifted from pale to a ghastly hue, then to an indescribable grayish pallor. Exceptionally born. Her lips twitched several times before she barely forced those words out of her throat. Her finger still pointed at Shuang, trembling more violently than before. This time it was not anger, but pure uncontrollable panic. How is that possible? The exceptionally born must be recommended by forces at or above the school level and approved by the Elders' Council. She seemed to be reciting school regulations to bolster her courage, her voice gradually growing faint until it was nearly a whisper. How could you have obtained it? Forces at or above the school level. Shuang folded the certificate again. Does the Heiress Church count? The bob-haired girl's mouth opened, then closed without a word. The Heiress Church, the largest religious institution in the human world. Within the kingdom, its number of followers surpasses the entire royal army. The headquarters, St. Heiress Cathedral, stands opposite the royal palace, and it is said that every new king must kneel there overnight before ascending the throne. Whether it counts as a force above the school level is a question that needs no answer. But her lips twitched twice more, and a thin sheen of tears brimmed in her eyes as if ready to overflow. Her gaze darted rapidly between Shuang and Song Yingxua. Then, as if making a resolute decision, she clenched her teeth and raised her head sharply, her voice trembling with near-breakdown sobs. But you hit someone. She spoke with unwavering conviction, as if delivering a final accusation, her volume louder than any previous words. Several passengers at the corridor's end, glancing over, immediately fixed their eyes on Shuang. The silence was so profound that one could hear the faint clink of a teacup being set on a saucer in the adjacent room. It wasn't me. Shuang spoke cleanly and decisively, his expression sincere enough to serve as a cleric in any temple. Senior sister, you must have mistaken me for someone else. These words left the 2 girls beside him speechless, an audacity beyond shamelessness. He paused briefly, as if suddenly recalling something important. He tilted his head slightly. By the way, senior sister, you haven't told me your name yet. Jessica von Hornheim. The bob-haired girl almost reflexively gave her full name. The syllables rushed from her mouth like muscle memory, likely a noble family's ingrained instinct. When asked one's name, an immediate and clear response is mandatory, else it's considered rude. Only after speaking did she realize why she had done so, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. The expression could be translated as, why did you meekly give your name, when he denied hitting anyone instead of retorting. Right, that was the name from the game era. An attractive character design and personality, but with little storyline as a background role. Yet surprisingly popular because this character lacks a romance route, causing players to complain that such a normal character has no dedicated storyline. Western origin. Shuang continued in a casual tone, his gaze briefly sweeping over her brown hair and somewhat prominent facial features. Indeed, the central city has a more diverse population. In our eastern province, people who look like senior sister are quite rare. What's wrong? Song Yingshu's voice drifted over softly, not loud, but every word struck like a blade blown by a cold wind. You don't like Easterners? Shuang turned his head, meeting the dangerously smiling face of Song Yingxua. His eyes curved slightly at the corners and his mouth turned up, yet there was no genuine mirth in his gaze. Shuang's survival instinct kicked into overdrive within a fraction of a second, and he gave the standard answer. I prefer Easterners. Song Yingxue stared at him for 2 seconds, as if verifying the sincerity of his response. Then she softly hummed, and looked away, temporarily sparing him. Silently, Shuang awarded himself a mental point before turning back. To Jessica, his expression restored to an unreadable calm. He even raised his right hand, casually waving twice. "I'll see your sister Jessica, see you at school. Bye-bye." His tone was light, as if bidding farewell to a newly acquainted classmate. It was as if the earlier accusation and the rebuttal had never occurred, as if the claim, "You hit someone," was merely an inconsequential breeze in the corridor, passing without leaving a trace. Jessica stood frozen. "What do you mean bye-bye?" Her mind struggled to process the recent sequence of events which deviated completely from her anticipated script. In her expectation, being publicly exposed for hitting someone would provoke either fury, guilt, or a harsher threat from the other party. In any case, it certainly would not be a casual "it wasn't me" followed by a waving goodbye. And he's not pursuing it. Suddenly she realized this question. The other party already knew that she had deleted his name from the enrollment list. This matter, when minimized, was a personal vendetta. At worst, it was an abuse of power and malicious tampering with enrollment records. If it reached the Student Union Disciplinary Committee, her position as an auditor would be in jeopardy, possibly even affecting her student status. A matter capable of altering a person's fate forever. Just let it go. Jessica stood there, mouth slightly opening and closing like a fish unexpectedly stranded ashore. The warm yellow wall lamps in the corridor still cast a gentle glow, and the dark red carpet beneath remained soft. The brief yet intense confrontation seemed like a mere gust of wind that had passed without leaving any trace. Suddenly, she heard Song Yingshu's voice drifting from not far ahead. The beautiful yet fierce-looking girl held Shuang's arm, speaking softly, but clearly enough for Jessica to hear. "Aren't you going to hold her accountable?" "Hold her accountable for what?" No, why?" Shuang's voice carried genuine puzzlement, as if Song Yingshu had asked a strange question. "Aren't I the one who should be held accountable? You just said you weren't the one who hit anyone. Be more precise." "Of course I didn't hit anyone. I just—" He paused, apparently carefully considering his words. "Look remarkably like the real culprit." Song Yingshu was silent for a moment, then let out a sigh somewhere between exasperation and speechlessness. "By the way, are you really not going to let me try that machine? Just once?" Shuang's voice floated again, this time tinged with an almost coquettish tone. "I'm not addicted to those machines. I just want the reward. You saw it yourself. That ring grants underwater breathing." "No." Song Yingshu's voice was resolute. "A girlfriend stopping a guy's hobby is one of the main reasons for breakups. I read that on a forum. You should avoid those forums. You've played pinball for 5 days and nights straight already. You don't need another hobby. Those are two different things. They're waiting for you to join Monopoly over there." Song Yingshu tugged him forward, her steps more determined than before. "Hurry up, everyone's waiting." Yet she stood on tiptoe and whispered in Shuang's ear, "Also, no need to worry about my parents today, so shall we?" That "shall we," did it refer to that? Really? Hearing this, Shuang opened his mouth. "Now here. Tonight." Song Yingshu tilted her head. "Tonight." The corridor fell silent once more. The armored vehicle trembled slightly, likely as its core warmed up for departure. The magical wall sconces on either side of the corridor still emitted a warm yellow glow, while the dark red carpet cushioned every footstep taken upon it. Outside the window, the hissing sound of steam release mingled with the gradually thinning voices on the platform. Jessica remained in place, leaning against the carriage wall, watching the backs of 2 people disappear into the compartment ahead. The girl named Song Yingshu clung tightly, her arm almost wrapping completely around the boys, as if fearing he might get lost in the carriage. The guy named Shuang, being dragged forward surprisingly, turned back to steal a glance at the slot machines outside the entertainment room. She suddenly felt that this person was completely different from her imagination. In her memory of that night at the hotel, the figure clad in black leather armor wielding a dagger had swiftly knocked her unconscious with a clean strike, so fast she hadn't even had time to cast a spell. The stark, chilling sense of oppression contrasted sharply with the guy currently being dragged by his girlfriend, whose eyes were glued to the slot machines. However, the fact that he was a scumbag had not changed. She added silently in her heart. At the end of the corridor, Shuang and Song Yingshu had already reached the compartment door. Before pushing the door, Song Yingshu paused for a moment, released her grip on his arm, and lifted her beautiful eyes to glance at him. The warm yellow light from the corridor fell on her face, casting the shadow of her eyelashes gently upon her cheekbones. She slightly rose on her tiptoes, leaned close to his ear, and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "That senior, she looks quite pretty." Shuang's survival instincts kicked in once more. He looked at Song Yingshu's almost smiling face, and replied calmly, "Is that so? I didn't notice." "If you didn't notice, how do you know she is from the West?" Shuang fell silent for a moment, then raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Song Yingxue stared at him for 2 seconds, as if confirming whether this I was wrong was genuine enough, then let out a soft hum, the corners of her lips curving into an almost imperceptible arc. Are we really going to do it later? Shuang confirmed again, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Song Yingxue gritted her teeth and repeated the word, each syllable seeming to be squeezed out from between. Then she used the hand that had just released him to pinch him hard, the force carefully controlled to be just painful enough. I said later. What are you thinking? Shuang was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded, his expression steady, as if the extraordinary lapse in understanding just now was merely a temporary system malfunction. All right, later. The two of them clearly had no intention of heeding their elder's advice. Song Yingxue took a deep breath, withdrew her pinching hand, and re-wrapped her arm around his. This time her grip was noticeably tighter, as if warning him through action not to ask any more inappropriate. She reached out with her other hand and pushed open the compartment door. Dark red velvet seats surrounded a solid wooden coffee table fixed to the floor, already filled with various snacks and drinks, fruits, exquisite cream puffs, and several plates of what looked like expensive nut assortments. In the corner stood a small magical warming cabinet. Behind its transparent door were a few bottles of juice radiating a faint blue glow with labels of brands she had never seen before. Sorry, we ran into a little issue on the way. Song Yingxue's voice shifted back to her usual vibrant tone the moment she stepped into the compartment. The pitch of her voice rose slightly, her tone light. A little issue. Lu Yin looked up from her book, transforming the great demon of hell into a loyal dog, her magical hat askew, her gaze sweeping between the two, her lips slowly curving into a meaningful arc. I thought you two were standing in the corridor for half the time enjoying the scenery. What scenery is there to enjoy? Song Yingxue replied without missing a beat, pulling Shuang into the compartment and casually closing the door behind them. Tian Kursen was the first to notice their entrance. She was leaning by the window, her face almost pressed against the glass, counting the white vapor columns billowing from the steam pipes outside. As she turned her head, she spotted Song Yingxue and Shuang's intertwined arms. Song Yingxue's hand tightly wrapped around his arm, fingers interlocked, a grip that resembled more of a predator preventing its prey from escaping. Her eyes instantly lit up. This brightness usually only appeared when she saw limited edition desserts or legendary weapons. You finally made it. She jumped down from the window, landing with a thud, fingers pointing back and forth between the two, her smile radiant enough to almost stretch her lips to her ears. I thought you two were about to have a heartfelt farewell on the platform. Oh wait, you don't need to say goodbye, you came together. What was that? A heartfelt gaze. Tearful eyes locked in an embrace. If you keep rambling, I'll throw you out the window. Song Yingxue's threat had entered a reflexive stage, her tone calm, her wording practiced, clearly a line she had used countless times over the past 3 years. This is an armored vehicle running at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. Throwing me out would be lethal. Tian Kursen protested, hands on her hips, her demeanor assertive. But it hasn't started yet, has it? Song Yingxue raised an eyebrow. So throwing someone out now won't kill them, at most they'll just break a bone. Shen Xinghua sat by the window holding a seemingly ancient book on magical theory, its pages tinged with a yellow-brown color unique to books that have been flipped through hundreds of times. She glanced up at the two, her lips curving slightly, a casual greeting before returning to her reading, evidently completely immune to such everyday banter. Someone move aside. Shuang's gaze swept around the compartment, finally landing on the row of seats by the window. This is my first time on an armored vehicle. I want to sit by the window. Me too. It's my first time. I want to see the scenery. Tian Kursen immediately raised her hand from the window seat, like a student eager to answer a question in class, indicating her unwillingness to yield. Oh, is that so? Shen Xinghua leisurely turned a page of her book, looking up at Shuang with an extremely gentle, polite smile. Then I won't let you have it. Are we going to argue again? Shuang observed her smiling face, his tone laced with a sense of resignation, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. He sat down in the empty seat next to Tian Kursen, placing his bag by his feet. Since the day I met you, when I first met you, you threw me a rotten fruit. It was not rotten. Incredible in every sense of the word. The next morning, Shuang leaned against the observation platform at the rear of the armored war chariot, her hands grasping at the air in front of her, uttering this somewhat perplexing remark. Is this JK? The morning light surged from the horizon of the eastern plains, flooding the entire wilderness with a color that hovered between golden yellow and rust. The armored war chariot moved forward on its 4 sturdy steel legs, each step causing the ground to tremble. Outside the window, a herd of rock-armored rhinos crossed the plains, with the leading male rhino being as large as a small house, its back shell reflecting a granite-like matte finish under the sunlight. Then it was kicked away by the front foot of the armored war chariot. Truly just a kick. The giant foot covered in dark steel armor stepped forward and accurately kicked the male rhino on its side. The beast known for its tough skin, which could probably withstand a siege hammer rolled sideways like a kicked ball crashing onto the grass several meters away, lying on its back for a while in confusion, before finally flipping over. Shuang watched this scene, grasping at the air again with her hands. If she possessed the class of a sword saint, her current state of mind felt as though she had reached the realm of void. The sage time always passed quickly. The armored war chariot arrived at its first stop, Chalk City, at noon. It was a medium-sized city built on a white cliff. The city walls were constructed from the local specialty chalk stone, appearing nearly blindingly white under the midday sun. The specialty products were chalk stones and high-purity magic crystal, or with a resident population of just over 30,000. The purity of the magic crystal ore in the city was the highest in the entire eastern province, with a large quantity of ore being loaded onto trucks each year, transported along the route of the armored war chariot to the alchemy workshops in the central metropolis, where it was transformed into various priceless magical items. The war chariot would stop in Chalk City until evening, giving passengers enough time to disembark for a meal. Shuang had originally planned to get off and explore with Song Yingxue. She had even mapped out a route in her mind, planning to first visit a reputed magic crystal jewelry store across from the platform, then try some local delicacies. But as she reached the door of the compartment, she saw Tian Kersen and Lu Yin leaning over Song Yingxue from either side, the three of them rolling on the large velvet sofa in the compartment. Tian Kersen was inquiring about some details he didn't particularly want to know, with an eager tone. How does it feel? Does it hurt? What position? Song Yingxue's face was flushed red enough to cook an egg, one hand tugging at Tian Kersen's ear while the other tried to push Lu Yin away, but the gossip-loving spirits of the two were clearly running at full power, impervious to any physical efforts. The three of them tumbled on the sofa, laughter and shrieks blending together, filling the entire compartment with an atmosphere of overly intense girlfriend gossip. Shuang silently closed the door, thinking that indeed being a thief was a good profession, and instinctively activating stealth seemed necessary. She decided to go out alone for a walk. The shopping street of Chalk City was directly opposite the platform, a narrow street, flanked by white stone buildings on both sides. The ground was paved with polished chalk stone slabs, smooth and shining from countless footsteps. The sides of the street were crowded with various shops selling ores, protective gear, cold drinks, and several alchemy material stores with colorful signs. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the rooftops on either side, casting stripes of alternating light and shadow on the stone slab ground. The air was filled with a mix of dust, the smell of baked bread, and some unknown spices. Not particularly pleasant, but it carried a unique, chaotic vibe of life typical of a mining town. Shuang had her hands in her pockets, walking at a leisurely pace through the crowd. Then her footsteps suddenly paused. What is this magical power? He did not voice it aloud. This thought was directed inwardly, but his nose instinctively wrinkled slightly, a reflex triggered by a certain perception ability. Though unsure of what it was, it felt quite disgusting. Shuang was not a cleric, but had practiced the prerequisites for the cleric class, making him somewhat sensitive to the presence of unpleasant magical energy. However, just as Shuang was lost in thought, he noticed a tall woman with an ice blue low ponytail, clad in a meticulously crafted suit of silver white armor, with faint golden holy light patterns flowing through the seams between the plates. She had a knight's sword hung at her side, its scabbard covered in dense holy inscriptions. She walked past Shuang less than 3 meters away. The outline of her profile was sharply defined by the midday sunlight, and her ice blue ponytail gently swayed behind her as she passed by. She didn't stop or turn around. Yet Shuang's pupils slightly constricted. Paladin Lei. His mind hadn't yet formed a complete sentence, but a name had already surfaced ahead of his awareness. This name came from his memories before reincarnation. Not from the game's Sword Dance Continent, but from even earlier, from an adult-oriented RPG developed by that game company before they transitioned. No way. Were those chaotic games all set in the same universe? Shuang blinked, staring at the retreating ice blue ponytail for a few seconds. The figure had entered the adventurer's tavern. After hesitating for about half a second, Shuang automatically followed along. He no longer hesitated over his level distribution, pulling up the system panel as he walked, his fingers silently gliding through the interface. The experience bar for the thief class filled up in just a few seconds, leveling up to max, and then automatically transitioned to the advanced interface. He then advanced the thief to rogue, reaching level 10. The class icon on the panel transformed from a simple dagger into a translucent blade blended with shadow. The attribute bonuses from the advancement flowed throughout his body, making his steps instantly lighter, so light that they barely made a sound on the chalkstone slabs. The figure quickly left, likely having gathered the necessary information. He maintained a distance of about 30 meters, his steps so light that they hardly made a sound, weaving through the crowded shopping street, like an eel slipping into a school of fish. Was it a coincidence? Was today her first day here as well? He felt quite lucky. Truly his offerings to Lord Eris had not been in vain. The old town was much quieter than the shopping street. The stone buildings on both sides were older, with the chalk stone walls having yellowed and darkened, some places overgrown with dry vines. The road surface changed from polished stone slabs to a bumpy gravel path crunching underfoot with a faint crackling sound. The scent of or dust in the air faded away, replaced by a cool, damp atmosphere mingled with a faint, musty odor that seemed to come from nowhere. She did not stay long in the Adventurer's Tavern. After about 10 minutes, the wooden door was pushed open again, and the silver-white figure reappeared on the street. Her pace was quicker than before, as if she had confirmed some information and was heading to the next target. The ice-blue ponytail glowed like a self-illuminating thread in the dim alleys of the old town. Shuang had to increase the distance. Since she had confirmed her destination, there was no need to follow too closely. However, the fact that she hadn't noticed him while in the city felt like something he could take pride in. He remembered her title from the game, the strongest paladin of humanity. On the other side, after passing through an ancient archway covered in weathered cracks, Paladin lay stopped in front of an iron-barred door leading underground. The door looked quite old, with rusted iron bars where faded ceiling runes could still be faintly discerned, but the magical power of the runes had long since dissipated, leaving only faint engravings. The door lock was broken, half hanging on the door frame, swaying gently in the wind. The Paladin pushed open the rusted iron gate, and the hinges let out a sharp groan that echoed through the empty underground passage. The first monster appeared as she reached the first turn of the passage. It was a slime, its semi-transparent gelatinous body squeezing out from a crack in the wall, bouncing towards her. Lei did not even pause her step. She merely raised her left hand, and her index finger flicked out a grain-sized golden holy light bullet, which precisely pierced through its body. With a splash, the low-level monster was burned from the inside out into a puddle of transparent slime, rapidly evaporating. This layer of the underground city was filled with monsters of this level. Her brow furrowed slightly. It was clearly unreasonable for monsters to be rampaging in such a place. Soon at the end of the stone steps, she heard something. A faint voice came from the underground hall around the corner. "Help! Help me! Is anyone there?" Lei grasped the hilt of her sword, conjuring a holy light shield with her left hand, and slowly turned the corner step by step. The underground hall was a natural cave roughly the size of a small plaza, with a ceiling so high that it disappeared into the unseen darkness above. The ground was etched with dense patterns, emitting a faint dark purple glow resembling some half-alive blood. In the center of the hall stood a stone platform about half a person's height, where a young male seemingly under 20 was bound at the corners by dark purple magical chains, his face pale and lips cracked. His eyes lit up upon seeing Lei like a drowning man spotting driftwood. "Help me, please. They brought me here." Lei's gaze swiftly swept across the entire cave. The cave walls were covered in holes of various sizes, and there was no unusual movement. The patterns on the ground continued to pulse slowly, but did not initiate any attack. There was no hidden presence of monsters around the stone platform. The holy light detection returned no signs of abnormalities. The man on the platform continued to plead for help, his voice growing weaker. Lei hesitated no longer. The knight's sword was drawn, its holy inscriptions glowing, enveloped in a warm golden halo. She approached the stone platform and struck down at the magical chains coiling around the man's right hand. The dark purple magical fragments exploded in the air, dissipating in an instant. Then came his left hand, right foot, and left foot. All 4 chains snapped. She used her left hand to support the man's limp body, lifting him from the cold stone platform. His body temperature was indeed that of a human. "It's all right now." Lei's voice was steady and gentle. "I will take you out." She couldn't finish her words, for the man leaning against her shoulder leaned closer to her ear and softly blew. That breath carried a sweetness and floral fragrance that should not belong to a human. It was not the scent of any natural flower, but rather a concoction distilled to a nearly decadent sweetness. Before Lei realized something was wrong, her body had already stiffened. Starting from her ears, an indescribable numbness spread wildly down her spine, causing all her muscles to lose responsiveness in an instant. She wanted to grip the knight's sword, but her 5 fingers no longer belonged to her. The sword slipped from her loosened grip, clattering as it hit the stone platform, the inscriptions flickering violently before quickly dulling. The young man slipped out from her stiff arms, landing on the ground without a sound. He retreated 3 steps, tilting his head to admire his handiwork, a smirk creeping onto his lips. At that moment, the magical patterns beneath their feet lit up entirely. It was not the previous weak pulsing, but a blinding dark purple radiance that could burn one's eyes. The ground of the entire cave resembled a gigantic circuit board that had just been connected to power, with the magic surging through the patterns, almost audible in its screaming. Lei attempted to channel the holy light. The holy light roared within her, wanting to explode, wishing to burn away these filthy things. The reserve of holy power within her was enough to blow this cave apart 3 times. But that numbness precisely severed all her nerves' connection to the holy light. Her body felt like a reservoir filled to the brim with floodwaters, yet welded shut at all the gates. The water pressure was so high that cracks appeared in the dam, but not a single drop could flow out. Tentacles surged up from the ground's patterns. They were not biological tentacles, but translucent purple-black appendages purely formed from magical energy. They wrapped around her limbs in irresistible force, pulling her down and pinning her to the ground. The tentacles tightened, and her silver-white armor emitted a faint metallic groan. "Welcome to my underground city, Paladin." The voice came from deep within the cave, accompanied by the crisp sound of leather shoes stepping on the stone slabs. A purple figure slowly emerged from the darkness, hands clasped together, leisurely applauding. His skin was a pale purple. It wasn't that the light made him appear purple. Rather, his skin was inherently purple, as if stained by high concentrations of magical energy, over time, leaving an irreversible residue. His features fluctuated between human and something that should not exist. His eyes were dark purple vertical pupils, and when narrowed they contained a light that instinctively urged one to look away. "It's truly surprising that you could fall into such a trap." The demon lowered his hands, tilting his head as he looked at Lei, pinned to the ground by the tentacles, his tone carrying genuine astonishment. "To be honest, I had prepared 3 backup plans, but you stepped right into the first one. Are you the demon responsible for the magical disturbance here?" Lei's voice remained steady. Even pinned to the ground by the tentacles, unable to move her limbs, her tone showed no tremor. "Magical disturbance? No. The demon shook his head, his movements exaggerated. "I merely wanted to shape my city into the form I desired." "And what form do you desire?" Of course, he elongated his words, suddenly halting on the crucial phrases, his lips forming a mocking smile, his vertical pupils slowly roaming over Lei that cannot be revealed. "Who are you?" Lei continued to gather information. "How rude of me." The demon placed his right hand over his chest, slightly bowing, performing an excessively formal gesture that seemed sarcastic. When he raised his head again, the light in his vertical pupils no longer held the interest of a predator surveying its prey, but rather something deeper and more ancient. "The 7 deadly sins, sin of lust." Lei's pupils constricted sharply at the mention of the words 7 deadly sins. The holy light patterns on her armor flashed violently, and she gritted her teeth, repeatedly slamming her connection with the holy light against the welded shut gates. But at the same time, the purple-black tentacles tightened sharply, the armor emitting a piercing metallic scream. "Are you a candidate for the Demon King?" She struggled to raise her head, a glint of killing intent emerging in her icy blue eyes for the first time. "Indeed." Lust regarded her futile struggle on the ground with an appreciative gaze, the curve of his lips rising slightly. "What excellent motivation. Even when completely paralyzed, does the term Demon King candidate drive you to fight for your life, to stand up?" He took a step forward, crouching down to meet Lei's gaze. The purple vertical pupils appeared exceptionally clear at close range, containing a pure interest. "All right, let me transform you into a demon." His voice was soft, carrying a gentle tone that sent shivers down one's spine. Dark purple magical energy began to coalesce in his palm, first as mist, then becoming denser, until it formed a viscous, slowly rolling liquid sphere. Defile, the strongest paladin of humanity. With a squish, a short blade pierced through his back, the tip emerging from the center of his chest. There was no holy light, no magical fluctuations, just an ordinary steel short blade, with not even a hint of enchantment on the blade. Lust lowered his head, looking at the knife tip protruding from his chest. Purple blood flowed down the blade's grooves, dripping onto the stone slab beneath, splattering small dark flowers on the engraved patterns. His movements halted, and the dark purple liquid sphere hovering directly above Lei shook violently, almost dispersing. Shuang bent down behind him, both hands gripping the knife handle. He twisted the knife within the opponent's body. A rare, displeased expression appeared on his otherwise expressionless face, the corners of his mouth turning down. "What bad luck, is the core not here?" He mumbled to himself, a hint of genuine regret in his tone. "I suppose I should donate to the church. Next month's offering box budget will need to be increased." Shuang hesitated for a moment, as if recalling something, and asked, "Why can't the money spent on the small steel ball machine be counted as a donation?" On the stone platform, the paladin Lei's eyes widened as she was firmly pinned down by the tentacles. In the ice blue pupils, the suddenly appeared figure was reflected. A young male in dark casual clothes, slim in build, standing less than 3 steps behind the demon, his right hand still in the motion of stabbing, his expression indifferent, as if he had merely passed by and lent a helping hand. Her lips parted slightly, her body, which had been desperately struggling to break free from the paralysis seal, was now completely still. It wasn't paralysis, rather it was pure shock, a blankness in her mind. Her first reaction wasn't even "I've been saved," but a more instinctual thought, closer to a professional reflex. In the paladin's perception system, a human's aura should naturally emerge in the darkness like a candle flame. Yet this person, she had sensed nothing from beginning to end. It wasn't that he was well hidden, he simply didn't exist. His magical energy fluctuation was virtually zero, his breathing and heartbeat blending into the natural background sound of wind and dripping water in the cave. Even his presence felt as faint as a stone. If she closed her eyes, she would perceive a blank area, and that blankness was now holding a dagger that had pierced through the demon's chest. Is he a rogue-type profession? Are the thieves around here of such high caliber? But before she could process this question, something even more shocking occurred. Did you bring a guest? The lust demon tilted its head, its gaze passing over Shuang to fall on the immobilized Lei on the stone platform. Her expression clearly did not indicate that she recognized this person. He shifted his gaze back to Shuang, his vertical pupils narrowing slightly. It seems we have an uninvited guest. By the way, have we met before? In terms of human heroes, I don't recall anyone like you. Don't worry about it. I can't remember the faces of demons and gorillas, after all we are different species. Shuang rotated the short dagger still embedded in the opponent's flesh. The expression on Lust's face changed. Lei's pupils suddenly constricted. Dominance. That kind of power did not require magical energy to drive it, nor did it need spells to enhance it. It didn't need any of the power systems she was familiar with as a medium. It was a capability inscribed by the world itself after accomplishing feats that should not have been completed. The dominance emanating from this young man was so intense that it drew a visible purple-black trail in the air. Lei herself possessed 13 points of dominance accumulated through countless life-and-death battles, having vanquished an unknown number of demons and undead. In the Paladin Order, that was a number worthy of being looked up to by juniors. Yet this young man, who looked to be under 20, was emitting a level of dominance that conservatively estimated reached. The dagger began to slide within the lust demon's body, not by the push of Shuang's hand, but as if the dagger was moving on its own. The blade, wrapped in dominance, moved like a snake that had caught the scent of blood, horizontally cutting through ribs, vertically splitting the abdomen, and diagonally slicing across the collarbone. In a matter of seconds, Lust's body was sliced into several pieces, purple blood rapidly spreading across the engraved stone slab. 3 times. No, it was more than that. She quickly revised her estimate in her mind. To manipulate objects from a distance with such precision, this person's dominance had likely surpassed 50. 50 points of dominance. That was a number that only appeared in epic legends. Lust's body reassembled. Tentacles grew from the severed edges, dense purple-black tentacles still dripping with mucus, dragging the scattered body parts back to their original positions and reattaching. His expression had completely changed. The previous elegant and composed smile had vanished, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. It's actually dominance. And it's of this level. A holder of dominance at this level cannot be nameless. In response, a dagger came slicing through the air. It was still that most ordinary steel dagger with not a hint of enchantment, yet as it was released, it was wrapped in dominance, forming a purple light shuttle. The tip of the dagger precisely struck his forehead, sending him stumbling back a half-step. At the same moment, blue magical flames ignited in Shuang's right hand. The flames leapt from her palm, licking up her wrist, climbing her forearm, then suddenly exploding between her fingers. An ancient-looking black, giant sword appeared out of thin air, the dark patterns on the blade glowing the moment they touched the air. Lei stared at the sword, her breath catching for a moment. She recognized that sword. To be precise, she had seen its illustration in the secret archives of the Paladin Order, marked as lost. Darklight, a legendary giant sword. The last holder died in the Demon King subjugation war 300 years ago. The Darklight Knight profession itself was also marked as extinct. The bureaucrat in the archives had stamped a striking sealed mark on that page in red ink. Darklight / It was said in a tone as bland as reading a shopping list. Yet the trajectory of the sword slash was anything but bland. The first slash was a heavy physical chop, the sword wind tearing a deep trench in the ground. The second slash immediately followed a dark element magical slash, a curved blade of light darker than the sword itself, following the trajectory of the first slash. Then came the third slash, a light element magical slash, a pure white, curved blade of light, exploding from the shadows like a lightning bolt that had been repressed for too long, finally finding its outlet. A tri-slash. Each strike carried the purple-black trails of dominance. The Darklight Goddess is dead. Why is there still a Darklight Knight? Lust screamed as his body was split in two. That profession has long been severed. The last heir died at the hands of the Demon King 300 years ago. What are you? The profession of humanity, the will of humanity, is meant to be inherited by those of the future, Shuang replied, casually striking again at her opponent. Lei listened to the two talking while fighting, thinking that she must have bumped her head on the ground and was hallucinating. The Darklight Knight. That legendary profession long thought lost. The inheritance that had been declared severed 300 years ago, now standing before her holding that black giant sword. Trying to create distance. You want to open a domain, right? At the same time, Shuang spoke. She gripped the sword with one hand, and drew another weapon from behind her waist with her left hand. A black handle, a white blade, a short blade, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. The Dark Moon Whisper. Lei did not recognize that dagger. But without a doubt, it was a legendary weapon. Lust's fingers swiftly drew the framework of a spell in front of him, the prelude to unfolding a domain. But Shuang's dagger had already arrived. Not one stab, but six. 6 consecutive thrusts so fast they nearly overlapped into a long, resonating metallic note, each stab precisely puncturing the tentacles Lust was using to cast the spell. Purple fragments exploding in the air, causing the spell framework to collapse from the center outwards. You can't open a domain. Shuang casually shoved the dark light into the demon's body. A dull sound of flesh being torn echoed as the sword sank into his chest, pinning Lust to the ground, the pain causing his half-broken tentacles to thrash wildly. Shuang looked down at him slowly, curving her lips into a smile akin to that of a villain playing with a weak prey. In the end, you're just a weak embryo. Is that so? Lust's voice suddenly changed. It wasn't pain nor was it anger, but a cold calmness that emerged when pushed to the brink. The corner of his mouth curved up, his purple vertical pupils slowly rotating in their sockets, then locking onto Shuang's face. Several thinner, longer arms resembling spider legs had sprouted from his back at some point, now forming a complete spell seal behind him, the true casting hidden in the corners. Domain unfold. Heavenly demon color change. Dark purple light erupted from Lust's body, not spreading in all directions, but crazily creeping along the ground, the entire underground cave, transforming into a space filled with purple evil light in less than a breath. Shuang's smile instantly vanished. Oh no way. All my apologies. Shuang turned around and greeted Lei, who was still pinned to the stone platform by the tendrils, her tone casual, as if she had encountered a fellow traveler at an inn. I'm going to escape. Now please defeat him for me. With that, he turned and left decisively, and without a moment's hesitation, even his stride exuding an air of calm that suggested, I have done what I needed to, the rest is up to the professionals. Lei opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Was such a handsome entrance followed by a retreat? Although as a paladin, she completely supported the idea of the other party escaping, she found it hard to accept the atmosphere of retreat. With a sudden burst of magic power, his form traced an almost untraceable line between the flickering shadows on the ground, and in the next instant he had already appeared at the edge of the domain. The entire movement was fluid, from declaring his retreat to activating his skill and completing the shift without wasting even a fraction of a second. Then as he stepped forward, he was bounced back by a bolt of lightning. A dark purple arc exploded from the point where his toes made contact, spreading a web of light patterns along the invisible barrier. He was knocked back 3 steps, his shoes scraping against the stone with a sudden sharp sound. Even after he halted, the air before him still crackled with a few strands of lingering arcs hissing for a moment before reluctantly dissipating. He had reached the edge of the domain barrier. No way. Shuang instinctively stabbed his blade into the barrier. The white blade of Dark Moon Whisper collided with the translucent purple-black barrier, producing an extremely brief and unsparing crisp sound. The barrier remained unmoved, not even leaving a scratch. I won't let you escape. The voice of desire came from behind him. No longer the elegant and composed tone from before, it had taken on a more determined and somber cadence. With each word he spoke, the air in the domain trembled, as if the entire cave was synchronizing with his breath. You are truly a threatening human. I'll leave you here. No, perhaps it would be better to transform you into a demon. Countless black handprints began to emerge from the purple light surrounding him. Not just 1 or 2, but overwhelming numbers. Each was a pure dark purple mass of condensed magic power, and one could clearly see the strands of viscous liquid stretching between the fingers when they spread. They floated in every inch of the domain, from the ground to the cave ceiling, from left to right, densely packed, sealing off all possible escape routes. The blue magical flames on Shuang ignited at the same moment. The flames spread from his chest, flowing along his shoulders, arms, and abdomen, and wherever it passed, the pitch-black armor pieces materialized and locked into place in midair. The sounds of metal clashing and locking echoed in a rapid succession within less than a breath, and by the time those black handprints struck him, he was no longer the figure in casual clothes from before. The full set of the Dark Moon Oath armor enveloped him, transforming him into a towering figure of black iron. The handprints crashed against the armor's surface, exploding in bursts of dark purple flames, yet he remained unyielding. There was no space to dodge. The most troublesome aspect of the domain was that the magic power within would actively track its target, achieving a 100% hit rate. The agility that the profession prided itself on had completely lost its meaning in this environment. Oh, Shuang blinked under his helmet. He had made a mistake. If he could have directly killed the opponent earlier, it would have been a better option, right? Now the distance had instead been increased by his own actions, and the cooldown for Shadow Step was still 14 seconds. What should I do? Meanwhile, his hand had already reached towards Shuang. Shuang swung his great sword, achieving a 100% hit rate, which did not mean he could not destroy or block. Then he charged towards Desire again, who immediately retreated to create distance. More hands reached out from behind to grab Shuang. He swung his sword. No way, without using Shadow Step, he couldn't catch up. He turned around and dashed 3 steps to the stone platform, cutting the tendrils that were entangling Lei. As the tendrils snapped, a wet, tearing sound echoed, and the dark purple viscous liquid splattered onto the stone platform, quickly corroding it into a dense array of small pits. "Sorry, can I borrow your hand?" "What do you mean?" Lei's voice was a little tense. The numbness within her body had yet to fade, and her limbs remained unresponsive. The holy light was anxiously colliding against the welded gates inside her, but it still needed time, perhaps a few minutes, maybe longer, to break through the blockade. Shuang did not answer. He directly grabbed her hand. Their fingers interlocked. Link. In an instant, both of their attributes increased by 10%. Lei's eyes widened slightly, her face turning even redder. She could feel a flow of magic power that did not belong to her forcibly merging into her holy light cycle. It was not an invasion, but a connection. Like 2 independently operating water systems linked by a temporarily excavated canal, the flow rates of both were accelerated under each other's influence. The external magic power was weak in itself, incomparable in magnitude to the immense holy power within her, yet the attribute boost it provided was very real. All attributes 10% clean and neat with no side effects. The warmth from their palms was normal body temperature. This detail made her unexplainably attentive. Shuang felt the attribute boost flowing throughout his body and activated the Knight LV1 skill, Endurance. His patience increased. The cost was that he could not move. A layer of translucent light film flickered on the surface of the armor before plunging into the metal, raising the defense of the Dark Moon Oath armor to another level. He held the Dark Light Giant Sword in one hand, while the other hand still grasped Lei's hand, using his heavy armor and giant sword to withstand the handprints crashing from all directions. Each handprint that struck the armor detonated with a dull thud, pulling at his body, yet he remained unmoved. The attribute boost under the Link status allowed his endurance to barely hold on, and the sword light wove a continuously shattering and reforming defense in front of him. Just 10 seconds. Suddenly a crisp cracking sound rang out from the armor. The sound was not loud, but amidst the continuous dull pounding it sounded particularly jarring. Shuang lowered his head and saw a hairline crack appearing in the center of his chest plate. Then came the second. The third. The cracks spread across the surface of the armor, as if alive, from the chest to the shoulder plates, from the shoulder plates to the arm plates, each new crack accompanied by a short metallic groan. The dark patterns on the Dark Moon Oath armor began to flicker erratically, a sign that the enchanted structure was overloaded. Shuang blinked again. "Oh, I miscalculated." The threshold for defense was overestimated. In the environment of a 100% hit rate in the domain, the frequency of handprint attacks far exceeded the pace of endurance in normal combat, leading to a quicker depletion of the armor's durability than he had anticipated. Crash! The crack in the center of the breastplate suddenly widened, and then the entire piece of armor exploded from the middle. Dark metallic fragments shot out in all directions, tumbling through the air, while reflecting the dark purple evil light of the domain, before crashing down piece by piece on the ground, producing a cacophony of noise. The dark purple handprint below seized the opportunity and struck directly at the black lining revealed by the shattered armor. Shuang let out a muffled groan, swaying slightly. Immediately the same cracking sound came from the dark light greatsword. The dark-colored pattern that had existed since its forging began to expand inch by inch. It was not shattered by external force, rather the power of lust had seeped into the sword's enchanted structure through the omnipresent handprints in the domain, starting to disintegrate from within. His grip on the sword remained steady, but after enduring too many attacks, the sword could finally hold on no longer. A crisp crack resounded. The legendary weapon, the Darklight, had half of its blade flying out, flipping through the air more than 10 times before embedding itself into a nearby stone slab. The cross-section at the break was not a smooth metallic cut, but rather like some forcibly torn biological tissue, retaining remnants of dark energy and a few strands of dissipating dark attribute magic. Shuang looked down at the half-broken sword in his hand, then glanced at the half-blade stabbed into the ground. Tisk! Shuang stared at the damaged weapon. His specialized weapon was broken. It was as if Shuang, seeing his collection damaged, was fixated on lust. Ha 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 ha! Lust's laughter erupted throughout the entire domain. It was not the previous elegant voice. Instead, it was a hearty and unrestrained laugh, as if finally venting a grudge, laughing so hard that he bent over, his purple slit pupils narrowing into a thin line, his shoulders shaking incessantly. It's broken. It's broken. A legendary weapon. A legendary armor. The Darklight Knight has been severed once again. That arrogant Darklight Knight now. He raised a finger pointing at the half-broken sword in Shuang's hand, each word dripping with a sickly sweet glee. What do you still have? Shuang did not respond. He looked at the damaged sword in his hand, as if gazing at a collection piece that had been accidentally shattered. The last bit of faint light on the blade flickered. Yes. His voice was very soft. Let's see how you fight. Without that sword, can your so-called Darklight strike still be used? What will you rely on? That piece of scrap metal in your hand. Lust spread his arms wide as if welcoming a stubborn guest who finally decided to sit down and listen to the host speak, his tones suddenly becoming gentle, sickly sweet in a way that raised the hair on one's skin. But it doesn't matter. Even if the equipment is destroyed, even if there's nothing, I still welcome you. He took a step forward, and the dark purple handprints hovering around slowly closed in on Shuang. His voice was as soft as an invitation. Come on, transform into a demon. Lei watched this scene, struggling to open her mouth. The numbness had not fully faded, and her limbs still felt heavy as if filled with lead, and she could only barely turn. She looked at Shuang's broken armor, the silhouette of the broken sword, and the expression on his face that was hard to decipher. The link was still connected to her hand, his warmth transmitted from her palm. She looked at Shuang, uncertain how much longer they could hold on. Young Darklight Knight, come to me. Becoming a demon is not a bad thing. It won't hurt, and you won't lose yourself. It's just a slight change in how you live. A stronger way to live. I truly welcome you. Shut up. Shuang did not look up, as if the mere presence of a demon gaining a slight upper hand was enough to provoke his irritation. How long can you refuse? How will you defeat me? Your sword is broken, your armor is shattered, what can your meager magic power do? Lust's laughter bounced back and forth in the cavern. How will you defeat me? With that half piece of scrap metal. Shuang took a deep breath, realizing this guy was looking down on him. He was so angry that he almost wanted to explode with Burbuyu Rio. Shuang's mental fortitude was not particularly strong. Unfortunately, he did not know this move. What to do? Shuang, beset by countless hands, looked at Lei, knowing she was of no help. Forget about Lei. He felt he was experiencing a revolving lantern. They say that when a person is about to die, they see a revolving lantern. He saw the platform at the central station of Tianling City, Song Yingxue on tiptoe waving at him. He saw the seats in the corner of the oak barrel bar, Tian Kursen and Lu Yin leaning over the table on either side. He saw Shin Qingyu's eternally indifferent face, as if he had punched that person's face just before dying. Ah, great taboo. Having a girlfriend, just stepping up to first base, and with overflowing confidence challenging a powerful enemy in the underground city. According to superstition, he would definitely die. I won't do it anymore. Shuang sighed, letting the purple arms crawl over him. Hey, don't give up. Lei shouted in response. Ha ha ha, where did that imposing manner go? Do you still want me to ease up and ambush you? Lust asked Shuang, cautiously retreating to the edge. His left hand was rapidly manipulating a system panel that only he could see. Basic job, mage appointment. Experience points flooded in LV1 to LV11, soaring all the way. The numbers of the magic power attribute began to fluctuate, and the basic magic value doubled within a few seconds. This should increase the probability a bit. He muttered to himself. What did you say? Lust's slit pupils slightly constricted, and that tone gave him an ominous premonition. The best way to counter the domain is to use a domain of our own. Isn't that good? Fool. He paused. I told you I'm going to kill you. Do you think I'm joking? You didn't say that. Lust replied. Learning on the spot. Lei asked in shock. Her voice was mixed with various emotions, shock, confusion, and a hint of genuine concern, wondering if this person had lost his mind. Ha ha, what an interesting human. Lust's laughter carried a new layer. Do you think something like a domain can be learned casually? My barrier technique is full marks. Shuang took Lei's hand, slightly lowering his body, left hand in front and right hand behind, envisioning a feeling of surpassing himself. Now he couldn't rely on the system anymore. The movements were not large, but still yanked Lei over, causing her to stumble. No way. In the next moment, Lei and Lust almost simultaneously uttered these two words. Their tones were completely different, but the frozen expressions on their faces were surprisingly similar. Astonishment. It's my turn to roll the dice. The white-haired girl sat at the table, smiling as she picked up the 20-sided die, weighing it in her palm, as if it were a piece of candy of just the right weight. Is there really a need to throw directly? The blue-haired woman sighed, resting her chin on her hand, her tone filled with a sense of resignation, as if she had already seen through the outcome. Anyway, it will be a great success. When have you not had a great success? How could that be? It sounds like I've been cheating. The white-haired girl pouted, casually tossing the die onto the table. The die bounced on the table several times, each face flashing different numbers in the air before finally slowly settling on 20. A great success. See, truly cheating. The blue-haired woman shook her head. That's right, that's right. The other several participants echoed along, laughter and protests mixing together. The white-haired girl simply smiled as she collected the die back, neither admitting nor denying it. The clock chimed. A deep, prolonged chime, as if it were coming from the ends of the world, unexpectedly rang out in Lust's domain. It did not come from the outside, but from Yi Shuang's left hand. Wherever the chime resonated, the dark purple handprints clinging to Yi Shuang instantly froze. Lust looked at Yi Shuang's clenched left fist, his pupils suddenly widening. A golden light was spilling out from the gaps between his fingers, neither holy light nor magic power nor any form of energy he recognized. That was a phenomenon that only occurred when the rules themselves intervened directly. Inherent skill, Lust's voice fractured, that always composed tone showing the first signs of a sharp crack. How could you possibly achieve such a great feat? That was a feat that could only be engraved on the soul after defeating a legendary lord across at least 99 levels. Domain unfold. Yi Shuang's voice was not loud, but in the chaotic space where these two domains collided, each word was like a nail driven into the air. The golden light exploded from his clenched left hand, flooding into Lei's holy light circuit through the link, then bouncing back from her holy light circuit, forming a golden halo between the two. The halo expanded at a slow pace, but with each inch it grew, Lust's domain was instantly covered. The world transformed into an endless wilderness. True counterfeit killing. My domain has been completely covered. Lust stared wide-eyed, a hint of something close to panic flickering in the dark purple vertical pupils for the first time. This meant that Lust's domain had entered its cooldown period. 3 minutes. In a normal battle, 3 minutes is merely the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, but here in this desolate wilderness, 3 minutes is enough for an opponent to dismantle him into pieces 3 times and locate his core. Moreover, and most importantly, he had lived too long, fought too many battles, and was considered a veteran among the 7 deadly sins. Thus he understood better than anyone what this scene before him meant. Inherent skill miracle. The effect is not merely a numerical enhancement, not an increase in magical output by a few percentage points, but rather it temporarily invalidates the very concept of a skill's theoretical limit. In other words, from the moment that skill was triggered, he was no longer facing an opponent whose capabilities could be calculated by common reasoning. He must kill him here. This thought exploded in Lust's consciousness, sharper than the alarm of his domain being absolutely must not allow another human to possess miracle. The 6 tentacles behind him morphed simultaneously, the fleshy ends rapidly hardening in his 6 fingers. 6 hands formed seals. Simple domain. He gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out through clenched jaws. What a pity, even if you triggered miracle, you want to defeat me in this domain battle. This way the effect of absolute hit will disappear. Without a guaranteed hit, what can your domain do to me? Night Frost did not respond, looking at his system holding a timer. Beyond system limits, autonomous comprehension of true and false in domain battle achievement unlocked. Transcender conditions met completely disregarding system learning conditions, learning any skill above great effect. Dominance 30. Total dominance 81. He released Lei's hand, or rather threw it away. Lei stumbled, her body having lost its support nearly fell again. She barely managed to prop herself up with her elbow. Her body had not yet recovered, the numbness still lingering, leaving her half kneeling on the stone platform. Night Frost mentally graded this paladin at least a protagonist-level character. What had he done from beginning to end besides being a link tool? What a useless guy. He bent down and picked up the 2 Ta knives that had appeared out of nowhere in this wilderness domain. One long, one short. The so-called domain is determined by the holder's soul. Is my soul a Ta knife? Am I just a tool? The blades were elongated with a very shallow curve, and a faint layer of golden patterns flowed over the blade's surface, which was the weaponry automatically generated by the true and false domain in his unconsciousness. Moreover, the advantage of the Ta knife is its portability and the minimal materials required for crafting. None of them are suitable for the frontal battlefield. They are completely subpar there. In domain battles, there is only the frontal battlefield. The moment he touched them, Night Frost understood the capabilities of his domain. Then he immediately pushed off the ground. The stone slab beneath his feet shattered in a circle of cracks the instant he took off. His figure left a trace in the air, almost imperceptible, as the tips of the 2 long knives dragged out 2 parallel golden trajectories behind him. Lust's 6 fingers, just finished forming seals, had no time to adjust direction when Night Frost was already in front of him. The first strike, a horizontal slash. 2 tentacle fingers were severed at the base, and dark purple blood exploded into a mist in the air. The second strike, a vertical cleave. The third finger was split cleanly in half, the wound smooth as if measured with a ruler. So fast. Both stared wide-eyed while Lust's vertical pupils frantically chased the moving figure on the ground, but each time his magical lock barely caught up, the opponent had already moved to the next position. This is not a magic-driven displacement skill. It is pure physical speed unenhanced by any special effects. The speed was so fast that his eyes could track it, but his nerves could not react in time. Is it a domain of attribute enhancement? Lust finally deduced the essence of this domain from Night Frost's movement trajectory and increased attack power. He had thought the opponent would unleash something flashier. Most people's domains enhance their magical attributes. But what the opponent revealed was merely an exceedingly simple attribute enhancement domain. Ironically, this exceedingly simple thing had no guaranteed hit effect. It suppressed him to the extent that he could not even fight back. This domain, despite being useless, is so troublesome at this moment. He immediately untied the seals. The 6 severed tentacles rapidly recoiled, and the new flesh buds growing at the severed ends visibly differentiated back into fingers. He reached inward to feel for a few weapons, but just as his hand pulled one out, the blade light had already arrived in front of him, and the hand that had just drawn the weapon fell to the ground. No Lust gritted his teeth in agony, dodging, while keeping a close watch on Night Frost's actions. Though the opponent's domain had enhanced attributes by 50%, the remaining effects clearly stemmed from those 2 knives. He just needed to break those 2 knives. Those 2 knives were not legendary weapons, just armaments generated by the domain, their structural strength far inferior to the previous Dark Light. If he crushed them, these additional enhancements would disappear. He deliberately took a hit. His right shoulder was pierced by the long knife, and dark purple blood exploded from the wound, spilling everywhere. Using the recoil from the hit, he retreated while allowing the tentacles behind him to stealthily sneak around to Night Frost's blind spot. The moment Night Frost drew his knife to prepare for pursuit, those tentacles suddenly sprang up from the ground, dozens of dark purple hands entangling the blades of the 2 knives like blooming man-eating flowers. Lust had yet to tighten his fingers to crush the blades. Dark light slash. A shadow, a light, 2 phantoms of magical slashes followed the previous blade's trajectory, and each strike carried dominance, tearing open his freshly stitched wounds. Clever little trick, he roared. Previously, the opponent hadn't used skills with ordinary weapons, making him think Dark Light Slash was related to that legendary weapon, letting his guard down, exposing a flaw when he thought he could counterattack. But his hand seals had already been pressed down. All tentacles exerted force, simultaneously applying peak pressure to the bodies of the 2 knives. The knife's blade was already thin. This is a natural flaw of the knife as a lightweight weapon. The slim blade sacrifices structural strength for speed and portability, making it far weaker than a giant sword of the same level. Under the simultaneous pressure of dozens of forces, the blade finally emitted a brittle sound of being unable to bear the load. From the center, the 2 knives broke in succession. Golden shards exploded in the air like a shattered crystal cup. Lust grinned, waiting to see those attribute enhancements disappear from the opponent. But Night Frost's onslaught did not cease. The enhancements did not disappear, speed did not decrease, and power remained unweakened in the slightest. He gripped the half-broken knife tightly and punched directly into Lust's chest. That punch carried the brute force of full attribute enhancement, sending Lust flying, his body crashing against the edge of the domain and bouncing back. Oh! Lust lay among the shattered dry branches, eyes wide open. His back had crushed an entire patch of withered shrubs, and purple blood was slowly seeping from a dent in his chest created by a powerful punch, staining the cracked wasteland below. He saw her. Night Frost stood still, looking down at her outstretched hands, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. It was not the deliberately mocking expression from before, but rather a genuine satisfaction, as if she had finally fit the last piece of the puzzle into place. Temporary buff, agility boost. Duration until the domain ends. Temporary buff, all attributes boost. Duration until the domain ends. Lines of prompts appeared one after another on the character panel, and Night Frost's gaze swept across the text, finally landing on the long-suspended hypothesis in her mind. His domain: true and false killing. The true ability is not attribute enhancement. The 50% all attributes boost is merely a base panel that comes with the domain, like a knife with its own handle. The actual effect is when linked to a person, it can store the opponent's talent within the knife. When holding the knife, the corresponding talent will be directly granted as a buff. When the knife shatters, the buff automatically enters the body. If it is an attack-type talent, it shatters and dissipates after use. Night Frost almost teleported. Her figure traced a nearly instantaneous straight line through the air, fingers splayed wide, firmly grasping the knife's handle. As she pulled it out, the air around the knife began to spontaneously condense into tiny ice crystals, floating around the blade and slowly rotating. Lust had just struggled to lift his head from the dry branches when his pupils reflected a rapidly approaching ice blue. It was not a spear of ice nor an ice blade, but an ice layer. The absolute ice layer had frozen into a solid state. His lips moved slightly as if to say something, but the cold had already reached his throat before the sound could. The ice layer precisely enveloped his entire body. It froze the tendrils he had raised, froze half of his mouth, and froze the disbelief that had just surfaced in his eyes. He maintained a posture as if trying to rise, trapped in an ice coffin like an insect sealed in amber. Night Frost looked into his eyes through the ice layer, her katana twirling half a circle the ice blue sheen gliding around the blade. Then she twisted her wrist. Ice explosion. The entire block of ice sealing Lust exploded from within at that moment. It was not shattering, it was an explosion. Ice crystal fragments carrying the extreme cold magic power that had been compressed to the limit and suddenly released roared outward from his body as the center. Then the knife in Night Frost's hand shattered, rendered unusable. Lust flew out from the center of the explosion, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a stop. One half of his body was covered with a thick layer of frost while the other half was torn apart by the shockwave of the ice explosion, purple blood gushing from numerous wounds of varying depths. Several of his tendrils had been blasted off, and the remaining ones trembled as they attempted to reconnect the severed magical circuits. But he was smiling. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed out the purple blood from his mouth, his vertically slit pupils now refocused, fixating intently on Night Frost. The crack on his face was not one of anger, but a kind of ecstatic realization as he finally saw through his opponent's cards in this dire situation. So that's how it is. So it is like this. He tore away the frostbitten skin from half of his face, revealing rapidly regenerating new tissue beneath, his voice rising an octave. Your domain stores others' talents in the knife. Right. He said this with a dazzling smile so bright that it almost didn't seem like a dying person being. Night Frost did not respond, but Lust did not need an answer. The answer had already been written in the fluid combination of attacks, just now. Agility boost, all attributes boost, and then the Ice Age. 3 talents, 3 knives. No cooldown period. Your domain is indeed ridiculously powerful. But there is one fatal weakness. You had no idea you would possess such a domain before. So you still have 2 knives. Only 2 left. Lust cracked a smile again. This quantity is manageable. In other words, Lust has won. 2 tendrils instantly shot out like long snakes to attack. Even though you're ridiculously strong, you suffered the consequences of your own lack of information. Your domain can only replicate talents from those who have no idea how to do it since you were born. He held the tendrils, tightening frantically. Just destroy all the knives. The red blade was crushed by Night Frost just before the tendrils could tighten around the handle. The moment the shards exploded, the talent of Lu Yin explosion was forcibly unleashed due to the breaking of the knife. The compressed explosive energy surged wildly from the cracks, the flames shredding the damaged tendrils. As for the other one, Night Frost did not wait for the tendrils to make contact. She directly blocked with her right hand, clad in leather armor, as the tendrils pierced her forearm. The purple corrosive magical power hissed against the edges of her armor, but she did not even furrow her brow. Taking advantage of the moment the tendrils were stuck in her arm and couldn't withdraw in time, her left hand had already grasped the last knife, activating Shadow Step, making her vanish into thin air amidst the tendrils writhing. Then she activated Shadow Step and teleported behind her opponent. Lust reacted instinctively as he saw the glimmer of silver, his body responding before his mind, the remaining tendrils retreating with all their might, pulling his body away from the knife. Clearly destroying this knife would secure his victory. He only needed to shatter the blade before his opponent touched the handle, and the domain would collapse. All these chaotic temporary enhancements would vanish, and the battle would return to a rhythm he was familiar with. But that thought was snuffed out in his mind almost immediately. Moreover, that knife is the SS grade talent of the Paladin Lay. The final rose of the Galloping Stars, a super powerful slash against a single enemy inflicting. Night Frost lowered her body and slashed horizontally with the knife, the silver sheen exploding on the blade like a galaxy that had been compressed for too long, finally finding an exit, igniting blue flames. The air around the blade began to warp and distort, not due to high temperature, but because the burning effect was intervening in reality at a conceptual level, causing even the air itself to be scorched by the concept of burning. Silver light cut through his entire body from left to right, as if a whole bottle of liquefied sunshine had been poured into him. He gritted his teeth to suppress the searing pain, desperately channeling all his magical power to try to create distance again, but it was already too late. The knife fell silently. Blue flames erupted from the line of the slash, spreading along his body, racing wildly through every blood vessel and magical circuit. The core of his brain, already showing cracks, trembled violently in the blaze, the cracks multiplying from 1 to 2, then turning into a spiderweb of dense fractures. Like a glass bead held too long, finally unable to withstand the heat, it shattered completely. Fragments shot from his brain, drawing countless fleeting purple meteors across the wasteland illuminated by the blue flames. The last blade shattered into powder the moment it was swung. The silver light blade pierced through the chest of Lust, followed closely by blue flames that flowed into the disintegrating shell along the trajectory of the strike. Lust's body began to collapse from the core fracture. Not an explosion of flesh and blood, but a more thorough demise, as if erased from existence itself. Skin, muscles, bones. Every structure turned to gray-white ashes under the licking of the blue flames scattered cleanly by the winds of the wilderness. The domain came to an end at that very moment. The boundless wilderness faded rapidly from the edges, as if the supporting curtain had been drawn away, revealing the true cavern beneath. The dark purple geometric patterns had all extinguished, leaving only deep grooves carved by the sword winds and dominance on the stone floor, along with debris that had fallen from the cave ceiling. The air still carried the scorching heat of the flames, mixed with a sweet floral fragrance that was rapidly dissipating. Among the ashes lay a solitary purple gem. Shuang bent down to pick it up and weighed it in the palm of his hand. The gem was not large, just enough to be pinched between his thumb and forefinger. When held up to the remaining faint light in the cavern, a dark purple glow could be seen slowly swirling inside, like a living creature sealed within amber. Gem of the 7 Deadly Sins Lust. Quality mythical. Description: a token of one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. It only takes form after its host has been utterly annihilated. The gem contained the primal power of human love. This power is both dangerous and alluring, much like all beautiful things. Effect: can forge weapons of the Great Sin series, can choose the unique class 7 Deadly Sins Lust. He stared at the 2 lines of text on the system panel. He truly wished to collect the Great Sin weapons. Just imagining the full set displayed together was a delight to the eyes, and there was also the aspect of achievement. However, if he chose the class, it meant 7 collectibles would be missing from his future equipment library. Although the 7 Deadly Sins class was a powerful, unique class, it might not have negative effects in the game, but it might not be the same in reality. This was where Shuang truly hesitated. In the game, one could acquire such things through multiple playthroughs. How could he possibly do that in reality? He flipped the gem over in his fingers, the purple light reflecting on his face as he held it in his hand. A faint sound came from not far away. It was the sound of metal armor scraping against the stone floor. The paladin Lei was still kneeling on the ground, not in prayer, but simply unable to stand. The silver-white armor was covered in the viscous residue and stone powder left by the tentacles. A few strands of her ice-blue ponytail had come loose during the recent battle, sticking to her dust-covered cheek. She supported herself with the knight's sword, trying to use it for leverage to stand, but her knees buckled again, just inches off the ground. The numbness had not fully dissipated, and the leaden heaviness still clung to her limbs. She lifted her head and met Shuang's gaze. Not recovered yet. Shuang spoke, his tone flat, tinged with disdain. I need a bit more time. That paralysis effect is more stubborn than I thought. Shuang looked at her, but what floated in his mind was the golden glow of the SS grade talent on her character panel. The Rose of the End of Stars. Such an exaggerated name, yet how could the person be like this? Although he knew she was supposed to die in this plot point during the game, witnessing her inept actions in person was disheartening. He genuinely felt this person was useless. Speaking of which, when he played the game with her as the protagonist, achieving a pure ending was exceptionally difficult. The affection system seemed designed to make things difficult. Any choice would lower purity points, making it harder to conquer her than to delve deep into a dungeon. Objectively speaking, achieving a pure ending against lust was indeed a tall order. According to the setting, the magical energy should gradually corrupt everyone in the city. Moreover, this person seemed to have a boyfriend in the game. She was merely a background character meant to be NTRD, which is why her character design didn't even include a face. Yet her body was drawn as a muscular knight commander. Although her face wasn't depicted, the outline was clear, and it had to be quite ugly. Built like a bear with a chin thicker than the city wall. This person must have a preference for ugly men. It would be best to keep a distance from her. Shuang silently established a safe distance from her in his mind. Paladin Lei Weinster. She slowly stood up, beginning her self-introduction, the numbness seemingly fading gradually, and her grip on the sword finally regained some strength. She sheathed the knight's sword at her waist, the movement somewhat slow, yet still performed the sheathing ceremony correctly, then raised her head, her ice-blue eyes refocusing on Shuang's face. But the moment she recalled the feeling of their magical circuits connecting earlier, that external magical energy surged in without warning. The unfamiliar sensation that cycled through her sacred light circuit and then flowed back made her throat involuntarily move, and she instinctively closed her legs, the armor producing a faint metallic scraping sound. Thank you once again for your assistance. The candidate to vanquish the Demon King, No, has already vanquished it. What is your name? My name is Lei Lai. Shuang said, without hesitation, a name he felt he had heard somewhere, perhaps from a friend. Lei Lai. Lei nodded, her face flushed. In her mind, an inappropriate image surfaced of his silhouette casting a domain with a single hand, the repulsive dark space, transforming into an endless wilderness along with the warmth that had passed from his palm. She quickly shook her head vigorously. What was she thinking? She was supposed to confess to the commander when she returned. After preparing for so long, how could she let someone whose real name she didn't even know disrupt her thoughts? Then she recalled the commander's face. Upon closer inspection, although the commander's demeanor was steady and his voice reassuring, that face was truly ugly. Square chin, thick eyebrows, and an old scar on the bridge of his nose from being scratched by a demon. When he smiled, the scar wrinkled along with it, resembling a centipede lying on his face. She used to think that was a man's badge of honor, but suddenly she was unsure. Especially when compared to this Lai who had a youthful aura, a cold face, and was ridiculously strong in battle. His pose, while casting a domain, was exceptionally handsome. Not good, he was completely my type. No, 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 Lei shouted in her mind, 3 times, shaking her head fiercely. The ice blue ponytail arced through the air with her movements. This name was completely unfamiliar to her. Someone with such strength could not possibly be obscure. His primary class was evidently that of a rogue with stealth skills so high that even he could not sense them. That flawless pseudonym earlier was likely a rogue's basic skill. She quickly conducted an analysis in her mind, attempting to suppress certain thoughts that should not emerge with her professional instincts. Shuang observed her standing there, shaking her head one moment, blushing the next, thinking that this person's poison had yet to be resolved. Was her resistance to the poison too low? He felt no sensation at all from the bite he received. Or could it be that he felt nothing because he was in a sage? He was exhausted yesterday. Yet Shuang still cautiously stepped back 2 paces to prevent infection, taking out the antidote from his pocket and applying it to the arm that had just been bitten. The crystallization of the 7 deadly sins. I hope you can hand it over to me for processing. This is within the duties of the Holy Knight Order and is also mandated by the kingdom's safety regulations. Rei straightened her posture, finally resuming the official demeanor expected of a Holy Knight. Her knight's sword had been returned to her waist, and although her silver armor was smeared with the slime and stone dust left by the tentacles, it did not hinder her from presenting an air of "I represent the official stance of the entire Holy Knight Order. I absolutely won't." Night Frost's response was so quick it seemed to bypass her brain, or rather it was because she directly skipped the filtering layer of social etiquette that she was able to respond so swiftly. He waved the gem in his palm again. "I killed it, so according to the adventurer's code it should belong to me." He paused for a moment and added, "Even according to the kingdom's laws." The sentence abruptly halted. Night Frost experienced a rare moment of hesitation lasting about half a second. He recalled the toilet paper from the feudal dynasty and had to admit a fact he was reluctant to acknowledge. According to the kingdom's laws, dangerous items generated after hunting high-risk magical creatures should indeed be submitted. At least that toilet paper stated this quite clearly. "Well, I understand now." Rei nodded. "Let's pretend I didn't see anything this time." Her voice remained steady and official, as if recording a tedious resolution from a routine meeting. But inside she was screaming, "Why did I just agree? Such things should not be in the hands of adventurers. Not good. It seems I cannot refuse this person at all. This must be a side effect of that paralysis effect. It certainly is. I need to go back and get a certificate from the medic. Look, that is the useless toilet paper." Night Frost was just about to pocket the gem. "Theft!" A cheerful voice rang out. Night Frost instinctively moved his hand, his fingertips tightening. But the next moment his palm was already empty. Meanwhile, Rei instantly drew her sword. The metallic sound of the knight's blade unsheathing echoed briefly in the cavern, and the holy inscriptions on the sword began to glow. Hey, that's not okay. Such things shouldn't be carelessly left around." A white-haired girl in leather armor stood between the two, smiling at Night Frost as she tossed the lust gem up and down casually, as if she had just taken an apple from a roadside stall. Her white ponytail bobbed with her tossing motion. "You are from the Heiress Church, the one handing out flyers." Night Frost recognized the face of the girl and recalled the familiar, hey, he often heard at the church. The Archbishop asked me to take care of you." At that moment Night Frost realized that he had seen the person holding the wanted notice issued by the Archbishop. "And give that back to me. Don't think just because we know each other that I won't do anything to you. You are the leader of the White Thief Gang, the criminal who stole the prince's dragon-slaying sword." Rei pointed her sword tip directly at the white-haired girl, her voice carrying the unique righteousness of a holy knight confronting a wanted criminal. Iris blinked in surprise, her long eyelashes fluttering twice, and then with a nonchalant expression said, "Thieves are like this, they never miss a beat when lying." Hey. She completely ignored Rei and her holy sword ready to strike, turning back to Night Frost with an elder's tone of imparting life lessons, explaining, "No matter if it's a weapon of great sin or a profession of great sin, it's bad for people. You know, right? Such things will gradually erode the holder's mind silently, bit by bit, and by the time you realize it, you've already become its shape." She weighed the gem in her hand, blinked, and shifted back to her cheerful demeanor. "How about this? You know that the theft I just used is one of the 3 legendary skills of thieves, right? If I teach you this theft, can you give me that stone? That is a gem of great sin, and I cannot accept it if I give it to you." Rei carefully shifted her footing, trying to block Iris' escape route from the side. Her steps were light, the sword tip locked onto the girl's shoulder. However, Iris completely ignored her. The tip of the Holy Knight sword was less than 2 meters away from her, yet she did not even spare a glance at Ray, still smiling, as she awaited Night Frost's response, even tossing the gem again. Know that I am also a follower of Eris. I'm accumulating contribution points, and will be able to learn it myself soon. Night Frost gazed at the gem bouncing in his field of vision, his tone somewhat reluctant. And besides that skill, I want to learn Mirror Reflection and Moonlight Flash. Those two legendary skills are better. Iris paused at his words, seemingly a bit shaken. No. Theft is better. The goddess of water and the goddess of shadows are closer to assassins. We are the true thieves. Theft, while humble in name compared to the other two legendary skills, is actually the strongest skill among the thieves of the Eris Church. Its determination mechanism does not depend on the levels of both parties nor on magic power levels, but randomly steals at a distance based on both parties' luck values. Any follower of Eris who can learn this skill has a high luck value. Basically, they can strip their opponent of their melee weapons and even all their equipment before the close combat begins. Legend has it that someone used this skill to defeat the Demon King. Not by ambush or assassination, but by boldly stealing the Demon King's weapon and then slapping him twice. So, I don't want to learn theft. Besides, it's skills like this that cause discrimination against us thieves. You shouldn't learn it and use it recklessly. I want to learn Mirror Reflection and Moonlight Flash. If you can teach me, I'll give it to you. If we set aside the collector's obsession and just talk about cost-effectiveness, ultimate skills from other churches that I can't learn for myself are definitely better. Although I do know how to. Iris, on the receiving end of the unexpected lecture, unconsciously pouted. Moreover, the evaluation of the skill made her feel a bit upset, almost wanting to cry. But she soon regained her spirit, her white ponytail swaying as she lifted her chin, her eyes rekindling that mischievous glint. Really? You can use such a thing? Night Frost was somewhat surprised. You being able to gather 3 legendary skills from different churches is quite rare, especially since he had always thought of her as a passerby character, as she never appeared in the game. Hey, how about this? I'll teach you theft, and I'll give you a chance to use theft on me. If you can retrieve the Lust Gem, I will return it to you. What do you think? An obvious provocation. I don't believe her. Ray said calmly, the tip of her sword still locked onto Iris, ready to strike and reclaim the restless purple stone at any moment. Haha, are you underestimating me? Just to clarify, you are the challenger. Do you know how much I contribute every year to maintain my luck attribute? Night Frost's lips slowly curled upwards as he laughed at her words. The amount of money he put into the donation box each year was at least several thousand gold coins. This money is not spent in vain. His luck value is unrivaled within the Eris Church. He had never lost at drawing lots or in rock, paper, scissors. The contribution points for theft had taken him 5 or 6 years to accrue. Contribution points cannot be obtained through donations. Only activities like cleaning the church can increase them. This is what it means to be a follower of Eris. Iris smiled. Then open the system panel, and it'll teach you directly. With that, she jumped over, and before either of them could react, their heads were pressed together. Skill theft learned successfully. Rarity legendary. The world is in our hands. Cost 50 magic power. Randomly steal any item from the target based on the luck attribute difference between both parties. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Alright, let's give it a try. The girl mischievously grinned as she pulled out 2 pieces of rubble from her pocket. What a sly one. Lay lowered the tip of her sword a fraction, her gaze sweeping over the 2 bits of gravel in Hylas's hand with the weary resignation a paladin reserves for thieves. To think she would use stones as decoys. The only way to counter the steal skill is to carry a clutch of utterly worthless trinkets, diluting the chance that a thief will snatch the truly valuable item. That rule was printed on the 3rd page of the Paladin Order's Anti-Thief Handbook. But these stones are already weighed and arranged, Shuang remarked without much surprise. Not only do practitioners of steel know how to counter this trick, even those unfamiliar with the skill have often heard of the crude but effective tactic: stuff your pockets with junk and be done with it. If one is willing to pay, however, slipping a handful of enchanted gems or other valuables into one's pockets is the optimal defense against thieves with high luck. The random roll of steel is naturally drawn to high-value items. Using a pile of common pebbles to interfere is the pauper's defense, crude, yet frequently effective. Moreover, steel carries an unavoidable limitation: whatever is stolen must appear in the thief's hand. To discuss, those who employ steel merchants in this world truly do sell an item called the ultra-thin feces pouch, a squeezable explosive little contraption designed for wealthy folk terrified of being robbed. Shuang did not recall shops selling such things during the game era. This must be the fruit of this world's folk finding ways to circumvent game logic. Of course, carrying such an item oneself requires a fair measure of psychological fortitude. Even if you win, I cannot simply watch the Sin Gem fall into the hands of a wanted criminal. Lei stated her position in advance, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. I'm not a wanted criminal. The person on the wanted poster is not me at all. Hylas bristled with anger, her white-haired ponytail swayed with the force of her stomp. Lei drew a freshly printed parchment from her waist with one hand and unfurled it. On it was the unmistakable portrait of a white-haired girl with a covered face. She held the wanted poster up close to Ylis's face so that the lingering glow in the cavern lit both visages at once. Is this photo you? It is not me at all. Ylis replied without changing color. You say she is not you. No, this is absolutely not me. The girl snapped, her voice rising half a tone. Whatever you two have to settle, could you do it after me? I have to catch a coach. Shuang recognized the familiar cadence of that line, and growing impatient raised his right-hand fingers splayed in a dismissive gesture that begged them to hurry. Sorry. Brother, go ahead. If you can take it, take it. Ylis immediately pocketed the pebbles and began pulling items out one by one as if running a stall. By the way, the second prize is a legendary dagger, Starlight. It deals holy damage and is excellent for banishing demons. She drew a dagger that shimmered with a faint golden light. The holy script etched along its blade was denser than the runes on Lei's holy sword and glowed on its own in the dark. She then straightened her chest. Solitude born of absolute strength. A numbers monster among numbers monsters. Her physique was utterly unsuited to the life of a thief. She patted the dark leather armor she wore. The third prize is my cuirass. Also legendary. The skin of the Light Eater crafted from black dragon hide grants a permanent stealth bonus, having the chance of detection in shadows. Is this person a living lottery machine? This is bad. I rather like her. Is this love at first sight? Shuang stared at her, his eyes glittering. But just this once. Shuang spoke as he activated his skill. Come on, brother. Steel. White magical light flicker. Victory balanced on a single heartbeat. He drew out something with a slightly soft texture. How could this be? Had he actually lost on luck? Shuang looked down at the object in his hand. It was neither the lust gem, nor the starlight dagger, nor the skin of the Light Eater. Instead, it was a strip of white cloth, an artificed belt for giants, a mechanical implement designed to alter body proportions. Across from him, Ylis tilted her head and smiled. Then, watching the item in Shuang's hand, the hand that had been toying with the lust gem and the dagger froze, and a chill swept across her chest. She looked down at her booted feet after a long time, and then at the thing pinched between Shuang's fingers. Her expression cycled through confusion, shock, shame, and collapse in the space of a single second. I am sorry. I was too arrogant before. Please give it back to me. The girl stumbled forward, her white ponytail limp and spiritless over her shoulder. Both of her hands trembled slightly as she held her things. Even Lei looked awkward and turned her head, pretending sudden interest in an utterly unremarkable fissure in the cavern wall. Not good. This skill must have been blessed by some senior in the other world. If I use it casually on women from now on, my reputation will plummet, and I'll sink into despair. Shuang warned himself silently. The skill must never be abused on females. ID Long said our Chuch's legendary skills were no match for the other two, he thought, then turned his head, extended his hand, and offered the cloth back. Come to think of it, who in the thief profession would intentionally stuff themselves with such things that reduce agility? A rogue needs speed. Doing this is like a mage casting intelligence drain on themselves before entering a dungeon. Please return it to me. Ylis repeated, handing the lust gem back to Shuang. With lightning speed, she snatched back her equipment, turned away from the two of them, and began refastening it to her back. The click of the leather straps tightening sounded unusually loud in the quiet cavern. When she turned back, her imposing numbers-like figure had resumed its original form, though a faint redness rimmed her eyes. No, well, never mind. Shuang, unusually eager to comfort someone, spoke in a somewhat stiff but sincere voice. Whether great dreams or small, all dreams are admirable. I don't want to hear that sort of line. Don't use dreams as a euphemism for their. Ylis rubbed her eyes. Please, absolutely don't tell anyone. Then the girl thrust the starlight dagger toward Shuang. No, I don't want it. It feels like bribing someone into silence. Do you want the cuirass too? She asked, theatrically clutching at herself and stepping back 2 paces. No, I don't, she added. This one was troublesome. Shuang held starlight and felt uneasy accepting such a thing, but felt as if his soul might be corrupted. Yet who would use a legendary weapon as hush money? Was she of the Chuch's saintly rank? Was she truly that wealthy? He had never heard of such riches in either the game days or after transmigration. He had always assumed she was merely a serving girl. Starlight. Quality legendary. Type weapon dagger. Equipment requirement agility 55, light affinity 20. Physical attack power 120-165. Magical attack power 130-175, light attribute. Attribute bonus agility 35, light affinity 30, attack speed 15. Special effect. Luminous trajectory. When the holder throws this dagger, they can make subtle adjustments to its flight path in midair, using their mind, slightly correcting its landing point. Upon striking a target, the dagger emits a golden halo with a radius of 5 meters lasting for 8 seconds. All allied units within the halo gain the luminous blessing, a slight increase in hit rate and light attribute attack power. Nights break. When the holder steps from a completely dark area into a lit area, the critical hit rate of their first attack under this light source is increased to 100. This effect can trigger once every 30 seconds. If this attack successfully kills the target, the cooldown is reset. Indestructible, this dagger cannot be destroyed, corroded, or contaminated by any means. When the holder's health drops below 20, the dagger automatically releases a no-cost starlight bloom, unfolding a golden barrier with a radius of 3 meters around the holder, lasting for 5 seconds. During the barrier's duration, all damage and negative statuses are immune, and upon its end the barrier shatters, dealing light, attribute impact damage to nearby enemies. This effect can only trigger once every 24 hours. Return path passive triggered. No matter where the dagger is thrown or lands, it will automatically reappear in the holder's sheath after the battle. If the holder falls into a state of unconsciousness or near death during combat, the dagger will float back. Description: people say that the stars are the eyes of fallen heroes hanging in the sky, unwilling to close, just to watch those who come after walk the paths they could not. The light on this dagger is the smallest yet most stubborn one among them. It does not shine far, cannot be extinguished, and will return on its own if lost. Throwing dagger, indeed a fine item. Shuang spun the starlight around his fingers. The faint golden inscriptions on the blade traced a smooth arc of light as it rotated. After reading the lengthy list of effects on the attribute panel, he rarely gave a positive evaluation. Right? Just absolutely do not let this out. Iris, like a drenched cat, lay on his shoulder, her entire demeanor reflecting a complete loss of life motivation. I want to die. My life ended the moment just now. But little brother, if you change to the lust class, not to mention the side effects, it will attract all 7 deadly sins. Carrying the lust gem on you is like sending an invitation to their entire clan saying, come kill me, and you can collect another one after. Really? Shuang's tone suddenly brightened, and his eyes lit up. So I don't have to seek them out, they'll come to me. The door-to-door service from another world is so considerate. Little brother, little brother. Iris poked his shoulder with her index finger. You're still as arrogant as ever. The other deadly sins are not embryos, they are not that easy to deal with. The other deadly sins. Lei repeated this term, her brow furrowing. Her gaze paused for 2 seconds on the gem in Shuang's pocket that was faintly glowing purple, then she made a classic expression that all paladins wear when facing uncontrollable risks. Furrowing her brow, her lips pressed into a straight line, her right hand instinctively reaching for her sword hilt. It was indeed unwise to let adventurers wield such items, the risks are too high. Moreover, it will actively attract other deadly sins. This is no longer a risk, but a disaster. So what exactly are the side effects? Shuang turned to Iris, his tone serious, as if inquiring about the adverse reactions of a new drug. During the gaming period, the professions of the 7 deadly sins had no side effects, but Shuang felt that was purely due to the lack of enough branch lines, and the story had no time to present them. It can't be that the deadly sin gems have no impact on the job changers. After all, it's lust, not vegetarianism. Even vegetarianism has adverse effects on the body. It makes you a bit more lustful. Iris' tone was as flat as stating a scientifically proven theorem. Is it just to this extent? Shuang waited a moment, confirming she had no intention of elaborating further, then, without hesitation, weighed the gem in his palm. Then I will use it. The essence of human evil is human love. Iris' gaze suddenly turned serious, her white hair sliding from her shoulder and covering half her face, revealing only one eye that looked at Shuang. The emotion in that eye was starkly different from when she lay on his shoulder lamenting, I want to die. To be precise, it makes you indulgent. You should. Be fine, right? You shouldn't die. I don't know. After all, little brother works quite hard. She paused for a moment, seeming to consider her next words. Then she spoke again, her tone several degrees lower, no longer carrying the playful note. Although I do not wish for little brother to obtain it, if you can gather the 7 deadly sins professions, the malice emitted by humanity will significantly converge upon you, concentrated from the source. The pollution from the concentration of magical power originating from humanity itself will be greatly reduced, allowing the hearts of many individuals to remain untainted by external factors. However, she raised a finger, poking just under 3 inches from Shuang's nose. If you can't bear it, just have someone beat you up, and then take out the 7 deadly sin gem. It's very simple. If that's the case, Lei's voice interjected from the side, carrying the solemnity unique to paladins when stamping a resolution. At that time, I will stop you, Lei. Who is Lei? Shuang was momentarily stunned upon hearing this name, then flipped through his memories for a moment before recalling that it was a false name he casually invented. I don't want to be monitored by paladins, can you spare me? Shuang sincerely pleaded, as no thief enjoys being watched by paladins. This is already a concession. Lei lowered her eyelids. Her voice was soft, but offered no room for negotiation. I have reconsidered. The deadly sin gem can be entrusted to you for safekeeping, but at the very least please allow me to monitor you. This is absolutely not selfish, but entirely out of professional ethics probably. Alright. Shuang perfunctorily nodded silently, deciding to ignore her. Whenever he sees her, he held the lust gem in his palm. The system panel automatically popped up. A faint blue semi-transparent screen unfolded at the edge of his vision, and a line of brand new text slowly emerged. The gem exploded in his palm. Not shattered, released. A dark purple light surged forth from within the gem, yet it was no longer the sticky, sinister radiance that lust had wielded before. Stripped of its original host, the pure essence of lust revealed a warmer hue. Detected host meets hidden class activation conditions. Class conditions fulfilled acquired unique, class 7 deadly sins. Lust LV1 max, you have set foot upon the path of sin-sinner. Authority of lust, when you fulfill the hidden desires of others, all your actions receive a minor bonus. Primal sin. Lust manipulate any creature you touch that will making them utterly obedient to you. Touching the head is the sole condition, obedience is the sole result. He let out a soft breath, releasing the tension that had been lodged in his chest since the class change. Nightfrost stared at the skill description for primal sin. Lust, his gaze lingering for a few seconds. In the game era, players used this skill as a high-tier version of command. Though it required touch to activate, very few beings could fully resist it. Whether monster or human, regardless of level, the moment a fingertip made contact, they became a controllable unit. But that was the game. In the game, permanent only lasted the duration of a single battle. In this real world, those two words meant no time limit, no condition for release. If he wished, he could touch anyone's head without their notice, and that person would be utterly devoted to him from the depths of their soul until death parted them. With a bit of stealthy development, this was a world-ending skill. Such a dangerous ability should indeed be confiscated. But I don't feel anything special, he said. He clenched his fist, feeling the attribute boosts from the class change surging through his body. Besides the base 100 points in all stats plus 1 from the growth star, it totaled 101 points in every attribute. Strength broke past 300, agility neared 400, and both magic and spirit reached new. Total level LV29, Darklight Knight LV5, Rogue LV10, Mage LV11, Knight LV1, Swordsman LV1, Lust LV1, Strength 308, agility 376, magic 328, spirit 319, but beyond this, he felt no change in his mindset. He remained himself without suddenly finding others more attractive or developing any extra interest in them. That's just how you are, little bro. Iris, upon hearing his words, dramatically stepped back 2 paces, crossed her arms over her chest, her expression a mix of awe and a helpless, do you have no self-awareness? There's only one explanation for this: your usual state is even more lecherous than the negative effects of that slander. Am not that repressed. I have a girlfriend, Nightfrost replied without changing his expression. Huh, you have a girlfriend? At those words, something in Lei's heart seemed to collapse in a corner. The image she had secretly stored in her heart. The endless wilderness illuminated by golden light, the back silhouette opening the domain, the warmth transmitted from his palm, now cracked with a fine fissure. Isn't that obvious? I'm a popular type. Little bro, that's a bit shameless. Iris couldn't help but tease. Meanwhile, a nameless sense of loss welled up from Lei's heart. But Nightfrost shifted the topic, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Iris. Speaking of which, why are you here? Stalking me. A stalker. The more he thought about it, the more this seemed the only possibility. Whether in the original plot of Sword Dance Continent or in the prequel Nightmare Night, starring Lei, this white-haired girl had never appeared even once. He was an anomaly. The only explanation for her, another being who shouldn't be here staying by his side, was that she had been drawn here by his anomaly. Don't call me a stalker. That's too harsh. Iris protested, her white ponytail swinging vigorously with her stomping foot. Then she paused, revealing that her earlier manner had been the habitual lying of a rogue. After all, you're a pretty interesting type, little bro. And I happen to be in the area. Okay, I did follow you a bit, but definitely not to the level of a stalker. She stopped mid-sentence, blinked, and earnestly studied Nightfrost's face, as if inspecting something only she could see. After several seconds, her expression shifted from curiosity to slight disbelief. Are really no side effects? Seriously, what's going on in your head usually? I even prepared holy water. That's wonderful, Nightfrost thought, imagining being splashed with holy water by a pretty girl would cause severe mental damage. He pulled out the starlight dagger, twirling it in his hand. The pale golden sacred script on the blade traced a smooth arc of light in the dim glow of the cave. So are you really giving this to me? It's a legendary weapon after all. If your mind has returned to normal, I'll give it back. I don't want it. It's yours, little bro. Please sincerely forget what just happened. Delete it from your memory, preferably delete your brain along with it. Iris clasped her hands together, her tone as earnest as if she were making a confession before a goddess. I can't delete my brain along with it. But you're really rich. Nightfrost didn't refuse further and tucked the dagger into his belt. Someone who could casually gift a legendary weapon, and the Archbishop had asked him to look after her. Was she indeed their own saintess? But for now, I messed up. Nightfrost crouched down to pick up the fragments. I attacked wrong. Oh no, 1 mana for 5 health is wrong. The broken blade of the Darklight Greatsword and the remnants of the Oath of Darkmoon helm lay scattered in the cracks between the stone slabs. The pitch-black metal shards felt heavy in his palm, the dark patterns at the fractures completely extinguished, reflecting no light, as if they had fallen into a deep slumber. I've only used it a few times. Nightfrost genuinely felt like crying. Legendary weapons weren't something money could buy. Once shattered, there was no second one in the entire continent. Especially class-exclusive equipment, highly practical, not just a collection piece, with a legendary tag. He picked up the fragments one by one, his movements gentle, as if giving the dead weapon a proper burial. Click. A metallic snap, physiologically abhorrent to all rogue-type professions, exploded abruptly in the quiet cave. Handcuffs. That sound was too distinctive, the unmistakable crispness of steel ratchets locking together. A rogue who hadn't heard this sound had an incomplete career. Nightfrost looked up. Iris also looked up, then down at her own wrist. A pair of silver handcuffs was firmly locked around it. The inner rings were engraved with the Church's sealing sacred script, every line emitting an irresistible golden glow. This was a specialized magic-suppressing lock for high-level targets, forcibly sealing all magic once applied. Huh. Iris was stunned, her mind still lingering in the aftermath of the earlier mortifying moment, reacting a full beat slower to the object that had suddenly appeared on her wrist. Then this matter comes to a close. Lei's voice came from behind her, formal and businesslike. One hand firmly gripped the knight's sword while the other held the chain. Come with me. Tell me the location of the dragon-slaying sword that you stole. Elise lowered her gaze to the shimmering cuffs on her wrists, then looked up at Lei's face, which bore an expression of righteous authority that clearly stated, I am acting according to the law. She finally realized her current predicament. She suddenly turned her head, her white ponytail slicing through the air in a desperate arc, crying out for help to Shuang, who was still crouched on the ground picking up shards. Little brother, save me. By the way, Archbishop Marion asked me to mention you due to the kingdom's warrant. If you ask me, this is just reaping what you sowed. Shuang continued to collect her scattered gear. The magical storage space was running low, and she could only hold the fragments in her arms. Wait, I didn't steal that sword for my own selfish desires. I did it to save the world. Whatever you have to say, let's talk in prison. Elise was dragged forward another 2 steps, then suddenly gave up all resistance. She took a deep breath, straightened her back, and declared in a solemn tone, like facing a judge in court, I will not say a word until my lawyer arrives. Shuang continued gathering the fragments of her gear, and after a long while collected them all. As the two exchanged glances, they walked at a leisurely pace like unrelated bystanders passing by. Then I'll head back first. Wait. We're all members of the church, right? How can you just stand by and watch? Elise accused him despairingly from behind. The chains clinked, and it was clear she was struggling again. Don't worry, I'll help you notify the church. Just wait expectantly for your lawyer. No, please just save me directly. Layla, you really should wait a moment. Lei's voice came from the same direction, suddenly shifting to a different tone. No longer the cold, law-enforcing tone she had used with Elise, but rather a softer, hesitant tone, as if she had mustered her courage to speak after careful consideration. I still don't know your specific situation. Where do you live? Based on what was just said, I need to know this. Shuang casually mentioned the address where he used. The address was fake, the name was fake, none of it was real. Lei walked in front, the knight's sword returned to her waist, but her grip on the chains remained firm. Elise was still handcuffed but no longer struggled, she merely stared at Shuang's back with an extremely resentful gaze. That gaze could be felt even without illumination. The white-haired girl seemed to be etching words into his back with her eyes, likely words like traitor and cold-blooded. As they exited the underground city, Shuang looked up at the sky and felt a slight unease rising within. There was no moon overhead, and the clouds hung low, completely blocking out the starlight. Only a few faint rays of light seeped through from the direction of the old city gate, barely outlining the rubble-strewn path beneath their feet. It hadn't taken long to battle with lust in the cave. But the journey through the first layer of the maze seemed to have taken much longer than he had anticipated, coupled with job changes, collecting fragments, and watching Elise being handcuffed. A jumble of events piled together, and time slipped away cleanly through his fingers. The carriage couldn't have left yet, could it? His pace involuntarily quickened, the pile of fragments in his arms making a faint metallic sound with each step. If it had left, he would definitely be subjected to Meng Yingshu's violence. If he hadn't boarded the carriage, that would be worse than any subhuman race in the southern continent disappearing upon seeing a pregnant female. As he hurried towards the city, Shuang's arms, burdened with a pile of fragments, moved with his empty hand, the fingertips drawing a faint white light. Steel was activated. When two individuals with absurdly high luck attempted to coordinate for a theft, this skill no longer bore the name of steel. It could be called targeted item transfer. The handcuffs silently appeared in his palm, the anti-magic holy text still shining with a faint golden light, but it no longer had anything to do with him. Elise felt her wrist suddenly lighten. The weight that had been suppressed by the anti-magic lock for a long time vanished completely, and her magical circuitry began to flow smoothly again, warm magic energy surging from her core to her limbs. She was momentarily stunned, looking down at her wrist now devoid of the cuffs. She then looked up at Shuang, who was pretending nothing had happened, slowly moving aside while holding the fragments. She blinked. Then in an instant she shot forth like an arrow released from its string. The agility of a max-level rogue surged through her legs, each step creating a shallow pit on the rubble-strewn path, and she had already leaped several meters away in the blink of an eye. Her white ponytail was pulled into a straight silver line by the night wind, along with her last shout dissipating into the darkness of the wilderness. "Little brother, thank you, goodbye." Shuang bid farewell to Elise. When Lei turned her head, all she saw was a cloud of dust gradually fading at the edge of the dark wilderness. She stood there still holding the empty chain. The end of the chain swayed gently in midair, the anti-magic holy text still glowing, but the other end of the cuffs was now empty. Her mouth slightly agape, the face that usually bore calmness, steadiness, and occasionally a trace of an official smile, was now rarely occupied by confusion and a hint of hurt from betrayal. Her lips moved for a while, eventually only producing a few fragmented sounds. Lei lie. Although I want to say she ran away by herself. But after all, she is an important figure in my church. Let's spare her this time. A little scare would suffice. Shuang yawned, shaking the pile of fragments in his arms to keep them steadier. Consider it a reward for defeating lust. Reward. Lei repeated the word, her voice laced with emotions so complex she couldn't even tell if it was resignation or something else. She looked down at the empty chain in her hand, picking up the handcuffs that Shuang had carelessly discarded, her ice blue eyes quietly watching Shuang in the darkness. She remained silent for a while before putting the chain back at her waist, her movements slow, as if searching for an escape. "This time, because it's you, I can pretend I didn't see anything. But next time we meet, I will not yield again. Whether it's her or anything else." Okay. Shuang, as a law-abiding citizen, had no objections. So tired. After insufficient sleep last night, tracking the paladin, ambushing the 7 deadly sins, colliding domains, armor, shattered sword broken, and finally having to carry a pile of heartbreaking metal fragments while stumbling back to the station in the dark. "Please don't drive away the carriage." As Shuang gazed at the familiar massive silhouette in the direction of the station, his steps involuntarily. The armored war machine still crouched beside the platform, its 4 sturdy iron legs firmly planted on the ground, the dark steel armor reflecting the sparse magical lights on the platform. He let out a long sigh of relief, the pile of fragments in his arms clattering softly with the rise and fall of his chest. "Great, it's still here. The armored war machine." Lei followed his gaze towards the steel beast, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Is that one going to the central city?" "It's completely different from the address you just told me. I'm an adventurer off and out, and about not much at home," Shuang replied calmly, his tone as steady as if stating a fact everyone should know. Lei sighed, her ice blue eyes rolling subtly in the dim light. "What I'm asking is about your location when you're out. It's fine if I stick with you for a while." I know, Shuang nodded dismissively. Since the moment he had switched to the 7 deadly sins in front of her, he had a premonition this would happen. The fact that she hadn't drawn her sword and cleaved him in two to reclaim the lust gem was already quite mild for a holy knight. Let her follow anyway. In a few days, she would be buried in paperwork from the holy knights, too busy to care about herself. Shuang classmate. Tian Kursen's voice erupted from the direction of the platform, growing closer. The girl's figure sprinted down the gravel path with an explosive speed unusual for a warrior class, the chainmail clinking as she ran, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Shuang. She stood on tiptoe, grabbing Shuang's sleeve and pulling him down a few inches, leaning closer to his ear, her tone mixing the excitement of her informant with the schadenfreude of an impending disaster. "What are you doing? The train is about to depart. We've been looking for you for half the day." The violent girl is a bit angry. "No, not a bit." She stood on tiptoe, grabbing Shuang's sleeve and pulling him down a few inches, leaning closer to his ear, her tone mixing the excitement of her informant with the schadenfreude. "No, I didn't care about those people." Shuang spoke of a more dreadful matter, recalling that with that senior around, the students who came with the third prince should all be on this train for the return journey. They were completely distracted by the machine, which had underwater breathing capabilities as a grand prize, not thinking about such matters. If it weren't for Yaya freezing the train's power core for a bit, it would have already left. Tian Kursen's eyes fell on the pile of dark fragments in Shuang's arms as she tilted her head. "A specialty. Black stones from White Chalk City. Fragments of my equipment. Huh. Oh. Isn't this that heavy armor?" Tian Kursen's eyes widened in shock as she picked up a piece of metal fragment, with dark patterns still visible at the broken edge, holding it up to the light for 2 seconds before nearly tossing it away. Did your sword break too? Did you go dragon slaying? And didn't invite us? Her knowledge couldn't fathom what kind of creature could shatter epic-grade armor and legendary swords. In her understanding, the hardness of legendary weapons was equivalent to indestructibility. At least that's what the textbooks said. Her voice, which had been a whisper, suddenly rose to an accusatory level, her round face filled with indignation. Captain, how could you do this? You fought a boss without calling us. True, if I had called you, it wouldn't have been so hard. Sorry. Shuang reflected a bit, thinking of Blake's. No, that's not right. This type of role isn't suitable for you to engage with. The lust demon was too restraining on women in every sense, possibly not enough to hinder himself. The only other male in the party besides himself was a shield bearer, and sneaking in with such a heavy defensive class would be detected by the enemy's magical scanning before even entering the dungeon, making it impossible to engage. So is Lei a false name? Lei's voice interjected from the side. Her gaze had narrowed slightly the moment Tian Kursen called out, Shuang, classmate Shuang, is this your real name? Why you scared me? Tian Kursen, seemingly just noticing someone standing next to her, turned to see Lei in her silver-white armor and the knight's sword at her waist, then looked at her snow-like, beautiful face, blurting out before her brain caught up an acquaintance. An affair? An affair on the first day? Affair? Lei's reaction was even more intense than when she had just had her handcuffs stolen. She suddenly took a step back, her usually calm and composed face as if all emotions had been filtered by holy light, now displaying an extremely rare expression. Her ice blue eyes widened, lips slightly parted. I was just performing a duty. Lei stared at Tian Kursen, pondering if she was Shuang's girlfriend, wondering if she liked this kind of cute type. So who is it? A worthless holy knight. Go back. Shuang responded, then inquired if Tian Kursen could help him carry a bit. But Tian Kursen shook her head, unwillingly refusing. Upon hearing herself called worthless, Lei's ears flushed red. A sudden, inexplicable excitement surged within her, sweeping away her earlier sense of loss, and she quickly shook her head and followed. As Shuang stepped onto the armored war machine's footboard, the pile of fragments in his arms nearly slipped out. He had to brace the top piece of chest armor's wreckage with his chin, forcing his body and the pile of scrap iron through the cabin door in an extremely awkward posture. Finally back. Song Yingxue sat at the innermost seat of the compartment, her legs crossed on the table, the black, thigh-high stockings outlining sleek lines. The heel of her small shoe gently tapped the edge of the table. Her tone sounded nonchalant, but from the moment she received Tian Kursen's phone signal, she had already been waiting with the other girls in the compartment. What did you go do? To put it simply, I saw something annoying and then hacked it. Shuang replied tersely. Tian Kursen had already dashed to Song Yingxue's side, bending down to whisper in her ear. Listening, Song Yingxue raised her eyebrows slowly, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the pile of fragments in Shuang's arms and the unexpected guest in silver-white armor at the door. That's a bit too simplistic. Lu Yin raised her eyes from the book in her hands, titled Absolutely Must Not Let Your Tamed Demon See. Demon Fusion Technique. Then he'll go unfreeze the power core. After all, it's not good to keep everyone waiting. Shen Xingyue picked up her staff and stood up, her ice blue robe flowing gently with her movements. As she walked past Shuang, her steps suddenly halted. She turned her head, her ice blue eyes widened. Unusually, your magical power has increased a lot. Did you switch to a mage? No. She leaned closer to Shuang's neck and sniffed lightly. What is this aura? Does it have a scent? Shuang placed the fragment on the table and lifted her arm to sniff it. Magic itself should have no odor. Even a sin job wouldn't cause body odor. No, how should I put it? There's an unsettling feeling. Shen Xingyue wrinkled her nose as if analyzing a complex potion formula whose ingredients she couldn't yet identify. Her gaze lingered on Shuang's face for a moment before she withdrew her staff. He'll hear you out later. With that, she pushed open the compartment door to attend to her own transgressions. Where did that paladin go? Song Yingxue's gaze swept past Shuang's shoulder, glancing outside the compartment. Hello, my name is Lei Weinst, Deputy Commander of the Royal Knights. A silver-white figure stepped into the compartment from behind Shuang. Lei stood upright, one hand resting on her sword hilt, her ice-blue ponytail draped over her shoulder, her expression already switched to the standard official paladin mode. Her eyes quickly scanned the compartment, assessing each person's profession and who might be Shuang's girlfriend. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue, who had just reached the door, silently retreated, her ice-blue eyes widening slightly. At nearly the same moment, several voices in the compartment overlapped. Rose Knight. No way. Tian Kursen immediately climbed onto the table, propping herself up on her hands and leaning forward, her gaze locked onto Lei. She casually touched Song Yingxue's black stockings, pushing her leg aside as she rambled on. Oh, what did I do when I first met this person? With that, she covered her face and rolled across the edge of the table. Meanwhile, Lu Yin blinked and carefully, is this person famous? Shuang pointed at the paladin standing at the door whom he had just called useless several times to her face. Idiot, idiot. Song Yingxue grabbed Shuang by the collar and pulled him a few inches closer, her tone like that of someone teaching an illiterate who didn't even know the king's name. One of the kingdom's 4 absolute powerhouses at level 100. The Rose Knight among them. Don't you know? It's in the textbooks. No. Shuang exaggeratedly opened his mouth, nodded, and shifted his gaze back to Lei. This one is level 100. I can't sense any aura at all. Truly terrifying. Compared to mages whose aura leaks out like they're not wearing clothes, those who can conceal their presence are far stronger. Shuang tried hard to recall, though he couldn't remember much about the Nightmare Knight. But speculating in RPG games, it's quite common to start at max level, get killed by the plot, have levels reset to 0, and fall back to LV1 to level up again. But he had just personally cut that plotline away, so she was still at max level. The stats of a previous game's character in the main world were like something a cleaning lady jotted down casually. Here LV100 is the human limit. Even Shuang himself wouldn't find it easy to reach 100. Shuang silently reassessed the power gap between them. If Lei weren't a moderate paladin and had recovered her state back in the dungeon and executed justice directly, would he have been instantly killed? Better show some respect, they'll stop calling her useless out loud. So why did you summon this thing here? Song Yingxue didn't loosen her grip on his collar, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Let me be clear, if you commit a crime, I can only handle it within Tianling City. Beyond Tianling City, I don't have that much influence. That's not it. Lei's hearing was evidently sharper than Song Yingxue had estimated. She spoke up. He'll explain the specifics once all your companions are gathered. She turned to Shen Qingyue, still hesitating at the door. This mage, go ahead and thaw the power core first. They'll wait for you. All right. Even Shen Qingyue, facing a legendary figure like this, nodded awkwardly and turned to quickly head toward the power room. Her pace remained composed, but her steps were at least 30% faster than usual. After Shen Qingyue returned, Shuang sat down beside Song Yingxue. Lei's gaze shifted slightly between them, so the brown-haired girl was indeed the girlfriend. She tucked this confirmation into her heart and began explaining the situation from start to finish. Most of the lust part was deliberately omitted, only mentioning that a high-level demon had triggered an abnormal event and Shuang happened to pass by and assist in the subjugation. As for the Sin Gem and class change, she didn't breathe a word. The fewer people who knew about Sin jobs, the better. After all, killing the holder of a Sin job would cause the class change item to drop automatically from the corpse. What do you mean, Captain? You saved Lady Lei. Tian Kursin pointed at Shuang, her voice rising a full octave. It's not like I'm bragging. Shuang looked speechlessly at Tian Kursin. It wasn't his own words, but the paladin herself who said it. Truly a monster among monsters. Lu Yin, as if hearing a bizarre tale that made her doubt reality, unconsciously touched the book, not yet fully hidden under her cushion. Sure enough, following you here was the right choice. Even more exaggerated than I imagined. Shen Qingyue sighed, feeling utterly defeated. Anyway, I'll be traveling with you all for a while. Lei straightened up, removed her right hand from her sword hilt, letting it hang by her side, her ice blue eyes scanning each face in the compartment one by one before finally resting on Shuang. Then she quickly looked away toward Song Yingxue sitting beside him and gave a slight nod. Please take care of me during this time. With that, she rose and left. She went to reserve the remaining empty rooms on the train. By the way, Shen Qingyue. Shuang turned to her with the smile appeared without warning, so warm that it instantly gave Shen Qingyue a terrible premonition. What? Are you looking for a fight? She shot back immediately, instinctively gripping her staff tighter. Such prejudice. I'm not like you, always starting a quarrel whenever you talk to me. Shuang's smile vanished, instantly reverting to his usual indifferent expression. 10 times. What 10 times? Shen Qingyue didn't understand his cryptic remark. Seeing as you saved me once, after you provoke me 10 more times, I'll consider kicking you out of the team. I saved you. My domain can copy and use a talent I've linked once. Your talent is really useful. Though it consumes a... Shen Qingyue blinked. That verbal tick had evidently become contagious. After spending so much time together, she had unconsciously been infected by the group of delinquent JK girls who were always hissing at people. But at this moment, she couldn't care less about her own verbal tick, because a single word from Shuang's statement was making her brain race. Domain. You. Do you have any objection to my having mastered a domain? Shuang gazed at Shen Qingyue, her tone calm, utterly matter-of-fact. Do you even know what a domain is, eh? Shen Qingyue gritted her teeth as she shot back. Did this person have the faintest idea what he was saying? That very thing. The one she had watched her mother wield since childhood, the one she herself had spent over a decade striving toward, yet never even glimpsed the threshold of, sounded from his lips as trivial as commenting on today's cafeteria menu. A self-forged spatial boundary patterned upon one's own soul. Yi Shuang recited the textbook definition with flat, uninflected neutrality. Shen Qingyue felt the vein at her temple pulsing at an unhealthy, frantic rhythm. It is one of the ultimate arcane arts of the mage path. How could you possibly have mastered it? Her voice dropped low, each syllable trembling with suppressed fury. This she simply could not accept. A rogue-class practitioner, someone whose path diverged entirely from hers, had attained domain mastery before her. Her fingers clenched instinctively, knuckles widening. How did you master it? Yi Shuang repeated her question. How shall I put it? When facing an opponent I couldn't defeat, I thought this is dire. Dire indeed. If I failed to manifest a domain I would die, and so I did. Truly one must impose pressure upon oneself. A faint wry smirk flickered across Yi Shuang's face. After all, I am a genius. Shen Qingyue tightened her fists. She really wanted to punch him. Combat breakthrough. That belonged solely in fiction, not reality. And what did he mean by, after all, I am a genius? Was she not a genius too? From childhood onward, every appraisal she'd ever received echoed the same refrain, genius, genius, genius. Yet here sat this man across from her speaking of domains with the same casual ease one might use to remark, the weather is pleasant today. Truly worthy of our captain. Teach us please. Lu Yin, unlike Shen Qingyue, refused to retreat into denial. She clapped enthusiastically, offering full emotional validation. Her eyes sparkled with genuine, unfeigned anticipation. Every domain user interpreted its nature differently. Hearing another perspective could open an entirely new path. Even if the captain habitually spoke 10 sentences and 8 were deliberately grating on this subject, perhaps likely surely, he might offer something useful. Shen Qingyue remained silent. She lowered her head, but her ears tilted almost imperceptibly toward Yi Shuang. Why refuse knowledge that cost nothing to hear? What if he truly had mastered it? Channel your mana like this, then this, then this. And it's done. Yi Shuang gestured twice in midair, sketching a spherical form with his hands. Lu Yan's smile froze. I don't understand, she admitted sincerely, truly lacking in aptitude. Yi Shuang withdrew his hands and delivered his verdict in his customary placid tone. Who precisely could comprehend that explanation? Shen Qingyue muttered dryly. She picked up her book and rose. Then bracing both palms against the table, vaulted upward with startling agility and seized Yi Shuang's collar in one fluid motion. The sequence unfolded with seamless grace, utterly alien to her usual haughty mage's bearing. Hey bastard. I just remembered. You said after I provoke you 10 times you'll consider expelling me from the squad. Correct. 9 remain. Yi Shuang didn't flinch. His voice remained perfectly even. So you've already placed me on your list for possible dismissal. What else would you expect? He countered, his tone implying the answer was self-evident. Our captain is utterly devoid of sentiment or mercy. Song Yingxue rested her chin on her palm, beside them her voice carrying the quiet resignation of long-accepted fate. She lowered her legs from the tabletop. Her slender calves, sheathed in black thigh-high stockings, swayed gently in the lamplight as she settled deeper into the sofa, offering no intervention whatsoever. He was undeniably formidable, a superb teammate, yet his threat level was alarmingly high. A woman who quarreled daily with her own boyfriend. The most dangerous kind to guard against. Yeah, I'll speak up for you. Tian Kursen, who'd previously been lost in their exchange, suddenly grasped the stakes and leapt to defend her new best friend. Enough. I'm returning to my room. Shen Qingyue stood, her expression hollow, her gaze vacant and chillingly lifeless, as she forcibly smothered the fire blazing within. She, her the illustrious peerless her, was being dismissed as replaceable, as disposable. Such a thing would never be permitted. She lifted the staff, leaning against her chair, her ice-blue robes rippled softly as she rose. Within 10 days, she would master the domain. She imposed this arbitrary deadline upon herself. 10 days. Should she fail, she would encase Yi Shuang in a flawless, unyielding glacier. Finally gone, I'll take the window seat. Yi Shuang rose too, stepping halfway toward the empty chair Shen Qingyue had vacated. But Shen Qingyue paused at the doorway, turned, walked back, and sat down, fluid, decisive, unblinking. Her glacial blue eyes fixed calmly upon the pitch-black wilderness beyond the window, her face utterly devoid of expression. Didn't you just leave? Yi Shuang hovered, neither seated nor standing. I've changed my mind. Shen Qingyue opened the book she'd held untouched since the conversation began. Outside, no moon pierced the low-hanging clouds, a starlight vanished beneath their dense, suffocating shroud. What an insufferable creature. Yi Shuang rose again, and strode out of the carriage. Good. Song Yingxue hadn't followed. Yi Shuang quickened his pace toward the carriage's main lounge. That slot machine. Let's settle this once and for all. Inside the carriage, the moment the door clicked shut, Tian Kursen lunged onto Song Yingxue, her expression alight with the giddy thrill of a confidant and the mischievous gleam of schadenfreude. Xiao Shui, what do we do? Hero saves damsel. Hero saves damsel. You cannot win. She's immeasurably superior. Her sheer aura dwarfs yours. Betrayal is inevitable. Having devoured countless romance novels, she possessed thorough theoretical insight into the perilous power of the bridge effect. The Rose Knight, clad in silver-white armor crowned with an ice-blue braid, ranked among humanity's strongest warriors, radiated an innate sovereign charisma merely by standing still. Not only did men fall helplessly under her spell, she herself admired her. Tian Kursen grew increasingly anxious on behalf of her dearest friend. Here's the plan: united we sisters are invincible. She leaned close to Song Yingshue's ear and whispered with solemn intensity, let's split your boyfriend. We'll fight as one front. Victory is certain. What are you saying? Song Yingxue sighed, then gently pressed her palm against her best friend's fair cheek, and steadily increased the pressure, flattening Tian Kursen's face against the carriage window. The glass groaned under the strain. A soft golden sigil flared across the contact point, the defensive ward reacting instinctively. It hurts. It hurts. Ah, it's activating. The ward is activating. It'll shatter. Tian Kursen's nose pressed flat against the cool pain, watching the golden sigil brighten, intensifying where her face pressed inward. Its luminosity signaled the reinforced glass was nearing its defensive threshold. You're just asking for trouble. Lu Yin glanced up from the pages, her tone devoid of sympathy, only an indifference that suggested she had known this would happen. She turned a page of the book, not lifting her head as she added, if you want it, just take it secretly. The muscle-bound gorilla is the most stingy and will never share with you. Stealing is even worse. Song Yingxue denied without turning back, her grip tightening slightly. And who is the muscle-bound gorilla? I didn't say that. Tian Kursen struggled, grasping Song Yingshue's slender wrist, frustrated that her talent only enhanced her agility. Are you stupid? Song Yingxue released her grip from Tian Kursen's face, and Tian Kursen climbed up, touching her flushed cheeks. Song Yingxue lightly examined her well-groomed smooth nails, her tone suddenly becoming casual. In the end, she's just an old woman. That guy is the challenger. Lady Lei just turned 20. She's not much older than us, Tian Kursen corrected in a low voice. Really? Song Yingshue's fingers paused on her nails, a hint of barely noticeable panic flashing in her tone. I'm her fan, so I know. Tian Kursen puffed out her chest, relishing the rare opportunity to outshine her friend on a point of knowledge, a layer of pride blooming on her round face. You should follow fewer stars. But it's fine. Song Yingxue only panicked for a second, quickly regaining her confident tone. She leaned back into the sofa, arms crossed, a smile curving her lips that signaled she had everything under control. As long as we eliminate any thoughts of that kind from him, it will be fine. You two are horrifyingly compatible, both Tian Kursen and Lu Yin exclaimed simultaneously, their tones filled with sincere terror. Lei closed the private room door and walked down the corridor. Using her authority as the vice captain of the Paladin Corps and a modest personal supplement fee, she secured the last available room on this armored train. The room was small, containing a bed, a table, and a wall-mounted magical light. Yet for a paladin who had spent years sleeping in military tents, it was considered luxurious. She closed the door, propped her knight's sword against the head of the bed, sat down by the table, and retrieved a palm-sized communication crystal from her waist pouch. The crystal gradually lit up in her palm, a pale golden halo spreading out in circles. She stared at the light, her fingers tracing the edge of the crystal for a while before taking a deep breath and channeling her mana into the core. The light projected a translucent image above the table. In the image was a man sitting behind a desk surrounded by piles of documents. He looked to be in his early 30s, with broad shoulders that almost threatened to tear the standard Paladin Corps shirt. His sleeves rolled up to the elbows revealed arms peppered with old scars. His face was the epitome of a tough man, with a square jaw, thick eyebrows, and a scar across his nose from a demon's claw. When he smiled, the scar would crinkle, resembling a centipede writhing across his face. Lei, how's it going on your end? The captain's voice matched his appearance, rough, deep, and imbued with a reassuring steadiness. Lei opened her mouth, but the report she had rehearsed in her mind for several times suddenly got stuck in her throat. She looked at the familiar face of the captain, the same face she had practiced confessing to in front of the mirror for 3 whole months, only to realize her heartbeat showed no signs of change. No quickening, no reaction that used to make her nervous yet excited every time she saw him. The incident in the White Chalk City dungeon has been resolved. We discovered an unknown demon on the 1st level. Lei hid the matters of lust deep in her heart. It was better for her to observe this herself. Although recovery by the kingdom would be a good option at present, it seems that placing it in a sealed area is not necessarily safer than keeping it in the hands of capable adventurers with minimal negative infection. She was not merely a rule-following paladin. It's actually a demon. The captain exclaimed, his shoulders shaking, causing the nearby pile of documents to wobble precariously. It has already been defeated. Lei listened to the captain's exaggerated tone and silently sighed. Although the captain was covered in scars and seemed to have extensive battle experience, his position in the Paladin Corps was closer to a clerical role. He was mainly responsible for reviewing reports, approving budgets, and arguing with various departments of the kingdom using that tough guy face. His scars were left over from battles against goblins when he first joined the Corps. The real combat missions were mostly run by her and a few other vice captains. She lowered her head using a reporting tone to mask whatever was slowly collapsing within her, then completed her second half of the sentence. With the help of adventurers, it has been slain. That's great. But who are the adventurers? A freshman from the Holy Martial Academy, Shuang. I am currently monitoring and verifying their identity. She paused, lightly tapped her fingers on the table's edge, then continued, her voice carrying a seriousness she wasn't even aware of. Next, I will head to the central city. Please have someone verify whether the mana anomaly in White Chalk City has been completely eradicated. Understood, I'll handle this part. The captain nodded on the other and then suddenly furrowed his brow. Yi Shuang. Is that the surname Yi? I don't recall hearing about anyone by that name from the Yi family. Is this adventurer a dangerous individual that requires your personal supervision? Lei fell silent for a few seconds. She looked at the captain's square face filled with concern and suddenly felt an unfamiliar sensation. In the past, she would have secretly arranged scenarios where they could be alone during such silent gaps, but now her mind was filled with another thought. I don't know, but probably they will become the next person to reach level 100 and achieve the limits of humanity after me. What a high evaluation. The captain raised his thick eyebrows, clearly taken aback by her choice of words. However, he did not press further, only nodded. Then I trust your judgment. I leave this matter entirely in your hands. I will await your report every night. The image faded. The communication crystal on the table slowly cooled, the pale golden halo condensing into a small orb before extinguishing. After she finished this sentence, her mind was occupied by another face. The figure standing on the golden wasteland, opening a domain, with one hand, the warmth transmitted from his palm. The tone he used when he turned back after letting the fugitive go and said to her, "Let her go this time," felt so natural. There was also a detail that puzzled her. He had called her useless, and she hadn't felt angry at all. No, she was indeed angry, but that anger was completely different from the usual teasing she faced from colleagues. It was a kind of anger that made her ears flush, her spine tingle, wanting to retort, but realizing her lips were involuntarily curling upwards. Her fingertips gently traced circles on the base of the communication crystal. Oh, what am I thinking? She shut her eyes, covered her face, and rolled around on the bed. Admirable. I fear I shall never forget this night for the rest of my life. The morning light squeezed through the gaps in the curtains of the ironclad chariot's compartment, painting a slender golden band of light upon the wall. The ironclad chariot that Lady Song Yingxue had booked was naturally a luxurious double room. The view outside the window was no longer an unchanging wilderness. Instead, it was replaced by increasingly dense clusters of buildings, elevated aqueduct bridges, and the faint silhouette of city walls in the distance. The central metropolis was drawing near. Song Yingxue's slender form leaned by the bed as she gathered her shoulder-length dark brown hair. Behind her head, her fingers deftly winding a few loops of a hair tie into a neat ponytail. Her movements were practiced, but her gaze was somewhat vacant, as if she were reminiscing about the magical energy operation deduction that had kept her awake all night. I am truly sorry for not letting you enjoy yourself to the fullest. Yi Shuang sat on the edge of the bed looking down at his own open palms, his tone carrying a rare note of self-doubt. All his attributes were supposed to be higher than hers. Strength, agility, magic, spirit. Every single value outclassed hers probably. So why had he ended up nearly falling apart? Could a delinquent high school girl's physical stamina have a limit? Was the difference between male and female bodies really that vast? My. Song Yingxue sat on the other side of the bed, bending over to pull a pair of black stockings up her legs. Her fingers suddenly paused at the knee, the stocking halfway up and no longer moving. Desire defeats lust, achievement unlocked. Desire breakthrough, lust condition met, your desire has surpassed human malice, effect dominance 11. What did it mean for desire to surpass human malice? What kind of achievement was this? She silently dismissed the notification, deciding that this title was best kept from anyone's knowledge. Especially from the person lying right beside her, Harem mess staring at his own hands with an expression of existential doubt, looking utterly foolish. Silence lingered in the room for about 5 seconds. Hey, what is this thing? Song Yingxue swiped her finger, and though reluctant, she tossed the system window over to Yi Shuang. Her tone was very calm, her movements casual, but if one looked closely at the small patch of skin behind her ear, they would find it rapidly flushing a thin shade of red. Receiving something like this out of the blue was like finding an extra 5 million in one's bank account. Any normal person would panic for a moment before fantasizing about whether they could spend the money. It was indeed better to discuss it with her boyfriend. Really, what is this? It's a bit terrifying. Lying on the bed, Yi Shuang stared at the title description, his pupils slightly dilating. This was the first time he had seen an achievement that didn't exist in the game era. This world actually had records of great deeds that weren't present in the game. It would have been even better if this terrifyingly achieved title weren't on himself. Don't say that. Song Yingxue extended her foot and gave him a kick, the force perfectly controlled just enough to send him rolling from the edge of the bed to the foot of it. Anyway, there are no side effects and it counts as a great deed, plus it gives a dominance boost. Don't worry about it. No, you should be happy. Shuang took the opportunity to roll once. His utilitarian instincts sent his brain into overdrive. This meant he could farm titles on himself, farm dominance, mass-produce great deeds, and complete achievements. Then in a tenth of a second, he purged that terrifying thought from his mind. Because the one being used as a tool, this was too terrifying. Even if you say that. Song Yingxue clenched her fist. The dominance that had originally crackled with purple arcs of lightning was visibly thickening steadily, approaching a pure black. My dominance has increased so inexplicably. Things I used to think were legendary now feel incredibly easy to obtain. If dominance were that easy to get. Shuang muttered a complaint. Only by completing a great deed worthy of being remembered by the world itself could one earn an achievement and the boon dominance that symbolized the deed. And his girlfriend had just obtained 11 points in the simplest way possible. What are you hiding? If you don't tell me, points off, points off. Song Yingxue put on her coat and began to pack her luggage. She stuffed the last few odds and ends into a magical storage device, her movements swift, even the folds of the edges aligned with meticulous precision. Shuang washed her back, opened his mouth, then closed it. I don't want to say. The ironclad chariot let out a low whistle and began to slow down. Outside the compartment window, the city walls of the central metropolis were spreading out in the morning light. The gray-white stone walls stretched to the edge of sight, and at intervals along the top of the walls stood magic towers, their mana crystals sparkling in the sunlight like scattered stars. This heart city of the human kingdom, second only to the royal capital, was slowly awakening in the morning mist. It was also the location of the Holy Martial Academy. One of the admirable things about Song Yingxue as a girl was that she never asked a second time about things Shuang didn't want to say. Odd demi-human races are as numerous as humans. Shuang leaned by the window with the leisurely attitude of a complete tourist. Even the ultra-rare long-eared elf race could be seen casually on the roadside, a long sword at their waist, carrying a shopping basket. You'd better pack up too. After registering at the school, I absolutely have to go shopping at the Central Metropolis Plaza today. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Song Yingxue placed her hands on her hips, her tone carrying an unshakable finality. I want to avoid the people from the Holy Martial Academy when I get off, so they'll go down later, maybe an hour after the chariot stops. Tisk, fine. There are a lot of people anyway. It's all their fault. I dare not go near the entertainment district. Shuang twisted the newly acquired sea god's breath ring on his finger. The dark blue gemstone caught the morning light, shimmering with a watery luster. Good thing he hit the jackpot on the second round, so he didn't have to waste forever at that slot machine. That's what you get for your own actions. Just ignore them when you see them, right? You do that every time anyway. Song Yingxue didn't turn her head, stuffing the last bag into the storage device, the zipper closing with a crisp, clean sound. By the way, does that people shopping at the plaza include me? Shuang inquired about the earlier topic. Yes. Isn't that obvious? Determining that leaving later was fine, Song Yingxue turned and walked to the bed, sitting down unceremoniously on Shuang's back. Her weight wasn't heavy, but it pressed him an inch deeper into the mattress. What terrible news, Shuang sighed. Want to go again? The demon who had vanquished human desire bent down, lowered her head, and whispered by Shuang's ear. Yes. Shuang nodded without a second thought. At noon, the ironclad chariot came to a steady stop beside the platform of the Central Metropolis Central Station. The giant steel feet slowly retracted, steam puffing out in bursts from the exhaust vents, rising and dissipating in the midday sun. As a group of people emerged from the station, the central city was illuminated by the bright midday sun. Directly opposite the station was a broad stone-paved avenue wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to run side by side, lined with nameless roadside trees. The shade of the trees was crowded with various vendors. There were those selling skewers, fruit juices, and enchanted trinkets, with shouts echoing back and forth. Yeah, have you learned the domain yet? Lu Yin turned her head to look at Shun Qingyue, who was walking at the back of the group. The mage's complexion was even paler than usual, with faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept well the night before. No, not yet. Shun Qingyue instinctively replied, then realized, raising her eyes to look at her. Could you not call me Ya? Such titles can be infectious, and once they begin, they can never be retracted. Do you think being a transcendent without relying on the system is easy? If you lack talent, then just obediently level up your mage profession to a grand magus. Shuang said, approaching from behind with a box in hand, her tone carrying a sense of obviousness that Shun Qingyue had heard far too many times. Shut up, Shun Qingyue bit her lip. If it weren't for her insistence that Shuang demonstrate her domain slightly earlier, she would have long suspected that this person had been toying with her the entire time. But she had witnessed it herself. The carriage beneath her feet transformed into an endless wilderness, though the domain's range was deliberately compressed to the size of the carriage. Without a doubt, it was a genuine domain. So genuine that it made her feel a bit withdrawn. The girl named Lei, who was at the back of the group, also showed no signs of being well. Days of late-night surveillance in her room, eavesdropping through the cabin wall to gather intelligence, had taken a considerable toll on both her mental and physical state. I want to eat that. Tian Kursin was the first to spring out from the group, making a beeline for a street vendor selling grilled meat wraps with a long queue. Lu Yin followed behind her leisurely, still chattering. Don't run so fast, we still need to have a proper meal later. No wonder it's the central city. Song Yingxue placed her hands on her hips, taking a deep breath of air. The air of the big city was simply fragrant, a satisfied expression appearing on her face. We'll discuss the school registration in the afternoon. She turned her head and flashed a sweet smile at Shuang, definitely not seeking her opinion. First we eat, then we shop. The order cannot be changed and no dissent will be accepted. Shuang yawned and nodded. Oh, wasn't she the... His impression of the central city was still stuck in the textures from the game era. Towering city walls, a multitude of NPCs, and only a few shops that could be entered. Lunch was settled at a crowded stone barbecue restaurant near the square. The place wasn't large, with a line of over 10 people outside. Clearly Song Yingxue, as the leader of the JK group, had made a reservation long ago. She let everyone inside. Lu Yin and Tian Kursin were in charge of ordering, chattering over the pictures on the menu for nearly 10 minutes before finally ordering a feast. Thick slices of pork belly, marinated ribs, various local vegetables whose names they could not recall, and a pot of bubbling spicy tofu soup. What is this? Shuang pointed at a plate of raw meat slices still showing traces of blood, the meat exhibiting an unnatural pale pink hue. Frostfall rock beef, a specialty of the central city. Shen Xingwei deftly picked up a slice and placed it on the grill. The moment the meat touched the scorching stone, a crisp sizzle rang out, with the edges quickly solidifying into a golden crust. Lava cattle, a subspecies of magical beasts living near volcanic regions. It can be eaten raw. Eating raw magical beast meat, are you a goblin? Shuang looked at Shen Xingwei with disdain. This is high cuisine. What do you know, you who only eat fried pork cutlets? Shen Xingwei did not look up, placing 2 more slices on the grill with elegant movements. What's wrong with fried pork cutlets? Fried foods are one of the pinnacles of human culinary culture. And I can also eat deep-sea fish raw. Red meat is obviously not suitable. Do you really understand cuisine? You two don't argue while eating. Song Yingxue used her chopsticks to take away the largest piece of meat that had just been grilled in front of Shuang, dipped it in sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling, "It's affecting my mood." Lei sat at the very end, her silver armor already changed before leaving at noon, replaced by the standard uniform of the Paladin Corps. A white shirt paired with dark trousers, her ice blue long hair, still tied in a low ponytail, hanging behind her shoulder. She quietly ate her plate of vegetable platter, occasionally glancing at the noisy young people at the table, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her lips. The situation after the meal was exactly as Shuang had anticipated. Song Yingxue tugged at Shuang with her left hand, dragging Tian Kursin with her right, while Lu Yin cheerfully pulled Shen Xingwei out of her study mode in the domain. The group swept through the commercial street like a tempest. Clothing stores, accessory shops, magical material stores, shoe stores, another clothing store, another accessory shop. The number of paper bags hanging from Shuang's arms increased exponentially, going from 2 to 4, then from 4 to 8, until there were so many that he had to hang some around his neck. Lei followed at the end of the group, her hands empty, but her gaze remained fixed on Shuang, fulfilling her minimal surveillance duties. So far there have been no side effects. Although Lei recalled the intelligence she had overheard through the wall at night, she wasn't quite sure if the profession of lust had any negative effects. By the time shopping finally came to an end, Shuang felt completely drained both mentally and physically. Meanwhile, the JK trio still seemed unsatisfied. Even in the central city, the most prosperous shopping street in the entire kingdom did not fully satisfy them. The campus of the Holy Martial Academy was located in the northern district of the central city, occupying 3 adjacent hills. The school gate was a towering white marble archway engraved with the names of past principals and a motto written in ancient text. The registration process was much simpler than expected. Shuang walked to the academic window and handed over the neatly folded special student enrollment certificate. The academic officer was a middle-aged man wearing a monocle. You have been assigned to the 7th dormitory in the northern district. The special student dormitory is arranged as single suites, and the specific location is on the map in the handbook. The academic officer's voice was steady and even like a broadcaster who had recited lines for too many years, pushing the key and a new student handbook across the counter. Thank you. Shuang took the key and was about to turn to leave when the academic officer suddenly spoke again. Welcome to the Holy Martial Academy, Shuang. Why does the captain have a single dormitory while we have an 8-person dormitory? Tian Kursin looked at Shuang with a puzzled expression. The disparity was too great, wasn't it? Is that even a place for people to live? Shuang complained. What is 8 people? Isn't this the highest level of dormitory in the kingdom? Why is there an 8-person dormitory? Well, then you can go live in the 8-person dormitory, Song Yingxue said, taking Shuang's wrist, clearly indifferent to her friend's fate, and going to stay in a single room. In the central city, the Eris Cathedral. The stained glass windows of the confessional room filter the afternoon sunlight into a thin layer of golden powder, sprinkling it upon the oak benches and the smooth stone floor. A life-size statue of the goddess Eris stands to the right of the altar, her head slightly tilted, the marble-sculpted lips hinting at a barely perceptible smile. After a brief separation from Song Yingxue, who had turned her single dorm room into her personal space, Xiang headed straight for the headquarters of the Eris Church. The Eris Cathedral in the central city is a whole circle larger than the one in Tianling City. The clover relief on the main door stands 2 men tall, and the row of white stone columns in front is so thick that it would take 2 people to barely embrace one. But he had no mood for sightseeing. He dragged a burlap sack through the main hall. The sack was bulging, its mouth hastily tied with jute rope, and it made a dull rustling sound as it scraped against the stone floor. A few praying devotees glanced over, their eyes filled with the question, is this person here to desecrate the sacred? An elderly bishop with gray hair and thick single-lens glasses hurried over from the side aisle, his lips already parted, likely preparing to use that standard line of young people shouldn't cause trouble here, to intercept him. Xiang reached the donation box, untied the burlap sack, and began pouring in the bundled cash. The elderly bishop's mouth was still open. He had intended to scold loudly, but what was being offered was simply too much. May the goddess bless you, child. He closed his mouth, bowed deeply, and as he turned to walk back to the side aisle, his steps were noticeably lighter than when he arrived. Later, Xiang sat in front of the church's communication crystal ball, dialing the connecting region, while watching the semi-transparent projection hovering above the sphere. Archbishop Marian was still clad in her signature pure white bishop's robe, the golden patterns shimmering softly in the dim light of the projection. She appeared to be in good spirits, at least before he spoke. Is it connected? Can you hear me? Xiang, have you? That was quick. But you definitely aren't the type to contact elders upon arriving in a new city. Speak, what happened? How is that possible? Xiang said to the face in the projection, which was filled with the expression of I still don't know you, his tone carrying a righteous indignation, as if he were being unjustly accused. I am quite respectful towards my elders. Hey, how can someone who has severed ties with their family say such shameless things without batting an eye? Archbishop Marian found Xiang to be even more shameless than she had anticipated. She sighed slightly. That white-haired guy, what was his name again? Xiang diverted the topic away from himself, pausing for a moment only to realize he truly didn't know the answer. It seems that person didn't tell me their name. Archbishop Marian's expression changed upon hearing the words white-haired. Illis. Have you seen her? Her voice softened, as if she were confirming a piece of news she had dreaded but anticipated. Yes, she's the one who used to call me little brother all the time in church. Xiang nodded, his tone still casual. What is that? Legendary weapons are given away like nothing. A lot has happened, and she handed me a legendary dagger without a second, and she even gifted me a skill forehead to forehead. By the way, she taught me steel. He extended his finger in the air, mimicking the skill. I've been sweeping the floor and cleaning the rooftop for nothing. After learning steel, I know what I should be changing to. Contribution points to the church are a matter of sincerity and cannot be solved with donations. Only community activities can increase them, which has been quite torturous for Xiang, and now the points are of no use. Archbishop Marian looked at him silent for 3 seconds. An indescribable expression appeared on her dignified and gentle face. Even if you are not sincere saying such things in the church, be careful that Lady Luck does not bless you. Lady Luck isn't that petty. You really don't understand the goddess Eris. The archbishop listened as the other person placed her among those who did not understand the goddess. Her right hand instinctively reached under the table. In the lowest drawer of the oak desk, there was always a silver-headed hammer prepared for physical corrections when a believer made heretical remarks. Her hand lingered on the drawer handle for a few seconds, but ultimately withdrew. The crystal ball projection couldn't reach the actual person. Forget it, I don't want to deal with you. But you don't know Illis, do you have a problem with your brain? She ultimately chose the most direct line. What's wrong? Not knowing is just not knowing. Is she someone very famous? Xiang didn't understand why she would say that. That person is among the top 5 thieves in our church. Or rather a practitioner of thievery who ranks among the top 5 in the entire kingdom. Marian said each word slowly, then looked at Xiang's still unperturbed face and added, I always thought she was just an ordinary flyer distributor. After hearing that, Xiang reflected a bit. It seems he should gather more information. During the gaming period, perhaps due to the limited scale of the game, there were only a few masters among the various factions. But now it appears that in this real-world setting there are far more experts than he had imagined. But after thinking carefully, Shuang felt it didn't matter. He wasn't going to be a criminal. The fact that the masters of the Human Order faction were numerous, yet didn't catch him, was a good thing. How is that possible? Marion picked up her teacup and took a sip, her tone regaining some calmness. Only someone without piety like you would think that possessing power means one does not engage in basic labor. Sweeping the floor is also cultivation, distributing flyers is also cultivation. As for me, it doesn't matter. After she taught me the skill, she got caught by the paladins, and I saved her once, letting her go. It seems she was caught after stealing a dragon slayer's sword. What is that? I haven't heard of it. Archbishop Marion remained silent for a long time. The golden light spots cast by the stained glass slowly slipped from her shoulder to her hands. I don't know, she said. If she gets caught again, prepare a lawyer for her. I don't want to be wanted along with her. I won't save her a second time. After Shuang inquired about the information he wanted, though he didn't gain any substantial content, he lifted his hand and waved goodbye. Next time, take care of her for me, idiot. This is me helping you get into school. The call ended early. Shuang looked at the projection on the crystal ball dissipating into light spots, pondering for a second whether to call back, then deciding it was unnecessary. He removed his hand from the crystal ball and stood up. In the cathedral's main hall, the elderly bishop was pretending to be indifferent while standing in front of the donation box, secretly peeking at the cash piled inside, counting how much there was. The day of school arrival coincided with the mildly cool winds of early autumn in the central city. So I ended up in Class D. Shuang stood alone at the classroom door, glancing up at the ancient bronze plaque bearing the class name. He then withdrew his gaze and stepped into this classroom, the most discriminated one in the academy's class division system. The class division system at the Xingwu Academy was a blatant pyramid scheme. Class S belonged to the royal family and the heirs of top dukes, while Class A was comprised of the direct descendants of prominent families. Class B could at least be considered elite. As for Class D, it was at the very bottom of the aristocratic school's hierarchy. Children born out of wedlock, collateral relatives, and families with low titles, though this low status was merely a minor one when compared to true noble families. In front of ordinary people, this represented an insurmountable class divide. If one were to draw a metaphor, this was akin to a good vocational school. Even if one excelled in conquering dungeons through their own abilities, adventurers with actual achievements would still get assigned to higher classes. For instance, Song Yingxue and her two close friends were in Class B. Why are they in Class B while I am the team? Shuang took a seat at the last row by the window, tossing his bag to the ground by his feet. He felt somewhat displeased, though not because of the class assignment. He had no interest in class rankings. Even if he were placed in Class Z, it wouldn't matter to him. Not that it didn't matter. After all, he planned to spend most of his time in the dungeons and wouldn't attend many classes. What truly bothered him was that his originally intended single-room dormitory was forcibly converted into a 4-person dorm by 3 women with no sense of boundaries. One was his girlfriend, but what were the other 2 doing here? The seats in the classroom were gradually filling up. Shuang watched as the characters entered, waiting for the protagonists of the game era. Then the light at the door dimmed momentarily. A slender black-haired youth walked into the classroom. His steps were light, almost inaudible, yet each footfall carried an extraordinary steadiness, as if he were measuring the floor's thickness with his feet. He carried a one-handed sword on his back. His face was nearly expressionless, with delicate features that wouldn't draw more than a fleeting glance. Chu Feng. Shuang's gaze lingered on the other's face for a moment. This was the 3rd significant character he had encountered in this world. In the main storyline of Sword Dance Continent, the swordsman protagonist from a humble background would later become one of humanity's strongest physical damage dealers, known as the Black Sword Saint. Although his main storyline unfolded in the mid to late game, only later would he become the Black Sword Saint. At this stage, Chu Feng was still a freshman who had just entered school, a useless student who hadn't even had time to call out 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Level LV1, a novice teammate equipped with an ordinary iron sword. During the game period, he was quite a useful character. Although after multiple playthroughs, Shuang would permanently kick him out of the team after the novice stage, leaving him idling in the carriage. However, the sword rested against his back. Shuang looked at him with a gaze that suggested he was foolish. He hadn't felt much before his reincarnation. All swordsmen share a common understanding: when you see someone carrying a one-handed sword on their back, keep your distance. Such people are definitely not normal. They are either superb masters or complete fools. It's not like a great sword whose blade is too large to carry on one's back. Drawing a sword from behind could easily result in getting killed 10 times. This is not the same as how bikini armor with magical enhancements has higher defense than plate armor. Drawing a sword quickly is quick, slow is slow. Gradually more people entered, and the classroom seats were nearly filled. Several students sitting at the front began to whisper to each other, clearly already acquainted. The noble circle is inherently small. Although Class D has a lower status, everyone is in the same circle and knows each other. A few people turned to size up Shuang, likely trying to judge which family this unfamiliar face belonged to. Suddenly someone burst into the room, not just walking in, but rushing in. Her heel snagged on the threshold, causing her to stumble forward for 3 or 4 steps before barely stopping. The seemingly cheap leather backpack on her back slid forward from the inertia, causing the strap to slide from her shoulder to her arm, nearly sending the entire bag flying. She steadied herself in front of the podium, taking deep breaths as sunlight streamed in from the corridor window, behind her, casting a pure, almost transparent golden halo over her ear-length hair. I'm not late, right? Not late, right? Her voice was bright and crisp, carrying a slight breathlessness from running, effortlessly penetrating the entire classroom. Several noble offspring who had been whispering were momentarily stunned by her voice, all turning to look toward the front of the podium. She was dressed in the standard school uniform of Shuang Academy, a deep blue coat, a silver bow tie, and a pleated skirt that surprisingly had no alterations, neatly stopping just above her knees. The uniform bore no family crest, and there was no family medal on her collar. She wore no magical bracelet of family heritage on her wrist. Her blonde hair wasn't styled like that of a noble lady, carefully maintained and curled into complex waves. Instead, it was casually cut to shoulder length with a few unruly strands at the ends, as if she had merely hastily brushed her hair before rushing out this morning. And those sea blue eyes. Undoubtedly, this world is centered around the female protagonist, or is there also a male protagonist coexisting? That male protagonist should be in Class A, right? Shuang leaned back against the chair, though he didn't mind as long as they earnestly went about saving the world. Aileen Wire, the first female protagonist in the main storyline, the avatar of the player. She was the first student in the history of Shuang Academy to gain admission through formal examinations as a commoner. Afterward, she only needed to sit beside Chu Feng. This would kick off a rather unpleasant journey of salvation for her. This way I could safely occupy a rear position and sing praises of life. There's no one here, right? Thank you. My name is Aileen Wire. Oh no, there's no one. Shuang instinctively replied, causing his eyes to turn into a pair of standard dead fish eyes in an instant. What to do? She sat next to me. I really shouldn't have arrived early to the classroom. This is no longer the butterfly effect, it's the Tyrannosaurus Rex effect. The female protagonist sat in the wrong seat, a variable so immense it could create a hole in the entire timeline. What would happen to the desk partner plot? If she doesn't fall in love with a certain male lead, the ultimate magic cannot be unleashed. That light attribute forbidden spell, which requires specific emotional triggers to unlock, is the key skill needed to defeat the Demon King later on. If they can't win, humanity faces extinction. No, it's not the world that will perish, it's humanity. It is humanity that is fragile, not the world. It's fine, it's fine. Shuang took a deep breath, not to mention whether their future development paths will truly change due to a few rows of misplaced seats. Even without Chu Feng, there are plenty of fools like the third prince around. Moreover, if she builds a good relationship with Chu Feng, she might end up sitting next to him. The female protagonist's romantic line isn't limited to just one, there are plenty of options. How could the world perish just because the female protagonist sat in the wrong seat? It surely won't be. Shuang moved the chair slightly forward, resting her elbow on the table, radiating an aura that seemed to proclaim, humanity is doomed. What is your name? Erin's voice came from beside her, lowered and slightly hoarse, as if she had just finished running. She seemed to realize that her entrance had been overly loud, as many in the class were staring at her, assessing who she. Shuang, are you a noble? She asked directly, her tone lacking in both probing and flattery, merely inquiring like a fellow student. No, I am. Shuang paused for a moment. In this school, admitting to being a commoner seemed more troublesome than claiming nobility, so she settled on what she deemed appropriate, an adventurer by birth. An adventurer? Erin's eyes visibly lit up, and her upper body unconsciously leaned toward him. You often go to the underground city. This is the first time I've seen a living adventurer. I'm special. My family is from the South Nottingham County. You probably haven't heard of it. It's a place so small that even the courier carts avoid it. There aren't even goblins, and the most you can see are wild boars. That was a symbol of peace. There was no need to express regret over it. Shuang silently scoffed. My grandmother often told me stories about adventurers, and she said her grandfather's brother was an adventurer who had been to the 3rd level of the underground city. Although he himself claimed to have only fought slimes, everyone in our village said he must have seen a dragon. Her words flowed quickly, as if these sentences had been stored in her mind for a long time, finally finding an outlet to spill out. The magic detection revealed that I possess a rare light attribute affinity, which is why I had the chance to enroll. When I left, everyone in the village came to see me off. The village chief even gave me 5 copper coins, telling me not to starve in the big city. 5 copper coins. She pulled out a thin leather cord from her collar, which indeed strung 3 worn, shiny old copper coins, gently shaking them between her fingers. But when I arrived in the central city, I found that I couldn't even buy a loaf of bread. Had bread become so expensive that the fare given by the village chief couldn't buy even one? Yi Shuang's eyes widened. Was it a bread issue? No, it must be the village chief's problem. It had to be the village chief's fault. It was definitely that village chief being stingy. Hearing the price of bread made Yi Shuang start to worry about the kingdom's future. Speaking of which, it seemed that in the game the starting point was 5 copper coins, which couldn't even buy bread. Was that just a joke from the game developers about bread? Please don't let it become reality. Is that so? He replied minimally. Not because he didn't want to engage with her, but because he was close to being overwhelmed by this overly familiar sunny personality. He turned his head, glancing at her. This was the first time he was face-to-face with the first female protagonist at such a close distance. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a smile devoid of shadows. It felt as if this child radiated light, like an angel. Perhaps it was just his illusion. If you are an adventurer, you must have been to many underground cities, right? What is the deepest level you've reached? Have you ever fought a dragon? My grandmother said. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the wooden floor interrupted this one-sided, enthusiastic output. Entering was a female teacher appearing to be in her early 40s, dressed in a dark gray suit with her hair down. Her gaze behind the glasses calmly swept across the class. It was the typical stern eyes of a strict homeroom teacher. Silence. I am your homeroom teacher, Roland Clive. Her voice was not loud, but each word was crisp and left no room for argument. For the next 3 years, you will learn basic theories, tactical command, and all the essential knowledge required as adventurers in this classroom. The Holy Martial Academy is not an ordinary school. It is a military academy for training talents for the kingdom. No matter which family you come from, or how you got in before graduation, you will all share one identity: student. Did you understand? A few scattered replies came from the classroom. Several noble students in the front exchanged indifferent smiles, and one boy with slick-back hair didn't even bother to hide the curve of his mouth. Teacher Roland's gaze lingered on their faces for a moment. She said nothing, just quietly watched. That smile evaporated from the slick-back boy's face in 3 seconds. The teacher began to briefly explain the academy's rules. Like most academies, there are classes training or the option to skip classes and go directly to the underground city to accumulate practical hours. Yi Shuang was well aware of this, as it was the core mechanism during the character development phase in the game. Next came the opening ceremony. Hearing those 4 words, a smile appeared on Yi Shuang's face. Since reincarnating to this world during his first year at school, he had experienced the principal's endless droning full of cliches and reflected on what the school's opening ceremony entailed. He never attended another opening ceremony again. It was time to make a run for it. As most students left, Yi Shuang stood up, and just as he stepped out of the classroom, Yi Shuang, this way, the training ground is over there. Aaron noticed Yi Shuang heading the wrong way and kindly reminded him, pointing to the other end of the hallway. I just need to go to the restroom for a moment. Yi Shuang replied nonchalantly, already rounding the corner of the hallway. Then he bumped into someone walking in the opposite direction. Erin stood still, tilting her head, not yet having time to ponder why the restroom was not in that direction, when she was interrupted by the subtle commotion from behind. The students walking out in the hallway parted like floating weeds blown by an invisible wind, creating an almost intentional wide passage. Whispers quickly hushed from high to low, then fell into a stifling silence, occasionally punctuated by a shoo as a companion nudged them with an elbow. Isn't that His Highness the Third Prince? Why is he in Class D? Is he here to find someone who in Class D has ties to the royal family? I don't know, could it be a mistake? Erin listened to the hushed discussions around her, blinking her eyes. The Third Prince. Those 3 words were entirely a concept from books and newspapers to her, a term that undoubtedly existed in this world, but had no intersection with her own life. She followed everyone's gaze toward the end of the hallway, where she saw a young boy in a white-collared school uniform slowly walking towards her from around the corner. Erin looked around, noticing that those nearby were either looking down, pretending to look out the window, or stealing glances at that direction with extremely complex expressions. She leaned closer to a girl who was retreating and quietly asked the Third Prince, "Is it the Third Prince Lu Yu here?" "Of course it's him," the girl quickly replied in a hushed voice with a look of surprise that seemed to say, "How do you not know this? The white dragon emblem uniform. Only he can wear it in the entire Holy Martial Academy. You actually don't recognize him." Aileen turned her gaze back to the corridor, watching the figure in a white school uniform approaching closer, then crossing paths with Yi Shuang, who was about to turn the corner. Lu Yu wore a perfectly pressed white stand-collar school uniform with a discreet, yet undoubtedly expensive silver brooch pinned at the collar. It was not a school badge, but rather the emblem of the royal family's collateral branch, featuring a white dragon, whose tail curled seamlessly with the curve of the silver base. He was not accompanied by anyone, yet his aura was enough to make the scattered students in the corridor instinctively press against the walls to make way. A long time no see. Lu Yu's gaze swept over the crowd that had stepped aside, landing precisely on Shuang. His tone remained as gentle as Jade's steady voice that seemed perpetually calm, even with a perfectly measured smile at the corner of his mouth, as if greeting an old friend. On the first day of school, aren't you going to say hello? The corridor was so quiet that the distant sound of a whistle from the playground could be heard being carried away by the wind. A few students who had not walked far froze in place, their necks awkwardly twisting as their eyes quickly darted between the third prince and Shuang. Aileen stood at the edge of the crowd, her sea blue eyes wide open. She looked at the third prince, then at Shuang, back and forth between them. Did the desk mate who just told her about his adventurer background know the third prince? Then, he must be a very impressive adventurer. Who are you? Shuang tilted his head slightly, a look of sincere confusion appearing on his face, his tone as flat, as if patiently explaining to a passerby who had mistaken him for someone else. You must be mistaking me for someone else. Then he politely nodded at Lu Yu, sidestepping past him with a leisurely pace. Lu Yu stood frozen in place. The smile that had lingered at the corner of his mouth had now frozen on his face. The students lining the walls remained silent, not daring to make a sound or move. A few bold ones exchanged glances quietly. After about 3 seconds, Shuang had walked far past. Lu Yu's expression shifted from a frozen smile to incredulous blankness, then morphed into a twisted expression that a royal should absolutely not display in public. He realized that the other party had played him for a fool. From the beginning, the other side never intended to take the agreement at Tianyue Hotel seriously. Isn't this Yaya? How are you? Shuang paused at the corner of the corridor. Shen Xingwei was approaching with a stack of thick textbooks that could double as weapons, dressed in the standard deep blue skirt uniform of Shengwu Academy, her bow meticulously tied. Seeing her in that uniform was truly nostalgic. Don't call me that. What have you done? Why are you initiating conversation with me? Shen Xingwei was almost desensitized to that nickname. An unfamiliar person greeted me. Do you know him? Shuang took a half step closer, lowering his voice. Shen Xingwei glanced in the direction he was looking. At the entrance of class, as the figure in the white stand collar uniform remained in place, surrounded by students who maintained a strange stillness, as if collectively cast under a freezing spell. She withdrew her gaze and asked in a tone confirming the facts, are you saying that the third prince who just passed by class S, the one you ignored, greeted me? Is that what you're asking about? Did you see it? That's pretty much the case. But you're being quite rude. Can you show some respect for the royal family? Shuang nodded slightly. What right do you have to say such things? Shen Xingwei retorted coldly, then lifted the 2 thick textbooks in her arms, her tone returning to its usual flatness. He indeed spoke to me. It seems he knows about my talent. However, this is only to be expected, as I am a genius. With a rare SS-level talent. He invited me to form an adventurer team. I also ignored him. This is truly unpleasant. Now I can understand what you're saying, and often make choices similar to yours. No, that's just how you are naturally, it has nothing to do with me. Shuang immediately distanced himself from the situation. Where are you going? The opening ceremony is over there. Shen Xingwei assessed the direction he was heading, which was completely opposite to the flow of students heading to the training ground. To escape, Shuang stated honestly. Then I will escape too. Shen Xingwei hesitated for less than a moment. For a good student, skipping class could only be 0 times or countless times. She was starting to adapt to skipping class. Moreover, the opening ceremony was different from attending class. It really served no purpose. Most mages tend to be quite pragmatically inclined. If good students don't attend, it will implicate us and get us discovered. A voice came from behind Shuang. Following that, a pair of slender, yet strong arms wrapped around his neck from behind the elbows, making a comfortable arc in front of his collarbone. Song Yingxue rested her chin on his shoulder, her brown ponytail swaying gently with her movement. She then raised a hand to wave at Shen Xingwei, her palm facing outward, the gesture casual, as if shooing away an unlikable cat. Don't mix with us bad students, excellent student. Following her were Lu Yin and Tian Kersen, both holding a pack of juice purchased from the vending machine. The straws already inserted their steps leisurely, as if they were out for a spring outing. The JK group had already adapted to campus life. At the beginning of the school year, how would the teachers know who the good students and who the bad students are? Shen Xingwei glanced at the juice pack, then at the 2 heavy textbooks in her arms, suddenly feeling her determination to skip class strengthen just a little more. Lu Yu's gaze crossed the corridor, landing on a small group of people huddled together whispering. His gaze paused on Shen Qingyu's face for a moment. The ice magic genius with SS-level talent who had just blocked all his invitations with a single "not interested, I already have an adventurer team." At this moment, she was conversing with Shuang in a tone that, although indifferent, was clearly very relaxed, their proximity not typical for ordinary classmates. Then his gaze shifted to Song Yingxue, the girl he had met at Tianyue Hotel, who was now hugging Yi Shuang's neck, her chin resting on his shoulder, her entire self almost hanging on him, her expression natural, as if this posture had been done countless times. He silently clenched his back teeth. The so-called challenge at Tianyue Hotel. The other party had deceived him into thinking it was a challenge, seemingly just to buy time and avoid conflict with him, hindering his admission. He had been the one played all along. And the invitation he personally extended to Class A, phrased most appropriately, was dismissed with a single "not interested," only to turn around and see the person who had played him standing in the same corridor laughing and chatting. There was no laughter, but he couldn't possibly reveal this matter. Revealing it would mean admitting that he, a dignified third prince, had been played for a fool in public by a student from Class D. Now he primarily didn't know how to take revenge on Yi Shuang, feeling quite lost, as if searching for a sword in all directions. He took a deep breath, forcing down the surging frustration within his chest, turning to walk towards the playground. His steps were heavier than before, the heels of his shoes striking the stone floor with a sharp sound. As a member of the second-year student council, he still needed to preside over the opening ceremony, having to put on that gentle and appropriate face to stand before the entire grade. As for how to deal with that person, there would be plenty of time after the ceremony. The opening ceremony was held at the central training ground of the Shengwu Academy. The training ground was large enough to accommodate all the faculty and students at once, and at this moment, it had been temporarily arranged as the venue for the ceremony. The podium was directly converted from the stone arena at the very center of the training ground, covered with a layer of deep red velvet, furnished with a row of chairs and a half-a-man-high sound amplification magic array. Students from each grade stood in lines according to their classes at the foot of the stage, with the first-year freshmen assigned to the front row directly facing the podium. The sunlight was just right, casting a diagonal beam from behind them, making the nape of their necks feel hot. The midday sun in early autumn was still relatively mild, but after several hundred people had been crammed together for nearly an hour, the term mild lost its meaning. On the podium, the principal had ended his speech. His address, like that of most principals, was passionate, yet hollow, repetitively echoing phrases that had not changed for decades. The students below transitioned from standing at attention to slight swaying, eventually reaching a state of vacant expressions. Next came the speeches from representatives of each grade, the student council president's address, and finally a welcoming speech delivered by the student council vice president, the third prince Lu Yu, representing the current students. Lu Yu stood at the podium holding a speech drafted by the student council secretariat. Yet his voice remained steady and gentle, his wording appropriate, and his rhythm just right, each word articulated as if rehearsed repeatedly. His gaze swept over the neatly lined-up first-year freshmen, and he unconsciously raised his chin slightly, peering over the crowd, landing on the windows of the teaching building across. Then he saw them. Several figures were leisurely leaning against the window. Yi Shuang was resting against the window frame, a straw in her mouth with the other end inserted into a cup of cold drink. That cup of cold drink was casually passed to her by Song Yingxue after she had taken a couple of sips, with tiny water droplets condensing on the outside of the cup. Song Yingxue leaned beside her, one hand propping her chin, while the other reached over to reclaim the drink, and Tian Kersen was sprawled on the windowsill, her legs gently swinging behind her, enjoying a look of extreme schadenfreude as she watched the fellow freshmen below sweating under the sun. Lu Yin sat on the inner side of the window ledge. They were all laughing, a relaxed smile that was almost provoking, sipping cold drinks while watching others bask in the sun. Lu Ye's fingers gripping the speech tightened unconsciously. A new crease appeared along the edge of the paper. However, he did not falter, did not miss a note, and even the smile on his face did not wane in the slightest. The royal education demonstrated its intended effect at this moment. He smoothly finished the last segment of the welcome speech, bowed slightly amidst the perfectly timed applause, and then turned to leave the podium. Meanwhile, on the side of the teaching building, Yi Shuang's mouth twitched suddenly, and his gaze searched for someone in Class A. Black hair, black hair, black hair, none. The male avatar of the player, the hero, was not in Class A. Indeed, could the saintess and the hero coexist? He confirmed this worldview setting in his mind. Are you looking for someone? Song Yingxue asked through the straw in her mouth, her words muffled. Nothing. Yi Shuang withdrew his gaze from the Class A lineup, leaning back against the window frame, again his tone carrying a genuine joy. Just watching the fools basking in the sun is quite satisfying. What a wicked sense of humor. Shen Xinghua sat in a chair by the window, a book titled Principles of Advanced Barrier Techniques spread open on her lap. She did not look up, but the disdain in her tone was accurately conveyed. Unfortunately, she had not learned the domain within her self-imposed Tendui deadline. Last night, she had spent 3 hours in her dormitory, trying against the wall, and the only result was freezing her nightstand into an ice sculpture. Haven't you finished that book after all this time? Yi Shuang glanced at the pages of the book in her hand. You're making too much noise. Shen Xinghua gritted her teeth and squeezed out those words. She had quickly assessed her current likelihood of being kicked out of the team and had to admit that if she did not learn within 10 days, she would have to fulfill the promise of freezing Shuang. According to the other person's character, he might really kick her out of the team. If that happened, her dignity as a genius would be utterly shattered, impossible to piece back together. Thus, for the first time in her life, she endured. On the afternoon, when the welcome speech was delivered at the opening, Lu Yu sat in the leather chair of the student council vice president's office, staring at the phoenix trees outside for a full 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, he reached a conclusion. Since confronting directly would result in evasion, he would change to a method that the other party could not dodge. The bill from Tianyue Hotel, the question of who are you on the first day of school, and those smiling faces leaning on the windowsill drinking cold drinks while watching him bask in the sun. These matters he was not in a hurry to settle, he would calculate them slowly one by one. He spent 3 days using his privileges to sift through all the enrollment records of the students in Class D. Shuang's file was merely a thin page, suspiciously simple, from the Eastern Province, an adventurer recommended by the Irish Church special admission. No family background, no noble titles, no handles for a third prince to exploit. Especially since church personnel were not easily provoked. Thankfully, he was not one of them. He flipped through the files several times, then decided to use school regulations as a breakthrough point. He spent a week with that hefty rulebook. The blue-haired senior student council president was trying to expel this slacker. The school rules of Shengwu Academy were an extremely intricate and historically rich set of guidelines, although most students regarded them as mere decoration. However, they had never been formally abolished. Any non-academic conflicts on campus could be subjected to legal combat training if proposed by one party and agreed upon by both. The proposing party could designate the time, venue, and weapon restrictions, while the responding party had the right to refuse once. However, if the other party refused 3 times consecutively, the student council would automatically intervene and compel both sides to accept mediation. And Lu Yu was the vice president of the student council. This rule had been included in the school's regulatory appendix since its founding, reportedly established by the first student council president to prevent noble offspring from privately dueling off campus. Lu Yu read this old rule seriously from start to finish for the first time, only to find it was tailor-made for him. All he needed was to send 3 requests. The other party would either accept or be personally mediated by him. Both outcomes were favorable. He composed the first challenge letter very formally. Gold edge stationery, the student council's exclusive wax seal, and the wording was so neat it could serve as an official document template. This is to inform you that on Wednesday at 3 in the afternoon, a swordsmanship combat training session will be conducted at the 3rd training ground with wooden swords as the weapon and protective gear provided by the academy. I hope to see you there. The letter would be sent out through the student council secretariat following formal channels, with every step documented. He scheduled it for Friday deliberately, leaving a few days for the other party to consider and to allow the message time to spread within the grade. The news indeed spread. Shuang wore his school uniform with the zipper carelessly undone, revealing an ordinary inner lining without any family crest. The recent days of campus life had indeed been pleasant. Although the dorm was a bit crowded, despite having to stay at a hotel with Song Yingxue, it was quite a nice experience, so let's forgive those two for now. During the 3 years at the previous school, time was compressed to the utmost in order to save money for potions, with most days spent in the underground city, either collapsing into bed in the dormitory or spending the night in the underground. Now, however, there were no urgent pressures weighing down on him. He arrived in the classroom and tilted his chair back at a precarious angle. While directly descending into the underground city to gain experience was the primary means for people in this world to grow stronger, he could also choose not to rely on the gifts of the system to level up. Instead, he could opt for studying, and in fact most initial professions required a certain amount of study to unlock. Simply put, cultural classes were also very important. Shuang. It was Eileen. She leaned over from the side, her shoulder-length golden hair nearly brushing against the textbook on his desk that had yet to be opened. Her sea-blue eyes fixed intently on him, filled with a sense of urgency, as if she had been holding back all night. Finally, finding someone to confide in, her voice kept low. Nobles, so terrifying. She said that during the few days since school started she had tried to talk to several classmates, but the looks they gave her made her feel like a bug that accidentally crawled into a fine porcelain cup at a tea party. No one scolded her, no one pushed her, and not even a single eye roll was directed her way. Yet the sense of distance persisted from the first class until the end. I thought being in the same school meant we were classmates, but it feels completely different. She sat back in her seat after a roundabout, speaking faster and faster. By the end her hands were clenched into fists, trembling slightly on her knees. It wasn't anger, it was the grievance of having tried so hard to socialize all week only to see no results, finally unable to hold it in any longer. Shuang returned his chair to its original position and glanced at her. The female protagonist was isolated due to her commoner background, an entirely expected plotline. If Tian Kursen wasn't in the JK group, she would be isolated in this school as well. Everyone had already formed small cliques before the school year began, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to integrate. According to the game's direction, Eileen had automatically teamed up with Chu Feng from the very first day of school, and the two could at least become each other's only friends in this noble school. However, due to the butterfly effect, that useless Chu Feng had never spoken a word to Eileen because he was not seated next to her, coupled with his aloof demeanor that carried an aura of exclusion. Eileen also did not take the initiative to talk to him. The result was the current situation. The emotional garbage can role of the first female protagonist had fallen onto his shoulders. Yet Shuang did not reject this garbage can role. It meant he could gather the main storyline progress without having to awkwardly inquire like a stalker. The other party had taken the initiative to speak to him, but this was quite dangerous. As the only friend of the other party, although somewhat overly self-conscious, Shuang, having read many light novels, knew that many dense male protagonists ended up in trouble because of this. If the future saintess fell in love with him, that would roughly mean, I fight the Demon King. Seriously, this was absolutely unacceptable for Shuang. Exclusion. Isn't that to be expected? A commoner studying in a noble school, isn't that normal? Shuang moved his chair forward slightly, resting his elbow on the table with a casual tone, as if discussing the cafeteria's menu for the day. It's fine, I'll have my girlfriend teach you the etiquette among nobles. Really? Your girlfriend, classmate Song Yingxue from Class B? She's a super beauty. Eileen leaned in excitedly, the mist of grievance in her eyes immediately evaporated by the glow of gossip. The aura of the JK group, even in such a noble school, was at the pinnacle of the social food chain. Even those noble girls in her class who looked down on everyone couldn't help but steal a few glances. How did you win her over? Eileen nudged Shuang with her elbow. Her tone completely shifted from confiding to deep gossip mode. A classmate for 3 years. Shuang answered succinctly. And she pursued me. This point is very important. I don't believe it, Eileen said, not intending to believe this reality. The next moment, nearly everyone still in the classroom from Class D saw the student council secretary walk into the room in a sharply tailored suit. She personally placed a letter sealed with wax on Shuang's desk, waiting for him to open it. The sound of the envelope landing on the desk was soft, but the royal seal on it was enough to silence the entire classroom. Nobles were mostly career holders with keen eyes. A few noble youths seated in the front exchanged significant glances, and the boy with slicked back hair didn't even hide his schadenfreude. Shuang opened the envelope, read it from beginning to end, and then fell silent for a moment, looking at the gilded letter paper. He refolded the letter, tucked it back into the envelope, and placed it at the corner of his desk, deciding to pretend he had seen nothing. The other party was truly foolish, thinking he was the type to passively accept a duel issued by someone else. Meanwhile, Eileen had already tilted her neck to sneak a look at most of the contents of the letter, her beautiful face marked with the confusion of a country girl encountering a duel letter for the first time. She glanced at the white dragon emblem on the envelope, then looked at Shuang's calm expression, which showed no intent to duel. Her lips moved for a long time before she finally managed to stutter out in a low-voiced duel. She glanced at the white dragon emblem on the envelope, then looked at Shuang's calm expression, which showed no intent to duel. Her lips moved for a "Didn't you see? Isn't that a duel?" Eileen's voice dropped even lower, but the exclamation marks in her tone remained intact. She looked at the letter, then at Shuang, and back at the letter, her sea blue eyes swirling with a kind of instinctive panic that a country girl feels upon encountering a legendary event for the first time. His Highness the Third Prince, why does he want to duel you? What exactly did you do? Is it just a rejection, right? The student council secretary stood expressionless for a moment before replying. Yes, it is a rejection. Although Shuang wanted to say he hadn't seen it, looking at the messenger's expression that suggested he could refuse, he chose to say that he had rejected. He felt as if there was some kind of plot brewing. The student council secretary nodded slightly to Shuang and turned to leave the classroom, her steps still measured, as if measured by a ruler. The sound of her polished shoes gradually faded in the corridor, but no one in the classroom dared to speak. The silence lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before being filled with a low murmur. Several noble youths in the front row huddled together. The boy with slicked back hair covered his mouth with his hand, but the schadenfreude in his tone slipped out. Did you see that? That emblem should be a letter issued personally by the third prince. What kind of background does that guy from Class D have? Someone lowered their voice to add, I heard he's a special student from the Elysium Academy. Then the words special student sparked a small wave of suppressed excitement among the seats, like a match striking. No, how would I know the rules of the noble girls? Matsuyuki gently stroked Eileen like petting a cat. Even though it was their first meeting, her domineering aura instantly tamed Eileen. This child has such good skin. Grandma often says the same about me. You are a noble, right? I am a young lady, so you should respect me more. What about tea parties for girls? This tutorial option is still from Chufeng's teaching, but that person is already dead. Matsuyuki began to observe people with a chin-up posture, as if she was waiting for compliments. No. Eileen suddenly broke free from Matsuyuki's embrace and sat up straight. Her golden hair was tousled, but her expression was serious, as if she finally remembered she wasn't here to be pampered. A duel? What if I duel with the third prince? Who? Matsuyuki explained to Eileen, her tone flat, as if introducing her boyfriend to a new friend. Just ignore him, he will definitely not go. By sunset he would be walking past with a burger pack from the cafeteria, sincerely adding, "Ah, I forgot. How could this be?" Aylin's voice rose slightly. This is an important matter, right? A duel with the third prince. In her understanding, those two words together equated to the sky falling. Knights now did not respond, instead casting a pleading glance at the other two at the table. "Don't look at me, Captain, I'm a commoner." Tion Kursin immediately raised her hands in surrender, then pitifully added, "I was almost bullied. You small group is the one bullying others, right?" Knights now flatly pointed this out, and then turned her gaze to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was stirring the half-melted ice in her cup with a straw, and upon hearing the topic surprisingly shifted, a rare subtle expression appeared on her usually calm and smiling face. When I was in elementary school, I found such things too troublesome, so I flipped the table. I dumped the plates and pastries on the head of the girl across from me. After that my mom never let me participate again. The corner of the cafeteria fell silent for a moment. Tion Kursin quietly clapped twice, only to be subtly restrained by Lu Yin. Knights now slowly stood up. He removed Matsuyuki's hand from Aylin's head, and took her wrist, speaking in a serious tone, as if he were protecting an endangered species. "You all should maintain a distance of over 15 meters from this child." He was worried that this group of delinquents would lead the saintess astray. Eileen is a player's avatar, highly malleable. The closer one gets to vermilion, the redder they become. The closer one gets to ink, the blacker they become, and the closer one gets to the JK group, the more they feel like becoming a delinquent saintess. Huh. Matsuyuki looked at her empty palm, then raised her head, her gaze bouncing back and forth between Knights now and Eileen, who he had pulled behind him. "What do you mean? Are you cheating?" "Of course not." Knights now retorted Matsuyuki. No. Aylin's defense mechanism as a pure girl activated instantly. Her ears turned red, and her hands quickly waved in front of her chest. "Is that child a commoner?" Matsuyuki asked, leisurely crossing her legs. "Yes." Eileen nodded honestly. "As long as I am the legitimate wife." Matsuyuki switched the direction of her crossed legs, her tone calm, as if stating a natural law. "What are you saying?" Aylin's face instantly shifted from slightly red to a bright red, her hands covering her. The impact of those few words was possibly greater than all the love stories she had heard in her life. "How can I also do that?" Tion Kursin leaned over from the other side of the table, eagerly volunteering her. Matsuyuki flatly rejected her, not leaving even a punctuation mark behind. "Why?" Tion Kursin slammed the table. "It's been a long time since I've held a tea party." Outside the arched floor-to-ceiling window is a meticulously trimmed ivy garden, with sunlight filtering through the stained glass, casting a soft golden hue over the polished oak dining table. On the table lies a complete set of white porcelain tea utensils, with steam gently rising from the spout of the teapot. Song Yingxue rests her chin on one hand, while the other idly spins the teacup. Inside the cup is the green tea that Shin Qinghua taught Ai Lin to brew step by step, the tea clear and transparent. Shuang furrows her brows, looking at Shin Qinghua, who is sitting on the other side of the table. The other person is holding a book titled Tea and Knives that she just borrowed from the library. "Hey, you really don't know how to do this, do you? You just borrowed the book from the library to learn it on the spot." Shuang's tone carries annoyance. She had bought the pre-prepared dish as a favor for a minor matter. It's ridiculous that this person confidently agreed and then ran off to the library to find teaching materials. It's so noisy. Vim just confirming the process. Shin Qinghua calmly turns a page of the book and continues defiantly. "Besides, as long as you follow the textbook, there shouldn't be any problems. I was indeed invited to a tea party when I was in elementary school." "How does it taste?" Ai Lin asks the four judges carefully as the participant. Her hands maintain the posture of serving tea, her fingertips trembling slightly with nervousness. Shin Qinghua had just taught her for a full 20 minutes about how high to hold the teacup, how many degrees to turn the saucer, and that when pouring tea the spout should not be directed at the guest. Each aspect was as precise as if she were conducting an alchemy experiment. After all, the person teaching her was a mage. Ai Lin felt her head was about to smoke, just remembering these steps. "It's quite good, no wonder it's the highest grade of jade dew." Shuang nodded, giving a relatively fair evaluation. "The tea flavor is indeed nice, with a hint of bitterness followed by sweetness, and the temperature is just right." "No, this is cheap stuff, right?" Song Yingxue took another sip, put down her teacup, and spoke with certainty. Shin Qinghua turned her head away, covering her mouth with one hand as her shoulder shook suspiciously. The sound of restrained laughter was particularly clear in the quiet lounge. Didn't you tell me this was Jade Du? Yi Shuang turned to look at Shun Qingyue, pausing for a moment. Very well, after 10 times of tolerance now, I'll subtract 1, leaving 8. I did buy Jade Du, but it should be practiced with something cheaper, right? Shun Qingyue suppressed her smile and put on a serious face again. She closed the book, placing it face down on the table, probably not wanting others to see the page filled with the 12 most common mistakes made by beginners. Don't argue, don't argue. AI Lin cheerfully mediates, her hands moving slightly in front of her chest. Song Yingxue rests her chin on her hand, watching the scene as she takes another sip. Indeed, it was cheap stuff. In the following week, AI Lin, following the tea party etiquette taught by Shun Qingyue, mustered all her courage to invite the girls in her class. Then she splendidly failed, almost becoming a worthless protagonist. Worthless? Yi Shuang scolded as she looked at Shun Qingyue, who had her head lowered. It's not my fault, I did my best, Shun Qingyue said, burying her head in the book. The book Tea and Knives had already been flipped to the second half, with the corners of the pages densely creased with marks. That just proves you're worthless. Yi Shuang's tone was flat. Once I learn my field, it'll definitely freeze you. Shun Qingyue clenched her fists, her knuckles turning slightly white. Speaking of which, why hold a tea party? Song Yingxue asked AI Lin. Why? Because. AI Lin paused for a moment. Recently, after practicing tea art every afternoon, she had been inviting others, being rejected each time only to return and practice again, then be rejected once more. This cycle repeated so many times that she almost forgot why she was sitting at this table learning to pour tea in the first place. I want to make friends. I know. Yingxue wants to tell me that I already have friends I can invite to the tea party, right? AI Lin's gaze swept across the faces of the others, finally stopping on Song Yingxue. Is that so? Tian Kursin clapped her hands, her tone one of sudden realization. No, I meant for her to meet outstanding individuals to enhance her likability, to form an adventurer's team, in order to better save the world for me. Yi Shuang bit her back teeth. Song Yingxue shifted her legs, her black knee-high socks, gently swaying in the air before stopping. You're making me feel a bit embarrassed. Actually, how should I put it? The nobility has their little groups. My. AI Lin tilted her head after hearing that, then straightened up again. Although she didn't quite understand, she still listened earnestly. It's like a gang. If you want to integrate into another gang, you must first present a gift to their boss. Song Yingxue tapped her fingers on the table twice in frustration. Are you a formal organization? Yi Shuang covered her mouth. For the first time, she genuinely felt that girls were quite terrifying. This organizational structure is stricter than the thief guild he fled from after just 2 days. Most noble girls are like this, which is why I don't participate in tea parties and the like. Song Yingxue kicked Yi Shuang's calf in frustration with her little leather-shod foot. You've been hanging out with us all day, you should already be regarded as one of our faction's people. So it's only natural for you to be rejected when inviting others to a tea party. She withdrew her foot and crossed her legs again. AI Lin blinked her eyes. Those sea blue eyes first looked blankly at Song Yingxue. Then, as if she suddenly understood something, she placed the teacup on the table, the bottom of the cup colliding with the porcelain dish, producing a crisp sound. I see. She said, her tone neither regretful nor sighing, but rather a sense of relief and understanding. Then she lifted her head and smiled. Then forget it. Being regarded as one of you is also not bad. Don't give up. If you give up now, then the competition will be over. Yi Shuang covered her face, then laughed in relief. She mentally reassured herself, only to realize she had neatly cut off the protagonist's social route, leaving her unsure whom to blame. It's okay, there are still inevitable events with important characters. By the way, next week is the first dungeon raid, are we teaming up? AI Lin cheerfully took the notice out of her backpack and waved it in front of everyone. What should we do, Captain? Wang Shuo and Li Ming said they want to come too. Tian Kursin turned to Yi Shuang to ask. Who? Yi Shuang confirmed with the others, her face filled with genuine confusion. The boys are really pitiful, they are completely disregarded. Song Yingxue sighed, then added, those 2 shield classes from last time. Shun Qingyu's sycophant, Lu Yin, provided a more precise keyword attentively. Not my sycophant. Shun Qingyue lifted her face from the book, considering her words, former pursuer. I remember now. Western names are so hard to remember. Did they also come to this school? I had no idea. Yi Shuang nodded in sudden realization, her tone lacking any remorse. Where do you want me to start criticizing? They are Easterners. Or rather, where do you feel their names resemble those of? Song Yingxue rubbed her temples. They're in class C. One got in by possessing a legendary item, and the other spent a ton of money on a full set of epic gear. It's not a matter of how many people are in the team. Just read the notice carefully yourself. Yi Shuang pointed to the notice in AI Lin's hand. Same class enters in order. What are you talking about? I am a good student who abides by the school rules, Yi Shuang replied with a tone that was plain, ordinary, and completely self-evident. You only plan to take a quick stroll on the first level of the dungeon without any intent to delve deeper, right? Shun Qingyue mercilessly exposed his intentions. She still wanted to seriously clear a dungeon with him. It was truly a pity that they hadn't completed the Dark Maze. The Holy Martial Academy is built upon an SS-rated spiral labyrinth, and conquering it would undoubtedly etch itself into the annals of human achievement as an epic feat. The maze itself is regarded as a monster. The creatures that spawn on the initial layers are quite weak, luring adventurers deeper, where the true difficulty reveals itself. If left unattended, the monsters inside would overflow. Thus, the establishment of most academies is centered around a dungeon entrance, facilitating both student training and timely management in case of an actual overflow. Don't twist my words, Shuang warned Xinqingyue. There are still 7 times left. A week later, Shuang sat in the classroom gazing at the profile of his deskmate AI Lin and fell into deep despair. Recently, a stalker had been trying to personally hand him a challenge letter, but he easily avoided such trivial matters. After all, he was someone who could evade even a holy knight. He turned the corners of the hall faster than the sound of the student council secretary's heels. What truly drove him to despair was that ever since the last tea party incident, AI Lin had not initiated a conversation with anyone in the class. Every day she quietly entered the classroom, quietly took her seat, quietly listened to the lessons, and quietly left. Shuang tilted his chair back at a precarious angle, staring at the ceiling. The social path of the female protagonist of the main storyline had been completely blocked by him, and the key tea party had ended in failure. Meanwhile, the culprit Xinqingyue was currently attending class in class, likely still secretly reading that book, Tea and Knives. At this moment, AI Lin sat quietly at her desk, opening a book titled Introduction to Primary Professions. There was no hint of discontent on her face. Instead, she appeared to possess an air of serene enlightenment. Her adaptability was too strong. Shuang covered his forehead. This child had completely given up on socializing in class, shifting her identity from a commoner who can't make friends to a classmate of the JK group. The switch was made decisively without any psychological burden. It seemed that his interference had indeed created a butterfly effect. Perhaps it was time to maintain some distance. Continuing like this was not viable. Shuang, what profession do you think is better? AI Lin tugged at Shuang's clothes, asking without any warning. I have now unlocked the prerequisites for the swordsman, lancer, and mage. Haven't you chosen a profession yet? Shuang moved her hand away from his clothes. Just in case, make this child the strongest saintess capable of soloing all the way to the Demon King. Start planning from the profession. Back in the countryside, I also unlocked the farmer profession, but I wanted to be an adventurer, so I didn't choose. Erin rested her chin on her crossed arms, her tone carrying a resolute detachment from a life of farming. Then she closed her eyes, envisioning herself in a mage's robe, clutching a staff, and let out a silly grin. All my talent is a rank little holy light. Which one should I pick? Mage seems better, after all, it's a magic-type talent. Erin closed her eyes, picturing herself in a mage's robe with a staff, and broke into a foolish smile. By the way, its effect is to slightly restore the health of myself, or anyone I touch, and deal a tiny bit of extra damage to undead. She quickly added the details of her talent, realizing that merely stating its name without its effects wouldn't help the other person give her career advice. Grandma said this talent is already impressive in our village, but after arriving here it seems everyone else has at least rank talents. She raised a finger, and a small soft golden glow flickered to life at its tip. The light was tiny, about the size of a fingernail, hovering quietly between them. Though small, the radiance carried a faint warmth, like a sliver of sunlight leaking through a stained glass church window. Shuang stared at the tiny light dancing on her fingertip, lost in thought. That's what your grandma lied to you about. An A-rank talent is as rare as an A-rank, even in the countryside, a 1 in 10th super waste. If you want me to know the skill's effects, just pull up your character panel and toss the talent section over here. Shuang taught her the basics, watching as the girl fumbled to open her system panel. Still, as the protagonist, Little Holy Light was a rather unique talent. Just pick Swordsman LV1 is enough. Shuang took the necklace of growth off her own neck and casually looped it around Erin's. The silver chain bearing a deep crimson gem swayed twice against her collar. What are you doing? Erin's eyes widened. She recalled what Song Yingxue had said when they first met, and her face instantly reddened at a visible pace. She didn't really want to be a concubine, though not entirely. But at least confession dating marriage. That was the proper order. Should she refuse first? This is a proposal. The girl shot up from her seat, and the 2 words she blurted out drew the gaze of every student in the class. The noble children who had been pretending to organize their textbooks turned their heads so fast they nearly twisted their necks. Shuang heard this and nearly shattered her Dao heart. If that happened, all of humanity would tie her up and offer her as the saint's personal weapon to face the Demon King. Only that is absolutely impossible. Shuang thrust out a hand in refusal. That would be disgusting, utterly repulsive. So can't you just check the equipment's effect with your system first? Sorry. Proposals usually use rings. Erin let out an awkward, silly laugh and rubbed her head, shifting her gaze to the equipment panel. The rest of the class, seeing this, silently turned back. Offending the third prince and the commoner at his side, the safest approach was to ignore them. Don't get involved in anything related to this person. That was the consensus the nobles had reached at the start of the semester. Star of growth, quality, legendary type, accessory, necklace, equipment requirement, none stat bonus, none special effect, growth mark. Each time the wearer levels up, gain an additional 1 free attribute point to all stats. SSO powerful. The data on the legendary equipment instantly washed away all other thoughts from Erin's mind. They'll lend it to you when you level up. LV1 swordsman is enough, but without experience you probably can't level up yet. But I haven't decided yet. Swordsman. Erin imagined herself in leather armor wielding a short sword. It didn't seem bad. I plan to asking Shuang and Yaya later. Stop right there. Yes, Wang immediately interrupted, his tone unusually serious. Every professional will tell you their own class is the best without considering anything else. Huh. Listen, this is from experience. When professionals recommend to newcomers, they all push their own main class. Then when the newcomer actually picks it and becomes a fellow professional, they turn into fellow disciples or benefactors, but wish the other dead. Benefactors? Erin didn't understand why one would wish a benefactor dead. The usage of that word was completely inverted in her common sense. Shuang ignored her confusion and continued, they won't teach you a single bit of their own experience. Instead, they'll endlessly tell you how they took the wrong path. Then they'll make you walk that same path too. Every professional greets their peers with a smile, but behind their backs they pass on misleading advice. Why do you think those veterans at the Adventurers Guild entrance are so enthusiastic? I don't think everyone is that bad, Erin said timidly. Naive. In short, listen to me and choose swordsman. It's definitely the right call. Swordsman is a well-balanced class with plenty of advancement options. You can freely transition into either the magical or physical path. Shuang continued coaxing her into changing classes. The one and only future Holy Sword Master must max out their sword techniques. Otherwise they'll end up as an archer who just fires light beams from a sword-shaped object. With the same sword, the difference in combat power between mastering swordsmanship and not is like heaven and earth. That's right. Erin suddenly seemed to understand, clapping her hands together. After all, the captain is the one who leads the squad and plans the class assignments. Huh. Shuang froze for a moment, the light fading from his eyes. Since when did you become a member of my squad? I'm a swordsman. Yaya is a maging, Shuang is a lancer, Kursin is a warrior, Luyan is a warlock, the captain is a thief, and the two boys are defensive frontliners. It's a perfect team. Perfect where? I want out of this squad. Wait. Shuang instinctively retorted in his mind, then a flash of brilliant insight began racing through his mind. If he built the team flawlessly enough, then when he retired and handed the captain's position to Erin, wouldn't he have a ready-made hero squad? The two most crucial conditions for defeating the Demon King were idealistic magic, the power of love, and physical magic, the power of the physical. The latter was perfectly resolved. Imagenius. But how could he retire gracefully? Fake his death. That, however, was the mindset of a coward. Only a weakling with an artistic temperament would come up with such an impractical idea. If he simply fled, he felt he couldn't outrun the Saintess and the kingdom's long reach. Better to escape with his girlfriend. Would that count as eloping? Bringing someone along would only slow him down further. Wait, if he did that, couldn't he stay behind in the rear with a clear conscience? A perfect plan rapidly took shape in Shuang's mind. No. Shuang immediately shook his head. According to life experience gleaned from the internet, once a man has a child, he automatically develops a sense of responsibility. What if I end up going to defeat the Demon King out of a sense of duty? That's also a dangerous option. He'll think about it later. Hurry up. After Shuang had made up his mind, he urged Erin to change classes. On the morning of the dungeon entry, the entrance plaza of the Spiral Labyrinth was already dotted with a scattering of first-year students. The early autumn morning breeze carried a chill as it swept through the ivy trellises at the edge of the plaza, making several underdressed students rub their arms. Song Yingxue, carrying her wind chaser's oath wrapped in a cloth case, stood with her close friends by a stone pillar at the entrance. The moment she released her grip on Shuang's arm, her gaze was drawn to an iron can walking toward them from a distance. Who's inside this tin can? Song Yingxue bent down and tapped the top of the helmet twice with her finger, the metal producing a dull hollow ring. It's me, Erin. The young girl quickly pushed up the visor of her knight helmet, revealing a face flushed slightly from the heat. Her golden bangs pressed flat against her forehead by the helmet, she blew a puff of air to push the strands aside. Who taught you to buy something like this? Song Yingxue didn't think Erin would buy such a thing on her own. Shuang. Ugh. Song Yingxue made a face of disgust, stepping back half a pace to distance herself from the contagion of pragmatism. Where did you get the money? Even if it's just beginner gear, this whole set isn't exactly cheap, is it? Lu Yan also leaned in, tapping Aaron's gleaming chest plate with interest, her fingernail producing a crisp metal. The captain insisted on buying it for me. Aaron gave an embarrassed wry smile, shrugging with difficulty within her heavy shoulder guards. I think it's too extravagant too. I think a sword would have been enough. The first floor only has slimes, right? Yeah, the first floor only has slimes. Lu Yan nodded, but buying better gear is the right choice. Isn't there an old saying among adventurers? The last thing an adventurer should do is take risks. Max out your defenses wherever you can. That's common sense. She paused there, then turned to look around. Speaking of which, is everyone here? Although it doesn't matter if we enter at different times. Shen Xinghua walked over from the other side of the plaza in her school uniform, the hem of her deep blue skirt lifted slightly by the morning breeze before settling back into place. Automagic absolute domain. Knowing that Shuang didn't plan to delve deep into the labyrinth, she hadn't bothered to change into formal mage robes, even though magical equipment could be equipped at any time with a single thought. But wearing the school uniform at least signaled her mindset for the day, just browsing. She approached, catching the tail end of Lu Yan's words, and nodded in greeting. What are you all talking about? It was obviously bought with a campus loan. Didn't you press your fingerprint back then? Shuang felt a subtle shift in the gazes around him and casually explained. Ugh, scumbag. Song Yingxue led the disgust, enunciating the two words with particular clarity. Using a campus loan. Lu Yan silently averted her gaze. A campus loan isn't right. Tian Kursin also wore an expression of disapproval. Did you sign a contract with Shuang? Shen Xingyue, upon hearing the words pressed your fingerprint, reflexively grabbed Aaron's shoulders, a rare heartfelt concern flickering in her ice blue eyes. Absolutely don't sign. I mean it. Don't sign anything this guy puts in front of you. I think I signed my name and pressed my fingerprint. Wait, wasn't it a gift for me? Aaron blinked, her innocent face beneath the helmet filled with confusion. Of course it wasn't a gift. But I've already paid off the campus loan for you. No interest. Your debt is now transferred to me. After graduation, if you're bored and feel like it, you can pay me back. Shuang spoke of it as casually as if he had picked up lunch for a classmate. Then he'll pay it off for her. Shen Xingyue, without a second thought, pulled a neatly folded 50 gold note from the pocket of her school skirt and held it up to Shuang by its edge. Her movements were swift, her expression as serious as if she were signing a crucial international treaty. Why do you always carry a 50 gold note on you? Not that such a small amount matters, right? Shuang took the note from Shen Xingyu's hand and casually stuffed it into his pocket. 50 gold. Is this what you call a small amount? Aaron's eyes nearly popped out of her helmet. Her village chief had given her 5 copper coins as a farewell gift. The paper bills that people she knew casually pulled out were enough to buy a bakery in Nottinghamshire. I think a full set of armor costs about 39 gold, right? I forgot. She recalled a bit about the night frost she bought yesterday. If you're frequently going into the underground city, it's all pocket change. Adventurers take on life-threatening jobs, and the income is quite high. What about the contract? Shen Xinghua stared at him, her tone alert. With this little money, I didn't even sign a contract. The repayment contract for the academy loan is all in her hands. Night Frost looked at her speechlessly. Was it just a matter of disgust once? Why was she so on edge? In my hands. Aaron paused for a moment. Night Frost had given her a stack of papers yesterday, and she hadn't looked at them at all. Let's take a look. You really might get scammed. Night Frost advised. Well, time's up. We should get going and pave the way for the noble lords. Night Frost saw the teacher at the entrance of the maze waving a flag, signaling the students to enter. I'm not a noble. Tian Kursin felt the other party's sarcasm, distancing herself from the others. Night Frost waved at a few girls and turned to walk towards the entrance of the maze. Aaron closed her helmet and jogged to catch up with him, the armor clinking with a series of metallic sounds as she ran. Not planning to go deeper. What a waste of time. Shen Xinghua crossed her arms, her tone clearly dissatisfied. Song Yingxue weighed the wind chaser's oath on her back, feeling inexplicably offended. She brought her legendary spear over to showcase her skills against slimes in front of her classmates. Oh, why are you? Night Frost suddenly paused in front of the entrance. I was wondering why it was so noisy over here. The area for Class D was bustling. He initially thought it was just ordinary students chattering away. But when he reached the entrance, he realized it wasn't the students making the noise, or rather the noise was because important figures had appeared here. A paladin with an ice blue low ponytail was standing by the entrance of the maze. Several wooden boxes filled with healing potions were stacked beside her. She wore the standard white shirt of the paladin order, its sleeves casually rolled up to her forearms, revealing a long and sturdy wrist. The hem of the shirt tucked into the waistband of her dark trousers, accentuating a sharp waistline. A gentle morning breeze stirred lightly, pressing the fabric of the shirt and clearly outlining her chest and shoulders. The areas that should be full were unambiguous, while the areas that needed to be tight were neat and clean. She was skillfully distributing potions to the new students in line, her movements as practiced as if she were handing out bandages on the battlefield. Two other young paladins in the same uniform stood beside her, one restocking potions, while the other recorded the distribution quantities. Seeing Night Frost approach, Lane naturally took a bottle from the box and handed it over, her movements as effortless as performing routine duties. Night Frost silently marveled at this. The big shots in this world really liked doing such grassroots work. Not only did they do it themselves, but they also liked to force others to join in. The bishop of the Eris teaching division often went to communities to distribute eggs, while the kingdom's strongest paladin was distributing potions. And years ago he had polished the stained glass windows of the church for a long time to accumulate contributions to the church. Long time no see. I'm now a part-time teacher at this academy. Lay nodded, stuffing the potion into Night Frost's hand, her ice blue eyes pausing for a moment on his face. Are there any abnormalities with your body? If there are, come find me immediately. As she spoke, her fingers lightly brushed against the back of Night Frost's hand, twice before retracting. The movement was so quick that even Night Frost himself didn't notice. I'm in perfect health. Night Frost replied calmly as he received the potion. What if the butterfly effect disrupts necessary events because there are too many unwanted people in this school? An acquaintance. Erin peeked out from the side, her curious eyes darting between Lay and Night Frost. Well, in short, she's a strange person. Night Frost stuffed the potion into Erin's waist bag and thought for a moment before adding, but if you want to practice swordsmanship, you can find her. Although I haven't seen her, she's probably quite formidable. After saying that, he stepped into the maze entrance, his figure gradually fading in the dim passage. Lay stood in place, watching his back disappear into the darkness, her fingers gently tapping the edge of the wooden box. Then her gaze quickly returned to the registration form. I'm Erin Weir. Before catching up to Night Frost, Erin turned around and gave Lay a somewhat unstandard night. The visor of her helmet was still open, revealing her face, which was flushed from being stifled, but still wore a bright smile. Lay Weinstar. Lay slightly nodded and returned a perfectly standard knight's salute, her ice blue ponytail gently swaying behind her shoulder. She looked at the blonde girl encased in brand new armor before her, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Erin was just about to foolishly smile and turn to chase after Night Frost when her smile suddenly froze on her face. Her lips still held an upward curve, but her eyes widened uncontrollably. Weinstar, the Rose Knight, that Rose Knight. She instinctively repeated the name, her volume uncontrollably rising. The expression on her face was that of a rural girl completely crashing upon encountering a mythical figure for the first time. Even someone like her, who wouldn't even take a detour past a post station, had heard of this name. Not because it was in textbooks, their village's school didn't even have textbooks from the Paladin Order, but rather because the name itself was a legend. One of the kingdom's only 4 absolute powerhouses who reached level 100, a genius among geniuses who received the title of Paladin at the age of 12. Half of the protagonists in the adventure stories her grandmother told her bore this name. And now that very person was right in front of her. Just a moment ago, she had handed her a bottle of potion. Erin's mouth opened and closed, then opened again, finally letting out a weak tremor of sound. Then she abruptly turned around, sprinting into the maze entrance at the highest speed her newly bought armor could manage, creating a series of clanging sounds in the passage. Night Frost, do you know the Rose Knight? I don't know anyone with such an exaggerated title. Night Frost replied without looking back. He only knew one foolish paladin. His pace remained leisurely. Well, I'll go this way, and you go that way. Aren't we going together? Erin paused for a moment, looking around. Ahead, the passage split into 2 forks. The left side was covered with glowing moss, while the right side was damp from water seeping down from above. I don't think I ever agreed to form an adventure team with you. Night Frost stopped, although he had made backup plans, but he had never agreed to let her join his team. He glanced at her. Consider it a novice trial. Good luck on you. Then I will do my best. Erin blinked her blue eyes, saying pitifully. Lu Yu walked towards the entrance of the maze with his military strategist, who was also his close friend since childhood. With purple hair loosely tied up at the back, he twirled a silver coin between his fingers as he walked. It was Laurent von Escher. Although Shuang couldn't remember his name, she could only refer to him as the purple-haired guy. The second son of the Escher Marquis family, he possessed the A-grade talent illusionary realm and was a core strategist for Lu Ye's faction during the game. Specializing in illusion techniques and tactical command, his combat style was renowned for manipulating the psychological defenses of his opponents. However, in Shuang's eyes, he was just a second-rate fool. During the game, Shuang had only used him once, and that had led to him being permanently relegated to the carriage, gathering dust along with a set of discarded equipment. So you were played like this, huh? Laurent walked beside Lu Yu, flipping the silver coin from his index finger to his middle finger and then to his ring finger. His tone was laced with unmasked glee. Lu Yu did not respond, and the sound of his feet stepping on the stone slabs was heavier than before. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I've looked into it for you. Laurent flicked the coin into the air, caught it with one hand, but when he opened his palm, it was empty. The coin had slipped into his sleeve. The Yi family is just a collateral branch of one of the four great families. It doesn't matter whether they have that status or not. Plus, they voluntarily distanced themselves from the family over 10 years ago to become adventurers. How foolish can one be? Later they got into the academy thanks to a recommendation from the heiress church. But you should already know all this. He paused, glancing at Lu Yu with a knowing look. The one who defeated Brian and Roy was him, right? Get to the point. Lu Ye's smile remained unchanged, but the sound of his footfall became heavier as he stepped on a loose stone slab. In any case, your second challenge letter won't be delivered. Laurent shook the coin out of his sleeve and spun it between. Although it's a plan that even a fool could come up with to deal with him right here in the maze, right? The first level of the maze newbie trial, few people, dark paths, not many witnesses. What a great opportunity. That guy is quite strong, don't drag me down. Lu Yu stopped and turned his head to look at Laurent, his tone still calm and gentle. No worries, I am the strongest. Laurent smiled and casually waved to the teacher at the entrance, as if greeting an old friend. The girl named Lei, who was guarding the entrance, naturally heard their conversation. Her perceptive range was quite broad, and even the most casual remarks were heard clearly. However, she continued to distribute healing potions without pausing. Although seeing Yi Shuang's face was indeed uplifting for her spirit, she still had her work to do. As for these two who clearly intended to cause trouble, one was a third prince, and the other the second son of a marquis, they provided a perfect observation sample. Observing how Yi Shuang, the wielder of the great Sin class profession, would handle the hostility presented to him. The young teacher in charge of Class D was momentarily stunned as he saw the third prince approaching, then instinctively stepped forward. His lips moved, and when his voice squeezed out from his throat, it carried a momentum he himself deemed too weak. Your Highness, this is the designated route for Class D. According to Academy regulations, classes must proceed in order. I know. Lu Ye's tone was gentle and composed, even nodding slightly to the teacher in gratitude for the diligent reminder. But he did not stop his steps. Your Highness, according to the regulations, you cannot enter yet. The teacher called out again, this time with a slight increase in volume, but his conviction was evidently lacking. Lu Yu stopped, turning around. The motion was light, yet the young teacher's mouth gaped, and he could not utter an. It was a gaze inherently nurtured by the entire kingdom's system since childhood. There was no need for ferocity, for the other party had known since the first day of their birth that in this world there was no regulation that could not be modified for him. I'm just going to take a look. I will be back soon. His tone remained gentle, even carrying a hint of just the right amount of apology. After speaking, he turned around and walked into the passageway of Class D, with Laurent, their figures quickly swallowed by the glowing moss on the rock wall. The young teacher stood frozen, his mouth still agape, but he no longer knew what else to say. So that's how it is. What a cautious guy. Shen Xinhue stood by the entrance, observing this scene from start to finish. She had no particular reaction. Only after Lu Ye's figure completely disappeared did she let out a soft hum. Resolving matters in a sparsely populated maze was indeed a better option. At least it was better than having the third prince's corpse suddenly appear in the corridor. Although the opponent was a somewhat talented royal, dealing with him might be a bit troublesome. But that was a good thing. If Yi Shuang really took care of Lu Yu in the maze, then she could help him handle the aftermath a bit. Having him owe her a favor seemed quite advantageous. She repeatedly ran this scenario through her mind, growing more convinced of its feasibility. Right, after waiting for a while, and finding no one responding to her, she awkwardly turned her head. Song Yingxue was standing 3 steps away in front of other newly arrived girls from Class B, holding the Oath of the Windbreaker, with one hand the tail of the spear lightly tapping the ground. She and her 2 best friends were surrounded by 4 or 5 girls like a flower surrounded by petals. This spear really wasn't bought with money. Her tone was casual, as if she were commenting on the dessert from the cafeteria, but the smile that could not be suppressed at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. I got it while grinding in the dungeon with my boyfriend. It was from a deep-level boss, super hard to beat. She paused, feigning indifference as she twirled the spear shaft, the wind and thunder patterns on the silver-white spear shimmering in the sunlight. According to the equipment distribution rules, I shouldn't have gotten it, and my boyfriend insisted on giving it to me. He said this spear only suits you. I couldn't stop him at all. She sighed, putting on an expression of helplessness, then blinked her eyes and added, indeed, a boyfriend should be someone who generously gives his girlfriend spoils and gifts, right? She spoke without changing her expression. In reality, this person was the type to subconsciously count money, even when eating, always calculating precise reciprocation. Tian Curson covered her mouth while Lu Yin smiled, treating it as a joke. Although they were not present at the time, they were all too familiar with Yi Shuang's cold-blooded nature. Hey, deep level. Yingxue, you're amazing. I've never even been to the 3rd level. A girl with twin ponytails clasped her hands together, her eyes almost sparkling. Your boyfriend is so nice. My last boyfriend wouldn't even let me have a fine quality necklace. Another girl with short hair clutched her chest, her voice filled with genuine envy. I want to hear about the boyfriend. It's that handsome guy from Class D, right? Who pursued whom? A girl wearing a headband raised her hand, eager to answer like in class. Like a wild boar, Shuang leaned against the shadow of the rock wall, arms crossed, his expression blank as he watched Aaron from a distance. Aaron was gripping the brand-new longsword with both hands, charging at the slime in a clumsy assault stance utterly devoid of technique. She charged headlong, armor and all her boots scuffling against the slick stone floor in a rapid series of scraping sounds. Then the blade met the slime's translucent body with a dull, squelching thud. Aaron pinned the slime against the wall with her sword and body, impaling its core clean through. Mucus dripped down the blade onto her gauntlet, stretching into glistening strands. The girl panted heavily, her arms trembling from the exertion. Yet she fixed her gaze on the dissolving monster. Her eyes sparkled like blue gems. I won. I won. She cheered, raising her sword, the tip nearly scraping the rock wall behind her, celebrating her victory over the monster. Shuang looked away. He thought this was the 7th one shed killed. Surely she should be used to it by now. No need to celebrate every single time. Just then he saw the 3rd prince walk past him, accompanied by Laurent von Escher, who had purple hair. The two were completely oblivious to him lurking in the shadows. They strode straight toward the still cheering Aaron. You're the girl with Shuang. Aaron Vale, correct. Lu Yu spoke, his tone as gentle and composed as ever. Aaron looked up. Her eyes first fell on that perfectly sculpted face wearing a standard smile. The 3rd prince who had been constantly sending challenge letters to Shuang. Her mind identified him in a fraction of a second, and her body reacted before her brain could issue a... She stepped back, raised her sword, and kept it up. Yes, she replied, just 2 words with no honorific. Lu Yu's smile didn't waver. He tilted his head slightly, as if admiring a curious wild animal, then continued. Do you know where Shuang is now? I have some business with him. No. Aaron answered faster than before, as if blurting out the answer to a question she knew for sure. Her voice was muffled inside her helmet, but the hard edge in her tone cut through the metal visor, ringing clear in the quiet corridor. Lawrence's silver coin stopped between his fingers. He tilted his head slightly, as if had just discovered something more interesting than finding Shuang. No. Lu Yu repeated, his tone still gentle. Why should I tell you? Aaron stepped back again, her back hitting the rock wall behind her. Laurent suddenly laughed. Not a feigned social smile, but one of genuine amusement. He tossed the coin into the air, watching it spin several times in the cold light of the moss before landing neatly back in his palm. An interesting woman. Shuang in the shadows leaned against the wall and yawned again. He marveled that the other could utter such a line with a straight face. He felt a sudden urge to punch him. No sooner had Laurent spoken than the perception of all three was violently yanked by something. An instinctive alarm shot up from the base of their spines. Something was approaching from the depths of the passage. Its pace was unhurried, yet each footfall seemed to land in the gaps between heartbeats, sending unnaturally fine ripples across the puddles on the stone floor. The magical energy surging from the cave's depths was so dense it was nauseating. It was as if the putrid air of an entire cemetery had been compressed into a single narrow corridor. A massive white greatsword dragged behind it, its tip scraping across the stone floor, sending up a shower of sparks. A black goat's head atop a humanoid body covered in white wool. Nearly 3 meters tall, its goat skull was covered in a thin layer of black fur. Instead of eyes, its sockets held 2 quietly burning orbs of emerald light. LV-50 White Knight Dungeon Guardian. Such a monster should not have appeared on the first floor. But there was only one reason for its presence. Aaron Vale was a natural-born saintess. She wasn't one now only because no one knew she was. But the sentient dungeon knew. This was also a key mechanic from the game era. Whenever Aaron Vale entered the dungeon, each floor would automatically generate special dungeon creatures to hunt her down. Aaron's hand gripping the sword suddenly stopped trembling. Not from calmness, but because fear had passed the stage of muscle spasm and her body had switched to a more primal mode. What the hell is that thing? Lawrence's eyes widened and the silver coin between his fingers was crushed into his palm. As second years, their total level was only LV-15, this was something they couldn't possibly face. The sheer pressure alone was suffocating. His other hand was already forming seals behind his back. Not an attack spell, but the opening gesture for an illusion. An illusionist's instinct was to conceal himself first. Lu Yu's sword was drawn. Coiled around the blade was the faint shadow of an azure dragon. Scrayed talent dragon soul. Laurent. His voice remained steady. Got it. Illusionary magic spread from his fingertips, and several blurry phantoms materialized in the air, circling toward the White Knight's flanks. The White Knight paused. Its emerald eye sockets darted between the phantoms, as if discerning which one was the real threat. Then it swung its door-sized greatsword in a horizontal arc. With a single sweep, all 3 phantoms were sliced in half, dissolving into wisps of smoke in the damp, cold air. In the next instant, the White Knight was before Lu Yu. The greatsword swung horizontally. Its speed was more than double that of the earlier sweep against the phantoms. Lu Ye's blade met at the dragon's soul, letting out a roar. But he, along with his sword, was sent flying crashing into a rock wall over 10 meters away. As he slid down the stone surface, the blood he coughed up splattered across his school uniform. The azure dragon shadow on his sword flickered violently a few times. Just like before, it was a speed that seemed like teleportation to them. The White Knight stood before him again. It raised its greatsword once more, ready to cleave him in two. In that moment, Lu Yu saw every rusted groove on the blade. For the first time, he felt the breath of death, but the blow was firmly blocked by a long sword. Erin had somehow charged before him, using both hands to hold her longsword and withstand the vertical slash. A metallic shriek erupted from the point of impact between the two blades. Then she was flung back like a leaf caught in a gale, crashing heavily into the opposite wall. The White Knight didn't pursue Lu Yu. It turned its emerald eye sockets, locking onto Erin. Run! Lawrence's voice for the first time lacked its usual mocking edge. He maintained his illusion-casting hand seal and shouted to the other two. Then a thick fog materialized, swallowing the entire corridor. In the moment when the dense fog exploded, Luo Lang swiftly grabbed Lu Ye's arm and pulled him up from the ground. Lu Ye's school uniform was already soaked with blood, the azure dragon shadow on the sword flickering uncertainly. But he did not utter a sound when pulled up. He merely gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with his other hand. Move! Luo Lang's voice was extremely low. His other hand maintained the seal of his taloned illusory realm, his fingertips trembling slightly. The illusion mist was enough to disrupt the White Knight, consuming his magical power wildly with every passing second. Over there, Lu Yu said to him. Ai Lin struggled to climb up from the rubble. A dent from her shoulder to her waist marred her armor. The visor of her helmet was pushed open halfway, revealing one eye and half of her cheek, smeared with blood. That one got up by itself. Oh, let's hurry. He glanced over and quickly spoke. The three of them limped towards the entrance. Soon the white mist dispersed, and the White Knight shook its goat head, flaunting its nose to lock onto its target. Really finally back on track. Shuang emerged from the shadows, standing in front of the White Knight. He stood casually, his hands still in his pockets. I too am here for the survival of humanity. It truly is hard work. I really hope someone will give me the reward I deserve. The White Knight halted its steps. Those eerie green eye sockets rested on him for barely a heartbeat before it assumed a battle stance. The heavy sword lay across its front, its goat head slightly lowered, rear hooves scratching shallow grooves on the stone floor. The creature was sizing him up. Within its perception range, this human was on an entirely different level from the three it had encountered earlier. Shuang bent his left arm fist to his chest, extending his right hand to display the Tajini heavenly seal, parting his lips. Domain expand, true and false combat. The black barrier erupted around him, engulfing both him and the White Knight. The stone slab floor, the moss-covered rock walls, the stalactites hanging overhead. The scenery of the first layer of the maze was completely obscured in the instant the barrier expanded. In its place was an endless wasteland, the cracked earth extending beneath his feet to the horizon. The White Knight stood in the center of the wasteland, its eerie green eye sockets rapidly scanning the completely unfamiliar space around it. It tightened its grip on the heavy sword, the knuckles producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. At the entrance of the maze, Lei was distributing the last surplus healing potions to the lining up new students when her movements suddenly halted. She raised her head, her ice blue eyes narrowing slightly, penetrating the darkness of the entrance passage. Lady Lei, what's wrong? The young paladin responsible for the registration nearby noticed her unusual behavior, pausing his pen to ask. Lei did not respond. She had already sensed three rapidly approaching presences, one of which carried a distinct scent of blood, the other two chaotic and exhausted. And deeper within the sudden eruption of the barrier's fluctuations, that sensation of the soul being materialized was all too familiar to her. It was a domain, that person's domain. She placed the potion bottles into a wooden box and took a step towards the entrance. Lu Yu was half supported by Luo Lang as they rushed out of the maze. His school uniform was stained in a large patch of blood, the azure dragon shadow on the sword completely extinguished, his left leg dragging behind, leaving a shallow trail of blood with each step. Luo Lang's condition was not much better. His composed expression was washed clean by sweat, and maintaining the illusion realm for too long had left his complexion nearly translucent. Ai Lin was the last to rush out. The dent from her shoulder to her waist on her armor appeared even more shocking in the sunlight, the visor of her helmet completely deformed and stuck in a half-open position. Cracks on her single-handed sword had spread from the mid-length to near the guard. She bent over, resting on her knee, gasping heavily, sweat and unclean blood dripping from her chin onto the stone slab floor. What happened? Lei quickly walked forward, her voice steady and calm. Her gaze swept over the three, already assessing the severity of their injuries. Several teachers and student council members immediately surrounded them. The young teacher in charge of Class D turned pale upon seeing the bloodied appearance of the third prince, his face turning whiter than the attendance sheet in his hand. An elite monster above LV50, a goat-head creature, a monster that shouldn't appear in the first layer. Luo Lang managed to squeeze out a few words and fragments, then raised his hand to point towards the depths of the maze entrance. Lei's eyes flickered. She quickly issued commands to the two paladins beside her. You stay here and help them with their injuries. Stabilize any fractures, first prioritize stopping the blood loss. She gripped her sword and directly entered her magical armor, instantaneously equipping. Understood. The two quickly moved forward, one to support Lu Yu, the other taking out bandages and hemostatic potions from their storage bag. Lady Lei. The safety of the students outside. The young teacher tried to stop her, but halfway through his words he swallowed them back, caught in Lei's fierce gaze that resembled a beast. Maintain order at the entrance. Until I come out, no one is allowed to enter. After finishing, Lei walked into the darkness of the maze, the silver-white, holy light patterns swiftly disappearing into the dim corridor. Lu Yu leaned against the stone pillar by the entrance, allowing the paladin to tend to his wounds. He remained silent for a while before raising his head to look at Ai Lin, who was still catching her breath. Her armor had already been removed by the Academy's healer, her single-handed sword resting beside her. Thank you. His voice was hoarse, but his tone no longer carried that gentle and refined social manner. He paused as if weighing his words, then added, that sword of yours blocked very timely. Luo Lang leaned against another stone pillar, having another paladin help him with the abrasions on his arm. Hearing Lu Yu speak, he turned to look at Ai Lin, the corners of his mouth curling into a weary smile. Indeed, thanks to you. I thought we were both going to meet our end inside, chased by something LV50. It would have been a story to boast about in the tavern. Ai Lin raised her head and glanced at them, her sea blue eyes showing no surprise. There was no ripple in her demeanor from being thanked by the prince. Instead, she blinked and spoke slightly excitedly. No need to thank me. I just did what I was supposed to do. However, if you could refrain from sending challenge letters to the future team leader Yi Shuang, I would be even more grateful. Lu Yu's expression stiffened for a moment. All right, for your sake. Anyway, Yi Shuang won't pay attention to you. Ai Lin instinctively replied, her tone carrying an air of boastfulness from somewhere. Luo Lang finally couldn't help but chuckle. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear amid the fatigue of having survived a disaster. It caused the paladin beside him, who was bandaging him, to have to hold his arm down, resulting in him donning a mask of pain. Stay still, the wound isn't stabilized yet. Luo Lang raised his other hand in a gesture of surrender. Ai Lin flipped her sword over, looking at the crack that ran from the middle of the blade to near the guards, slightly frowning, as it was her first sword that had broken. This was also the first gift she received from her first friend, Yi Shuang, upon arriving in the central city. What is that person doing? How could they let Ai Lin get hurt? Song Yingxue stood at the edge of the crowd, looking from a distance at Ai Lin, who was receiving treatment from Lu Yin, and sighed. Her Oath of the Wind Chaser was still in her hand, the gun's tail resting on the ground, but the pride she felt had already dissipated significantly. Then I will go treat her, but I don't think the captain is in any danger. You shouldn't worry too much. Lu Yin walked out from beside her, smiling and comforting her, her tone light and cheerful, as if saying it's my turn to shine now. Even though she was a sorceress who always wanted to summon demons from hell to be her pets, her talent was still in the offensive category. Yet she had maxed out various support skills. Compared to her own strength, her skill allocation was purely for the convenience of employment. On the other side of the crowd, Shen Qingyue was crossing her arms, her gaze passing over the throng of restless heads and settling on the dark passageway of the labyrinth entrance. Her fingers gently tapped twice on her arm, then she turned to Song Yingxue and Tian Kursen, saying, "Are you going?" "I'm going in anyway." Song Yingxue leaned the gun against her shoulder. "Let's go. The paladin is also here, so there shouldn't be any danger." "I was waiting for you to say that." Tian Kursen had already taken the round shield from her back and strapped it to her arm. The sound of the straps tightening echoed her face, displaying a readiness that had been waiting for a long time to "What? Why are you looking at me?" Shen Qingyue already noticed her two teammates staring intently at her, their gazes more and more. "Of course, it's for the group invisibility spell. Hurry up and cast it," Song Yingxue urged, her tone implying that otherwise they'd have nothing left. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyue tilted her head slightly. She loosened her left arm, her fingers brushing lightly against her other arm. After about 5 seconds, she finally spoke, her voice a few shades lower than usual. "I can't use invisibility spell." "What?" Song Yingxue looked at her in disbelief. "Is that true? I always thought Yu was the type of versatile genius who could do anything." Tian Kursen's mouth hung open, having forgotten to lower her shield, her expression one of genuine surprise. "You're sometimes quite sharp-tongued," Song Yingxue remarked after hearing her friend's comeback, reaching out to ruffle Tian Kursen's hair, burying her into her chest. "I'm an elemental attack mage," Shen Qingyue spoke, her face flushed. "It's hard to believe you just said so confidently. Are you going?" "I'm going in anyway. How are you planning to go in just now?" Song Yingxue looked at the teachers who had gathered at the labyrinth entrance. Shen Qingyue did not answer, merely turning her face away. I knew I should have left Lu Yin behind. Song Yingxue scratched her head wondering if she should just rush in. The profession of a mage is inherently about continually learning and enhancing magical skills, yet this genius before her chose not to study. Meanwhile, a terrifying scream erupted from the entrance of the labyrinth. Ah, so disgusting. So disgusting. AI Lin felt fear for the first time in her life. Lu Yan's hands radiated a murky green light. AI Lin's wounds were being stitched in an exceedingly repulsive manner, with granulation tissue emerging from the edges of the wound like awakened insect eggs. Haha, the sorcerer's healing spell stimulates your own flesh and blood to heal, leaving no scars. Ordinary healing spells can't achieve that. Lu Yan explained with a smile, her green light brightening further. But it's so terrifying. AI Lin closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. That goat-head monster from earlier wasn't as terrifying. At least the White Knight just hacked at her, without making her watch her own body, writhing like a living creature. This is your illusion. Lu Yan maintained her spell, without changing her expression. Lei pressed against the hilt of her sword, swiftly navigating the labyrinth, following the familiar magical fluctuations. The silvery white holy light patterns traced a straight beam of light through the darkness. Then she saw that the black circular barrier shattered before her eyes, as if it had been cracked open from within. The fragments turned into countless tiny specks of light that dispersed into the air, revealing Shuang standing still, holding a goat's head. The severed neck still bore icy blue crystal debris. Behind him, the tall body of the White Knight was slowly collapsing, its surface covered with a layer of spreading frost. The sound of it hitting the ground kicked up a small cloud of dust in the passage. You arrived really quickly. Shuang greeted her casually, tossing the goat's head over. Lei caught the goat's head with one hand, its weight heavier than she expected. The pair of dark green eye sockets had completely extinguished, and the black fur of the goat's head looked stiff after being covered in frost. Then please say it was you who defeated it. Shuang added. You thieves really love to hide your strength. Lei looked down at the goat's head in her hand, then back at his calm face, which looked nothing like someone who had just finished a hard battle. After all, hiding strength slowly increases experience points. Shuang nodded, not denying it. And you particularly enjoy talking nonsense. I'm not a novice adventurer, so I don't have such benefits. Lei stuffed the goat's head into her storage bag behind her. So what happened? This kind of thing shouldn't appear on the first layer. How would I know? Shuang pretended not to know anything. Don't blame this mutated creature on me, I don't have that kind of ability. After a moment of silence, Lei sighed. Fine. Let's say I defeated it. Wasn't it you who defeated it? Then Shuang nodded and took a step towards the exit. After staying in the dim passages of the underground city for too long, even normal sunlight seemed particularly glaring. Shuang used his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, and it took several seconds for his vision to clear from blurry to sharp, finally seeing the scene outside the entrance. In addition to the class freshmen who were already lined up here, the area was also crowded with students from other grades who had rushed over upon hearing the news. A dozen teachers and student council members were maintaining order, along with 2 paladins who were performing follow-up checks on Lu Yu and Luo Lang. The air was filled with the distinct metallic scent of hemostatic agents mixed with the murmurs of the crowd that were hushed, yet not completely silenced. A young teacher nearby was patting his chest, feeling he had managed to keep his job. After all, letting the students from Class S in first did not comply with regulations. Moreover, the prince was injured. After registering at the exit, as soon as Shuang stepped out of the labyrinth, a hand pulled him over. Song Yingxue's hand patted down his shoulder to his arm, then carefully checked his wrist, her movements professional, as if she were conducting airport security. You're not injured, right? No. Though I already knew that. Song Yingxue released his wrist, her tone suddenly softening, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment. But I was still a bit worried when I saw AI Lin was hurt. It's fine, I'm very strong. True, if you really encountered danger you would prioritize escaping yourself. Song Yingxue nodded, acknowledging other aspects. That's a bit too much. Tian Kursen peeked out from behind Song Yingxue, glancing at Shuang, and then at Song Yingxue, covering her mouth, and saying, showing off affection again, how annoying. Lu Yan had just finished treating Aaron and wiping her hands, added with a smile. I just stitched up an injured person, how can you not flaunt your love in front of the wounded? It's not good for healing. Aaron stood up, looking at her wound, which had truly left no scar, and then heard Lu Yan's words. Was the wound stitched up? Shuang asked Aaron, are you okay? Aaron, affected by the mental pollution, nodded pitifully. But the armor and weapons are damaged. Don't worry about it, it means the armor did its job. This problem made Shuang recall bad memories. Anyway, it was mass-produced, so it doesn't matter. Oh, by the way, Shuang, did you see? Were you following me to watch my— Aaron suddenly remembered something important, and made a guess. How did I perform? Was it qualified? Can I join the team now? Blocking that sword definitely counts as qualified. Of course. Aaron's eyes instantly lit up. No. Shuang crossed her arms in front of her chest. The light in her eyes was extinguished in an instant. That's just bullying. Song Yingxue sighed beside her, her tone carrying a complex emotion of both sympathy and amusement. That's called a reasonable judgment. Yi Shuang replied without changing her expression. Yi Shuang, you're really terrible. Erin's cheeks puffed up, alternating between anger and grievance. After the labyrinth incident, the new semester schedule was completely filled. Yi Shuang still sat in the last row by the window, reclining her chair at a precarious angle. The only difference was that after returning from the labyrinth, he hadn't actively spoken to Erin again. At first Erin thought she was just overthinking it. On the first, second, and third days they clearly sat on opposite sides of the same desk with their elbows no more than the length of a textbook apart. But that invisible wall was just there. Erin wasn't a fool. Growing up in the countryside, she didn't possess the social skills that nobles had, using smiles to push their opponents away at tea parties. But because of this, she was even more sensitive to the subtle changes in the distance between people. If the neighbor in the countryside suddenly stopped borrowing eggs from you, it meant they had done something wrong to your family. If Yi Shuang suddenly stopped speaking to her, there must have been a problem. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. She did get knocked away by the White Knight in the labyrinth, but that shouldn't count as doing something wrong, right? Her injury had healed. As for the team situation, she had only asked a few more times. If the other party didn't agree, that was fine, as she didn't have to join right now. She couldn't think of any reason that would cause Yi Shuang to suddenly distance herself from her. But she still distanced herself. On the fourth day during lunch break, Erin didn't go to the cafeteria. Erin sat on a bench with her knees hugged the hem of her school uniform, swaying gently in the wind. Her golden hair covered most of her face, revealing only a silent profile. I found you, Tian Kursin said, bending over. Song Yingxue sat down next to her. She didn't ask what was wrong. Such a question, knowing it's asking for something, was too foolish. Kursin. Erin didn't raise her head, her voice muffled, as if speaking to the loose button on her knee. Did I do something wrong? No. Tian Kursin replied instantly. No, it's the captain's problem. Luyan agreed. It shouldn't be. Song Yingxue's response was soft, but certain. Then why is he ignoring me? Erin finally raised her head, her sea blue eyes reddening, but not crying, just a thin layer of moisture shimmering in the cool afternoon sunlight. During the labyrinth, he even helped pay for my gear, lent me a necklace, and told me it was better to choose a swordsman, and then suddenly just ignored me. He probably realized he was overprotecting you, thinking he interfered too much with your future, and immediately, Shun Qingyue said from the side. Is that so? Song Yingxue paused after hearing Shun Qingyue's thoughts, biting her lip. Overprotecting. Erin blinked, her eyelashes still holding a trace of undried moisture. It's like finding a rare animal. After raising it, you discover you have no hunting ability, and release the dog back into the forest. You have any insights? But you're his girlfriend, so you should know better than I do. Shun Qingyue turned her gaze to Song Yingxue. No, he went to conquer the swamp these past 2 days. I thought he had switched to a state full of little steel balls. Song Yingxue sighed. What is the swamp? Shun Qingyue asked coldly, her instincts telling her not to pursue the matter. Haven't you seen the manga based on that? The evil goddess caused countless families to be ruined with the machine called the swamp. Now the evil goddess was left with only one small steel ball store. The greatest income for the Eris Church came from monopolizing this business. As a benevolent deity, the goddess Eris determined the number of times each believer could play on the machine daily, based on how much they could earn, ensuring no one would be ruined. After all, adventurers experience a lot of pressure and cannot be completely restricted. Therefore, they monopolize this aspect entirely. Once the last store is taken down, they can completely monopolize it within the kingdom. Just read for your doctorate. Why make it sound so grand? Shun Qingyue said expressionlessly. The prize includes 9th-tier magic scrolls, and so on. Why do these churches like to include such things as prizes and pachinko? Are the people in the church all sick? Shun Qingyue closed her eyes and pressed her knuckles against her forehead. As a mage, she felt the need to study the operational models of all churches. What do the priests think of high-tier magic scrolls? Are those things something they can mass-produce? I don't know. I don't believe in religion. Song Yingxue shrugged, and then fell silent for a few seconds. She reached out and gently ruffled Erin's hair, her fingers moving slowly through the golden strands. I've known him for 3 years. If he really dislikes someone, it wouldn't be like this. He wouldn't even bother to nod. If he dislikes you, he would just ignore you directly. Really? Erin looked up at her, the moisture in her eyes still not completely dried. He cares about you so much that it scares me. Just to be clear, if Yi Shuang likes you, I won't give you the position of the main wife. Main wife? After hearing this, Erin covered her face with both hands, her earlobes turning almost translucent from embarrassment. Just thinking about that scene caused her brain to overload completely. Can I also be the main wife, Your Honor? Tian Kursin once again recommended herself, her hand raised so fast, it left an afterimage. So familiar. Give my shoulders a rub. Song Yingxue leaned back, touched by the last 4. Okay, Your Honor. Tian Kursin happily placed her hands on Song Yingxue's shoulders and began to rub with great effort. About 3 seconds later, Song Yingxue opened her eyes in enjoyment and nodded as if seriously evaluating the flavor of a dish. It really doesn't work. I can't stand people I'm too familiar with. Tian Kersen's fingers paused on Song Yingxue's shoulders, then slowly moved up along her neck, precisely pinching her throat. So flattery is useless, I told you to just go cheat. Lu Yan sighed. At this moment on the other side, little brother, can we win? At the entrance of the Goddess Dice main store, Iris asked Shuang with a grin. The white-haired girl was rarely not wearing her leather armor today, but had changed into what looked like casual clothes bought from a nearby stall, her stats still swaying in front of her as usual. The shop sign in front of her featured a golden die wrapped in vines. The business hours sign below had flipped to open, and the door cracks still let out the sound of clinking coins and occasional cheers or wails. It's okay, oh I'm the strongest. Shuang flexed her wrist and pushed open the glass door. Really, no matter the era, it's always so troublesome, swamp. Shuang walked out of the shop holding 3 scrolls and declared her victory. Although his expression seemed to indicate he was terrified, covering his face to prevent others from seeing how close he was to being scared to death. Moreover, the money was gone and his assets were essentially wiped out. After all the steel balls used for trading had already been exchanged for magic scrolls. He looked down at his empty purse, which still contained 11 gold coins. Thanks to Shen Qingyue for giving him some gold coins, he should increase her chances. To be honest, for the followers of Eris, as long as they don't touch the machine in the swamp. Such places are shops where high-level scrolls are purchased at the price of raw materials. Those with bad luck might face a super high guarantee costing 2 or 3 times more, but even high-level scroll shops don't have access to the 9th-tier magic scrolls of the priest class. Hey. Elise, sweating profusely, stood beside him. So scary, the shopkeeper is so terrifying. She was somewhat frightened by the fierce glare of the shopkeeper. She was quite timid about creating trouble in others' shops, which is why she had called Shuang to come with her, putting in most of the money herself. She completely dared not enter the shop alone. Suddenly the door was kicked open from the inside, slamming against the wall with a loud crash, shaking the bell on the door to jingle loudly. This gave Elise a start. The shopkeeper, dressed in a cheap house, stepped over the threshold in high heels, holding up a freshly written wooden sign, the ink still wet, turning it around to place it prominently at the entrance. The sign was crookedly written with 2 lines in a fierce font. No entry for Eris and dogs. The shopkeeper dusted off the non-existent dust on her hands and shouted into the shop. Salt. Salt. According to the agreement with the followers of Eris, we won't do business here anymore. Damn it, not allowing others to earn a dime. A girl with bangs covering her eyes responded from behind the counter, bringing out a bag of coarse salt. She expressionlessly began to sprinkle the salt into the gaps of the floor tiles at the entrance, her movements so practiced it seemed as if she had rehearsed it countless times. Being deemed a heretic is quite unpleasant. Shuang felt a bit displeased. The agreement stated that if the followers of Eris won 10 times at the swamp, the Church of the Goddess of Evil promised not to engage in doctoral business. After all, the Church of the Goddess of Evil had many businesses and did not lack this bit. Furthermore, listening to the prayers of the followers of Eris in the shop, which constantly lowered their sun value, was quite bothersome. Then, according to the agreement, they'll take these 2. Elise pretended not to hear and took 2 scrolls from Shuang's arms. All right. Just leave 1 for me. Shuang nodded, looking down at the remaining scroll in her arms. 1 should be enough. Meanwhile, in the girls' meeting. First is special training. According to Shen Qingyue, Shuang wants you to be independent, which is why she is ignoring you. Song Yingxue clenched her fists, looking as if she were the leader. In Shuang's single dormitory, the originally spacious space was now filled with a bed and 2 floor mats, leaving only a narrow passage from the door to the desk. Song Yingxue, wearing black knee-high socks and no shoes, walked back and forth in the room, her feet making slight sounds on the wooden floor. Special training. Sitting in a chair, Aileen's eyes widened and 2 sparks ignited in her sea blue pupils. It was the classic trope that must exist in every story. She had heard countless tales of adventurers growing up, and every protagonist would undergo special training before growing stronger. Now it was finally her turn. Well, first enchant your talent onto the sword. Although it's an A-level talent, it can still develop your magical control abilities. Shen Qingyue leaned against the desk with her arms crossed, pointing at the one-handed sword Aileen had just replaced. Shuang's strength has given me some understanding. For adventurers, perhaps talent isn't that important after all, as he doesn't rely much on talent. However, if that person has strong talent, they will become even stronger. Lu Yin sat on the edge of the bed, supporting herself with her hands on the mattress. Don't say discouraging things while trying to encourage others. Shen Qingyue sighed. Is that so? Aileen obediently picked up the newly replaced one-handed sword, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to try. She focused her consciousness on the sword body, imagining the tiny sphere of holy light flowing from her palm. It flowed along the sword handle to the guard, and then to the blade. Soon a very faint golden glow appeared on the sword blade. You have quite a talent for magic. You succeed. You might as well change your class to a mage. Shun Qingwei raised her eyebrows. Aileen opened her eyes looking at the faintly glowing golden light on the sword, silently thinking indeed, everyone recommends changing to my own profession. Idiot. Song Yingxue suddenly interjected, startling Aileen, causing her to tremble and extinguish the light on the sword. As a swordsman, you should stick to the physical class for now. Consider switching to magic or physical after reaching level 15. Oh, and remember that the foundation for swordsmen is their body. The first thing to do is muscle training. Song Yingxue gave her advice, bending down to pull out the dumbbells she had hidden under the bed. The dumbbells made a dull thud as they hit the table, causing the surface to shake slightly. The physical qualities gained from divine blessings, and those acquired through exercise and training can be stacked, especially at level 1, when divine blessings haven't taken effect much. She dusted off her hands, and then looked at Aileen. What's your strength? 19. Aileen scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her strength was somewhat low, just average. Lu Yan's elbow slipped from the mattress. Tian Kerson's mouth fell open, her expression indicating she had heard some inhumane statistic. When she was a level 1 warrior, she only had 11 points of strength, which was already considered above average initial stats for the warrior class. Well, that's not a problem at all. You're quite talented. Song Yingxue fell silent for a moment before expressionlessly putting the dumbbells back under the bed, patting Aileen's shoulder, her tone carrying a kind of acknowledgement that you're already strong. By the way, this person's strength was 22 when her level 1 talent hadn't awakened. Moreover, she was doing various targeted training to avoid gaining muscle for aesthetic purposes. If it weren't for the sake of beauty, it could have been even higher. Both sides were doing what they found enjoyable. During the day, Aileen was undergoing special training, while Shuang heard some news in the school corridor. The third prince had a falling out with his fiancée, the Duchess. It was said that the Duchess publicly slapped the third prince, making such a commotion that even the neighboring teaching building could hear it. A month passed quietly in the rhythm of each side enjoying themselves. Aileen trained every day. The hacking motions with the one-handed sword transitioned from clumsy to smooth, and the holy light enchantment on the blade changed from flickering to a stable, continuous pale golden halo. Meanwhile, Shuang completely ignored Aileen during this month. Although they sat on opposite sides of the same desk, it felt as if there was an invisible barrier between them. Whenever Aileen stole glances at him, he was always looking out the window. When she gathered her courage to call his name, he would nod and then leave for the corridor. Like a beginner guide NPC that automatically exits once the training task is set. For Shuang, he finally received the news he wanted to hear. The third prince had a falling out with his fiancée, the Duchess. Although there was no mention of who slapped whom, public quarrels were already disastrous for face-conscious nobles. Shuang leaned against the corridor window, gazing at the gray sky outside, a rare smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Finally back on track. No, it should be said that it was even smoother than expected. The main storyline was advancing automatically, and the protagonists were each in their places. Humanity was preserved. Although that Duchess was somewhat pitiful for the survival of humanity and for my peaceful daily life. She should go and be the villainess. It's all a necessary sacrifice. Harvest Festival. This is an agricultural era celebration preserved after the fusion of Eastern and Western humans in the kingdom. The Adventurers Guild also takes this opportunity to host drinking competitions, with prizes typically being a barrel of wine brewed by a retired old adventurer. However, at the Sacred Martial Academy, the students only care about two things: the ability to eat and drink freely and the absence of classes. The venue for the ball is set in the central banquet hall of the academy, with the magical crystal chandelier above adjusted to a warm golden festival mode. The long table is covered with dark red velvet cloth, filled with roasted meats, desserts, and rows of polished wine glasses. A band is playing a rather inconspicuous waltz in the corner, drowned out by the conversations of hundreds of people, leaving only faint traces of the string music. What's wrong? You look quite happy. Song Yingxue squeezed back from the crowd, holding 2 cups of juice, shoving one into Shuang's hand. Tonight she wore a deep purple evening gown, the hem reaching just to her ankles. Her hair, rarely styled, was braided into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her long neck and a pair of delicate pearl earrings. No, it's nothing. Shuang stood at the edge of the dance floor, leaning against the wall, shoving a piece of cake into his mouth. He never had much resistance to desserts. Just thinking about witnessing the classic scene of a 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West play out with the young lady, publicly rejected, made him unable to suppress a smile. Thus the world line finally stabilized. He took a sip of the juice. By the way, you look stunning. Shuang rarely offered honest compliments. Just a change in hairstyle brought about a different charm. He hoped she wouldn't wear this outfit tonight. Are you trying to make me wear this? Song Yingxue leaned closer to him, her shoulder gently brushing against his, her tone that of an old married couple who had seen through each other long ago. Yes. Shuang nodded faster than his brain could process. This outfit is quite expensive. I bought it with my monthly allowance. I can't do anything about it. Oh, let's just go to the inn afterwards. How could I accept something like this? A shouting voice came from a distance. A sudden uncontrolled roar pierced through the lifeless waltz of the band, exploding in the banquet hall. Song Yingshu's eyes lit up almost reflexively. Her love for such scenes far surpassed any festive delicacies, almost equating to her boyfriend. She grabbed Shuang's wrist and began to squeeze toward the densest part of the crowd. Don't drag me along. Shuang remained slightly resisting, but despite the force he was still pulled several steps. Song Yingshu turned her head, puffed out, her cheeks, points deducted. Then she let go of his hand, putting on a face of I'm just an ordinary passerby, watching the fun skillfully weaving into the heart of the crowd. Shuang stood on the outskirts of the crowd, leaning against the wall. Victoria von Eisenberg, the young lady of the Duke's family, although having the Duke's support would make the subjugation of the Demon King smoother. But no, the male leads in the female-oriented storylines are too dim-witted. The kingdom's polygamy, a legal arrangement that could satisfy everyone, is left unused. To discuss the greatest asset he gained from claiming the throne, the Duke of Eisenberg, the young lady at the center of the crowd, was standing there. Her deep red evening gown had a large wine stain, likely the source of the earlier sound of shattering glass. Her fingers clenched the hem of the gown, knuckles wide enough to almost pierce through the thin silk, her entire being resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Do you know what that woman has done? Victoria's voice was not loud, but each word trembled with the edge of losing control, magnified several times in the now quiet banquet hall. Shuang listened from afar, his mind racing through the possibilities. Oh, is this the reverse harem plot? His heart sank half an inch. Erin is terrifying. That child is indeed a humanoid succubus, isn't she? In his gaming days, triggering this event required stats at the third playthrough. He silently raised Erin's danger rating in his mind. He would have to keep a greater distance from that child in the future. Although he wanted a harem, he absolutely could not accept being a part of a reverse harem. He was not a noble and had no strange preferences. I've known about such matters for a long time. The voice of the third prince emerged from the center of the crowd, still maintaining that warm and stable tone. She allowed me to find redemption and was willing to listen to my troubles. Indeed, she is a charming woman, another man's voice followed. However, the one she loves most in her heart should be me. After all, I was the first. Lawrence's voice was exceptionally clear, infused with that signature lazy confidence. These few words instantly ignited the emotions of all the girls present. Screams and laughter mingled together, while some covered their mouths, expressing sentiments of I wish someone would say that to me too. Some jumped excitedly in place, tugging at their companions' sleeves, while others sighed, with elongated tones, how enviable. The banquet hall transformed from its earlier silence into a recording scene of a large romantic reality show. Then Shuang, as a professional, keenly captured the next voice with his superior hearing. Pick it up. Victoria's voice was pressed low, but in the suddenly quiet banquet hall, each word hammered into the air like nails. You witch who deceived them all. She is a saint. Shuang corrected the wording, meaningless in his mind, then prepared to stand up and leave. The situation was already set. There was no need to watch any longer. Let's book a hotel. It's a festival today, and if we delay, there won't be any rooms left. Erin, why are you here? He blinked. Wearing a gown, Erin stood before him, puffing out her cheeks and staring at him with a look of accumulated grievance that had built up over a whole month. She had also changed into a gown tonight, the light blue hem reaching just above her knees, her hair unusually smooth, cascading down her shoulders. So how do you like the gown? She twirled half a circle, her tone carrying a daring air. Song Yingshu helped her choose it, saying, he will definitely notice, and she reluctantly wore it. But she was truly embarrassed to say that she was not prepared to be a concubine. At that time she had inexplicably not answered, but felt that Yingshu's attitude towards her was different. Such things were hard to articulate. At this point, it was already unspeakable. Although, it seemed alright. This way everyone could stay together for life. She shook her head at this thought, reclaiming her sense of shame. Quite beautiful. Shuang nodded, his tone unusually sincere. Then, without any build-up, his brain jumped directly to the next question. By the way, how is your relationship with the third prince? After not talking for a month, your first question is this? Erin let go of her gown, tilted her head, and thought, her tone casual. We've spoken twice. Because I saved his life. Saying this, she lifted her chin, brimming with confidence. I told him not to send you challenge letters anymore, and later, he sent me a pastry as a return gift. Then they hadn't spoken again. Shuang raised the cup of juice to his lips, slowly finishing it, replenishing. Thus he deliberately kept his distance, fearing that Erin's relationship with the third prince would worsen because of him, causing the main storyline to deviate. It was a mistake. He should have maintained the relationship to confirm progress. What to do in the future? He pondered for a moment, realizing that this situation seemed to have only one answer. Can forcefully breaking the deadlock be an option? Am I going to fight the strongest demon king in history with the Saintess? Is that for real? Wait a minute. Who is arguing in the middle of the ball? Surely the Duke's daughter wouldn't be arguing with the heir just to advance the plot. What's wrong are you going to thank me at? Erin tilted her head as she looked at him, her tone carrying a hint of expectation. She had indeed helped him deal with the troublesome third prince. Although her method was merely a casual block of a sword, the outcome was that the challenge letter from the third prince had never appeared again. She felt she deserved some recognition for this achievement. Thank you. Shuang averted her gaze, responding vaguely. Please wait a moment. He intended to confirm the situation inside with his own eyes. He would never trust hearsay again. He bent down and slipped through the crowd like an eel, pushing his way to the front. And then he saw them. Red hair, blue hair, green hair, black hair, purple hair. 5 individuals with hair of various colors stood in a line. The main characters of the female protagonist's storyline all present. But behind them stood a blonde girl. Not Erin, but another one. Her golden hair cascaded to her waist, and her gown was pure white, appearing particularly desolate under the warm golden lights of the banquet hall. She stood there in a pitiful posture behind the 5 divine beings. The practical noble adventurer with red hair, marked by Shuang as an athletic type. The blue-haired son of the sword saint. The green-haired fop, whom Shuang felt was a eunuch. The black-haired fool prince who had broken ties with love and the duke. If it weren't for the saintess, he would have had nothing to do with the term inheritance ever again. And the purple-haired good for nothing. Shuang's gaze swept across the 5 individuals. Who is this? Shuang looked expressionlessly at the woman behind them. He couldn't recall this character from the game. Although he often forgot people's names, he still remembered their faces. Was the world line forcibly corrected? No, that shouldn't exist. Then there is only one remaining possibility. Like him, she is a reincarnator. Or rather, this possibility is even greater. After all, those 5 fools would be quite easy to handle once they had the information. As long as he triggers their events one by one before Erin does, and avoids all plot pitfalls with a god's eye view, it wouldn't be impossible to recruit them all into his party. Much simpler than during the game. With this thought, a dark resolve ignited in Shuang's eyes, as someone who fully understood the dark rule that companions are benefactors while secretly wishing for each other's downfall. He felt no emotion of meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Nor did he wish to exchange a cryptic signal with them. When he truly realized someone could threaten his survival and security, only one thought crossed his mind. It would be best if there was only one reincarnator. Then Victoria, I will be her dual proxy. The third prince bent down, picked up the white glove that had been thrown on the ground, and tossed it back. Your Highness. Victoria looked at the third prince, her anger having faded significantly. To be honest, she was already starting to regret it. Even if she had to argue, it shouldn't have been at the Harvest Festival ball in front of half the school. Ha! Laurent laughed as he clapped his hands. Count me in, I am confident in my swordsmanship. The son of the sword saint crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. That's quite impressive. However, I can't ignore the term slut. I need you to correct it. The green-haired youth raised a finger, his voice gentle, yet each word carried an unyielding firmness. After the duel, you must sincerely apologize. Good idea. The red-haired athlete grinned, cracking his knuckles. Shuang looked expressionlessly at the divine beings exchanging their scripted lines. Memories of being tormented by the female protagonist's storyline began resurrecting deep within his mind. How he wished to destroy everyone who uttered those lines. What happened? Where did the previous momentum go? The red-haired athlete tilted his head, lifting his chin toward Victoria. You should find a proxy as well, or will you step into the arena yourself? The red-haired athlete tilted his head, lifting his chin toward Victoria. You should find a proxy as well. Shuang's brain completed its final calculation, and he took a step forward. The risk of assassination was too high. If he was going to act, it would have to be hidden legally, and openly defeating them one by one. The third prince was no longer useful. However, at that very moment, someone grabbed the corner of his clothing from behind. Song Yingxue looked shocked, her expression filled with the words, "What are you doing? Idiot. Idiot. That's royalty, just take a look." She had been enjoying the gossip moments ago, but now she discovered her boyfriend was trying to bring home the fire from the neighboring room. And beside her, Tian Kersen and Lu Yin, who were also dressed in gowns, clapped in admiration. I actually dislike lofty nobles, so being able to properly deal with the biggest fool among them is quite satisfying to me. Song Yingxue silently let go of her grip, took out her phone in a daze, and began to think about how to express herself so that her parents could protect her boyfriend from getting himself played into a guillotine. Moreover, she seemed to be a noble as well. Shuang then walked to the center of the venue next to Victoria and picked up the tossed white glove from the ground. Then I will be the proxy here. Shuang stepped out, rarely showing a smile. Who? The son of the sword saint instinctively muttered as he saw a completely unrelated person stepping forward. Shuang, do you want to be the Duke's dog? Laurent recognized him and began giving introductions to the others. Before enrollment, he was a famous adventurer teaming up with the SS-ranked talent Shin Qingyue to delve deep into the labyrinth. However, since his talent was only grade, he wasn't admitted. Later he entered as a special student through a recommendation from the Elysian Church. He's the one who has been playing our foolish prince like a fiddle. The third prince was not angry at his friends, teasing, merely redirecting his gaze back to Shuang. I seldom let you go in consideration of Aaron. Do you want to duel with me? Can I be the proxy? Shuang completely ignored him, turning to the still-dazed Victoria, his tone unexpectedly polite. Please do. Victoria, whose brain had descended into chaos, responded instinctively. That's good, Shuang said, turning around to face the 5 divine beings again. So your condition is that if I lose I must apologize to that guy, eh? Shuang asked the group. Yes, and you must not interfere with my matters with Molly. Molly? Is that a name? I've never heard of it. Shuang confirmed in his heart. If I win I hope there will be no more such behavior relying on power. I don't think that's very good. Molly and Shuang locked eyes for a moment, their gazes quickly retreating like turtles. Was that original dialogue? This person is indeed a reincarnator. Their aura isn't strong, rather weak, only LV1. Just like himself, does he want the miracle skill? Or is he just a simple useless person? There are countless powerful items in this world, and while Shuang initially planned to steadily level up and safely recover, he now intended to seize every opportunity to reclaim what he could. That's exactly how it is. To drive a wedge between us, you'd actually say something like that? What a despicable person. The third prince was visibly enraged after hearing this, his usually warm and placid eyes rare flickering with flames of anger. That sort of thing doesn't matter. This is a duel now. Then we have 5 people on our side. You'll need to find 4. Laurent then curled his lips into a crooked smile. But do you really think you can find anyone willing to be the Duke's lackey and offend all 5 of us at the same time? Or do you actually believe you can defeat us? If you don't want to get hurt, just go home. With your strength you can't even— He spoke unhurriedly, as if extending an invitation, yet also as if reading aloud a verdict already stamped and sealed in public. A few noble scions among the onlookers exchanged knowing glances, and someone couldn't help but let out a short contemptuous snort through their nose. Then a voice rang out from the edge of the crowd. There is. But calling them dogs is going too far. The crowd parted automatically to both sides as if cleaved from the middle by an invisible blade. Shen Qingyue walked out from the parting human wall dressed in the standard uniform of the Holy Martial Academy, just like Shuang, without any festive air. Her deep blue skirt swayed gently under the lights, her bow tie fastened with meticulous precision. Her steps were as composed as if measured by a ruler, the heels of her leather shoes tapping against the parquet floor of the banquet hall. Behind her, Irene was then pulled away by Song Yingxue. What's a LV1 like you doing butting in? Song Yingxue scolded her, pressing down on her head. Everyone, aren't you joining in? Aren't we an adventurer party? Irene's eyes widened as she gazed at Shun Qingyu's resolute back. Then she looked at Song Yingxue's face, which was written all over with, "You're too naive." Her tone was full of confusion. Had she followed the wrong team? Shen Qingyue. Someone in the crowd blurted out her name in shock. Several students who had been lounging at tables watching the drama shot to their feet, their chair legs scraping sharp screeches across the floor. SS Strength Talent, Ice Age. The one from the Shin family. She's the one who cleared the 91st floor of the Dark Labyrinth before enrollment. Know why is she siding with Shuang? Whispers spread like ignited fuses through the crowd. The Shun family's fief in the northern territories of the kingdom was even larger than the Eisenberg Duke's domain. The only difference was their lack of interest in political games. But precisely because of that disinterest, no one dared to provoke them lightly. This guy is my captain. Don't underestimate others. Shen Qingyue stopped beside Shuang's side and spoke with a tone carrying a hint of awkwardness she herself hadn't noticed. Then she turned her gaze to Shuang, her black eyes pausing on his face for a beat. But honestly, I'd still rather be on the opposing side. Fighting you in front of everyone. Just thinking about that scene makes me envious. Fine. We don't need you. Shuang looked at her. It was a rare good proposal from her. Huh. Really? He'll actually go over there, you know. Shen Qingyue was taken aback, instinctively confirming. No, in fact, that's perfect. The odds will go up. Shuang leaned close to her, lowering his voice to negotiate, his tone suddenly switching to the pragmatic mode they used for splitting dungeon loot. In the game era, this was the basic tutorial for gambling from a student's first duel. Others would place bets. But back then, when he was on the opposing side, the odds were pitifully low, just pocket change that was better than nothing. Now that he was on this side, the odds were completely reversed. I want throw the fight or go easy on you. Hearing his scheme, Shen Qingyu's warrior blood instantly awakened. Thus I can truly fight you, can I? She lifted her chin slightly, the corners of her lips curving into an extremely subtle arc. It was the expression she only wore when anticipating a well-matched battle. If you lose, don't blame me. It's fine. Go ahead without worry. You're very weak. Hearing Shuang's words, Shen Qingyue took a deep breath, feeling a surge of energy rush from her dantian straight to her head. Shuang. I'm here. Please act like we have internal conflict for the finale. ITLL be more natural, and keep fools from noticing anything amiss. You say I'm weak. Shen Qingyue ignored his words and asked, what else? Yi Shuang teased her with malicious amusement. Shen Qingyue turned around and walked toward the opposite side. The hem of her school uniform skirt cut a sharp arc with the motion of her ponytail sweeping across her shoulder. Victoria's eyes widened. She looked at Shen Qingyue's back as she strode unhesitatingly to the other side, then at Yi Shuang's utterly indifferent face. She opened her mouth, but only a dry syllable escaped. The others were also bewildered. What did this mean? Huh? Isn't Shen Qingyue on your side? Why is she going over there? A spectator poked the person next to them, their tone dripping with schadenfreude. If I win, I'll be the party leader. Standing before the third prince, Shen Qingyue turned around, casually came up with a plausible reason, and asked Yi Shuang. I'm fine. Yi Shuang nodded. Lady Victoria's face is almost the same shade as her gown. Someone covered their mouth with a fan, laughter leaking through the gaps between the ribs, drawing a wave of hushed agreement from the surroundings. 6 against 1. Someone uttered this remark. Now this is going to be a show. The Duke's only reinforcement just walked over to the other side. Another chimed in. What do you mean? The red-haired jock frowned. What now? The rules, do you decide them? Yi Shuang asked the group. The moment those words landed, the expressions of the 5 opponents subtly shifted. The red-haired jock reacted first, tilting his neck and letting out a short scoff. Huh. You don't actually think you can win, do you? He cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. But no need for all that. He'll go first, and he'll be the last. None of you steal this from me. It ends here. Why should you go first? The Sword Saint's son crossed his arms, his tone cold but unyielding. He also wanted to show off in front of Molly. What's the point of you two arguing? Laurent flicked a silver coin into the air. Let him choose instead. He can only pick one anyway. He might as well pick the one with the prettiest death, right? Enough. The third prince spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but the other 4 almost simultaneously fell silent. They'll give you a week to gather your people. Then, as you told me the first time we met, I will defeat you on a public stage. Do you still remember? Of course. Back then I was just messing with you because it was too much trouble. Yi Shuang nodded. A future royal stripped of heir status posed absolutely no threat. It's surprising you could still be in the mood after what you did last night. Song Yingxue lay on the bed wrapped in a quilt with only half her face and one hand holding a phone visible. Yesterday this person made a fierce remark and then just ran off. Never mind, I shouldn't worry too much. After all, politically there's still Shen Qingyue to back me up. Although that divine being walked straight to the opposite side, without hesitation, when he heard he could battle Yi Shuang. I really hope those on the other side will use their brains a bit and consider the possibility that Shen Qingyue is the mole leaking information. Because the shop was closed last night, I wanted to go but couldn't. Yi Shuang finished dressing. What are you looking at? Information. That guy named Molly seems to be a writer. The pen name is, found it, Super Hey Bay. Song Yingxue tilted her phone screen toward him. What genre? Yi Shuang casually asked, her fingers absent-mindedly playing with the sliding strap. It seems to be about a world where beauty and ugliness are reversed. In that world, fat people are more popular and have privileges, and they can hit people at will. Someone like me who has a good figure would actually be bullied. Song Yingxue flipped through 2 pages of the introduction, surprisingly showing a hint of genuine interest in her tone. It seems quite interesting. What's interesting about it? Yi Shuang flicked her shoulder strap, her skin lightly bouncing. I've never been called ugly since I was a child, and being bullied for being pretty is really a novel subject, you know. I don't understand. By the way, why can people hit others at will? Just thinking about someone who looks like Fu Shou'er being able to hit people on the street makes this worldview seem terrifying. What are you talking about? In reality, aren't those kinds of beings also able to hit people at will? Song Yingxue replied without looking up. Don't talk about such skeletal things. Then I'll go buy weapons. Go ahead. I don't want to go to a hot place. Song Yingxue shook her bare feet that were sticking out from the edge of the quilt, her toes curling and then stretching in the morning light. See you at school then. Yi Shuang leaned down to peck her forehead and then turned to push the door open. The morning light in the corridor was several shades brighter than in the room. She squinted and walked toward the stairs. Yi Shuang passed through the commercial district of Central City. It was an inconspicuous little shop wedged between a dwarf blacksmith shop and a second-hand magic bookstore with a facade so narrow it could only accommodate one person sideways. The samples displayed in the window had a layer of fine dust, clearly indicating that the owner never intended to attract customers through the window. He pushed the door open and the hinges let out a prolonged creak. Welcome. The bald owner raised his eyelids from behind the counter, his voice not loud. This shop indeed sold beginner-level equipment. A row of mass-produced short swords hung on the wall, and in the glass cabinet a layer of faded velvet was laid out, displaying a few copper rings with the most basic defensive magic attached. If it were someone like Song Yingxue, she wouldn't step foot into this shop, even if you paid her. A place covered in dust was already a death sentence in her eyes. Yi Shuang slowly scanned the back row of shelves. The shelves were haphazardly filled with wrist guards, shoulder pads, scraps of chainmail, and a complete set of beginner gear. His gaze swept over row after row of featureless mass-produced goods, as if searching for something amidst the clutter that only he knew the location of. Soon in the corner of the lowest shelf, he found the name he wanted. Whitehorn Rabbit. It was a set of light armor. The name of the armor was handwritten on a label stuck on the corner of the box, the handwriting crooked, and the ink faded to the point of being nearly illegible. The equipment was spotless, indicating it hadn't been stored for long. The label had faded so much purely because the ink was of poor quality. The front of the box was stamped with an imprint of a rabbit. One ear was raised and the other lowered, looking like it was crudely carved by someone who couldn't draw. This is the strange person I'm looking for, clearly a novice blacksmith, yet he pays so much attention to copyright management that even the cheapest equipment must bear his mark. Yi Shuang lifted the box and walked to the counter, the bottom of the box thudding against the wooden surface. How much is this? Yi Shuang asked. 27 gold. Yi Shuang counted out 37 gold coins from her pouch and neatly stacked them on the counter, then pushed an additional 10 coins forward. Who is the blacksmith of this equipment? I quite like it. The bald owner glanced down at the extra 10 coins, paused for a couple of beats in silence, and then pointed with his short, thick finger toward the east. Walk 50 meters east after exiting the shop, turn right at the mouth of the alley where that dead old locust tree is, and walk to the end. However, he won't help you forge a magic sword, so don't get your hopes up. Yi Shuang replied, thank you. Yi Shuang turned around with the box. The owner cursed inwardly as he counted the coins into the money box one by one. Every year, there are such fools, and it's clear I should put her equipment in a more conspicuous place. Upon exiting the shop, he looked down at the small print embossed on the side of the box. The handwriting was messy, but the strokes were strong. It was the signature of the blacksmith. Under the imprint of the white-horned rabbit, the small print shimmered with a faint silver glow in the morning light. Eludia Starfall, the last magic sword maker in the world. Yi Shuang, holding the equipment box, crossed the alley and stopped in front of a rather new shop. This shop was completely different from the previous one. Its facade was clean, and the freshly painted door frames still gleamed. He knocked on the door. Soon the door opened from the inside. What's up? Oh, isn't this my equipment? Good up. The one who opened the door was an elf girl with silver hair reaching her waist and pointed ears. Although by real age standards, she might not necessarily be considered a girl when it comes to humans. She wore a white tank top exposing strong and powerful shoulders and arms with muscle lines clean and flowing, the physique of someone who had forged with a hammer for many years. I'd like you to help me forge a couple of weapons. Yi Shuang set the equipment box down and stepped inside, her gaze sweeping across the dimly burning forge and the wall filled with semi-finished blade blanks. What kind of weapons? Eludia's body trembled slightly, but her tone remained calm, as if addressing an ordinary customer. I want a katana. Can you make one with this material? Yi Shuang poured the broken remains of the dark light great sword out from her storage bag, the pitch-black metal fragments clattering all over the floor. The dark patterns at the break had completely extinguished, but under the glow of the forge's fire there seemed to be a faint dark gleam slowly flowing in the depths of the fragments. Eludia looked down at the pile of fragments, her pupils slightly constricting. She crouched down, her fingertips hovering above the largest piece of the sword's remains, not touching it directly, but slowly tracing along the edge of the break through a layer of air. This is dark steel. It's refined with dark attribute magic crystals. The formula has long been lost. She stood up, her gaze toward Yi Shuang, completely different from before. Where did you get this? I picked it up. Yi Shuang lied without changing her expression. Sorry for asking too much, Eludia said, as it was a principle not to pursue such things. But is it really okay for a novice like me to forge with this kind of material? It's fine, it's fine. I have great confidence in my judgment. Yi Shuang did not explain further. The blessings from the system are one thing and personal talent is another. Some people might be LV1 blacksmiths, yet stronger than LV10 blacksmiths. Although she really wanted the other party to use their talent to help her forge a magic sword, the current magic sword creator would never make one by force, and it would be meaningless to compel them. Eludia stood at the door watching him walk away, then looked down at the pile of pitch-black fragments on the ground. She raised the hammer and struck her shoulder, twice mumbling to herself, "Anyway, I won't forge a magic sword. Practicing with such high-grade materials is really a profit." The furnace fire danced on her silver hair, casting a flickering light on the smile at the corner of her mouth. Returning to class at school, Yi Shuang greeted Eileen. The girl had clearly not slept all night. What have you been doing? Duel. As soon as she saw Yi Shuang, she rushed over, gesturing in the air as if trying to express some anxiety she had bottled up all night. What about all my efforts before? Isn't it unrelated to you? Yi Shuang tilted her head. You're saying such mean-spirited things again. Aileen's cheeks puffed up, but the anxious look on her face hadn't completely faded. By the way, do you have time tonight? Want to go to the underground city? Sure. Eileen nodded vigorously, the strand of hair on her head bobbing with each nod. Is it finally my turn? Today is the last step to level up. That way I can also participate in the duel. Eileen counted on her fingers. Ming Shue Kursen Liuyan Yi Shuang. And is there one more person? Eileen counted seriously the number of people in the team. So, I alone am enough. You really didn't listen to anything before, did you? Aileen's eyes widened. How do we win then? Just free up some time after dinner tonight. Yi Shuang said as she sat down beside her while Eileen looked down and took out her phone, starting to do something else. She pulled up the student forum and opened the hottest post at the moment. The post title read Harvest Festival Duel Viewing Floor Dukes Faction vs. Prince's Female Lead Faction 1 against 5 odds skyrocketing. The main post had only one line, Legendary Duel. Bet, followed by a long string of flame and gold coin emojis. The replies below had piled up into hundreds, and the latest one was floating with popular tags. Water Goddess Believer No. 1. I've seen Yi Shuang at the Adventurers Guild before, and indeed her strength is real. But mainly it's due to Shun Qingyu's ice control working in coordination. Now that Shun Qingyue stands against her, she doesn't even have a teammate to coordinate with, and she expects to win 1 against 6. If she survives the first round, she's lucky. Water Goddess Believer No. 1. In the end, it's all thanks to women. Such opportunities to make a fortune are rare. I've bet all my wealth on the third prince to win. Yi Shuang joyfully followed along, getting more and more into it, replying to each comment while watching the odds gradually rise. The Academy's official betting was actually quite shady, adjusting the odds based on the bets on both sides while taking a cut as a middleman. So even if an upset win occurs, it's still a profit. Yi Shuang also gradually placed bets on herself, preventing the odds from exploding, ensuring that those who bet against her still had something to gain. A true gambler with debts arising from this. The one who teaches you about high-interest loans is. Then Yi Shuang found that her account had been banned. Permanently silenced in the forum. Why? Yi Shuang gasped, clearly standing on the side of mainstream opinion, yet still got banned. I was actually going to ask why you did that. Eileen looked at Yi Shuang, completely unable to understand why he was belittling himself in the forum. Of course it's to make money. You're so stupid. Think about it. The more people bet against me, the more I profit by betting on myself to win. Yi Shuang stuffed her phone into her pocket and stood up as the class bell rang. The student council administrator must have seen through my thoughts. What a formidable opponent. But this time the advantage is mine. He inquired about the class of the second-year senior Victoria and was told she was in the student council. So he walked through the corridor towards the student council. Well, I've silenced all the people who would affect your side, just as you said. The student council president with blue twin tails lifted her teacup, gently blowing on the steam rising from the rim. Behind her, a girl with a bob cut was holding a teapot, her posture perfectly resembling that of a serving statue. Her golden eyes, never extinguished, were undoubtedly striking. Fengchuan family, Fengchuan Ryu. Thank you, Victoria said. She sat upright in the high-backed chair opposite the president, her back straight, hands neatly folded on her lap, and despite the uproar of the previous night, her demeanor remained impeccable. Although I would very much like to call off the duel. Embarrassed President Fengchuan. Causing such a scene at the Harvest Festival Ball is indeed beneath the dignity of the Duke's family. She paused for a moment, her fingertips slightly curling on her knee, her voice lowering a few tones. I was too impulsive at that time. Our relationship doesn't require such formality. You've had a hard time dealing with that kind of weirdo. Fengchuan Ryu lifted her teacup, pausing at her lips. No, my apologies. After all, the engagement has not yet been annulled. Although I would love to act as your dual proxy politically, that would be unmanageable. However, I could expel him from the student council to relieve your frustration. That won't be necessary. The third prince has always been diligent in his work in the student council, and I know that mixing public and private matters is not the style of the Eisenberg family. Victoria shook her head, the pearl drops by her ears swaying gently. The next moment, there was a knock at the door. Is this the student council? A bold figure has arrived. Fengchuan Ryu looked up, her golden pupils reflecting the silhouette of the person entering through the door. Isn't that my senior? Long time no see. Yi Shuang walked into the office, her gaze first landing on the bob-haired girl holding the teapot, a very familiar smile appearing on her face. Not good she completely forgot her name. But how great, I didn't expect my network to be so extensive. I've been looking for you for a long time. Why did you come now? Where did you go yesterday? Victoria turned to look at him, her tone laced with an effort to suppress the underlying helplessness seeping through. She examined her proxy, appearing as relaxed as someone who had just woken up. Did this person even know what chaos ensued in the banquet hall after he casually confronted 5 formidable beings and turned to leave? I was preparing for the duel, Yi Shuang said without changing her expression. No, this was the truth. Relieving mental pressure was also an important part of preparation, though the duel itself was not very stressful. But watching humanity rush headlong into destruction was still quite mentally taxing. Victoria fell silent for a few seconds. She stood up from the high-backed chair, adjusted her skirt, and then looked up at Shuang. I came to find you precisely to discuss this matter. She began, her voice lower than when she had greeted him, regaining the composure and weight expected of a duke's heir. Regarding the duel, I have decided to concede. Last night, I was the one who lost my composure. Publicly stating such things at the ball was indeed a loss of dignity for the Eisenberg family. Involving you in an unrelated party was even more of my fault. I appreciate your chivalrous act last night. However, the cost of this duel should not be borne by you. She paused and added, her tone carrying a sense of consideration. If you're worried about your reputation being harmed, I can publicly declare that I requested you to withdraw. I will also prepare appropriate compensation. This is not an insult to you, but the most basic apology from a principal to an agent. Please don't do this. I have staked all my assets on myself, and I will go bankrupt. Knight Frost's expression changed instantly upon hearing Victoria's intention to forfeit the duel. He quickly circled around the coffee table, almost instinctively jogging to the back of the sofa where she sat. Victoria turned her head, gazing up at him, the sound of ha that escaped her lips starkly contrasting with her usual dignified image as a duchess. Perhaps she had unconsciously picked it up from overhearing some delinquent JKs at school. But at this moment she couldn't. What he was worried about was the odds, not the winning rate. He was not concerned about facing 5 geniuses and a super genius with SS-level talent, but whether the money he staked would go to waste. He truly believed he could take on 6 opponents. Her fiancé Lu Yu was recognized as the strongest in the second year, coupled with Shun Qingyue, the holder of the Ice Age, and 4 other noble youths who were among the top in their grade. Yet in this situation he was not merely trying to be a hero, he genuinely wanted to win. In such a case, betting on oneself to win is quite a gamble. Feng Chuan Liu set down her teacup, the porcelain clinking lightly against the tray. Her ever-bright golden eyes regarded Knight Frost with interest. What an impressive person you are. Jessica, place a bet of 10,000 gold coins on Knight Frost winning. President, are you really going to bet on this man to win? Jessica's eyes widened, nearly spilling the teapot in her hands. Are you questioning my judgment? Feng Chuan Li's tone remained light, but Jessica's back stiffened almost. No, I'm terribly sorry. She quickly lowered her head, placing the teapot steadily on the table, and hastily walked to the desk to grab her tablet. Her fingers slid across the screen a few times with deft movements, and just like that, 10,000 gold coins were lightly tossed into the duel's betting pool. The odds on the screen gently shifted, changing from 110 to 19. Knight, this time I bet on you to win. Feng Chuan Liu lifted her gaze, her unquenchable golden eyes peering through the thin steam rising above the teacup, landing on Knight Frost with a calm tone. Although 10,000 gold coins were merely pocket money to her, even pocket money has its uses. Knight Frost stared into those golden eyes, his mind occupied by a single thought. My odds have dropped, can you compensate me? While he decided to set that matter aside for now, and return to the true purpose of entering the student council office today, he slightly bent forward, lowering his voice to Victoria. My forum account has been banned. Could you ask your friends in the student council to help me get it unbanned? Victoria slowly turned her head, incredulously looking at her agent. How foolish of me to worry about you. She sighed, the usual calm and certainty of a duchess replaced by a simpler weariness in her voice. Yet she still reached out to take the phone. Knight Frost offered, glanced down at the account information on the screen, then lightly swiped her finger across the screen, reading out the ID. Water Goddess Believer No. 1. You are a believer of Lord Eris, right? She recalled the investigation materials about this person that she had urgently organized for her maid last night, noting a remark stating that the Eris Church has devout believers with astonishing annual donation amounts. Thinking of the faith war, it was truly unadorned. Pretending to be someone else's believer online to stir up trouble, and in reality posing as someone else's believer to throw rotten eggs in the opposing community. Using boiling water to douse the greenery at the entrance of the temple. Such acts were no longer news among the major churches, as she just didn't expect that one of the most important figures in the church would engage in such behavior. You could have just asked me directly. Feng Chuan Li's voice came from across the table, her tone casual. Really? Knight Frost straightened up immediately. It would be perfect to get in touch with the student council president. This person was no ordinary student council president, but the daughter of a financial conglomerate in the East. Recognized as the strongest of her generation during the game period, a half-blood of the White Dragon King lineage among the 2 great Dragon Kings. Her strength was so high that she only joined the team as a temporary member after completing an exceedingly stringent hidden quest in the late game. If Knight Frost were to rank the female leads from the game, by whom he most wanted to marry, this person would definitely make it into the top 3 of that list, which was filled with eccentric individuals. Of course. Feng Chuan Liu nodded, then turned to the secretary beside her. Jessica, help him lift the form. Jessica, lacking the strength to hear what Knight Frost had just said to Victoria, did not question the president's order this time, having learned from her earlier public reprimand. Though her face still bore an expression of reluctant stiffness, she picked up the tablet, and walked to Night Frost, turning the screen towards him to confirm the account. Is this you? She recognized this ID. Isn't this the guy who often ridiculed others lives on the forum? Yes, yes. Night Frost nodded, watching her tap a few times on the screen. His eyes instantly brightened upon seeing himself removed from the ban. He leaned in with a tone that sent chills down Jessica's neck. Senior, can you help me ban this person? He insulted me. No. Jessica flatly refused, taking a step back. Just once, Senior. Night Frost pushed the phone a few inches closer. Speaking of which, it seems you and Jessica have some past. If I recall correctly, it was when that member of the Crest family hit on you at the hotel that you gave him a beating. Night Frost pondered for a moment and nodded. It seemed to be the case. He had been on edge for several nights, fearing that the other party would take legal action. Then let him have it as an apology for my secretary's previous rudeness. President. Jessica turned her head, her face expressing shock at the betrayal. No, I didn't really mind. President, would you care if someone secretly hid your half-drunk cup of black tea on the table? Night Frost waved his hand, his tone casual. Not at all. Feng Chuan Liu placed the teacup back on the tray, her finger lightly tracing the rim of the cup. I'll have Jessica brew me another cup. However, the teacup I used is very valuable, so I will want it back. That's about the kind of thing it is. Night Frost, black tea. Jessica stood there holding the tablet at a loss for words for a while. Is my revenge something like that? What a magnanimous fellow, commented Feng Chuan Liu, show a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Thus Jessica, filled with reluctance, began to ban accounts that had insulted Yi Shuang one by one. While banning accounts, she inwardly grumbled, where is this person's magnanimity? He is clearly petty to the extreme. This person insulted me too, please mute him for me. Yi Shuang scrolled through the reply records, her fingers tapping swiftly on the screen, as if settling an old debt that had been long overdue. In the realm of the internet, victories must be determined by its own rules unrelated to reality. Really, what was I worrying about last night? Victoria leaned back on the sofa, watching her agent enthusiastically settle scores with online enemies, and couldn't help but let out a sincere sigh. She rubbed her temples with her fingertips, the pearl drops in her ears swaying gently with her movements. I feel like a complete fool, having wasted an entire night tossing and turning. Well, since you insist on fighting, I will no longer advise you to back out. The Eisenberg family does not withdraw an appointed agent midway. However, she raised her eyes, her gaze lingering on Yi Shuang's face for a moment. Her tone regained the restraint and measure expected of a duke's heir. If you get hurt because of this, I will take responsibility and arrange the best healer for you. This is the minimum obligation I have as a client. Just go with the flow, Feng Chuan Liu interjected, shifting her attention from Victoria to Yi Shuang, her golden eyes flickering with a thoughtful light. Although I cannot intervene directly according to the rules, perhaps if we look back through them, we might find precedents for using off-campus dual agents. But even if there weren't any, it could be treated as if there had been. This way some leniency could be granted, provided that the levels are comparable to those of the third prince and his companions. Of course, Yi Shuang's team members are not weak. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Yi Shuang, her tone carrying a polite restraint. But compared to the opponents, their strength is ultimately somewhat thin. That's not necessary. Yi Shuang tucked her phone back into her pocket, her tone calm, as if rejecting an unnecessary side dish. I am enough on my own. That guy, what was his name again? Clysite. Jessica, answered Yi Shuang. Yes. Please mute that person too permanently. Jessica expressionlessly typed Clysite into the search bar, locating the unfortunate account that had no grievances with Yi Shuang, likely currently eating snacks and browsing the forum in the dormitory. She decisively clicked on the permanent mute option. This person truly was very petty, exceedingly so. She repeated this thought in her mind. After achieving her objective, Yi Shuang bid farewell to the others and left the student council office. She began to rampantly set the pace within the school, finally bringing the odds back to 113. That evening at the entrance of the spiral labyrinth. Why is only Yaya here? Erin, carrying her newly swapped single-handed sword, tilted her head at Shen Xingyue, who was standing next to Yi Shuang. After waiting so long to finally be recognized and able to delve into the dungeon with her team, she found that for the first official expedition, the personnel were incomplete. Really, why are there so few people? Shen Xingyue, dressed in the eternal frost praise that shimmered with crystalline brilliance, felt the gentle night breeze causing her robe to ripple with faint cold mist. She surveyed the group of only 3 people, her mouth tugging downward. She thought that Yi Shuang would at least feel some pressure and would need significant experience to seriously strategize for the dungeon. Although I think you probably don't care. Are you looking for information on those 5 people? I think if you casually inquire you can get there's no need for me to answer. Also, don't call me Yaya. Not at all necessary, Yi Shuang said, casually extending her hand steel. In a flash of white light, the door's lock was in her hand, which she casually tossed to the ground. She pushed the door open and stepped into the labyrinth entrance, with the 2 following closely behind. Even if she were to gather information, even if those 5 people themselves provided the information on a silver platter, it would not be as accurate and detailed as her own understanding of them. In the first layer of the spiral labyrinth, just like the last time, she visited luminous moss crawled over the rocky walls on either side of the passage, casting reflections of cold blue dim light in the puddles on the stone slabs. Occasionally slimes oozed out from the cracks in the stones, only to be cleaved in two by Erin's sword. After special training with Song Yingshu's group, her movements had become significantly more agile than a month ago. She no longer needed to throw her whole body into the fray. Shuang walked at the front, her pace unhurried, but she turned each intersection without hesitation. Instead of following the usual route on the first layer, she veered into a dead end. At the end of the passage was a stone wall that looked no different from the other rocky surfaces, its rough exterior covered with a thin layer of moss. "We're here." She stopped, raised her hand, and knocked on the stone wall, her knuckles producing a few hollow thuds against the stone. A hidden wall. Shen Xingyue stepped forward, her eyes narrowing slightly. Unpleasant memories surged to the surface. The last time she delved into the dungeon with Shuang had also begun with a hidden wall. Surely there isn't a LV-100 boss hiding behind this wall, right? Whom can you attack through the stone wall? Shuang asked. Of course, who do you think I am? Shen Xingyue took a deep breath, placing the tip of her wand. Magic surged from within her, visible ice blue light patterns spreading from her arm to her fingertips, then pouring into the stone wall. The moss on the wall was instantly frozen into white ice fluff, the ice layer expanding outward from her palm, accompanied by a series of delicate cracking sounds. That's maximum power. Shuang reached out and grabbed her hand, holding the wand. Link, all attributes increased by 10. Shen Xingyue felt her magic circuit forcibly widen in that instant, another surge of more powerful magical energy flooding into her cycle, causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush a faint hue. She turned her head, not wanting Shuang to see. Standing behind, Erin covered her face with both hands, her eyes wide and round, peeking through her fingers. Is everyone usually this direct? I'm starting. Shen Xingyue placed her wand back against the wall, her voice regained Ice Age, the strongest ice-type talent skill. The stone wall where the tip of the wand touched cracked the moment it made contact, the fissures exploding outward like a spider's web. Before it could collapse, it was firmly sealed by the subsequent surge of ice. This was not ice formed from water, it was ice blue crystals solidified by magic itself at absolute zero. In less than 3 seconds, the entire hidden passage was filled with ice from the entrance to the depths. Even the air was frozen into a fine mist of ice. After the full force of magic was unleashed, the entire maze began to tremble. It was not the mild tremor from before, but a deep resonant roar that reverberated through the entire maze, emanating from the stone slabs beneath. The stalactites at the top of the cave emitted a series of delicate cracking sounds, with small stone pillars falling down, splashing droplets of mud on the waterlogged stone slabs. Shen Xingyue steadied herself with one hand on her magic staff, her ice blue eyes widening slightly. Indeed, there was always something extraordinary lurking behind these occurrences. When the shaking finally subsided, Shuang released Shen Xingyue's hand, dusted off non-existent dirt from her hands, and spoke in a tone as flat as if she had just thrown away a bag of garbage. Let's head back. Huh? Shen Xingyue's voice echoed several times in the empty corridor. What do you mean go back? I mean let's go back. But didn't you run out of magic? Shuang repeated, her expression sincere, without a hint of jest. Don't you have that restorative potion from last time? She frowned. The last time they tackled the dark maze, he had pulled out a legendary super restoration potion without a second thought. No, that kind of thing is both difficult to obtain and very expensive. Shuang's tone carried a hint of disdain, as if to say, how do you manage to live so poorly? Is that it? Aileen pointed to herself, then to the stone wall that was still dropping ice shards. Why had she come along tonight? Just in case you're a necessary presence. Shuang explained for once, then turned around and stepped towards the exit. So please you two come back again tomorrow morning. As Shuang spoke, she led the way out. Morning, noon, afternoon, before bed, each time unleashing the Ice Age. On the first day, she stood in front of that stone wall, her staff pressed against it, and unleashed the Ice Age with full force. The maze shook a few times, and some stones fell from above. She brushed the dust off her robe. She had embraced what was likely some form of special training mentality. On the second day, she began to feel that something was off. When Shuang arrived, she was already carrying juice bought from a vending machine, and Aileen was holding some too. It was like inviting a colleague for afternoon tea. On the third day, Shen Xingyue could no longer hold back, and asked what's really behind this. Leaning against the rock wall, Shuang was incessantly tapping on her phone screen, replying, without looking up, good stuff. She stared at his profile for several seconds, confirming that he had no intention of elaborating further. Taking a deep breath, she turned back to continue hammering the wall. By the fourth day, she had started to get used to it. She even approached the stone wall, now covered in frost cracks, without needing Shuang to say anything. She pressed her magic staff against it, took Shuang's hand with her other hand, closed her eyes, released the spell, and finished the task. The movements were seamless, so practiced that she felt less like a mage and more like a human battering ram. Aileen was poking the fallen debris with the sword sheath board. By the 5th day, the maze's response had become increasingly violent. After Ice Age was unleashed, the entire passage felt as if it were gripped by an invisible giant hand, shaking violently, and the cracks in the walls widened from the width of a hair to enough to fit a finger. Debris no longer fell sporadically, but in large chunks. Aileen had to use the back of her sword to block a stone flying towards Shen Qingyu's head. Yet Shuang remained leaning against the rock wall, observing the odds displayed on her phone screen. It wasn't until the 6th day in the morning that the entire Sacred Martial Academy was awakened by an earthquake. Shen Qingyue nearly rolled out of bed from the shaking. What's going on? She gripped the edge of the bed tightly with one hand, while rubbing her eyes with the other. Still half asleep, she mumbled to herself. Her long black hair after a whole night was a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest that had been blown by the wind, with 2 stubborn strands sticking up, gently swaying with her half-yawn. She was wearing a light pink silk nightgown, the thin straps hanging from her shoulders, and one side of the lace edging had flipped up in her sleep, softly resting against her collarbone. Compared to her usual icy demeanor that kept others at bay, she looked like a completely different person wrapped in a blanket and dazed. An ordinary girl who would freeze an alarm clock into an ice block due to morning grumpiness. The vibrations came again, this time more violently than before, causing her glass water cup on the bedside to roll off the table and hit the floor with a crisp sound. Then her hand froze. She saw the familiar sky outside the window blocked by a massive tree trunk. No, not a tree trunk, but something that resembled the color of one. It was rising from the direction of the Academy's back mountain. Its surface was covered with a rough bark-like shell, segmented with each segment as thick as a dormitory building. When it finally stopped growing, all the teachers and students of the Academy could see its full appearance. A stick insect. An ancient species of stick insect large enough to use the entire Sacred Martial Academy as a resting branch. Soil and shattered rock cascaded like a waterfall from its rising body, creating a dense cloud of dust on the Academy's back mountain. Its upper body was covered with a thick layer of frosty ice, reflecting blinding white light in the morning sun, a masterpiece left from countless Ice Age impacts against the wall over 5 days. The lower half was still clinging to the dirt and broken rocks brought from the underground city, with clumps of mud falling off, creating shallow pits on the Academy's lawn. It emitted a deafening roar. The sound waves spread out in visible ripples, shattering all the glass facing south in several nearby teaching buildings. Then its compound eyes, which occupied 1/3 of its entire face, reflected the dormitory buildings below, spinning rapidly and precisely locking onto one window. Behind the window, Shen Qingyue, wearing a pink nightgown, maintained the posture of rubbing her eyes, her fingers frozen in midair. She looked at the name that automatically appeared in her line of sight, LV-100 pseudo tree, ancient insect, the imposter of the world tree. Hey, is this for real? Her mouth twitched. It's not my fault, she internally added without confidence. Now she felt like a mischievous child caught ringing someone else's doorbell. The pseudo-tree ancient insect slowly opened its mouth. But the instant condensed white light was significantly faster than its mouth. The instant magic gear was activated on her. The light blue robe of eternal frost praise covered her body in less than a second. The crystalline glow of the legendary robe swirled around her, and the morning breeze rushed in through the broken window frame, lifting one corner of the robe and revealing the light pink silk pajamas she hadn't yet changed out of. Ice barrier. The cold ice barrier. Shen Qingyue recited these 4 words expressionlessly. The ice layer rose from beneath her feet, encasing her within a small, sharply defined ice mountain. An impenetrable conceptual defense. Once activated, no external attacks could touch her in the slightest, even an attack at level 100. The price was immobility with a cooldown period of 1 month. It was one of the mage's strongest moves. Shen Qingyu's first reaction was annoyance, as this meant she couldn't use it during her duel with Shuang. What a pity. She had specifically thought that Shuang didn't know she could perform this technique. After enduring his repeated taunts of "Yeah, and you're weak," she had planned for the absolute defense to withstand his heavy post-attack, and then counterattack. After the explosion, the room completely vanished except for her. Then the duration of the ice barrier ended. The ice layer shattered from within. The sound of the wind rushed back into her ears. She pushed herself up from the debris of shattered ice and earth, taking a full 3 seconds to steady her breath. Then she lifted her head. Her second thought was that she would never ever forgive that person, or at the very least he should tell her what she was fighting against. In the next moment, the thunderous roar of the magical cannon erupted. The magical artillery pieces on the Academy's walls emerged from the tops of various towers, adjusting their angles in the morning light before firing simultaneously. Flames exploded continuously upon hitting the pseudo-tree ancient insect, the orange-earth firelight interweaving with the gray-black smoke across its sharply defined body. As the Adventurer Academy tasked with suppressing the labyrinth's entrance, or rather as a military academy, the defense system of the Holy Martial Academy automatically entered combat mode the instant it detected a high-level monster breaking through the ground. Several teams of upperclassmen who had yet to change into their uniforms began to scatter to the sides of the dormitory under the teacher's orders, brandishing their staffs and greatswords, starting to organize the evacuation and provide peripheral fire support. A flash of blue sword light darted past. The final rose of the galloping stars. A slash imbued with blue flames sliced through the air, precisely striking the gap where the ancient insect's head and thorax connected. The blue flames spread along the texture of the exoskeleton, burning a continuously expanding area of blue fire upon the insect's body. Fortunately, there was a level 100 human here, capable of countering it. The Rose Knight lay Weinstadt. She stood on the rooftop of a classroom building the holy light patterns, shining dazzlingly on her silver armor, her knight's sword held horizontally in front of her, her ice blue low ponytail blown straight back by the explosive shockwave. However, as the dust settled, the simultaneous fire from the magical cannons left only a few shallow gray scorch marks on the exoskeleton. The ancient insect slowly shook its body, moving leisurely, as if swatting a few flies off. Countless small insects leapt down from the gaps in its exoskeleton. But when everyone saw the size of the so-called small insects, the shouting in the front lines rose to a new pitch. The tiniest individuals were about a person's height, while the larger ones measured 2 to 3 meters. They densely landed on the lawn and stone paths, the exoskeleton glimmering with the same pseudo-bark texture as the mother body in the morning light. After landing, they hardly paused before surging towards the students in all directions. "Mari, I will protect you. No, will take care of this. You all should fall back." The girl who was adored by the big shots for her riding revealed a pitiful expression behind the 5. So reliable. As expected of the male lead, she clasped her hands in her heart, though she couldn't understand why such creatures were emerging from the ground. But it seemed she was safe now. However, in the next moment, she saw the 5 being simultaneously knocked away, crashing into the nearby classroom, creating a neat human-shaped hole in the wall. The average level of the monsters was around level 70. The 5 didn't even manage to delay for a moment. All students below third year retreat to a safe area. The voice of Student Council President Feng Chuan Lishio pierced through the chaotic battlefield. She stood on the stone steps in front of the main building, her uniform jacket still unbuttoned. Beside her stood her family's armored personal guards. She drew her famous blade, Muramesa. As she unsheathed the sword, the dew condensed on the blade slid down. June Flame. The special talent of a hybrid, the word spirit. The blade ignited, instantly vaporizing the remaining droplets into wisps of white vapor. She leaped and cleaved the giant insect, attacking her from the front, splitting it in half from its mouth to its abdomen, leaving a brief golden-red arc in the wake of her fiery blade. The king descended from the heavens, furious and fierce. However, the ancient insect paid no heed to what was below, twisting its long neck, reconstituting a blinding white light in its mandibles, this time still aiming at that ice-blue figure that had staggered to its feet from the ruins. Shen Xingyue exerted all her remaining magical power, unfolding layers of ice crystal defenses in front of her. Cold air frantically condensed at her fingertips. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Half-transparent ice walls rose successively before her, each shimmering with a dense icy blue light. She instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. Using all her magical power for defense, she had no confidence in whether it could withstand the attack. After the explosion, the ice walls were effortlessly pierced through. Then she felt her body lighten. "Hey, you really are someone to be hated." Yi Shuang's voice came from above her, carrying that tone she was all too familiar with. Shen Xingyue opened her eyes. He had somehow changed into that black leather armor, holding her waist with one arm, standing on the roof of the dormitory. "Isn't this your fault?" Shen Xingyue gritted her teeth, feeling the strength of the arm wrapped around her waist. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed a light red. In her current state, with a legendary robe revealing pink pajamas underneath and her hair in disarray like a bird's nest, she truly lacked the confidence to confront him. "No, it has nothing to do with me. It's not my fault. You didn't freeze it, which allowed it to escape." Yi Shuang blinked for once, raising his other hand in a gesture of refusal. His speech was slightly faster than usual. "Do you want me to take the blame for the accident? Don't say such things. I'm serious." Shen Xingyue opened her mouth, momentarily unsure of which statement to refute first. Clearly, he had made her bombard the wall for 5 days, yet he turned it into her failure to freeze it. In the next moment, the shadow step activated once again. Yi Shuang still held her waist, and their figures leaped into the shadows on the roof. The previous position was bombarded by light again, with tiles and debris flying apart like fireworks. Once more a blue flame flashed through the air accurately struck the side of the ancient insect's mandibles, causing the organ that was recharging to tilt to one side, and the half-gathered white light exploded within the insect's mouth. How was I supposed to know that such a thing would crawl out? It really has nothing to do with me. Shuang gritted his teeth, his tone carrying a genuine frustration at having his plans disrupted. He had initially thought of monopolizing the experience with his team, this immense, level 100 ancient species. The experience points were enough to raise Eileen from level 1 directly to level 30, and he could also reliably acquire the inherent skill miracle. But now half the Academy's faculty and students were rushing over Lei's blue sword light, drawing lines in the sky, Feng Chuan's June flame, paving the way on the ground, and even the magical cannons were competing with him for the final kill. If he couldn't secure the kill, the level 100 boss would only become harder to defeat from here on out. His plan to raise the strongest holy maiden would be ruined. Shuang stood on the rooftop of the dormitory, the wind causing his hair to sway gently in front of his forehead. Yeah, can you see it? The tree above us. Tree. I can't see it. The voice of Shun Qingyue nestled against his waist was still a bit hoarse. With the 1,000-mile eye, you should be able to write. Shuang tentatively asked. I can if it's a telescope. Wait 5 seconds. Shun Qingyue took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Meditation. A small amount of magical power began to recover. The remaining magical power slowly gathered within her, like a dry riverbed finally receiving a trickle of water. After 5 seconds, she opened her eyes again, and a thin ice crystal lens materialized in front of her left eye. Its edges were adorned with a delicate blue light hovering before her like a monocle. The image within the lens rapidly zoomed and piercing through the smoke. Then she saw it. The towering tree above the ancient insect, along with the 2 fruits emitting a faint blue glow hanging from its branches. One resembled a pineapple, while the other had a surface covered in dragon scale-like skin, gently swaying in the morning breeze. Devil fruit. Consuming it grants certain abilities that transcend common logic and is unique. It only reappears in the world after the ability holder's death. In simple terms, it's like hockey, a blatant ripoff of a certain manga's concept. Shun Qingyue's pupils slightly dilated. She certainly knew what the devil fruit was. Before it gets divided as loot, let's go eat the ultimate prize first. Are you planning to steal the devil fruit right under that insect's nose? Shuang nodded. That's a LV-100. Just one hit, and you'll die? Although we've killed it once, Shun Qingyue grew increasingly confident as she spoke. With him by her side, it felt as if anything was possible. If only it weren't for this awful position. I'll be fine, and after all, it's just an insect. Its reaction speed is very slow. Its entire action capacity is focused on attacking you. By the way, just to mention, you won't be getting any share of the devil fruit. Why am I doing the work without getting a share? Upon hearing this, Shun Qingyue clenched her delicate fist and hit his side. Here we go again. Last time in the Maze of Darkness was the same, she did the most functional work. Yet when it came to loot distribution, she was almost cheated out of her robe by that unscrupulous contract. That one is of the Zoan type. Haven't you seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia? I have. Shun Qingyue's voice suddenly dropped, sounding uncertain. She struggled to recall that picture book she flipped through in kindergarten. But aside from a few beautifully illustrated pages, her mind was blank. The last time she looked at the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia was back in kindergarten. At that time, she only flipped through it for the pretty illustrations. For a practical mage, things that are basically invisible in life are not worth remembering over 2 spells. So what if it's a Zoan type? I can still eat it, she stubbornly added. If there was a devil fruit, her chances of defeating Shuang would increase. Moreover, it was a LV-100 boss pseudo tree ancient insect, the deceiver of the world tree. The fruit produced by such an exaggeratedly named ancient species would definitely not be weak. I know where the ice fruit is. Do you want it? Shuang suddenly changed the topic. At least tell me what type of devil fruit it is. Experiences of being cheap. I know where the ice fruit is. Do you want it? Shuang suddenly changed the topic. At least tell me what type of devil fruit it is. When are we going to get it? Shun Qingyue's eyes brightened, immediately pressing for more information. The ice fruit, just hearing the name one could tell it was ice type. Even she knew that devil fruits were divided into 3 categories, Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. And the Logia type is the strongest of the devil fruits. It perfectly matches her. I'm not quite sure. After LV-80. Shuang thought for a moment and gave an extremely vague time frame. You're just lying. Sign a contract with me. Shun Qingyue's expression turned cold upon hearing his ambiguous answer. There's no time. Who carries around a magical contract? Shuang would be the one to carry it. He smoothly changed the topic, pointing towards the ancient insect's direction. The mouthparts will recover in 4 minutes and 41 seconds. We have time. You want me to create an ice wall to jump over, right? I don't have any magical power right now. Just give me a potion. Shun Qingyue sighed, wishing she had brought the contract with her. You're really smart. Yi Shuang said without hesitation, pulling out 3 bottles of magical power recovery potions from his waist, uncorking them, and pouring them directly into her mouth. Can you change your position, MMPH? Shen Qingyu's voice was cut off by the bottle's mouth. She was held tightly in Yi Shuang's arms, her entire weight resting on his arm. Excess potion spilled from the corners of her mouth, dripping down her chin onto her robe's collar, with more choking up her nose. She coughed violently, spraying the potion from her nasal cavity, and even shedding tears. Her ice-blue eyes were veiled with a thin layer of mist, the corners slightly reddened from the choking. Her legs, wrapped in pink pajama pants, kicked helplessly in the air, and the hem of her robe swayed gently with her struggles. No, this position is just right. It makes it convenient for me to hold you while jumping over. Yi Shuang expressionlessly tossed the 3 empty bottles aside, letting them fall to the rooftop. Then he pulled out 4 more bottles of magical power recovery potions from his waist, their bodies reflecting a ghostly blue sheen in the sunlight. Wait, let me down to drink. MMPH. The bottle's mouth was perfectly positioned against her lips again, and the icy liquid instantly filled her mouth. This was definitely not the usual malicious revenge that Yi Shuang often inflicted on her. He was merely pursuing efficiency. There was no time to wait for her to drink 1 bottle at a time. After finishing this round, Shen Qingyue gasped for breath, wiping away the residual potion at the corner of her mouth and the tears from her eyes. She looked up, her ice-blue eyes still glistening with moisture, staring fiercely at Yi Shuang, her voice hoarse yet deliberate. One day I will freeze you. I'm ready. Yi Shuang completely ignored her threat, tightening his grip around her waist, his feet already gathering strength. 37 times. Shen Qingyue announced the number of times she could create floating ice walls after recovering her magical power, her voice still hoarse from catching her breath. Drinking the commonly used magical recovery potions quickly was not enough for her to fully regain her magic. As long as a mage doesn't spend money on super recovery potions, they basically become useless once their magical power runs out. That should be enough. Yi Shuang quickly calculated the angles and distances in his mind. Then he leaped into the air. The sensation of falling hit her suddenly, and Shen Qingyue instinctively clutched the leather armor on his shoulder, her legs feeling chilly in the morning wind. In the next moment, a silent ice wall appeared beneath Yi Shuang's feet, providing him with leverage to push off and propel himself higher. President! Up there! Jessica shouted in a panic behind Toyokawa Ryo, almost dropping the grimoire in her hands. Toyokawa Ryo squinted her slender golden eyes and looked up at the smoke-filled sky. A black dot was ascending along the ice steps that had condensed out of thin air at an incredible speed. Each step shattered a piece of ice, sending fragments bursting into a series of intermittent sparks in the morning light. It's going straight for the head. Her tone was filled with admiration. Before she finished speaking, a giant insect fell from the sky. The insect, pierced through the head by a thrown weapon, crashed in the center of the square, splattering a large amount of debris and mud, the shockwave pushing several nearby students who had not yet managed to retreat back. The gash in its head was still twitching, and thick bodily fluid was oozing from the wound. Then a dagger flowed out from the gash, its faint golden inscriptions tracing a straight line of light in the morning glow as it flew back into the sky. The legendary dagger Starshine returns no matter where it is thrown. It automatically returns to its owner's sheath after the battle ends. No, is that the fruit of the demon? Toyokawa Ryo slashed a giant insect that pounced from the side in half, with one stroke, the burning blade tracing an arc of gold and red in front of her. Her voice was rarely tense, and in her golden eyes reflected 2 azure points of light among the towering trees above the ancient insect. Victoria von Eisenberg. She clearly called out the other person's name. What's wrong? I'm reaching my limit here. Victoria gripped her sword with one hand, the blade tip resting on the ground, while her other hand supported her knee as she gasped for breath. Her school uniform was soaked with mud and insect remains, and several scratches on her arms were still oozing blood. Her level was not high, and her profession was just an ordinary swordsman. Being able to hold out here until now was purely due to her guards and the obsession of nobles to be at the front lines. I leave the command on my side to you, young lady. Several guards of the Toyokawa family turned pale at the same time. Such a troublesome friend. Victoria straightened up, glancing at the guards with a low voice that was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Hey, Toyokawa family, block the ones from the south for me. The guards exchanged hesitant glances, but after barely a moment of hesitation, they turned and dashed towards the southern defense line. Excellent commanders do not necessarily correlate with personal strength. While armies prefer strong figures in the center to prevent a collapse from a sudden decapitation, then losing to the younger generation would not look good either. Toyokawa Ryo sheathed her sword, looking up at the series of ice steps that were melting in the sky. So that was it, using floating ice walls as stepping platforms, each jump utilizing the force before the landing point shattered to achieve a near-flight vertical ascent, without any flying magic. Though the principle was clear, executing it calmly on such a battlefield required not magic power, but courage. She leaped, stepping onto a piece of ice that had not completely melted. The ice made a fine cracking sound the moment it touched the sole of her shoe. But she had already used the force to spring up before it shattered, her form swift as a rain swallow skimming across the water, darting toward the next ice step. The back of the ancient insect was a miniature continent dried by the winds of time. When Shuang and Xinhua leapt to the edge of the shell, the sensation underfoot was not the smooth insect shell she had anticipated. Rather, it was a dry and rough surface covered with cracks and crevices. Layers of soil had accumulated in the depressions of the shell, forming a thin muddy crust over which a layer of slippery moss lay soft, yet firm underfoot. Xinhua, who was caught in the middle, retched several times, covering her mouth with one hand. Encountering a beetle along the way forced her to counterattack with magic, increasing her magical consumption. The potion that had been forcefully poured into her mouth made her nose burn with the potion, and the mingling taste of mint and licorice lingered in her throat. Tears at the corners of her eyes were chilled by the cold wind at high altitude. She now looked nothing like the legendary genius of this academy. Her normally smooth black hair was blown into disarray by the wind, and her pale pink silk sleep pants had 2 new shallow scratches at the knee made by shards of the shell. Her robe hung askew on her shoulder, and the collar was still wet with a large patch from the magical recovery potion that she had failed to catch earlier. "Let go when we arrive," she said hoarsely. Shuang released her hand from around her waist. Xinhua was caught off guard, falling face down onto the moss-covered shell surface, making a muffled thud. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" She pushed herself up from the ground, wiping the dirt off her face with a small piece of moss stuck to the tip of her nose. "How could that be?" Shuang replied calmly. They took a few steps and saw a tree standing quietly at the end of the ancient insect's back. It was enormous. The trunk was thick enough that it would take several people to embrace it. Aerial roots hung down from the branches, some having deeply embedded themselves into the gaps of the ancient insect's shell. Firmly stitching the tree and insect together, it was hard to tell which part was the tree and which part was the parasite. Deep within the branches, 2 fruits hung above, radiating light. "Is that it?" Xinhua wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, her ice blue eyes refocusing. The single lens of her far sight mirror still hovered in front of her left eye, the icy blue patterns on the edges faintly flickering. "It's coming. Get down," Xinhua shouted with her pupils constricting. Shuang's pupils also contracted, and almost at the moment she shouted, she bent down, pressing Xinhua's head down as well. A humanoid black mantis swept past from behind. Its arms were 2 bone sickles longer than an adult's arms, glinting with a cold, dark green sheen in the morning light. The sickle barely missed the spot where Shuang's head had just been less than an inch away. LV-99 Variant Mantis Warrior. Damn, why is the detection range so short? Shuang muttered in annoyance. The distance during the game should have been much greater. He threw the starshine, the faint golden dagger, tracing a straight line toward the mantis' compound eyes. The mantis deflected the dagger with a sickle, and the dagger flipped in the air several times before being drawn back into Shuang's sheath by the return effect. The variant mantis suddenly paused as it prepared to charge again, its compound eyes sharply turning to its feet. A layer of frost was rapidly creeping up along its joint as Xinhua pressed one hand to the ground, the residual chill between her fingers still hissing. Frost seal. The frost sealed the variant mantis warrior. However, in just a second it broke free. Meanwhile, Shuang had already taken up position. Domain expansion, true counterfeit slaughter. 2 blades, their gleaming edges slashing in unison. A black barrier isolates this place from the outside world. The boundless gray-golden light of the wilderness engulfs the trees and moss on the ancient insect's back. 2 great swords materialized in Shuang's hands, their blades entwined with faint glimmers corresponding to their respective talents. The blade in his left hand pulsed with an unstable dark red glow, warping the air in its wake. He struck the chest armor of the frozen mantis variant controlled by Xinhua with a single blow, triggering the explosive talent upon contact. Flames erupted between the blade and the shell, sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding moss. Charred fragments rained down like confetti. However, as the smoke cleared, the mantis variant remained unmoved. Not a single scratch marred its dark green shell, and the blazing marks from the explosion were instantly absorbed by some obscure magic. "So I told you to replicate some useful talents." Xinhua's voice came from behind, hoarse with a hint of weariness, as if to say, "I told you so." "There are only 5 swords in total. Using them a few times will deplete them. First of all, you never mentioned it. And are you really that foolish? In my domain, any sword that appears cannot be deleted. If I could just link them at will, I would weaken myself." Shuang retorted without turning back. Once his domain was activated, 2 swords would randomly appear in his hands. Having 2 swords directly in hand gives a significant advantage the moment the domain is activated. This is a point that must not be carelessly replicated from others. You ignored what I said. Shen Qinghua thought to herself that she would settle the score with him later. Before her words could fade, both swords were simultaneously struck by the opponent's scythe, shattering into 4 pieces which twirled in the air before dissipating into motes of light. He immediately withdrew, leaving short trails of smoke as his boots scraped against the cracked ground of the wilderness, his figure flickering as he retreated to the blue sword hilt already embedded in the ground. He drew the sword from the ground in one fluid motion. Ice Age. A massive sheet of ice erupted from the tip of his blade, enveloping the mantis variant in a sharply defined miniature iceberg. Frost spread wildly across the surface of the shell, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Then a blue flame slashed in from the side, severing the ice layer along with the mantis variant inside. The strike was identical to the one that had previously cut through the ancient insect's mouthpart. The final rose of the celestial chase. The 2 swords in Yi Shuang's hands shattered. The blue flames continued to burn on the fractured ice surface. As the ice dust settled, the flames on the mantis variant could not be extinguished. The blue flames drilled into the gaps of its shell, causing its compound eyes to flicker wildly as it swung its scythes in a frenzy. Yi Shuang denied it any chance to breathe. His figure appeared behind the mantis variant, wielding a small dagger enhanced with the effect of agility boost, following up with a series of slashes. Each strike was enveloped in thick ink-like black aura, and after each slash, 3 magical strikes followed closely behind. Dark, light, dark. A 3-fold combo entwined with a violet-black trajectory of dominance. After the flurry of strikes, the mantis variant gradually regained its composure, adjusting its stance, and suddenly its scythe struck the greatsword, severing it. In the next moment, all of Yi Shuang's swords shattered, and his domain collapsed. The black barrier enveloping them shattered like an eggshell. The mantis variant emitted a triumphant cry, raising its arms high. However, Yi Shuang mocked it. In the next instant, a blazing wind from the blade surged past the mantis variant's rear at a sprinting speed of 100 meters. Fengchuan Lishu drew Murakumo from its sheath, unleashing a terrifying burst of fiery force, striking the mantis variant's neck and driving it back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Shuang hurled starlight at its compound eyes, the pale golden dagger trailing a beam of light straight toward its target. Yet the mantis variant twisted its body, deflecting the attack, and the dagger spun in the air for several rotations before being drawn back into its sheath. So tough, Fengchuan Lishu, who had been maintaining her blade-drawing stance at the edge of the domain, finally exhaled a breath of hot air. I was trying to sever its head just now. She slowly straightened up, the residual monarch flames on Murakumo, silently burning, making her golden eyes shine even brighter. Is this what LV-99 looks like? It truly has the value of a hunt. She glanced sideways at Yi Shuang, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of her mouth, a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. If you just listen attentively in class, you should be able to do it right. Yi Shuang's tone was flat, as if discussing the cafeteria menu of the day. Shen Qinghua tightened her grip on her staff behind him, her knuckles turning slightly pale. This person always finds a way to say the most infuriating things at the most serious times. I really want to hit her. So arrogant, Junior. Fengchuan Lishu chuckled lightly, her laughter free of any displeasure, instead brimming with the joy of discovering an amusing toy. Her golden eyes refocused on the mantis variant, which was regaining its stance after the dual onslaught of ice and fire, preparing for battle. Here it comes. The mantis variant, still scorched by the blue flames, resumed its combat stance. 2 bone scythes opened slowly at its sides, reflecting the figures of the 3 of them, forming a triangular formation, each tiny eye in the compound eyes tracking 3 directions simultaneously. Yeah, how much magic power do you have left? Yi Shuang asked, his gaze fixed on the mantis variant. Enough to hinder the opponent. Shun Qingyu's voice squeezed out between her teeth, seemingly numb to the title. Give me 3 minutes, I should be able to open the domain again. Yi Shuang calculated the mantis variant's kill line. Clang. Fengchuan Lishu unsheathed her sword to block the opponent's charging strike, Murakumo's blade intersecting with the bone scythe, erupting in a circle of blazing sparks. She instantly shifted from defense to offense, gripping her sword with both hands, delivering a fiery slash toward the opponent's chest, the monarch flames leaving a faint char mark on the shell. Though it couldn't break the armor, it forced the mantis variant to retreat half a step. Yi Shuang drew 2 daggers and slipped behind it, delivering a flurry of strikes along the seams of its shell, yet none could penetrate the armor. The blade tips merely grazed the dark green shell, leaving a series of faint white lines which were quickly erased by rapid regeneration. 3 minutes, huh? This is a bit tricky. Fengchuan Lishu said, her golden eyes narrowing slightly, as if calculating a tactical problem of considerable difficulty. Then she glanced at Yi Shuang. Let me handle it. Murakumo retaliated with another strike, the flames of the monarch erupting into a blinding golden red, or pushing the Mantis variant back several meters. The Mantis variant sensed the sudden change in the magic power within the opponent, its biological instincts ringing alarm bells at the sudden shift in magic density. It lowered its body, dragging its bone sides across the ground, then charged forward at a speed that tore through the air. Fengchuan Lishu positioned Murakumo in front of her, her golden eyes reflecting the rapidly approaching sides edged the corners of her lips, curling into a faint arc. Domain expansion, Lake of the Moon. On the surface of the moon, silver-gray stardust blankets the horizon, with a bare starry sky devoid of any atmospheric obstruction overhead, and the Milky Way stretches across the heavens like a frozen waterfall. The moment gravity unfolded in the domain, it completed a redistribution. The body of the alien Mantis warrior suddenly sank, its 6 legs pressed almost to the ground in unison. The exoskeleton at the joints emitted a crunching sound that sent shivers through the teeth. It was as if a tower stripped of its foundation was slowly collapsing under its own weight. Gravity intensified. 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. Most humans would faint from insufficient blood supply to the brain when subjected to 5 to 6 times gravity. Yet at this moment, it bore the weight of 12 g. The exoskeleton began to emit cracking sounds from within. First, the thinnest shells on the leg joints, fine cracks spreading like spider webs from the joints, each inch of expansion accompanied by the faint sound of fragments falling off. Then came the chest armor, that dark green shell, which had left no trace even from the explosive talent. Now it was collapsing piece by piece in the gravitational field, shards crashing to the stardust-covered ground. Fengchuan Liuxiu stood upright in the 12 times gravity field. Her body was not crushed, and her breathing remained steady. This was her domain, her moon, her rules. She stepped forward, the stardust blossoming silently beneath her feet. Her left hand reached out, fingers gripping the top of the Mantis alien's head, shards of exoskeleton piercing through her fingers without her even furrowing her brow. Her right hand brought forth the village rain, burning with Junyan. The flames intensified under the 12 times gravity, the golden red patterns on the blade reflecting in her ever-bright golden eyes, as if igniting another great fire within them. The blade pressed against the neck. The moment the flames made contact with the exoskeleton, she stabilized the knife, pushing the blade in with an extremely slow and steady motion, as if sawing, cleanly severing the head. The Mantis alien's head was lifted by her, its body thudding against the stardust ground with a dull sound crashing down. No bodily fluids gushed out from the severed neck. Under 12 times gravity, even bodily fluids were compressed and could not flow. She then threw the head to the ground, piercing it with a knife, completely ending the opponent's life. The domain disappeared. The moon's surface peeled away like shattered mirrors, the rough exoskeleton of the ancient worm and the towering tree re-emerging, morning light cascading down once more. Shuang, caught in the domain, stood a few steps away, her mind left with a single thought: this person at this time had already learned to wield a domain. In the game, she was indeed one of the strongest forces in the later stages, but witnessing her unfold the complete Lake of the Moon back in the second year was far beyond her expectations. A massive amount of experience surged into the system panel. The experience for defeating the LV-99 Mantis alien was automatically distributed among the 3 present, with numbers skyrocketing. Alright. Fengchuan Liuxiu, after unbinding the domain, raised her hand to tuck a strand of her left ponytail, her fingers sliding from the roots to the tips, the motion casual yet graceful. Her breathing finally became slightly heavier than before, her chest gently rising and falling. At that moment, the body of the decapitated Mantis alien began to thrash violently. 2 bony sickles exploded from either side of its body, creating a circular, all-encompassing attack, net the speed of the blades tearing through the air astonishing. Faster than sight, faster than her ability to react. Fengchuan Luxi's eyes widened in shock, the golden pupils reflecting the rapidly approaching blade's gleam, but her body had just escaped the fatigue of the domain. The blade's edge swept before her. A hand grabbed her collar from behind, yanking her back forcefully. She lost her balance entirely, and Shuang released her collar, tumbling down. The tip of the sickle grazed her bangs, slicing through several strands of deep blue hair, which floated slowly down. Meanwhile, Shuang paid no heed to the corpse. No matter what, without a head it was doomed. To be precise, at the moment the experience points were credited, it was already dead. Its continued movement was merely the last spasms of its nerve endings. However, Shen Qingwei did not spare it. The ice spear brutally pierced through the already lifeless body, pinning it to the exoskeleton ground, ice crystals spreading from the wound, freezing its final convulsions. Excuse me. Fengchuan Liuxiu spoke, her voice a half-note lower than usual. She turned, giving Shuang a slight nod. Her bow was deeper than usual, and her pause lingered a moment longer. It was my carelessness that put me in danger. As the student council president, it was truly a dereliction of duty. After the crisis was averted, Shuang reflected on the white fabric from earlier. Not good, she saw it, and now had to temporarily forget. This memory would affect her performance in the up. Fengchuan Liuxiu straightened up, brushed away the non-existent cold sweat from her temple, with her fingertips tucking a loose strand behind her ear and taking a deep breath. A smile reappeared on her lips, that signature enigmatic curve, but, however, her words were interrupted. Shen Qinghua walked over from the side, delivering a punch to Yishuang's waist. The hem of her robe splattered with dirt and charred moss fragments, the pink pajama pants strikingly vivid. That was for the drugging earlier, she declared. It hurts. Yes, Wang felt the full physical attack from the mage and rubbed her waist. Though she had indeed gone a bit overboard earlier, it was too petty for this person to remember after the fight. Shen Qinghua then rounded past Yeshuang, squatting beside the corpse of the mantis alien to examine it and the materials that could be collected. Once Shen Qinghua moved away, he turned his gaze back to the towering tree. Deep within the branches, 2 azure light points remained quietly suspended among the leaves. It seemed the life and death struggle moments ago had not disturbed them at all. There's still time. He looked up to estimate the distance. The ancient worm is still being restrained by Lei and the magic cannon. You are indeed eyeing those 2 fruits. Fengchuan Liuxiu followed his gaze, her golden eyes slightly squinting. I arrived first. Yishuang's tone suddenly turned extremely serious. Feelings were feelings, but splitting the loot was a different matter. These could not be mixed together. Once it comes to sharing the spoils, you suddenly become stingy. Ooh, I want that one on the right. You look like you know what that fruit is. You know, right? The Qinglong fruit. For someone like me who is of dragon blood, it is a treasure with an unmatched affinity. However, since you just saved my life, the Fengchuan family does not owe a favor. She sheathed the village rein, crossing her arms, the contents beneath her school uniform trembling. If I can offer something of equal value, feel free to ask. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghua had silently returned to Yishuang's side, her black eyes fixed on him. Her face bore no expression, yet that very expression spoke volumes. What she meant was, you don't give me the fruit of the beast type, and you want to fool me with something of the nature type. I understand. Consider it a favor owed. Night Frost completely ignored the icy glare Shen Qinghua was casting at him, nodding at Toyakua Rio. This was essentially his acceptance of her earlier offer of ask for anything of equal value. That fruit was originally intended for Eileen as part of his plan to nurture the strongest holy swordswoman. From career planning to equipment selection and even the demon fruit, he had meticulously scheduled every step in his mind. Although in terms of compatibility, Toyakua Rio was indeed a better fit for the Azure Dragon fruit. That's truly wonderful. I wouldn't want to be your enemy. Toyakua Rio smiled faintly, then raised her eyes to look at the dense swarm of insects beneath the towering tree. How do we break through? Use steel. Cooldown is 5 seconds. Having a follower of Eris around is indeed fortunate. Toyakua Rio remarked, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her golden pupils. Hey, no time to dawdle. Shen Qinghua poked Night Frost's shoulder, then pointed to the right. At the center of the central city, a white mage's tower began to gather magical energy. The laser tower is rising. That thing had immense power, but its accuracy wasn't very high, so it was only used against giant monsters. Of course, the one aiming wouldn't refrain from firing just because there were people near the monster. That charge takes 5 minutes, right? That's plenty of time. And the first shot should target the torso, right? Wait for my domain to cool down. You quickly meditate and drink a potion to recover mana. Night Frost pulled a few small blue vials from his waist and casually tossed them to Shen Qinghua. Meanwhile, down below, on the rooftop of the academy dormitory, Song Yingxua pulled the oath of the wind chaser from the body of a 2-meter-tall beetle. The wind thunder patterns coiled around the silver spear shaft flashed with a stream of light amidst the smoke. Pressing down on her skirt that was lifted by the wind, she leaped down from the insect carcass with clean, crisp movements. I'm unexpectedly quite strong. Give me a legendary weapon, and I could do it too. Tion Curson complained, rubbing her left arm. Her small round shield was already deformed from the beetle's impacts. Her entire left arm had been numb for a while now, a few more rounds of blocking, and she'd probably have to report to the infirmary. No way, who has that kind of monstrous strength? Who could normally thrust a spear straight through such thick shell? Lu Yin crouched on the ground unhurriedly, drawing a spell formation array with magic powder. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her temples, but her fingers remained steady, each rune drawn meticulously. Is it really okay for me not to do anything? Eileen stood in the very center of the magic circle, carefully holding a scroll with both hands. Her posture was stiff, giving her quite the aura of a sacrificial offering. Fortunately, Lu Yin had told her this was just a supportive spell for boosting magical power. Your real job is what comes next, right? Song Yingxua walked over, spear resting on her shoulder, its but gently tapping the ground. She tilted her head to look in the direction of the giant insect's head. What did that idiot say? Use it when the bug's eyes turn red. If that person told you to use it, there's a reason for it. I understand. I'll do my best. Eileen nodded vigorously, clutching the scroll tighter. The adventure had barely begun, and already she was saddled with such a high difficulty task. Her heart was pounding with acceleration. Hey, why does it feel like more are flying this way? Tion Kursin raised her shield to block another diving beetle. The impact pushed her back half a step, her boot, heel dragging a short mark across the cracked rooftop. Song Yingxue took the opportunity to thrust her spear into the beetle's abdomen. The spear point piercing the shell produced a sharp, brittle crack. Well, of course, the magical power enhancement array makes monsters prioritize attacking it. Lu Yin frowned, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness, as if thinking, don't you two know that? I'm talking about the number. Isn't the number attracted here too many? Before Tion Kursin finished her sentence, another beetle rammed her from the side. She was sent flying, shield and all, her back slamming heavily into a ventilation duct on the rooftop, producing a dull metallic clang. Lu Yin stopped applying the magic powder and looked up. She saw that most of the insects on the battlefield had spread their wings, some even adjusting their trajectory midair, converging on the magic circle they occupied. A pitch-black swarm. Really, what's with this number? This is getting a bit dangerous. She put down the magic powder and slowly stood up, her tone unusually losing its usual composure. Chilin. A crisp female voice rang out. A mass of black lightning bolts struck down from midair, and a black mythical beast exploded in the densest part of the insect swarm. The electric arcs bounced wildly among the insects like living things. Every beetle touched by them stiffened, instantly smoked, and then fell. The dense patch of dark green lights in the sky was cleared into a large blank space. All that remained in the sky was the black, scaled, antlered beast. Thanks a lot, Bugs, for conveniently gathering together like that. A slender girl with a long, thin black ponytail reaching her waist stood on the rooftop railing. Her school uniform skirt flapped noisily in the high-altitude wind. She smirked, revealing a condescending smile. She smirked, revealing an air of superiority in her smile. The young mistress of the Knight family, one of the 4 great clans. A prodigy unseen in the family for a century. And at school she was probably the strongest among the current students. Heir to the family's ultimate technique, shadow magic. A born powerhouse, Yihong. Her black eyes swept over the group, finally pausing on Song Yingxue's face. Oof, I really can't see what's so special. Yihong curled her lip. Huh, what do you mean by that? Song Yingxue, being a delinquent JK, reacted physiologically faster than her brain at the provocation and was already starting to bristle. Exactly what I said. Yihong jumped down from the railing, closed in on Song Yingxue in a flash, and slapped the shaft of her spear. With a clang, Song Yingxue was pushed backward, spear and all, by a force far exceeding her expectations, her back slamming into a pile of rubble behind her. Xiaoxue. Tion Kursin saw this and immediately shouted. Wait. Lu Yin reached out to stop Eileen, who was about to rush forward. You still have a job to do. But Eileen's knuckles were white as she clutched the scroll, her eyes fixed on the direction Song Yingxue had been knocked back. Work is work. Your task takes priority here. Lu Yin crouched down, her fingers pressing back onto the edge of the unfinished magic array, rapidly inscribing the final few runes. She was ready to instantly layer Song Yingxue with full buffs, catching the other off guard. But before that, she wanted to see how Song Yingxue would react. It's fine, that one's not that weak either. Sorry, didn't expect you to be this weak. Yihong scratched the back of her head, showing no real apology on her face. Bastard. Song Yingxue stood up from the rubble, a large patch of her school uniform skirt dirty. She casually twirled her spear, the silver-white shaft carving a sharp arc through the air. She was absolutely going to kill this one. Pretty spirited, huh? Come on. Yihong beckoned with her finger. In an instant, Song Yingxue moved. The tip of the spear tore through the air, accompanied by a purple arc of lightning striking directly at Yihong's face. This thrust was devoid of any embellishment, a pure embodiment of speed and power compressed to its extreme. Even the air was compressed into a visible white cone in front of the spear tip. Then Yihong raised both hands and caught the spear tip with her bare hands. The edge of the legendary weapon was pinned by her 10 fingers. The purple arc of lightning danced wildly between her fingers, yet could not advance even an inch. The wind and thunder patterns on the spear shimmered violently, as if struggling desperately to break free from some invisible restraint, but those seemingly delicate hands remained utterly motionless. How is this possible? Lu Yin and Tion Kursin exclaimed in unison, let alone Song Yingxue's absurd strength. That was a legendary weapon, the Oath of the Wind Chaser, capable of carving a bloody path through a swarm of insects with a mere flick. How could it be caught barehanded? Moreover, the opponent's profession should clearly be that of a summoner. Yihong gracefully leaped and spun, executing a flashy martial technique that no one would use in actual combat, kicking Song Yingxue in the waist. She sent her crashing back to the spot where she had just fallen. Song Yingxue's back slammed into the pile of shattered bricks again, kicking up a cloud of gray-white dust. What was that feeling? Song Yingxue held her waist, barely managing to stand. The sensation of having the spear tip caught felt too strange. It was neither metal clashing nor a magical shield. It was a bizarre, almost ethereal sense. You figured it out. My ability is shadow manipulation. Shadows have no physical form, so I can grasp them, Yihong said, opening her palm for her to see. A thin layer of what looked like liquid shadow flowed within her palm, slowly writhing. Why reveal her ability? Song Yingxue frowned. Could it be that Xiaoxue is a curse master? They reveal their ability information to curse themselves in exchange for an amplification of their cursed power. Lu Yan's voice came from behind, tinged with the unique vigilance of a sorceress. You know quite a lot, no wonder you are a sorceress. Yihong raised an eyebrow, re-establishing her stance as the shadows beneath her feet began to twist restlessly. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take you down. Song Yingshu's response was concise and clear. This ends here. A voice came from the staircase. The Duke's daughter Victoria von Eisenberg strode forward with her sword drawn. The hem of her school uniform was splattered with mud and insect remnants, yet her steps remained steady. She walked directly between the two, holding her sword horizontally in front of her, the blade reflecting a cold light. Yihong, the battlefield is not yet resolved. Go back. Don't order me around waste. Didn't I send the Qilin to attack? Yihong tilted her head, looking down at Victoria from a height. In the distance, the black Qilin had rejoined the ground battlefield, rampaging through the enemy. Lightning arcs exploded among the swarm of insects. You'll need me too, Victoria said, her momentum unwavering. As long as it didn't involve the third prince, she was usually quite quick-witted. I understand. Let's play again next time. Yihong waved her hand. Although she felt deep down that the other party was a waste, the influence behind her was still quite troublesome. She turned and leaped down from the rooftop, forming hand seals. Carve. A black rock emerged from her shadow, its wings spread wide, blocking half the sky as it steadily carried her towards the other side of the battlefield. What is that thing? Song Yingxue spat, as if trying to expel something unlucky. Don't you recognize it? The next head of the Yi family, Yihong. Victoria sheathed her sword, her tone flat. The Yi family. Tian Kursin realized this, exchanging a meaningful glance with Lu Yan. TCH. Song Yingxue huffed in annoyance. I will definitely get it back. After this battle, let Yi Shuang take me to level up. She silently resolved this plan in her heart. You must be Yi Shuang's girlfriend. I have also received a favor from that person once. If she causes you trouble again, just come to me. I have some face with her. Victoria turned her head to glance at Song Yingxue, her tone still that of a composed duke's daughter. No need. Song Yingxue hoisted her spear, her tone carrying a stubborn defiance. Just as her words fell, a deafening sound tore through all the noise on the battlefield. The magical tower's cannon fire accurately struck the midsection of the ancient insect, a beam of light piercing through its carapace, which had barely left scorch marks from the magical cannon's barrage, directly creating a massive hole with edges still burning. Dark green bodily fluid gushed from the wound, creating a localized blood rain that fell upon the academy's lawn. The deafening insect cries resonated throughout the academy, the sound waves expanding in visible ripples from the ancient insect's split mouth, shattering all the nearby windows that had not yet been replaced. The compound eyes of the ancient insect turned blood red in violent tremors, thoroughly enraged. Immediately after, its gigantic body, heavy enough to crush a stick insect, began to move with unprecedented speed, each step shaking the ground of the entire academy. Hey, its eyes turned red. It's here. Launch timing. Launch timing. Tian Kursin shouted desperately, covering her ears amidst the deafening insect cries. Oh. Erin, digesting a massive amount of information, felt her brain nearing overload as she frantically tore at the sealing lines on the scroll, her fingers trembling with anxiety. After several failed attempts to pull at the line, she simply bit down on the seal to yank it out, and the scroll finally unfurled, the light of the seal bursting forth at the center of the incantation circle. In the name of the great Gergwig, the 9th stage edict, golden wine. The 9th stage? Victoria felt the surge of magical energy pouring from the scroll and wore an expression of disbelief. This was a nation-destroying strategic magic that could be cast almost instantly, and there were no circulation channels for it in the market. If it were, the kingdom's powers would surely punish those who traded in such things. However, Song Yingxue and her companions were already getting used to Yi Shuang pulling out some strange scrolls. A rift tore open in the air, revealing a black eye that slowly rotated, fixating on the injured ancient insect below. For just a moment, the ancient insect instinctively went into a frenzied struggle upon being stared at. Erin held the scroll in both hands, her azure eyes shining astonishingly under the golden light. The surrounding magical array operated more smoothly than it ever had during her practice. Its efficiency was so high that Lu Yan questioned whether she had suddenly gained insight, drawing a magic array far exceeding her usual level. This could no longer be explained by merely having a good touch. Visible magical particles flowed around Erin, seemingly drawn by some invisible, while gathering spontaneously towards the unfolded scroll in her hands. The incantation flowed from her lips, each word carrying a weight that did not belong to her level. Malice is a human function. To plunder, to sever, to harm. Now grant all of this to you. May the Lord show mercy. Steal. Shuang rolled over and leaped over a giant beetle blocking the way, using its hard wing case to push off, twisting in midair as he reached out toward the treetops. A flash of white light, and the first fruit landed steadily in his palm. The dragon scale-like rough skin pressed against his glove, cool to the touch, with intricate scale patterns shimmering with a ghostly blue light in the morning sun. He landed without hesitation, passing the fruit behind him like dribbling a ball. Fengshuan Lishu raised her hand to catch it, the motion clean and swift without a hint of hesitation. Hurry and eat. Then take us away, Shuang urged in a low voice. The ancient insect emitted a deafening screech, its compound eyes turning completely blood red as its massive body struggled frantically under the gaze of the golden giant eye in the sky. The ground on its back shook violently, as if standing on the deck of a ship being pulled into a whirlpool. Each tremor made the bushes and the cracks of its shell shake violently. Shuang thought to himself, Elaine's execution capability is too high. So high that he had no time to retreat. He was still within the attack range. Fengshuan Lishu looked down at the fruit in her hand, covered in dragon scale patterns, her golden eyes reflecting the ghostly light swirling on its surface. She only slightly frowned. The fruit was not small, with a rough skin that did not seem like something one could eat elegantly. However, as a warrior, she did not dwell on it too much. She opened her mouth and bit down hard in a way that was completely inconsistent with her usual poised demeanor when sitting in the student council room sipping tea. The texture of the fruit's flesh was tougher than she had anticipated, carrying a complex flavor that was hard to describe as either sweet or bitter, but at this moment none of that mattered. She quickly chewed and swallowed, then took another bite without a hint of hesitation. Shuang had already flipped over, wrapping his arms around Shen Qingyu's waist while his other hand reached behind Fengshuan Lishu, gripping her shoulder. Again with this position, Shen Qingyue complained expressionlessly. Being held in his arm, her legs wrapped in pink pajamas swayed gently with the bumps, and she was too lazy to struggle. The giant eye in the sky slowly rotated, its pupil casting light that coated the entire back of the ancient insect with a strange golden hue. Although this situation was quite unsettling, Shen Qingyue had been pranked by Shuang too many times, and her sense of fear had been diluted nearly to nothing. She closed her eyes in peace. After all, he always had a way. Are we going to fly? What should we do? Fengshuan Lishu swallowed the last piece of fruit flesh and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. She was unusually uncertain. Transforming into a dragon and flying was not something covered in the student council's handbook, nor in the courses for daughters of the Eastern business magnates. Her tone remained steady, but her speaking speed was at least 3 times faster than usual. The feeling of using all your strength. Shuang was also uncertain. After all, he had never eaten a devil fruit. The textual memories from the gaming era wouldn't teach these things, and there were no reference standards for actual operation. Fengshuan Lishu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. After a brief silence, a pair of dragon horns slowly emerged from her deep blue hair, the horns smooth and shimmering with a cold bluish-white light. A layer of extremely fine bluish-white dragon scales appeared on her skin, spreading from her wrist to her forearm, reflecting a soft pearlescent glow. A tail covered in the same scales emerged from beneath her school uniform's skirt, the tip flicking lightly, as if adapting to this entirely new limb. Shuang looked at that tail, his brain instinctively wondering how it got there, feeling somewhat lewd. Beast form. Her form elongated in the blue light, limbs transforming into dragon claws, her body covered in scales and horns extending from her head to her neck. A bluish-white eastern dragon, over 2 meters long, appeared on the back of the ancient insect, its mane like silk, and its scales reflecting piercing blue light in the morning sun, each scale flawless. Without a word, Shuang jumped on. Wait, that won't do. Fengshuan Lishu let out a low grunt, her dragon tail suddenly whipping, leaving a shallow mark on the shell ground. Her voice was still Fengshuan Lix's voice, but it carried a sense of restraint mixed with offense that was hard to express. Excuse me. She paused for a moment, only uttering those 3 words. Her tone returned to its usual calmness and restraint. A bit to the right first. Shuang shouted, reaching out for another devil fruit. Fengshuan Lishu swung her dragon tail, and the bluish-white dragon body soared into the air. The moment her dragon claws left the ground, it seemed as if she were flying through the clouds. Steal. A blue fruit shaped like a pineapple landed in Shuang's hand. Without a word, he bit down to. Although the rules stated that just 1 bite would suffice, most people superstitiously chose to eat it, all hoping to gain more power. Even Shuang was no exception. What effect is it? Shen Qingyue, who was being clutched, shouted in the wind. It seems to be the human fruit with no special effects all done. Devil fruits can only be consumed by one person. Shuang felt that this time his investment was likely a loss. At this moment, do you still have the mind to lie? Shen Xingyue tried to elbow Shuang, but fearing he would let go and drop her, she could only hold back her anger between her teeth. Just then the golden giant eye in the sky suddenly widened. Every particle of floating dust was pinned in place. Fragments of the ancient insect's shell ceased falling. Even the blue sword light wave from afar was pulled into a still frame in midair. Immediately after, an unimaginable gravitational force erupted from the depths of that pupil. The ninth order command, golden wine. The compressed magic power exploded within the ancient insect's body, not bursting outward, but collapsing inward. The ancient insect let out a scream sharper than all its previous ones combined. Its massive body, large enough to rival the teaching building, began to contract sharply toward a central point in its abdomen, like a piece of paper being tightly clenched by an invisible giant hand. Shell fragments, bodily fluids, bushes, soil, along with the towering tree on the back of the ancient insect. All were pulled toward the same direction in the same instant, as if the entire space was collapsing into that golden giant eye. Fengchuan Lishu suddenly swung her dragon tail, the bluish-white dragon body struggling at the edge of the gravitational field. Her dragon claws gripped the air tightly, as if climbing an invisible cliff. Shuang lay on her back, pressing Shen Xingyue in front of him, one hand gripping her mane tightly, the other hand holding onto her dragon horn. So that's why it doesn't work, it's very sensitive. Fengchuan Lishu shouted uncontrollably as her dragon horn was grabbed. The link enhanced her Bodhi's magic power significantly, making her believe her horns were very sensitive. Although they indeed were very sensitive. Every scale on her dragon body suddenly trembled violently.